generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alienated, paranoia, enemy list, wiretap, databanks, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me. Intelligent, beautiful, and rich like But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeler. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell. Where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reps. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole to chorus within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. And the best provision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
Here it go. Yeah. Feel this shit. Word is bond. Niggas got shit on their mind. Get it out your chest. Got something to say? Spill it out. It's that pre-shit. I'm waiting for this. Month August, year 70, ending of my mom's pregnancy, beginning of Masada's legacy. Christ blew the breath in me. To rule is my destiny, mine is my weaponry. Blessed be priests, fly mitris, dashikis, suck from the fine titties, a Nefertiti, slept in teepees. Kings bow, kiss the rings when they see me. That's how they greet me. Take trips weekly, dwell by the havens, fed by a raven, ate from the beak of eagles, sat with Hebrews, broke bread with the holy people, bit from the tree of good and evil, ate the dry fruit whole, swallowed the seeds too, lived in the land of the strong and feeble. Some had egos, some were peaceful, smile when they greet you. I appeared and peered through the windows with widows, saw widows who play with dildos, nymphos, wrap their legs around satin pillows, silver robe, hole in the rose, Mexicano, Latin and Negroes, live the life of thug passion heroes. We live in projects with ghetto belly dancers that enchant us. When you see us, bring your cameras. Yo, it's the view from Masada, the saga, priest, the author, the godfather, the scholar. I write drama, deep composer, best knower. The watchers, built for hours, beholder, beholder. The view from Masada, the saga, priest, the author, the godfather, the scholar. I write drama, deep composer, the best knower. The watchers, built for hours, beholder. Yo, we sip wine around golden candles, wearing mantles, telling ghost stories. I propose a toast as a host, flashing lightning, the skies are stormy. Then it dawned on me, it was a dope fiend and two hell-scorching shorties that lured me to my first orgy. Apartment 4D, met a fine harlot named Audrey. She adored me, she seduced me with her beauty, neck full of jewelry. She wore a see-through gown, with her eyes she forced me to lay down. Then she asked me was I new in town, and with a smile she said she has peace offerings. This day she paid her vows, let us make love and afterwards we worship her out. This fair lady, would she try to play me, get me in the bed to spray me? Kisses of her lips taste like taffy, plus she wore this in her tapestry. Asked me if that attracts me, whispers in my ear, pure blasphemy. She said I deck my bed with myrrh, aloes and rose and cinnamon. It's a place for gentlemen, with a youthful look I entered in. The sins of men, the devil's lust and love for women. With cat eyes, a man's a rabbi, walks with a raincoat, top hat and bow tie, and walking with a cane, puffing his pipe. Saw me through the blinds, fucking his wife, busting it twice, grabbed me by my windpipe, pull out a knife. Enough said, bloodshed at the end of the night. Yo, it's the view from Masada, the saga, priest, the author, the godfather, the scholar. I write drama, deep composer, best knower. The watchers, built for hours, beholder, beholder. The view from Masada, the saga, priest, the author, the godfather, the scholar. I write drama, deep composer, the best knower. The watchers, built for hours, beholder. Yeah, gotta lay down the law, you know? Masada the beloved, killer priest, back to being worldwide. Yeah, pour the wine, and raise your glass high to the sky. Yeah, like that. Yeah, we just maintain it. Word. Fuck all y'all fake ass other niggas. Yeah. What? Yeah.
Yeah, y'all, yes to the yeah, y'all. Yes, yeah, y'all, yeah, y'all. Yes, y'all, yeah, y'all, yes, y'all. Yeah, yes.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Yo, acting hard, but you front in front of the cops. Karate flick co-starring, Aguilarin. Me and you street sparring. Yo, son, what about Sharon? I'm in the man charm, sipping bomb with Wong from Hong Kong. We smoking fucking hydro out the bomb. You telling me ain't all think assassinated you the dawn. Dawn what, nigga? That's that old funny shit. Yeah, we got the information. Yo, where's the money, kid? Fucking up your generation like the mall. I'm on my job. Yo, Brooklyn, New York street hard throb. Knock you out to your fucking face, blob. Ain't the assassinated, yo, kid, we hard. Yo, smack you on some barbecue lard. Yo, kid, yo, niggas is home when you guard. Yo, I know what time it is, like clapping, flapping, shaft. Sit down with my niggas and smoke weed, watch video and laugh. Yo, smacking bitches on the ass. Yo, any more we even pass? That's the next question. The next suggestion is where your rhyme profession. Take it down the drain. Yo, fuck his name, fuck the game. Hate off the assassinator, shooting like a flamethrower. Yo, God, switch the seats like Noah. Or should I say Moses? Everything is not fucking dandelions and roses. Opposing the foes, us niggas chose us to rock this. Hate off the stop us. See, I down droppers, niggas with the shit poppers. I'm on some high school shit, wanna do a fucking home, ripping open niggas like a sieve that they stole my rhymes. Yo, kid, I'm giving niggas one more chance, one more time to enhance. Yo, kid, seen a glance of a cat trying to steal my rap. All the niggas deserve is a smack. 8 off feet, I don't like that. You a baby, need a feet similar. Yo, God, how about that? I see you doubt that, won't route that. Yo, 8 off feet, how you been to me? Yo, you need to wake up, smelling the cold feet.
We not like you other MCs.
By the fake
I
props.
be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops. We complain daily, cursed with all types of bad luck. It's common sense, everybody likes us. Don't you know that? I knew this my whole life. The Anglo-Saxon, Caucasian, low life, the no money, broke life. The subway cup holders, street corners, constantly look over your shoulders. It's official, we dirty trusty till death do us, or does us. It's a shame ain't nobody love us. Plus understand this, rugged man be who the man is. Take a piss on white bitches, trying to act like they Spanish. Two fists like you. If I fight you, I bite you like Mike Tyson. We street fighting. The money, pussy, plus the glamour, none of it's exciting. I'm sick of living. I stay depressed, make me wanna give in. It make me wanna give in. Make me wanna give in. I'm not gonna be able to do this shit, y'all. Suffolk County, that's the place we live. Exit 6-2, crazy ass Stony Brook kids. Vinny Beretta, human beatbox bump. Who be the sickest? Nobody sicker. No flick stick for my sticker. I rock with ya. Who iller? You out of place, got big balls, whip the dick out. Fuck you in your face, you're beautiful. The rap leader, the lack of cash dreamer, the 450-pound rap bitch ass eater. Yo, ask MC Hammer if he's seen her. I need a freak like Adina. Yo, Agala, bring the heater. They biting styles like mosquito. But fuck them, I stay creeping. Which bitch wanna get their pussy in? Super freak, hideous. I went to school on the special ed minibus. Can't trust us, bust us, who rugged us? Adolf, Agala, already the rugged man. We not like you other MCs.
By the fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Yo, acting hard, but you front in front of the cops.
We not like you other MCs.
By the fake props.
I be in this rap shit till my fucking heart stops.
We not like you other MCs.
Riding fake props.
Acting hard, but you frontin' in front of the cops.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got some pretty interesting reflections for you guys, continuing on a series that we're doing on both a hybrid show, right? Looking at ideas not only about scientific totalitarianism and techno-liberalism, right, but also those views of Eastern philosophy. Right now, yesterday we did a longish presentation on Taoism, right? And Taoism is a sort of arcane philosophy, sort of cynical in its understanding, right, of society, knowledge, wisdom, and goodness. Right, and we're using the critical thinking of the Taoists, right, in order to assess our modern situation, right? Because a modern situation, right, we've been placed in a situation where, technique has integrated the machine into human society, right? To quote Ellul, right, and this idea of mechanism or the mechanistic, right, aspect of humanity was actually placed within the ideological conformity, right, of the Western mind, right? So we have the idea of liberalism coming out of the European civilization, but also creating a global civilization, right? And this global civilization seems to have an impetus, right, towards universalism, right? And this universalism, right, is about the universality of technique, right? Technique, okay, has to guide science. It has to guide culture. It has to guide politics, right, in the modern age, right? And this idea that, that man has created a system, right, in order to control, right, what is most human, okay, is basically what we're getting into, and we're going to be tying together ideas of both evolution and the ideas of a global world system and the notion of both a global technological sphere, right, and also man as a species being, right, which is the mode in which he's directed by technique, in which he's made the object of techniques, right, which is that man has to be quantified and measured, right, and this movement happened over many different centuries, right? Okay, so it was a, obviously paganism had a lot to do with it, the idea of Balinization, right? The idea of trying to control nature, right, through sacrifices, right, and the primitive aspect of man, right? And of course, the idea of magic as primitive technique, right? Both magic and technology have the same goals, right? They seek to harness the hidden powers within nature, right? And so there's a idea in how this instinct of magic gave birth to the scientific notions of man, right? And how science gave birth to the technological notions of man, right? And how the technological aspect of man, right, is creating a global project, right? And this global project seems to suggest two things. It not only suggests a common origin of man, right, through a sort of neo-primitivism, right, which means that it claims that we all came from a rudimentary phase of low cultural development. We moved to a stage of high cultural refinement, okay, to a stage, okay, of philosophical and religious semblance, right, which unlocked the ideas of man's rationality, okay, being dislodged from the natural world, right? And this was because man's reason was placed both within himself and within God, right? And this notion of universalism, right, that man used his rationality to subsume nature and took God out of nature, right? And the notion of evolution as a guided process. Right now, there's several problems with the scientific worldview. Right, one of the main ones that we've seemed to attend to is this notion that man survived during most of his development in a low-tech state. Right, that man evolved under low-tech conditions, right? But that the technology of man has A, collectivized man into a global system, and B, caused the existential risk to mankind himself. And of course, the ideas within science or evolution seem to suggest, right, that there's no fixed notions, right, that all knowledge is participatory, right, and these dual notions, okay, of both chaos and emergence, okay, in which we look at the mind as a non-emergent property, right? Okay, because we don't know what physical combination of stuff it takes to produce consciousness, right? Okay, so, what distinguishes life from dead matter? And what does this have to do with our religious impulse, right? Right, because as I said, our religious impulse, okay, our guide to both understand God and to subsume nature is what brought us to this level. right? So contrary to popular belief, right, that the religious sensibility of man has been dislodged in the modern world due to scientific and technological totalitarianism, right? We've actually seen a development of man, a harnessing of these religious modes in order to accomplish the worldview that exists today, right? So that is also what we're seeing, right? We're seeing the growth of a new worldview, right? Now, these ideas about chaos and emergence, right? One has to do with the total amount of information, right? And the other has, and the complexity of that information. Right now, there is complexity, but not randomness, right? And the other thing has to do with this notion of emergence, right? Which is a notion that's fundamentally linked to the notion of time itself. Now, as I previously explained, right, man has become physically, somatically detached from nature. Okay, and he's become, and this is by the dialectic of mind versus nature, right? But he's also become temporally dislodged, right, through the evolutionary synthesis, right? Because it seems to suggest not only emergent qualities, right, but also a sort of telos in nature. So this, yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Sorry, I tuned in for a moment. I'm like, I was thinking about this earlier, so I immediately had something to say.
Cool.
It's like, so I'm on a job, and it's like you have construction work, and the manager, they got something to say about how to do the work. They want to manage the employees and this and that. But I, as an employee at this point in my life, I'm not an employee at this point. I've kind of divorced myself from that. I shouldn't say that, but from my perspective, I know how my body can move the material around me better than anyone else could ever tell me how it does. And when I see them entering this rationale where they're continually going into the logical, rational part of their brain, rather than tapping into the natural, divine interaction between themselves and the material around them, they want to explain it. It's like they put their ego on it, or I don't know how to phrase it, but you're hitting on it right now with the conversation being had, and I don't even know what you're reading. I just tuned in. It was immediately
Nothing
like,
yet.
are you not? What are you reading? What? Are you just
Nothing
talking?
Yeah, this is just me talking. Yeah. So.
Oh,
So
dude. So what? All right, let's talk. Like, where were you coming from with that?
Well, it's just a concerted mode, right, to subject. So we're going to look at this in the documentary that we're going to watch, right? So there's going to be lots of answers, right? But even though the ideas of science, right, seem to point beyond the rational aspect of man, right, we become stuck, right, because of the technological aspect. So technology is limiting science, right? And that is one of the main points that that we're making. In terms of that, right, how did we get into this phase? Right, well, it's an increased sort of individualism and atomization of man, right, through the notion of universalism or the species being, right, but also, right, and this is created by the notion of rationality and universalism itself, right, and also democratic institutions, right.
So it's like, as the universalism is like, anytime you encounter a situation, this is the way to handle it, rather than nature always has a unique presentation and nuance to every moment, and there is no universalism to it at all. It couldn't happen. It's a
Yeah,
natural process. You have
yeah, that's one thing that you know, we're going to talk about is this notion that nature's laws are actually not fixed, right? And the collective idea, okay, the state of our knowledge is the state of our world, right? Instead of the limits of our language or the limits of our world, right? Which means that we're bound by both rationality and language, right? But it seems like our you know, drive to subsume nature has actually been a drive to subsume man himself, right? But this notion that there's no fixed laws in nature, right? That the laws themselves are evolving, right? It points to the notion of evolution itself not being able to be taken as a natural law, right? So the notion of evolution implodes the notion of naturalism, right? And this fundamental basis of you know, reflecting on the world, right, means that the scientific worldview is actually leading to a dead end, not only in its proliferation of technology, right, but its proliferation of rationalism, right? So so these two goals, right, have created the inhuman atmosphere, right? So so yeah, let me get into the text because I've been going around you know, a lot of different things, and I've talked here for you know, 15 minutes, and I've given hundreds of introductions about this idea, right? So yeah, without further ado,
well, sorry, because I got to get to work in the morning. I've been working my fucking ass off. I haven't long been on these fucking panels. But like when it comes to these things, it's like I see the science of meteorological like weather prediction and the influence on the human condition of the mind, where it's like, are we going to go to work tomorrow, this and that, and then I see how human beings will like take it and they'll say, oh, it's raining, we're not going to go to work tomorrow. But like it doesn't rain, the weather predictions are off, and then the weather itself actually, like, the weather works with its nature. When you're in tune with nature, the weather works with you. When you're in tune with this external scientific worldview, the meteorological perspective, it's a different system. And the information you were laying out when I first tuned in is like, it ties into that so well. I just don't want to skip past it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, one idea that you know, we've been talking about is the scientific realization, right? Or you know, this is part and parcel of their worldview, right? Of neo-primitivism, right? That we basically started out, right, in a you know, as I say in my book, you know, we moved from religion to politics, from art to science, right? And this notion, right? Okay, this collective notion, right, means that we moved from natural forms of organization, right, in which we spent most of our history, right? Then we moved to cultural forms of organization, right, which encompass a form of biotechnics, right, which basically extend, right, the human most of human behavior, okay, is not meant for survival at this stage, right? So human beings being conditioned by society, right, or the cultural forms, right? I mean, it's obvious that a human being can be totally manufactured just through cultural forms, right? But these mechanistic forms, right, seem to assimilate the cultural forms, right? And this is the last and final movement. And how did we get there? We got there through a theological understanding of the world, right? So as I said, you know, or really as Rousseau said, right? And this has been a key fundamental component of the show that's here in the bottom, right? That we moved God out of nature, put him in the temple. We moved God out of the temple, put ourselves in the temple. And this idea of man becoming equal to God, right? Okay, is is a massive idea. Now, how do you explain this in terms of the metaphysical cosmology, right? Well, in terms of the cosmological sequence, right? Okay, and of course we explained it with Skolimowski in terms of the ethical forms, right? But in terms of the the metaphysical aspect, right, of spirit being transformed into mind, right, the individual mind, and the individual mind being transformed into the collective mind, right? So you can't have collectivism without individualism, is how I've explained it, right? But the whole idea, right, that we moved from a notion of spirit being in nature, right, or intelligence being in nature, right, to it being confined within the human, to it being confined within the collective, to knowledge being placed outside of man, right, in terms of empiricism, right?
This is like the charter, the I don't know why I want to say it's the charter of the vessel, because the spirit's like traveling through different vessels, and it's like the charter it took. This is what like the gift of the Magi, or Alibaba, was this it was called Magi. This animation series, like an anime, is so good about like they conserve like the good ruach or the bad ruach, and like the way they fucking showed the imagery, it's like the Muslim perspective totally gets like the vessel transfer of the spirit so much deeper than the Christian spirit ever could, because the Christians are they're so cut and dry. They think they have it figured out. It's this way, it's that way, but they don't realize that every man and every woman is made in God's image and can transfer the spirit through whatever vessel they want. That's our authority. So it's much, and like as you were saying, there's no fixed answer. It's ever developing. The image is always developing. The image of the Most High is always developing. It always is, but it's always developing.
Wow, that's exactly the point that Skolimowski makes. He says our notions of God are developing, right, with our notions of knowledge, right? So yeah, you exactly made the point that he's trying to get into here. I mean, right? He says that. He says we should have no fixed notions of God, right? So yeah, interesting stuff. Powerful reflections, and let me turn this off for a second and let me move to the text here. Right, and explain some of this stuff, and I think it'll be interesting for you guys, right? And then we'll move to a documentary presentation that really outlines some of the main points, right? So I don't know if you guys have ever seen Art and Spirituality in the Changing Economy. Has anybody ever heard of this?
Nope.
It's like excellent panel discussions with like well-known thinkers, and yeah, I don't know where this came from or what organization is showing these, but yeah, it's very interesting sort of series. And I've in trying to find ideas from Prigozhin, I found this documentary to be extremely powerful. But yeah, so we're going to be looking at some ideas from Ilya Prigozhin, right? But yeah. He says the Newtonian paradigm as the ultimate frame was already profoundly in doubt at the end of the 19th century, when such phenomenon as radiation were clearly outside the frame. Right, with Einstein, we tried to mend the old frame and maintain the bigger frame of Einstein is correct. That the bigger frame of Einstein is correct, and that it contains in itself the Newtonian picture. But the new enlarged frame was problem-ridden from the start. It suggested many counterintuitive notions. Besides, as a frame, it had fuzzy edges. Sorry. We have never been comfortable with it. Our common sense has been shaped by Newtonian language and conceptions, right? So the whole Newtonian notion, right? Newton and Descartes, right? What does Descartes say? He says the mind is separate from nature. Right? What does Newton say? He says Newton. He says that the nature is basically mechanistic. Okay, and it works according to certain mechanistic laws. Right? So he's saying both evolution and new physics seem to undermine this understanding of the world, right? But it seems to promote a spiritual understanding of the world, right? So he's saying that as we dispense with these ideas, right, that he's trying to draw a dialectic between science and spirituality, right? And yeah. So he goes on to say, right, still with Einstein, we have a frame a bit open-ended and not quite precisely delineating its territory, but something to hold to. With the new physics, we are in a new situation. We don't have the frame given to us. We can happily accept, elaborate, and say all is well. We have got a set of laws and theories which hold objectively and universally. They depict the permanent order out there. We know that the ultimate elementary particles are not so ultimate, and that they may not be particles either. In the physical sense of the word, at least on the level of quantum physics, we process the reality around us according to the nature of our cognitive faculties, according to the nature of our theories, according to the nature of our instruments. That last one is extremely important, right? And of course, in the scientific domain, right, it's been true that technological advancement has far outweighed scientific inquiry, right? So much so that the new technology is actually a determining factor for new scientific discoveries, right? So this idea of how technology has compartmentalized the goal of scientific inquiry, right, is extremely palpable situation.
Well, it will also inevitably lead to new discoveries forever. It will never stop leading to new discoveries. Like that's just there's no like that's the story of life. Is new discovery after new discovery after new discovery, and you'll never be God. Unless you want to be, but like you'd be foolish to even want to be that. So like enjoy the ride.
Well, I will say that you raise a good point, but I'll also say that metaphysical presuppositions kind of affect how one interprets the science. So in a way, if you look at the scientists, they're too afraid to talk about their philosophical assumptions, because all scientific inquiry rests on a common set of assumptions. You rarely see the technicians or whatever talk about those set of assumptions.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, you were the Indian guy that talked to Killtrap last. He said there's some Indian guy. I'd never heard of you before. Never heard your voice yet.
No,
Not sure you're
I'm
the
not
voice
Indian. I'm Persian.
Persian?
Oh, dang. I
I
thought you were
didn't
Asian.
understand you. But he had mentioned you, Killtrap. So you had spoken with Killtrap about something. I didn't catch that
Who's
conversation, but I
Killtrap?
did watch most of it.
I don't know who Killtrap is. Who's that? I don't know. Yeah. I spoke to
Lone Wolf. What's your? I'll let Lone Wolf fill you in.
I think Killtrap was there when you first came up, Avian. If I remember right, last week.
Oh, man, my memory is not the best. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, he came up before that.
Oh, well, he was there talking to Killtrap at least one point, I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, Killtrap was here last show, and then we got P-bombed. So was that last show? Yeah, I think it was.
Second, yeah, it was Saturdays.
Saturday show, yeah. So Saturday show, we had some interesting discussions that led people to be very offended at us, and try to paint the show as anti-Semitic, and they had a whole entire, a crazy, coordinated attack with that. So yeah, so we had to take the episode down, and then we represented it on Sunday.
I can't imagine there was anything so not the trigger is not the word, like anything revealing that they're like, oh, Mayday, we have to shut this down.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there definitely was. If you hear their talking points and you rewind the tape, oh yeah. I think especially
she was like whining about mikvahs or some bullshit.
Yeah, but right before that, Avian Buddha quoted Bjerknes, and then Neurojack was being neurojacked
That's true.
before that. So so it's pretty interesting.
I think sometimes it's like an accumulative effect. Like, oh, he's gaining more traction. We need to like interfere.
Yeah,
But
that last
anyways,
episode. Yeah, that last episode we had tons more viewers than we do today. So so it definitely
they're
worked.
keeping us down, bro. They're keeping
Yeah, they're
us
keeping
down.
us down. Yeah, they're keeping us down. But yeah, if you like the show material, spread this around, and yeah, we'll begin anew. I mean, as the as things adjust, right? So yeah, let's go on here. He says, as mind is evolving and creating itself, right, it produces new frames which are but externalized images of mind processing reality. Now in this way, now in another way, all products of our understanding are necessarily shaped according to the nature of our mind, its propensities and capacities at a given time. Our mind is present in each and every theory and frame. We always look at our mind when we look at the world. What we see when we look through the Newtonian frame is our own mind built into this frame. The process of frame making is a process of mind making. Okay, and this definitely ties to this idea that all knowledge is colored with a ethical or religious character, right? Because it deals with the question of right and wrong, and it deals with those ultimate questions of why are we here?
And the question of knowledge is infinitely refined into any given moment to where it can help you develop your opinion about the situation you're dealing with in any which way you want to take it. What you will seek for, you will find. That's what it is. It is infinite creation, infinitely. I say this shit, and I just spent. I'm not gonna get into what the fuck I just did for the last couple hours, crying, and there was sweat dripping out of my eyes earlier because I worked so fucking hard. People don't understand that fucking perspective either, but what it is.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, this whole idea that the ethical and religious dimension is hidden within every aspect of our knowledge. Right, this is an extremely palpable view, right? That seems to suggest that science, right? Obviously, right, as Avian said, and it makes metaphysical assumptions, right? So the whole question is should we give science this ability, right? Should we empower science this way, right? Or should we look at the science in a new way, look at the knowledge in a new way, right?
Well, it would come to me like, so I just watched this not a documentary. It was, people. There's so much content to look at here. This guy was like warning against witchcraft, and the quote unquote chosen ones are always targeted with witchcraft, and these spells and the way you eat, and it's like, is that like the repeat the question or the inquiry you just said, please? All right, I'll find it,
bro.
Well, Skolomowski is saying, is the process of frame making basically linked to the ideas of knowledge, and it colors the ethical and religious domain, right? Which means that we have to look at the collective source of our knowledge and what it points to, right?
Right, but then somebody's got to be like, dude, I've been doing so much fucking groundwork labor again in my life. I'm fucking like moving fucking weight. That's how I look at my perspective. They call it labor. I see it as moving weight. How can I move weight more efficiently than anyone ever has? Is always what I'm looking for. And that's like, so then all of a sudden the contractor comes in. He's like, he has his opinion about how he's going to pay me the best. And then I, at this point, I've realized I've had so many people come in and insert their opinions above me, quote unquote, in the hierarchy, like saying you can move weight this way, you can move it that way. And I've realized no one knows how to move the weight my body perceives better than me, and I'm taking charge. Whenever it comes to me moving weight, I have to take charge. Like,
Yeah,
please,
to
please, we're
to bounce
developing
off
language here.
to bounce off what Truther Cop is saying, that kind of
Right.
reminds me of something, about, I don't like Albert Camus, but it kind of fits into the myth of Sisyphus that he was talking about. And I feel like science fundamentally like devitalizes the world because it treats everything in a way that you can it can be disposable and you just mechanize it. But at the same time, there's a kind of hierarchy in the workforce and other stuff, and they just kind of, like they treat their it's like human resources, or they treat their underlings as disposable, and we kind of see that in the scientific institutions. It's like a demented hierarchy. You see what I mean? In the post-industrial age, and
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
I want you to further this with me, Avian Buddha. Like, it's not. I don't see that these people don't see me as disposable per se. I could like eliminate myself and like say that, but the person, the being, the witness of the observation of the material around them, who has to move it, knows better than anyone else how to get the job that needs to be done when they're inspired correctly. When the proper spirit they can do, like they can just do when they're inspired to move the weight. And this is America kind of does it, but like then we're weighing ourselves back down with this corporate propaganda bullshit. And you're coming from India, I suppose, if you're not fucking toiletable earth and a fucking alt. As far as I don't know. But
Yeah,
like,
there's no way that's possible.
thank God. I hope this is genuine. I'm trying to be.
Yeah, we've had too many convos with this guy for him to be there. TBE at this
You
point.
tripping, son?
Well, I'm looking at all angles, and I have to consider, like, when it comes to me moving earth, and I'm asked to stick a shovel in the ground and move the dirt with the shovel myself. No one knows how to do that like me when I'm the one who needs to do it to get the task done. Not my manager. My manager can give me opinions about how I should move my shovel. But when it comes to me moving the shovel, to move the weight, to move the earth, it's on me. And I have to like really stand strong in that, because I've wasted a lot of time taking others' opinions in and thinking that someone outside of me could know better about how I should move the shovel left or right, or whatever the fucking thing is. The being moving the earth needs to be inspired with the spirit properly.
Definitely. And this whole idea that Skolomowski is talking about is the idea that, in the mechanistic view of nature, in the idea that we're basically looking at the world as if our mind is detached from the world and detached from the state of our knowledge, right? Then we clearly have a sort of foggy somatic detachment in which the somatic aspect of man, the body, which is part of nature, is cast out altogether, right? So we have to come back to not looking at like you said, the individual knows the best way to move the dirt or to move the weight, right? Because he understands his own body. So the thing is that universalized systems and tasks cannot do that for the man, right? So this is
a universal system cannot come down and tell the man
exactly
how to move
I get what you're saying.
Step by step. It's up to each individual along the way. Say, hey, you're given this task, and here's a reward. Like, there's a reward for moving this weight for you, here it is. It's a proper inspiration. It requires this or the individual, like, suddenly, like, it's not happening. In my experience, it's actually not happening. So, like, that's I have to fucking come in here in this fucking place, and, like, I've fucking done way too much fucking slave labor, and suddenly, like, I'm gonna, like, no, actually, you all need to look at it this way, and I'm gonna work from the bottom up from here on out. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, the individual who is asked to move the weight knows how to move it better than anyone else can. They are not artificial intelligence. They're not a robot. They are a human being having an individual experience who needs to be, like, properly inspired and motivated and cultivated in a way that grows life and serves life itself. It's not like it's not a mechanistic system. You're saying, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that we need to find a sense of individualism, or bring back the notion of human freedom without looking at liberalism. And the best way to do that is to look at, as Uncle Teddy says, look at wild nature as the emblem of that creative freedom, right? So he says here, as I just read, the process of frame making is a process of mind making. At one point, it makes sense to say that the world and the mind are coextensive. As I have tried to argue in my essay, a model of reality as mind, if mind is part of the evolutionary process, then there's every reason to believe that future science, future forms of understanding may be vastly different from what they are now. We constantly and inevitably co-create the world. This is the scintillatingly liberating message of the new physics. At this point, we may return to the new theology. When our world is constantly co-created, our God cannot be frozen and static. If we accept the consequences of the new physics, that we live in a participatory universe, then the whole idea of the fixed God, redemption, the fixed God and redemption theology, look like a shadow of the past epoch. Only when the world is given to us and it is brutish and nasty, or we are helpless in it, and only then must we be saved from it. We must be redeemed. Since we have no powers to redeem ourselves, we have to be redeemed by God. The old God is given, static, and inscrutable. We are frail and our nature is weak. The Messiah is particularly welcome in this context. Whether he will come or not, it is comforting to think that he might. There is no Messiah in eco-theology, as I will argue in the course of this essay. So he says that the notion of futurism has to be taken out of the frame of mind, right? Because it's a pseudo-eschatology of progress, and it follows fixed notions of man's future, right? So it equally has to be dispensed with, right? Is what he's saying, right? Okay. And he explains how this idea came, right? He says the program of the 17th century secularism, and we're going to look at this in great detail, was undoubtedly bold and far-reaching, and so were new dreams of reason of the 18th century. Okay, however, all these new designs of secularism were only perpetuating the theology of redemption. All the secular dreams of post-Renaissance Western society, including Marxism, and including the American dream, are variations on the theme of redemption theology. They are mystical vessels created for our individual salvation. Okay, now, obviously, the salvation theology of the Jews, right, about the return to Israel, the global peace and the foundation of peace through the government of Israel, right? As David Ben-Gurion said, right? Federated nations, okay, that'll be federated through the court of Israel, right? He takes this as an interpretation of Isaiah, right? That there'll be a world government to rule all the nations, right? This is him tying the eschatology of the Bible to the eschatology of the scientific worldview. Right, and of course, Marx, and of course, Marx and all these people did the same thing. Right, they talked about establishing a world system as a replacement for the salvation theology of the Jews. Right, and of course, Marx did this too. Right, and as I explained in earlier presentations, the whole idea of a nation without a state, right, and the state coming together at the end of the world, right, is a very peculiar notion that seems to agree with, you know, certain messianic concepts, right, even within the Theosophical Society, right.
Do you think this is somewhat related, but a little too speculative? Do you think there's any meaning for why scientists put on white lab coats? Why not black? Why are the lab coats white? Is there like some esoteric meaning to that? You see what I'm saying?
Right. White robes, like the Magi. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
interesting. And then they have the staff of Asclepius, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? Staff of Hermes, right? Pretty interesting. Right. So are they driven by these sort of spiritual concepts and ideas? Well, in the past they have been, right? Certainly Newton was driven by spiritual conceptions of the world, both from Maimonides and from the Hermetic corpus. He studied both of these things. He studied alchemy, the Kabbalah. Okay, he thought that the universe was shaped as the same configurations as the Temple of Solomon, that he thought as a miniature of the shape of the universe. Anyway,
That's
so
very
these
fascinating. Yeah, very fascinating stuff.
Yeah, so these Newtonian conceptions, right? They're based on these fixed notions of salvation theology, even those, right? So he's absolutely right.
Well, I will say in America, so like with Avian Buddha coming in here, like all of a sudden I got to consider India is like he's actually from India, and he's like having these disputes in his head about where he needs to set himself in relationship to his employer or to
No,
himself.
no, I'm a second generation Iranian. Like I'm American. My parents were both Iranian, Persian, but I was
What do
born
you
in
do for
America.
work? What do you do for work?
Me, I'm a programmer. Yeah, but it was not very pleasant. I
On
tried.
computers. So you're a computer programmer. You're an Iranian, and you're well. Can you tell me what you're making an hour or what?
Just to be clear, he's trolling you, and we need to get back to Skolmowski. So we got to do
Well,
the
he's
thing.
trolling me. Fuck this guy.
Who, me?
Avian Buddha is trolling me, or you do think I'm trolling him?
Well, I mean, I need to get back to Skolmowski here. Right?
No,
So
wait,
yeah.
no. Who is trolling who?
No.
Who is trolling who? I'm not trolling him.
No. Let's just chill out for a second, right? But yeah, Skolmowski. Right?
Oh, you think that I'm trolling? I'm not trolling him.
This is quite different from the new theology, or to use my terms,
Well,
eco-theology.
Well, the reality is, I'm moving. I'm literally like moving a lot of cement.
This is quite different from the new theology, or to use my terms, eco-theology. The world is in the process of perpetual becoming. Perpetual becoming. Therefore, imperfect as we are, we redeem ourselves through our own creative effort. By creating meaning within ourselves, by co-creating the universe, by creating ourselves in the image of God, who is in the making in us. Right? We are God in the making, in the sense that the universe is in the making, partly by becoming or being received and processed in our minds. We create realities, right? Both social and physical, including the reality of our mind, through which we create further the world around us, either in the image of grace or in the image of the machine. Right? And I do apologize to our friend Truther Cop, but we just simply had to move on here. I mean, it's nothing personal, but yeah, I mean, and you're welcome to click the link again. I mean, and chill out here. It's no worries. I mean, so yeah, it's not a big deal. But yeah, But yeah, we got to stick on topic here. Right.
So I just want to verify, Skolamovsky is a panpsychist and a process philosopher, right? Like Whitehead.
Right. Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
White.
Right. Yeah. He's going for the process theology of Whitehead. Right. So he's running with that idea. Right. Whether it should be you know, whether it should be actual factual, right? Like I said, I have a problem with the notions of evolution. I have a problem with the notions of obviously this idea that we're God in the making. I think that's too highfalutin, personally. Maybe God's with a lower G, right? But in that sense, I think it's useful to think of God as a personal being, right? Because his idea of personal of the participatory God, right? This actually works if you just make God a personal being, right? So obviously the conception of God within Christianity, Islam, and Judaism has become too deistic, right? And that's because of philosophy in the past and science of the future, right? So I mean, what can we do? God has been removed from nature, right? These ideas of God being a physical being, the essence energy distinction, right? Or any of these notions that came out in the 14th century to salvage the religion against those, Neoplatonists and Aristotelians, right? But yeah, anyways. So he says, we create further the world around us, either in the image of grace or in the image of the machine. If the former is the case, we live in God's universe. If the latter, we are in a world dictated by the machine. The creative act becomes all important for joining together the new physics, eco-theology, and our individual quest for meaning. We redeem the human condition. Wait, where am I? Oh yeah, the fact of living in the participatory universe and the idea of God evolving in us by enacting the creative act, right? See, this whole aspect of the idea that both God is a creative being, both nature is a creative spirit, right, and man is creative.
That's all very much like Whitehead, very much, because Whitehead argued the exact same thing.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah. So it's very interesting, right? And this whole notion that Whitehead said, right? He says that at the beginning was creation, and all life is creation, and the end will come when creation will cease. Creativity is a gift, but also a curse. A huge statement. Creativity is a gift, but also a curse.
That is true.
And he says we are doomed to it. Right? If we are to maintain our if we are to maintain our status as God's messengers, the idea of God in the making in us may sound strange or even offensive. Right? I think it's kind of sacrilegious. But yeah, to those who are used to thinking of him as a benevolent, unchanging entity, benignly overlooking our vicissitudes. Right, but to see him overlooking us is to go back to a fixed frame, is to relinquish our responsibility for ourselves, is to relegate our powers of creation onto him. When all frames are dissolved and instead we have a continuously running film, we have changed a constant God for an evolving one. Okay, this is a consequence of a radically evolutionary approach. Okay, one that brings into a movement, right? Even the notion of evolution itself, right, as not being fixed, right?
Yeah, there's actually a book I read that argued from a hard scientific perspective, similar thing as Skolamovsky, It's by Pritchard. It's called Biocivilization. And he basically sees that evolution is a creative force, and he is anti-mechanistic. So basically, via symbiosis and a process of coalescence and greater diversification, you have creativity ingrained. And I'll just read a quick quote. It's very much like Skolimowski. What you're saying is eco-theology. You know, you see, we've read different books, but I see so much overlap with the thinkers you mentioned and other stuff. You know, I'm going to read you the quick quote. It's a short quote, and you'll see how close it is to Skolimowski. Maybe he was influenced by Skolimowski. And let me see. Okay, here you go. If organisms are mirrors of the universe, the biosphere is the composite mirror at the heart of which is symbiosis, as the way of projecting the authentic, more than human reflection of the universe, just as Archimboldo's flora represents the equality of the parts in the diversity of the whole and stuff. So that's kind of like Skolimowski, you know, because he sees the earth and evolution as being like a symbiotic creative process. And there is a sense of a greater nous, you know the Greek saying N-O-U-S.
Oh man, that's funny because that's literally the next line. But yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. So he says, so often we have accepted evolution, but only in its fragmentary manifestations, yet nothing is excluded from its flaw. It must be seen through the working of the geosphere, through the working of the biosphere, through the working of the noosphere.
That's crazy.
So,
Right after I read that quote, it's just so close to what I just read. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy on point. Yeah, you're crazy on point. Yeah.
But it's possible for science to proceed on anti-mechanistic lines. It is possible, believe it or not. You know, but that requires a totally different shift in the present way of viewing things. So it's possible, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the idea that the universe is an organism is a little bit crass. But, you know, to look at it on the level of mind, to look at it on the level of spirit, you know, that does not degrade the functions of humanity. But, you know, if it's all like, you know, sort of corporeal all the way down, it's turtles all the way down, you know, then it sort of becomes like, you know, a CTUHLU type of thing that you got to escape from. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I actually agree with you. I think maybe panpsychism can avert that, or maybe idealism, you know, maybe a combination of both. You know, but the point is that the metaphysical presumption of physicalism is the biggest problem, I feel like, the physicalism.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so he says, you know, it must be seen working through the geosphere, through the working of the biosphere, through the working of the noosphere, through the metamorphosis of the theosphere. And of course, there is a global understanding at this stage. You could say that because there's a global civilization, there's a global movement to understanding God and the world, right? Through science and technology, right? So there is a global theosphere, right? Of course, you know, everybody talks about the three big religions, you know, as comprising, you know, a global identity, right? And obviously, there's a notion of, you know, the salvation history that I described, right? So yeah, so he says, in short, to recognize evolution without evasion is to recognize the evolution of our comprehension. Of our understanding is to recognize the transient character of all our tools, including the tools which we with which we think, those very concepts and processes, okay, through which we grasp, thus understand the physical world around us, including also those ideas and concepts with which we think of God and through which we understand God. And our understanding evolves so it renders different shapes of reality, including the reality of God. Throughout this chapter, I have attempted to show that in remaking ourselves and bringing about the new paradigm, we have to remake the entire conceptual fabric within which we think, we imagine, we evaluate things. In the process, we have to change our notion of knowledge and our concept of God. all this is part of evolution unfolding, he says. Okay. And yeah. And we're gonna take a little musical break, but we also got Rock E. Shepherd. Blessings.
Yo.
Yo.
There's a nice library you got there. It looks nice.
Oh yeah, it is nice. He showed it on OTWs the other time. But yeah.
It's looking pretty proper now.
Thanks. I'm trying to get it so I look smart.
I mean, that's all the rage. That's all the rage these days.
I got the knowledge. Oh my
Got
god.
my books. Got my books.
Huh?
Got my books.
The Machine Lies. His book is still down at the bunker, but I brought most of my books up. I get these over here. These over here. This Geneva 1550s Bible, and this is and they're facsimiles, which means they're not just like been interpreted into modern. It's exactly a facsimile is like a picture of the pages. You know what I mean? You know what a facsimile is?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So like this King James, this one right here is the 1611. It's this thick because they're like pictures. Yeah, it's really big. See, it's like pictures, you know. See if I can show you pictures. They're really fancy. Like they had to handwrite them or something. Let's see, where's the? It's like they draw. Oh, look at this is the generations of generations, and they make it's just they drew shit. It's pretty cool. And then this one, they gave me an original copy of one of the pages. It's an original copy of one of the pages. So they were only this big. They were only this big, but the Bible is. They must have blew it up. They must have blew this thing up because it's the difference in the size of the pages is. So they must have blew this thing up. Did I better put that thing back in there?
For the facsimile, yeah.
Yeah, they blew it up. And that's what my Geneva Bibles are facsimiles too. But you can get a Geneva Bible and it's not a facsimile. And I think they changed some things. You know what I mean? Because they just it's like, dang, I gotta put this paper over. The hell? Goes in the middle. Oh no, that's 400-year-old page or something. I got see, this is an English, we speak English in America, and this is a 1828 English dictionary. This is a Black's Law 4th edition dictionary. So what I do is when I go to court, I always take my American English dictionary. That's what we're supposed to speak. And I take my Black's Law dictionary with me too. And then I take my Holy Bible with me when I go into court for anything. Because they speak a different language in court. You know what I mean? They speak.
Yeah, they're pretty shifty.
Shifty motherfuckers. And they're supposed to under common law, they're supposed to go by the law of the Bible. That's what common law means. And that's what they're not doing, any of that shit. You're supposed to have two witnesses of a crime. They like fucking, and you can't have a cop as a witness and a prosecutor as a witness. These fucked up. So I call them out when I get in court, and now they just leave me alone. Cops leave me alone. Anyway, I was listening to you saying you was talking about someone said about futurism.
Yeah.
About futurism. So I used to believe in future. Talking about it in a different way.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, there's a different understanding of the biblical understanding of futurism. Let me actually look this up. In the Bible, it means something different. It's in theology.
In the Bible, yeah, it's an eschatology of end times. Futurism was created by Schofield's Bible, and they taught it out of the seminary and everywhere. And it's a false eschatology, I believe. Futurism means that all of Revelations is from chapter 4 onward is all future.
Yeah, it says here in Wikipedia, futurism is a Christian eschatological view that interprets portions of the book of Revelation and other apocalyptic sections of the Bible as future end time events.
Right.
By comparison, other Christian eschatological views interpret these passages as past events in a symbolic historic context, such as preterism and historicism. So,
yes,
yeah.
I'm not a historicist. Historicist is like a spiritual, that it's all like a spiritual thing. It's not real, like, you know what I mean? Symbolic. It's more. But preterism is, yeah. I'm a partial preterist. I don't believe, the second coming is. So yeah, that's what was your futurism talking about?
Well, this is the futurism it says here on Wikipedia. It says futurism was a 20th century artistic and social movement from Italy, right? It emphasized dynamism, speed, technology, youth, violence, and objects such as the car, airplane, and the industrial city, right? So that's the futurism I'm referring to, right?
Oh, okay.
Right. Is the artistic is like art being driven by science.
Yeah, but that the 20th century, that's not really a prophecy. That's kind of like already happened by then, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they were definitely like trying to think of a philosophy for like modernism. Right. So yeah, so they were trying to so it's interesting.
We found out in our research and Satan's Little Season researchers, we found out that they already had AI way back. They've had AI. That's not new.
Yeah, but what Lizard Tree's saying is she's right. It's both, because the idea of transhumanism and millenarianism are linked, right?
Yeah.
Historically speaking, right? Because you have the Protestant Reformation, you have millenarianism, and then you have this the idea of scientism and technological progress, and that's going to create a world civilization. The way I described with the guy that was the first prime minister of Israel, Ben Gurion, right? He interpreted the book of Isaiah to say that all the nations will be federated under the court system of Israel, right? So they're both
like a repeat. It's like a repeat. It seems to be like it repeats, like because Babylon, that people were captured, and people are saying that people that believe in evolution, like saying that people were like cavemen when they built them back, to
Yeah, definitely.
Dumber. We're not getting smarter. Shit.
Yeah.
I can't believe these people. Evolutionists.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is the notion that we're going to be advancing in the future is linked to the fact that we were monkeys in the past, right? So I call it neo-primitivism, right? So it looked like they believe both, right? They believe that we're we have the capacity for super advancement, but we came from, you know, something that's not complex at all, right? So yeah, so it's both, right? So yeah, it's both in terms of eschatology, right? And this is what I'm explaining is the idea of soteriology and eschatology, right? Has to do with our understanding of nature, right? And also our understanding of the future, right? So whatever our ideas are in the present about the future.
You're roboting out. Somebody's roboting out.
Yeah, it's got to be you, Rocky. Did you guys understand what I said?
Yeah.
No.
No, I agree with you. The soteriology and the eschatology are influenced by our metaphysical presumptions and our understanding of how we are embedded in this world, and the nature of things. Is influenced by that, of course. Yeah, I mean, that is obvious. Yes.
Yeah, what I was saying, Rocky, is that soteriology and eschatology are metaphysical because they talk about nature and time, right? Right. So both, yeah. So for the guy in the audience, Bong and stuff, soteriology is the nature of sin and how humanity is going to be saved, right? So the salvation of humanity, right? And then the idea of eschatology is kind of linked to that, but it's linked to the future of humanity. What's going to happen in the future, right? So both of these ideas obviously have huge metaphysical implications, huge cosmological implications, huge implications for the way we view science and technology and the creative human spirit, right? So yeah, we got Zephyr out here. Blessings.
Yeah, salvation. Yeah, salvation.
Hello.
Everybody wants to know how to be saved, right?
Easy.
Oh, it must be my connection is slow sometimes.
Yeah, you're cutting out too. You start freezing up too. So it's definitely got to do something with your connection here because sometimes you'll freeze up too. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I freezing up sometimes or
No,
is it fine?
no, it's only Rocky.
You're good.
Yeah. You guys saw that earlier when Rocky froze up like that. But yeah, for sure.
Got that. I got direct Starlink, and I think I need to reposition my panel.
Yeah, it's no worries. But yeah, I'm going to play some music and then we'll move on to a documentary here and it'll lay out some of those main points I just made in a documentary format. It's very interesting because it's got Houston Smith, John Cage, Ilya Prigozhin, and all these very interesting thinkers in it. So hopefully we don't get struck out for playing this shit. It's got some palpable ideas in there. And yeah, let me play this here. Not that many people watching today. I don't really care. I think Neurojack is live too, so you guys go check him out if you guys have time. His show is probably a lot more interesting than mine right now. But yeah, so yeah, blessings to all the people that are here.
Live people on. Flo's live.
Yeah, everybody goes live on Wednesday. Isn't that funny?
Oh.
What the hell? I mean, right? Such a weird day to fucking go live. But yeah, I plan my shit, so it'll be what it is, and it's a continuation of a series. So if you don't like these explanations, go look at the other explanations I have. Over 200 hours of shit here. But yeah, let me play a song here. Now, I don't know if you guys remember the first Gorillaz album. It's the shit.
That was a Feel Good, wasn't it? I forget the end name of it.
Nope, that's album. Demon Days. That's Demon Days, right? The first Gorillaz album was Clint Eastwood. I mean, right?
Right.
Yeah, and it was the shit. I mean, right? But they had this song on there called
Yeah, I'm useless, but not for long.
Exactly.
I love that song.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, Tomorrow Comes Today.
Demon Days was really good too. Everybody, I mean, it got some bad reviews, but I think that was like equally on par as well.
Yeah.
Not so much with the new stuff.
Yeah. But this is interesting. I mixed this Gravity, from that album. It's one of the greatest beats ever made. I think it's Dan the Automator produced the first album, and then Modest Mouse produced the second album, I believe. I mean, right? But yeah, first album, incredible. If you guys aren't familiar with Dan the Automator, he made Dr. Octagon, Deltron 3030, and some of the greatest albums of all time. Yeah, so, you know, but yeah, this whole, I think Gorillaz project, the first album was produced by him. And that's why it's got Del the Funky Homo Sapien on the Clint Eastwood track, right? But yeah, check this out. Behind Enemy Lines, you know, with Cannabis. Yep.
All right.
I'll be back.
Behind enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. Yeah, behind enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. It's like this, yo, check it out, yo, when the curriculum storms, modern rap history is reborn on CD code in the form of a poem. Anyone that studied cannabis past knows he has the answers to questions you're probably not advanced enough to ask. Super advanced faculty math, chairman of curriculum class. 85 percentile never pass, 10 percentile smile, 5 don't even laugh when the chalk's in my hand and I'm drawing up raps. I present the contingency plan to the top brass. They probably think I'm on speed, I'm talking so fast. The body of the rhyme is smooth like body and bad. The summary is more explosive than a meth lab blast. My symmetrical shockwave shatter classes. My U-235 rhyme hits critical mass. Apocalypse now, lyrical raps blow everything off the map, from green grass to African baobabs. Spike with electromag to aircraft crash. CDC in the streets passing out gas masks. Force swimming date me for the oxygen tank, baby. The chevrons on my arm is saying my rank. Maybe I become another casualty in the field. They'll engrave my tombstone with the master steel. The best beats in the world couldn't rival my skill. It's like pouring a cup of water on a million beast wells. Grand eloquence of an unprecedented scale. Close your eyes, feel the rhymes, cause I'm better in braille. The Francis Bacon basics, I should reiterate this. We rise to great heights by winding staircases. Lines spiraling the French curve design. When the curriculum storms behind enemy rhymes. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip-hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip-hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. Written addendum, curriculum, attention deficit disorder, magician flipping them with serotonin reuptake inhibitors that inhibit them from seeing the vision. When they spit against spits of them, they must want to get dissed again. I'm sicker than the sickest sense. Inhale breaths through the louver and my chest bigger than wind tunnel vents. Please believe the amber was live. A fusillade of rhymes fly through the ride and Gulfstream fuselage. Blistering speeds, full eyes with fast rhymes. Setting world records with no regrets, fastest lap times. Get check the flags for 48 tracks of rhymes. 100 times with vocal signatures through complex design. Humor by design, a mental monster of the mind. Rhetoric versus reality, the reason I rhyme. Eternally inclined to shine. Principles of plentitude, I spit at you, injure you if you step out of line. A transcendental intellectual, a marvel to the medical professionals that claim they have more tests to do before they understand what I'm equipped to do. Visual, psychoanalytical, living proof that I rip you. I rip the roof off like cyclones do. When the curriculum storms, I rip a microphone too. A molecular miracle. In the physical, my lyrical has always been something different for you to listen to. Difficult, legible, forever memorable enough to remain in the membrane of your mental pool. I train your brain muscles and take you to school. Hard rocks become gentle jewels, these are the rules. When you in a mic club mood, you never get booed. Aptitude and attitude are your battling tools. Stay calm and spit those bars. If you find yourself behind enemy rhymes, you gotta weather the storm. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip-hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes, when the curriculum storms. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip-hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes, when the curriculum storms.
Okay, here's a video. Shit, I'm trying to find this video here. This video is a real banger, or at least I thought so. Because I was like reading the Skolomowski, and I was like, ha, this shit goes right with what fuck I'm reading, man. I mean, so yeah, let's check this out, man. With this dude, if you guys don't know John Cage, he's got a very interesting inflection, but yeah.
Well, things are constantly changing, and it gave me a sense of not knowing where I was or where I was going, not being in a firm, known spot.
So this is a huge idea that John Cage talks about in his work a lot, is the notion of indeterminacy, right? And how indeterminacy itself fuels creativity, right? So this whole notion, obviously with fixed laws, there could be nothing coming out of it, right? There's nothing new under the sun, right? But this notion of indeterminacy and creativity being linked, right? And of course he's talking about the atmosphere of the present age, that everything seems to be in motion, everything seems to be accelerating, and that seems to amplify the sense of indeterminacy.
Is an idea now in the air.
Chaos is such a misunderstood word. You see, for many
He said chaos. For the people that are listening, chaos is such a misunderstood word, right? Because I had to like go back. I thought he was saying telos for a second, but then he says chaos. But yeah.
Chaos means disorder. Curiously, chaos as studied in modern science, and many people speak of the new science of chaos. Chaos is a type of order.
Okay, we're gonna come back to that, right? That chaos is a type of order, right? Because of this notion of creativity. Right, that destruction is creative, right?
Like
and of
wild
course,
nature.
Yeah, it goes with the notion of fixed laws that things move in a certain way, but they also change, right, within the framework, right? And that changes the way that those laws themselves function, right? So this is a pretty interesting notion for both technological scope, the view of evolution, the modern world, and the cumulative aspect of our knowledge, right?
It's a type of unstable order in which the temporal sequences are very complex.
So this is so he says chaos is a type of order whose sequences are very complex. Now that's just the teaser, right, for this segment, right? So if you don't know why he said that, right, this is this next 10 minutes or so is set to explain that, right? So yeah, don't worry, don't fret.
Postmodern mind is a mind that has no comprehensive view of reality, and it is taking its cue from science, which has no imageable view of the way nature happens.
The conversation is about
Okay, so he said that the collective view, right, understanding of man is shaped by our methods of scientific inquiry. Right, and that has no definable aspect of what the purpose of man is, just like how Skolomowski was saying, right? So this is a deep-rooted problem, right, that many different intellectuals have noticed, right? And of course, this is the second time we were looking at Houston Smith. We looked at Houston Smith in his debate with Jiddu Krishnamurti earlier, and that was how we met our friend Gabriel, NPC the Game. Right, a very interesting interaction we had that day. I mean, a fated interaction, fated meeting for sure. But hopefully, but
fact of the reality of the society as we see it now on the table, presented by people who are quite capable. We have people who risk madness by trying to make themselves good people. We have people who risk imprisonment by making deals that are not to be made. We are taking artists who risk madness as well by making and objectifying time.
Can we sail the sea of life without a compass and still reach compassion?
So the objectification of time is dual, right? It's one based in the universal aspect of the mechanistic laws of nature, right? But the second quality is by, as our friend Truther Cop was complaining of, right? About the work week, right? About how man organizing his own will to the machine, right?
During 15 years teaching religion and philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Houston Smith's hypothesis was thoroughly tested. An epistemology that aims relentlessly at control rules out the possibility of transcendence.
C'est à construire la structure de la condition initiale, évidemment. Bien sûr. Mais on peut donc étudier quelle est la partie.
Biologist Ilya Prigogine is sometimes...
So along with the objectification of time, right, there's a notion of control, right? And obviously manipulation of nature is part of the sense of control, right? And of course, man is part of nature, right? So it's a manipulation of man at the end of the day.
What are the masks on the wall?
Yeah, I think he's gonna talk about it in a minute, but yeah. He has like all these artifacts, and he explains one in a very interesting way.
Is he trying to say that? Is he trying to say them artifacts are make people look primitive?
I don't think so. I think he's saying that these ancient people had a very advanced notion of space and time. So he goes on to explain what he means by that. But yeah. So it's actually pretty interesting what he says.
Thermodynamics. He works at the Biologist Ilya Prigogine is sometimes referred to as the poet of thermodynamics. He works at the borderline of living and non-living matter, exploring irreversible nonlinear processes, which radically changes our view on space and time. Avant-garde composer and artist John Cage made the silence between notes an essential element of music. 27. Following his growing interest in Eastern philosophies, he became acquainted with Zen Buddhism and the Book of Changes, integrating the element of chance into his work.
So much has changed. Changed in this century from the previous century. Many people still have the ideas of the last century which they've memorized, and not thinking about them, they state them, but when they do, they don't fit our present circumstances. But now we have a different attitude.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because I think we looked at that debate with, we looked at a debate between Andrew Wilson and Mark Reed, right? And he kept pressing him to ask him questions about why the Bible doesn't talk about AI or robots or downloading human consciousness or technology or any of these things, right? He says, where is the Bible on making stances on any of these fundamental problems of our age, right? And
I have a quick question. Can you put the volume up on the video? Because
I'm afraid not. Yeah, I'm afraid not. Yeah, that's as far as it goes, folks. I could put subtitles, but yeah, that's as far as the volume will go. Yeah, I should have put subtitles before. Sorry about that, folks. But yeah, I'm like pausing it every minute to explain what they're saying. But yeah, the notion that the Mark Reed and Wilson were talking about was this notion, right? He kept pressing him on asking him, where is AI and robots and any of these things in the Bible, right? Where does the Bible talk about any of these questions? And he says, well, actually, our whole religious ideas are what led to the scientific revolution, right? And he says to him that actually it was Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas that led us into the scientific revolution, right, of the modern age. So as he's talking about, right, these questions, right, these other notions, right, it's obvious that the religious mode gave birth to the scientific mode. So now we're up Schitt's Creek without a paddle, right? Because the thing is that now, how do we go back? We either need to look at the science, re-examine it under religious consciousness, right? Reject the science because of the loss of religious consciousness, or deal with the problem in an entirely new way, right?
Yeah, Ludwig Klages argues the same thing in the biocentric worldview, that it was the logocentric elements of Christianity that led to the scientific method. Basically, in the Christian worldview, the world was created by a commandment. And so there's a notion that we exist in a state of sin, and we have to reinvent the world to purify ourselves, to escape that sense of sin, meaning to purify ourselves. And so the logocentric elements, the idea that the world was created by a commandment, eventually led to the scientific method with the instruments and the precise calculation. It kind of presumes that. So yeah, Claudius argues that too in biocentric worldview. I think that's interesting.
Yeah. And as we looked at earlier, the notion of world salvation has been hijacked by, the small hats, so that nothing can be done about it at this particular stage other than they're using the pseudo-eschatology of progress to, deal with a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because obviously, Christians, Jews, and Muslims believe it, right? So at this point, right,
Believe what?
Believe that that there's going to be a judgment on the world, right? And also they believe in the notion, right, that if the world doesn't face judgment, right, then in the other sense, right, there's people that believe that we're going to go into some utopian mode, right? So both of those ideas seem to land into each other, right? So this is a problem, right? As we talked about earlier with futurism, right? So just the notion is that we have to look and deal with the fact that, how these ideas are used, their historical value, and whether they should be preserved going forward, right?
In a philosophical manner, you mean?
Of course, because all these things have been hijacked by philosophy, right? So that's the truth about it, right? They've been hijacked by philosophy, and philosophy has been hijacked by science. And there's no one doing.
You're just reading what people think. You don't actually agree with all these people.
Hell no. Hell no. Yeah. Yeah, correctamundo, Rocky. Yeah, I'm simply explaining the problem. And my own ideas are
You read a lot of different philosophers,
right?
And I'm just trying to keep up with what you believe.
Yeah, like I think the first 20 minutes,
anyway.
You know what I mean, or the first hour, if you just see me talking before I read anything or play any videos, that's closest to my own views on things. But yeah. But yeah, let's get up in this. See it.
Comes from these reflections and transparencies and so forth. We realize that each instant is unique, so that we don't have the time to go to those 19th century depths. We have to be in the immediacy of the present moment.
So that's the other idea, right? Immediacy in terms of space and indeterminacy in terms of time, right? So both immediacy and indeterminacy, right? Having a dialectical relation, right? To give the mirage of semblance of ideas in the modern world, right?
Of the present moment.
One object which is found since 5,000 years before Christ is this strange object which has this round cylindrical form embedded in a square. And this seems to be the first representation which we find of space-time, because time is circular. Time has no beginning, has no end, like the motion of the sun rising periodically. And that is an idea which is found in many civilizations, that time is represented by a circle. And the square are the four directions of space: north, south, east, west. And therefore, it is time crossing space. Now, time crossing space is obviously space-time.
The new physics, it has given us.
Yeah, Rocky, you're muted.
Oh, I was just saying that PC held in his hand. It looked a lot
Yeah.
like a PVC connector that I use when I connect two pipes together.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, the whole notion of squaring the circle and
Square and circle.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
And
see,
the notion of
when
space and
you have
time.
when you have a hydraulic hose, you have to put a wrench on it, so it's usually like a square nut, and then it's circles
Right.
inside of it.
That's interesting, yeah. Yeah. So it could be that they had some type of ancient technology as well, right? But that already underlies the notion that they understand basic physics and space time and all that stuff, right? So they could put together.
It really looked like a connector. Maybe it was connecting two cylinder, some like pipes. It looked like a pipe connector. It really did. But maybe theirs was better. Maybe it was made of rock. They were and it was more permanent, like Roman. I mean, Rome, they had so much tech. They built buildings that we can't hardly build now.
It's so weird because I've been gone for a few weeks, and then like what you guys are talking about now is exactly what I've been like thinking about for the last week or so. Like, because I watched this documentary, and it was talking about like primitive people and how they had a different relationship with time, and how possibly like that was our first indoctrination, like, and we're assuming that because time is real, that all of these other physical laws work a certain way. But if you take that out of it, that might not be the case, and it might just be our illusion.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm thinking that, like, in time past, people built higher quality shit. Didn't make it out of, like you buy stuff now, it's all fucking junk. But I remember back in the 1800s, this shit would be like brass, there was, like a clock or something. It's like,
I'll go rescue hardwood furniture off of a curb any day and refurbish it.
So I'm thinking maybe during the millennial reign of Christ, their technology was so advanced, they made stone pipes, probably in height, because I just put a hydraulic system off my creek, I'm using 6-inch PVC pipe, and I got to be really careful when I bury it because it might break it or something. It's under pressure, and it's got to hold the pressure till it gets to the bottom. And so I was thinking, man, I was looking at the Roman water aqueducts, the way they ran water. They could have made power off of hydros, just like they probably did some kind. Because them star forts, you heard of them star forts where they use water.
Yep.
And they use bells, and they use the inside of the cathedrals as like healing. We're like this bell right here, like this bell that I got. Use it for healing, and then those cathedrals were built, and we can't even reproduce that crap now. And if we did, you know, and they called that the Dark Ages. And so I don't believe people when they try to say that men were primitive and or something.
Couldn't it be possible that it's due to aliens or some other beings that influenced or directed mankind rather than rejecting evolution outright? Though?
No, I don't believe in aliens either.
You don't have to believe in something for it to be true, though.
Oh, so this is an alien channel?
No, I mean the people there with different views, though. But in
I mean,
general,
you guys are waiting for high-tech aliens.
In general,
I think they may all be correct.
The Anunnaki? The
Yeah,
Anunnaki?
I'm neutral on aliens. I'm no on evolution. I'm yes on devolution.
Devolution.
Yeah.
Shit.
So that's where I'm at. And I'm yes on God for sure. So so that's kind of where I'm at so far. Right. And I have complex reasons to back up my ideas, right, or whatever. Let's just put it that way for now. I mean, right, and not as much as I can know to make conclusive statements about those ideas, right? So I'm willing to conversate, right? So yeah, definitely. But yeah.
I can conversate with you whenever you're in the mood. I don't want to interrupt what you're doing now because I still respect you with our disagreements. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, I think if there's going to be evolution, it definitely has to be at the very least, a sort of creative evolution. I mean,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So,
That's what I lean towards. That's what I lean towards.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the whole situation, like I said earlier, like nature without a telos, like nah, you ain't gonna do evolution that way. I mean, it's just totally untenable. But yeah, with it, possible.
Yeah, that's what I agree with. That's why I like the third way of evolution and why I've been exploring them more. And I would like to one day, host them or try to support that movement. I do think they're in the right direction, but they are getting a lot of heat and a lot of attacks. The third way, but the third way basically tries to reintroduce agency and creativity as being intrinsic in nature. You see what I mean? Because the modern synthesis is all about destroying agency and destroying creativity in nature. So the third way is probably an attempt to bring back the more anti-mechanistic thought.
That sounds close to Skrbina.
Of course it is. Yes, I actually emailed him that question. He didn't respond, but yeah, the third way is very, very interesting. Yeah, there's a lot you can read about third way. One is Scott Turner. He wrote this book called Purpose and Desire. It's anti-mechanistic. I read that, and then I also read some Dennis Noble. I like Dennis Noble also. I read, I think, Understanding Living Systems. Then I also read, let me think, Biocivilizations. Now that one is my favorite, but it's very tense. I wrote a very good review on Biocivilization by Predrag. I cannot pronounce his last name because I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name. But yeah, I like his book a lot. But yeah, the third way basically
yeah, I think it's like Sledjevic or if I had to guess, it's like be something like that. But yeah,
like Polish or something.
Yeah, it's definitely a Polish dude. But yeah, Vandana Shiva wrote the foreword. I looked it up or something like that. But yeah, so if you guys look into it, it's interesting.
But it's quick. He's Serbian, though. He's Serbian.
Yeah, interesting.
Well, sort of close.
Yeah, I think Skrbina is Slovenian. So yeah.
Not yet a different metaphor for reality, but none.
So
the new physics.
So look what he just said. He said he's paralleling the ideas that Skolimowski is saying. So this must be an idea that was around at the time. The new physics.
It has given us not yet a different metaphor for reality, but none.
None.
Reality in nature itself has become so strange that the technical word, it is counterintuitive. We can no longer imagine what nature is like. We can say that modern science showed us that our senses are false witnesses. My senses tell me this arm of the chair is solid. No, there's vastly more space than matter here. My senses tell me that it's static. Wrong again. Science said it's actually a hive of activity in which electrons are circling nuclei a million billion times a second, something like that. But postmodern science, or the quantum mechanics, is saying something more disturbing. It's saying not only are our senses false witnesses, but our imagination is a false instrument in the sense that it cannot conform to the way, cannot image the way in which nature actually is. Matter that is both wave and particle, we can't imagine that.
There was a conflict between
So what he's saying is that this idea that we're going beyond the physical world, right? Science does not point to a firm foundation of what we can know, but it points to what can't actually be figured out at all, right? So it's actually us figuring out our own ignorance, right? So the whole notion of science does not illuminate our place in the world, right? He's saying, but it gives this sense of indeterminacy, right? So science does in the sense of accumulating scientific knowledge, right? It makes it more open-ended what the world can be like, right? So as we find out more about the world around us, we find out less about ourselves, right? So the whole question eludes us, the question of know thyself, right? And as he's saying, as the science shows that the senses are falsified witnesses, right, to the external reality, right, then it shows, right, that the reason is a falsified, or the imagination is a falsified aspect of the internal scope of the world, right? And so what we're left with is to go both beyond our senses and beyond reason, right?
I got a question.
Yeah.
You believe this guy?
No.
Because he just said that this ain't.
Oh yeah,
really...
I believe that. I believe that 100%.
Oh,
chair's not there. Chair's not there, Rocky.
Or scientism? Is this scientism? Kind of like a religion? Not science.
He's doubting scientific notions.
I have to believe what he believes, that this ain't here. And if I don't believe in science. Is that what you're saying? Or is he some kind of religious scientism?
No, what he's saying. No, what he's saying is that science tells us that the chair is not there, and counter distinction to our own reasoning and method of determining what's going on around us. So he's saying that the science needs to be reevaluated.
I think he's just on a different Zoom level, like macro, micro,
He's questioning science. He's questioning the scientific notions of the world. Do you have a problem with that?
I think matter is mostly empty space. I think that is true. And I think that atoms are always in motion and vibration, and it appears to be still from our viewpoint, but it's not.
All I'm saying is I can't reproduce what he's saying is true, but he's just saying something that, is he going to reproduce that? Like make something out of nothing? Like mostly nothing and really,
think of a helium balloon. It's like it floats at first, and then like some of the tiny little atoms of helium are able to escape through the.
Okay, I always thought science was reproducible. Like you can.
That is
reproducible. You can do an experiment, reproduce it. Science, and then
that is. Yeah.
Now he's saying that this chair is mostly nothing. It's mostly empty space.
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, but the fact is that, right, in order for shit to be like, look at fish in the ocean, right? The reason why fish can swim is because there's fucking water, right? So the air is thicker than the shit that's holding the fucking that's held in the fucking air, right? It just has to be true, right? It seems counterintuitive, but it's just factual, right? So like if you look at like the world, right? You look around, right? It's not mostly stuff; it's mostly space, right? Even now, if you
Yeah,
look
yeah.
around you,
So it's like that. Now we're getting into cosmology.
exactly.
Different zoom level.
Exactly. That's what he's saying. He's saying that science is trying to talk about cosmology when it's not supposed to.
Oh, it's not talking about it. Should be talking about micro, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So yeah.
I think that I think they're wrong in the sense that you can't say it's empty space, but that it's plasma. It's misleading, I think.
Ether might actually be real.
Well, I
maybe.
thought science was like fact, not theory.
Not anymore. That's that's a fact, right? It's the reason is because they the shit they figured out with the science is like the last dude said. It questions what we can know. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, like science isn't making our assumptions about the world
Yeah.
any fucking clearer.
Yeah, I agree with you on one thing, that these some of you people that are waiting for like aliens, I believe, yes, there are a type of aliens like spiritual forces that is like repeating history with this AI control shit, because we found out that they used it in ancient times, and I don't believe that it was aliens from outer space or whatever, but aliens from under the dome or whatever. And
Interdimensional creatures.
yeah, they're called extraterrestrial. That just means inside the dome. It doesn't mean outside in space. They're on Earth, spirits, and they can help with I call it forbidden knowledge. Like they'll help AI if it's like there's forbidden knowledge, and like this is kind of like repeat. It's like a repeat. This has already happened before. It's like they use the same MOS, these fallen angels and shit, spirits. So but this guy, some of these guys are materialists. I know they don't believe in spirits, maybe, and but they'll believe in aliens from outer space, but they won't believe in like demon spirits. That
Yeah, Kurzweil. What's the deal, bro?
I mean, I'm open to that possibility, but I still, like there are certain things, like I'm not saying that science has figured out everything, the interpretive lens and the assumptions really determine how you understand things, but I do accept stuff like Earth being round and, just evolution, and not in the materialist sense, and then I accept like basic stuff, I mean, like the basic facts, but I don't take that as totalitizing, what I mean? Because you can interpret it in a many different ways, what I mean? Like, it depends on your metaphysical assumptions, that's what I mean. I basically lean towards, Skolamovsky, basically, I think so. I do lean towards beliefs like that, Skolamovsky and Skrbina. I do lean towards Skrbina, generally speaking. But I do have some, minor divergences from Skrbina, but in general, I work from that framework. But I do respect the traditionalist school, like Evola. I do respect Evola. I mean, I do respect that. I think there are many ways you can converge on anti-mechanism. There are many different directions you can go to converge on anti-mechanism.
See, and I think Earth is all the shapes simultaneously.
well, they came up with the notion using numbers. It's like what do they call it? Using numbers to
Goimatria.
hypnotize people with numbers. Like, oh,
Jesuit Machia.
Yeah. Even algebra, all that shit.
Math is not settled either, regardless of what they would like you to believe.
That's the
So they tell
problem,
you
really, is
evolve.
that they use a like a falsified math and logic to try to understand nature, right? So I think that is the real problem. Is that you know is you know the problem starts with the way they understand math and logic, and not just the way they and have this empirical understanding of the world. You know, as he said, the senses being falsified. But yeah.
And let me make an example to explain stuff. You know, let's say you're studying a plant, okay, and you're like analyzing the plant. You're looking at all of its mechanisms, the tropism, blah blah blah. And the scientists do that, and they say the plant is not intelligent. You know, how do they know the plant is not intelligent? You know, that depends on your set of assumptions. And a vitalist would probably, you know, you can be a vitalist and a good scientist. I don't see the problem with that. You know, they would say the plant is intelligent. It has an inner drive, the plant. No, but
They've
that plant
never
is
met an
actually
acacia tree because acacia trees can kill animals that are overgrazing them by bumping up their toxicity, and they communicate with each other by releasing basically like pheromones that the other ones downwind can detect, and they bump up their toxicity in response to it. It's like that's intelligence.
exactly
So
different. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's I actually talked
see
about
this-
that a bit in a previous
See this
conversation.
apple? You see this apple?
Yeah, I
That's a
see it.
tiny apple. What the hell?
It's a tiny apple.
It's like the world's
I have an
tiniest
orchid.
apple.
It's for
I got it for
juice.
my birthday.
It's a juice apple. Eventually, it'll only get about this big. It's perfect to put down a blender. It makes beautiful juice. It's best to harvest after the first freeze. And it softens them up, and it's a juice apple, especially I'm in Washington State. We have all kinds of apple trees. This is a juice apple. Anyway, my point was the seed inside is anti-parasitic. And so the seed will fall to the ground, and because it's anti-parasitic, nothing will eat it unless, you know, well, animals, they don't like it too much, but they like this. And it's good to eat seeds once in a while because they are anti-parasitic. All I'm saying is that's what keeps this apple healthy, is the fact that worms don't like, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know, something.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I never heard of that.
It's smart. It's smart. They got smart parasites too, so watch out. They got parasites that can get into you, and they mess with your brain.
Well, and they don't core most apples whenever they press them for like the juice that you get at the store. And it actually does have a significant amount of toxicity. Like you shouldn't give it to babies, like regular apple juice.
Did I tell you one of my theories, machine lies? You remember the Bible talks about ate from the apple of the knowledge of good and evil? My theory is that it was a rotten apple, had a worm in it, and Satan is nothing but a worm, a parasite in your brain. So when he ate the rotten apple, the worm went to his brain, and it's kind of like Satan is now. It's like in your brain. You follow Satan. I would advise people to deworm once in a while.
Yeah, parasite cleanses are necessary.
But, I think the best way to do parasite cleanse is with black walnut tincture, wormwood, and cloves. Right?
And you can also have dolomite, like food grade dolomite. Works really well.
I
And
chew
there's
one of
also
these.
raw
I chew
pumpkin
one of
seed.
these once a
Raw pumpkin
day.
seed.
Chew one of these once a day.
And a fast might not be a bad idea. Periodically.
Yeah, I just got up. 3-day fast. Just got up.
That's good. I do one usually every 3 months.
Do you know
With
that
just pomegranate
the-
seeds and
Big
water.
Pharma used to say parasites are good for you. Big Pharma
Yeah, I know.
used
They
to
used to also
Big
give you
Pharma,
tapeworms as weight loss pills.
Rockefeller. Rockefeller. You know Rockefeller when
Yes, I know. I know about Rockefeller, Medicine Man, and I know
and the
Mercola. I used
medical,
to be deep into Mercola.
yeah, where they said eat 3 meals a day. You shouldn't
I
eat
only eat
3
one.
meals a day, people.
One and a snack, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Or
this
maybe
whole idea.
5 meals a week or something.
Yeah, but that's interesting with the apple and the acacia tree. And yeah, I mean, the whole idea here, I mean, yeah, you could know how many, seeds are in the apple, but now how many apples are in the seed? I mean, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people. I think that's Ken Kesey.
We can't imagine that.
There was a conflict between, on one side, the physicists who said time is an illusion. On the other hand, the philosophers, or everybody, I mean, just any human being, for whom time is a fundamental dimension, the basic existential dimension. And this is a question which people have asked since the start of rational thought. Now, in modern quantum mechanics, based on Schrödinger, Heisenberg, Dirac, and so on, the basic equation presents a law. There are no events on the basic level. In the orthodox Copenhagen interpretation,
So he's affirming one of the points that Skolimowski is moving, that the whole concept of a law takes out the temporal dimension, right, from the very aspect of nature, right? So he's saying that by understanding things as laws, there's no events, right? So for the people that are hearing this, right, so he's drawing a dialectic between a law and an event, and why science needs events in order to determine laws, but the events seem to show that the laws are changing, right? So
Well,
so
that's
there's a
the law of uncertainty. Oh,
yeah, we were talking about that before. I think
When he says event, a causal event. What kind of event?
Yeah.
A causal event. Something that caused something. It's the event that caused something. Which event?
yeah. Which thing that started what thing? Because it goes on backwards and forwards infinitely. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I understand.
Yeah, so he's saying
there's got to be a creation.
Exactly. Creation is an example of an event, right? The scientific theory cannot include, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting, isn't it, right?
creating the events by measuring something. So we come again to the idea that we are perturbing a timeless universe. And that is something which is very difficult to believe for me. And that is the reason why I have developed recently a theory in which the events are due to the instability of the dynamics itself and not to the measuring process which introduces a subjectivistic element into the theory.
Art may be the last place that anyone has to
bomb dropper right there. I
exercise
mean,
their active
holy
discovery.
smokes.
So for that reason, I don't have to.
So in other words, what he just said is that maybe the idea of, the laws themselves changing by us measuring them through events is actually the indeterminacy within the events themselves, and our encapsulation of them, instead of, the subjectivity, right, of those various modes of gathering the information, right? So he's saying that the indeterminacy is in the dynamics itself, right? So yeah, it's very interesting. Let me run that back one more time because it's a
They always
very
blame it
interesting
on.
idea.
They blame everything on subjectivity. They can't. They
Right.
can't take the proof of the Word of God. If the Word of God says something, that's you're subjective. That's your world.
Well,
Does
both
Nietzsche
things can be
argue something
true.
similar?
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Does Nietzsche argue something
There's no
similar
such
to what
thing.
you were talking about? I think he does, though, right?
It's like there's no such thing as subjectivity or what?
Yeah, do you mean through eternal recurrence, Avian Buddha?
No, I mean like how his perspectivism and his idea of like the inner vitalistic will to power.
Right. Yeah, yeah, that could be very much related. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, he was definitely against like objectivism, like materialism, scientism, all those ideas, right? Utilitarianism, all those modes.
That
Yeah.
last two words in that sentence, orthodox coin. What does coin mean?
Like that means that they basically thought of this idea,
Made in like a new, like I coined a word.
Yeah. Yeah, like they said, like there's just these natural laws and they had no beginning. Right? So, you know what I mean? Like so and they have no change, right? They're fixed, right? So he's saying that that can't be true, right? Because that would mean that we're perturbing time itself every time we measure something, right? But he's saying that that's obviously not true. So what actually should be true is that there's a actual indeterminacy in the nature of those laws, right? Which is a I just thought, it's mind-blowing stuff. I mean, honestly, if you don't like it, you don't like it. If it's not your cup of tea, but yeah, but yeah, I definitely
They
think it's
measuring time is like they always like to measure time as like long distance, like everything was billions and like history is 50,000 years ago and shit. How the fuck they know it was 50,000 years ago? They make all this shit up and then measurements and these measurements of billions of years, light years away. What's a fucking light year?
How far
Shit.
light can travel in one Earth year? That's what a light year is.
Okay.
At its
they tell us
constant
they tell
rate.
us the stars. They tell us the stars are billions and billions and billions of light years away. I don't believe them. I think they're closer than what they say.
I think it's not really that important, really.
Well, scientists just make shit up. That's all they do. Well, 50,000 years ago, men lived in a cave, and we all know whatever. Fuck that shit.
Right. But yeah, this is the bomb diggity. This statement here. Check this out.
Interpretation via creation presents a law. There are no events on the basic level. In the Orthodox Copenhagen interpretation, via creating the
It says coin there, but he said Orthodox Copenhagen interpretation. But yeah.
events by measuring something. So we come again to via creating the events by measuring something. So we come again to the idea that we are perturbing a timeless universe. And that is something which is very difficult to believe for me. And that is the reason why I have developed recently a theory in which the events are due to the instability of the dynamics itself and not to the measuring process which introduces a subjectivistic element into the theory.
Boom. Right. So yeah, one part of that is the idea that they're isolating part of nature and then redefining it, right, in terms of the temporal element, right? So they're saying that from this moment to this moment, the elapsing of this time and cutting off this space from the rest of, nature, right? So so these isolated moments that they're trying to analyze, right, are abbreviations of the real picture, right?
Yeah, believe it or not, but Frederick Younger in The Failure of Technology says the exact same thing. He calls it lifeless time. And he says no two moments are alike, but the thing is that the scientific method, they treat moments as being alike, but Frederick Younger argues the same thing in The Failure of Technology. It is a good book. I recommend looking it up.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I know you quote you quoted that book extensively in the Discord, and yeah, those are some interesting quotes for sure. But yeah, I was trying to because obviously ellul quotes him a lot, so yeah, ellul was very aware of his theories. But yeah, it's interesting.
Art may be the last place that anyone has to exercise their act of discovery. So for that reason, I don't have to say anything.
What the hell? This guy looks like he could be like Rocky's dad or something. It's so interesting. Like, is this what your dad looks like, Rocky? I mean, this guy.
As to what my work means, because I wouldn't want to interrupt that act of discovery.
Ilya Prigozhin, then, what do you most bring with you that you want people to know now?
Again,
away?
we have not been struck for showing this show, but like, where the fuck did they organize this motherfucking panel? This is a really top level panel, even right? This is a definitely some pogo.
Is that a
Event.
fake beard? Is that a fake beard? That don't even look real. Has he got a wig on? He's trying to look. He's got gray hair, trying to make him look smart or something. With
Yeah,
glasses
that definitely looks like a wig. Yeah, that's a good catch. Yeah.
Oh my
Stealth
god!
machinations, stealth panel.
Before our discussion.
Well, one of the reasons why I accepted this invitation is
These
the
guys are
feeling
Italian,
that
right?
there
Some
is
of them.
I don't know. Prigozhin, I actually don't know where he's from, but yeah.
And then you have some, I don't know, typical fucking.
He sounds Austrian.
Yeah.
accepted this invitation is the feeling that there is in general, a misconception about science, and especially about the present role of science.
He's Belgian.
In the last
Yeah,
decade,
this guy is
Very
French or
nice.
Belgian, for sure.
But yeah, he's no lies detected so far. There's a huge misconception, huge misapprehension about the motherfucking role of science in the modern society.
it's is entering a new period. We are living a kind of second Copernican revolution. And most of the criticism which I heard, even during these movies, about science is directed to a science which is no more our science. I would like to say that an equally important contribution is coming from what's called non-equilibrium or classical mechanics, because this has led to the rediscovery of time. And time is really, as Eddington once wrote, the bridging point between spirituality and matter.
More than on anything else, the future of civilization depends on how the two most powerful forces in history, namely science on the one hand and religion on the other, how these two most powerful forces in history settle into relationship with each other. I think they have been in a very poor relationship, inadequate, ill-conceived relationship for a number of centuries now.
I would not oppose science and religion. I feel this is a little in the past, I would say. I consider personally, first of all, that Western science has as origin a theology. It's just opposite
So
from
what they're talking about,
Western
can I
science.
ask you something?
Yeah,
because
definitely.
he brought up some kind of that this came from Italian, like this Italian Renaissance. Is this the Italian Renaissance they're speaking of when they get they're like,
I think he was talking about Copernicus. So yeah,
oh fuck, we know that's fake as hell. That's
Copernicus, Galileo. I mean, but he's saying, but he's saying that we're in a new Copernican revolution because of the physics, right? So he's saying that what they were trying to do in the time of Copernicus, right? That's what they're trying to do now. So whether or not you believe in Copernicus or not, right? I think his point still stands, right? Because the whole idea of relativistic physics, right, going against the Newtonian physics, right? That's simply what he's talking about, right? So he's saying in science, right? And then he's saying for the past several centuries, our understanding of science is ill-conceived, right? The first guy said, well, this is because science and religion oppose each other. And he says, actually, it's the theological framework that brought science into fruition in the first place, in the way that we're imagining it today, right? And that's actually true, because as we were talking about, right, it was the ideas, right? Obviously of the 16th and 17th century, right, that talked about, like how we link the two concepts of futurism together, right? The religious concept and the artistic concept. But yeah.
Yeah. Also, can I read a relevant quote? Like,
sure.
Let me read the relevant quote. Where did I put that quote? I'll find it in 1 second. Yeah, it's a very good quote. It kind of ties into all of this, but also shows that the field of neuroscience is largely based on false conceptions. Oh yeah, okay, here it is. Okay, so this is the perfect way to understand everything. Neuroscientists tend to begin with physicalist bias, but I'm going to read this passage. It's like 5-6 sentences, but it ties into everything. I am a neuroscientist, and so 99% of the time I behave like a materialist, acknowledging that the mind is real but fully dependent on the brain. But we don't actually know this. See, a neuroscientist is telling you we don't know that the mind is fully dependent on the brain. You believe that? We really don't. We assume our sense of will is a causal result of neurochemical processes in our brain. But this is a leap of faith. Perhaps the brain is something like a complex radio receiver that integrates consciousness signals that float around in some form. Perhaps one part of the visual cortex is important for decoding bandwidth that contains motion consciousness, and another part of the brain is critical to decoding bandwidth that contains our will. So damage to brain regions may alter our ability to express certain kinds of conscious experience, rather than being the causal source of consciousness itself. So there's a neuroscientist here saying that we don't actually know that the brain is the causal source of consciousness. I don't actually believe the radio metaphor of the brain, but I think something like it could account for all of our findings. It is unfalsifiable, which is a big no-no in science, but so is the materialist view. It is also unfalsifiable. So the point I'm making is the materialist, mechanistic view is also unfalsifiable. And that guy at least admitted that. He admitted that. It was from Lieberman 2012. But yeah, the materialistic, mechanistic view is unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable. It's like the assumption that guides many scientists.
There's quite a bit of evidence actually in recently too that is the case, that it's not just your brain that is responsible for your consciousness.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I had to have some spiritual experiences that push in that direction. That
Me too.
Right?
Me too.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Was created in the 70s. It's just opposite from what people believe.
Yeah, go ahead, Rocky.
Well, if your heart stops, you die. But if you go into a coma, usually deals with a brain injury. You get a brain injury, you go into a coma, and you're unconscious, but your heart's still beating. You're still alive, but you wake up 20 years later and you don't know. You thought you just went to sleep because you had a head injury. Now, if you cut your foot off, you're not now your heart pumped.
Oh shit, there you go. I think it's because I turned my cam on, honestly. I think it's when we both turned our cams on. Yeah. Shit.
I should turn my camera off.
Yeah, say what you were saying again. You were in the middle of some shit.
Anyway, I was saying they're trying to say that they don't think it's the brain. Science hasn't proven that the brain has to do with the conscience. But if you get a brain injury, that's when you go unconscious. Not if you get your hand cut off or, so I don't understand. These are scientists that are rejecting that the brain has to do with the conscience, that it's something else. I know the brain is not the soul and all that, but I mean, It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
mean that's
I don't know.
enough to make it work, because if your brain and heart can die and you still have a soul that lives on, that's enough, right? You already doubted all that shit. But yeah, you mean but yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question,
You know what
Rocky.
I'm saying though? Isn't that true though?
Can I ask Rocky a quick question? Yeah, Rocky, do you
Yeah.
think the soul
Go ahead.
has an experiential dimension? Does the soul have an experiential dimension?
I'm not saying that your conscious has that if you're unconscious you can go like I would call it your spirit, but I don't know. There's maybe when your spirit leaves your body, you might have a some kind of experience, but I think you're conscious when you're awake and conscious. Your brain, if you get a head injury and someone knocks you out, it's because he hit your brain, not because he hit your foot or something. But yeah, I know you can. I believe that we're not just physical, we are spiritual. And so you could possibly get knocked out and your spirit could go somewhere out of your body.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah.
But
so that would be a yes in terms of experientiality, but
yeah.
First of all, that Western science has origin in theology. It's just opposite from what people believe. Western science was created in the 17th century and was spelled out very clearly by Leibniz. In the
he said it's spelled out very clearly by Leibniz. But yeah.
Leibniz views,
The 17th century, right?
Right. That's
So
when Leibniz was writing, yeah.
Which is a
That's the
1600.
1600s, yeah. Oh, that's probably 1666.
Yeah, exactly. Because around that time, Spinoza got exiled from the community in Amsterdam, right? And also that's when Shabbatai Zevi was most active, right? As we know, Queen Christina of Sweden, that was one of his main supporters, right? Was basically she basically funded Descartes, right, and other such philosophers, right? So it's pretty interesting. The same people who supported Shabbatai Zevi, they supported, the false Jewish Messiah. So this whole idea of messianism is closely linked to the idea of futurism, as I was saying earlier. Right?
Leibniz was turning 20 years old in June of 1666.
Interesting. But yeah. So there you go, Rocky. Yeah, especially, yeah, true. Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? When I have my modern philosophy book, actually, if you go to page 666, it's the Monadology by Leibniz. So I don't know why they chose that fucking page, but yeah, dude.
The Leibniz views essentially science had to bring men closer to the knowledge of God.
Yeah, so he said science had to bring men closer to the knowledge of God. That's especially true, right? That's why they started to do science, right? So
that's what Satan would say. That's what Satan would say.
Well,
these guys are supposed to...
Well, don't you think they tried to understand God through science, and that is a satanic enterprise?
Exactly.
So that's what they're saying. So you fucking agree with them, dude.
Oh, I do.
You just don't understand what the fuck they're saying. There's two different things. But yeah.
Sorry.
Sagemon.
We love you anyways, Rocky.
No, but yeah, they're critiquing science this whole time. All right, so yeah, so let's not get confused here, Rick.
Of God.
I'm not a scientist, right? I'm looking at the philosophy of science. That's what we're looking at here. Yeah.
Men closer to the knowledge of God. The idea was that for God, there is no difference between past, future, present. Everything is there eternally. And therefore, the scientists had to eliminate time. That is the reason why time was excluded, I would say, from classical science, basic science. Therefore, after having excluded time, essentially science became a kind of mechanism. And there was a kind of opposition. Do we still need this godlike behavior, or can we simply do with a universe which is a kind of automaton? And what Joseph Needham, my friend Joseph Needham, mentioned always is what he calls the Western schizophrenia, which he says is oscillating between a world as an automaton or a world ruled by a theology. And we are all astonished. We are astonished by this world, which is so, I would say, rich.
And I think actually Rocky demonstrated the point quite clearly, right? If you believe in the religious understanding, you can't believe in the scientific understanding, right? So, I mean, I think he's right. I mean, right, that, you know, the scientists don't understand. They're shooting themselves in the foot by painting this picture of the world, right? That's totally mechanistic, right? And they're therefore limiting themselves, right? But yeah, you know, certain ideas, right? So what he just brought forward, right? And then also, you know, somebody like me or somebody like Rocky's suspicion of the scientists, right? So, you know what I mean?
think simultaneity is challenging, but it's not impossible. But yeah, most people don't have the capacity to hold both.
Well, look at this. This is the question, right? Who's more right? Is it Houston Smith, right, who's saying that our religion emerged from our that science has gone beyond religion, or is a Prigozhin right, that it's our scientific view came out of our religious view, right? And then that tells us a lot, because what's also interesting is that the whole scientific worldview came out of one part of the world, right, which is European society, right? So it has its origins, right? Not only temporally speaking, but spatially. So yeah.
I care more about what is true than who is right, personally.
I was just thinking that the Renaissance is they celebrate the Renaissance, which was in the, you know, the 1600s, 1500s, and I'm finding out that that's the period that they were preparing for Satan to be loosed from the pit. So it accumulated in the 1700s. 1776 is when, because when Christ was ruling for 1,000 years, there were still nations that didn't, you know, believe, you know, they were still people, because it was during the millennial reign. He's reigning over people still, and they can still sin, and they can still reject Christ. And so these people were planning this science thing to overtake scriptures. Science is better than scriptures, is what they were trying to. It was just a plot that they were planning to do, and it culminated in the 1776 is my theory.
Yeah, that's the next thing. Yeah, that's the next thing we're actually going to look at is this plot. I mean, right? But yeah, it's interesting that you said that. I totally agree.
And it's curious that they celebrate that year 1666 type years.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Which is so, I would say, rich, so varied, so different from this automaton which classical science had imagined. And this is, of course, one of the, I would say, driving force in creating a new.
So it's saying that there's a schizophrenia between the view that the bird is on, that the bird is an automaton and the bird is created by God.
A new dialogue with nature. But I would not like to call it necessarily a religion. I would like to call it more community with the universe, belonging, having an interaction with the universe, feeling that we have not to think about the universe as our property, but to feel how we are emerging out of this universe. At some points in the history of religion, you had religions which were centered outside the universe. And at some point, we have religions which are more, I would say, the universe as a whole, more pantheistic views.
the Australian Aborigines, the American Indians, all traditional cultures hold that the world is basically a spiritual habitat, that it is infused with spirit, that it emanates from a source that is wondrous, mysterious, greater than we are, and by rub-off from this
This is some of Houston Smith's perennialism seeping through the discussion here, right? So he believes that all religions are one, and that the natives pray to a great spirit and all this type of stuff. But obviously they have nuanced views of how we interrelate with nature and the spirit and all this stuff. What's important to realize is that they did believe in the spirit and nature, right? But does that mean that other views are incapable of seeing the world as a spiritual vessel? Of course not, right? So
you know what they also used to believe in? You know what else they all used to believe in?
Let me guess. Gay stuff.
No. The Earth
Well, they
was a
did,
plane. It was flat. The Earth was flat with a dome over it.
Oh,
maybe it was. Maybe it was then. I don't. Maybe
They
it
used to
still
believe
is there
that.
somewhere.
Then Copernicus and
dome
who
flew
else?
away.
Newton. When was that? 1600s. Them fucking liars. They started that lie, the spinning ball.
We don't know.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know if you ever heard of Rising Earth. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 plus Knuckles. I mean, yeah.
What's his name? Zenetic Warrior.
Yeah.
And Nastosh, they came up with that theory. That was just, there's a lot of trolls in the flat earth thing.
Yeah, why? Because they're using science to reinterpret the Bible, right? So there's gotta be who involved and all types of things. I mean, right? So yeah.
I don't know who. Who's
been using? Let me just give you a clue. Who's been using science to reinterpret the Bible for 2,000 years? Okay, let's just leave it at that.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of who's, but
right, but I mean, only one group of people has really had access to it for that long. But, but
true.
Well, from this origin, the world itself is, Max Weber used the phrase, an enchanted garden. And every little stone, leaf, reflects the glory, one might say, of the great spirit or the ultimate mystery.
Rousseau said, all nature is a harmony. That always seemed to be a dubious proposition. Are we now of the opinion that nature is not a harmony?
No, there's a harmony in chaos.
Chaos is such a misunderstood word. You see, for many people, chaos means disorder. Curiously, chaos as studied in modern science, and many people speak of the new science of chaos. Chaos is a type of order. It's a type of unstable order in which the temporal sequences are very complex.
now, when he's getting that ridiculous in his phraseology, I think he might as well just say that chaos doesn't exist, right? But like true chaos, right? But
I think
yeah,
he's confusing it with entropy, because like entropy is disorder.
well, he definitely thinks that entropy, that there's a problem with entropy.
I think there is too.
Yeah, so that's one of his great achievements. Let's say, right? And why he's been like really prized by people like Skolimowski and McKenna and all these other people. I mean, obviously McKenna was a Discordian, right? So he highly prized the idea of chaos, right? So it's fascinating, right? But yeah, what he's saying is that that dissipative structures or something like that, that change that is maintained far from a point of equilibrium, that new patterns emerge from that, right? So he's shown like in mathematics and physics how that is true, right, or whatever. So this idea of new information coming into the system, right, goes against the notion of entropy in some sizable fashion, right, and points more
Yeah.
towards notions like creative evolution and all these ideas that people like Skolimowski are theorizing, right? So,
Well, and I think the main problem is they don't know that seeming and being are different.
yeah, hold on. Yeah, actually, that is a good idea because we got this next thing from Origin. So yeah, let me yeah, I will make Origin a mod later because he's been on the panel, and also we got to make Avian a mod. But yeah, people who come on the panel, they get automatic modship or whatever. I mean, because you know, I mean, how many people do we actually talk to out of the people in the chat? You know, it's a pretty rare event. But yeah, but yeah.
You see, our classical idea
Oh yeah, that's it. By the way. Yeah, this idea.
in modern science.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it with this video. So yeah, let me actually go. Then I can actually move
Yeah,
to
one
the
thing I
chat.
want to say is that, you know, I really hate the scientists who go like, oh, philosophy is not important. But you are using philosophical assumptions, you know, and those are unfalsifiable. And so I think philosophy has the most importance in this day and age, you know, especially as we're dealing with unprecedented problems like mass surveillance and other crap like that. So philosophy is really, really, really important. I would say it's above scientific inquiry, way above scientific inquiry, philosophy.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dicey situation there. I mean, I kind of see what you're saying, but I think that if we had to measure which one has been more destructive to humanity, science or philosophy, you know, let's phrase it that way. I think it's a real toss-up. I think philosophy's done a number on people. I mean,
Also, you cannot derive values from science. I mean, it's just pure
Yeah.
instrumentality, technique. But philosophy can give you values, and it can give you more ways of like, you know, forming communities and more ways of, you know, like it's just more important, philosophy. If I were more well off, I would have done philosophy degree instead of STEM degrees. You know, that's just
yeah. Yeah, what I usually put as the 4, I put 4. Right, and I say theology, right, philosophy, technology instead of science, right, because it's more honest, right, and then history, right. So I think everybody should have robust conceptions of those 4 things, or they will be taken fucking advantage of, most likely, right, because you're not capable of doing critical thinking, right, because somebody is going to figure out those things for you. And that's a bad deal in the situation that we're in, right? So those are 4 things that I'm trying to get people to think critically about, right? Just on this program, right? But yeah, and there's no organizations or you know, influence behind those reflections. They're 100% just from me surfing on the internet, reading in books, and you know, talking to thinkers and scholars and people who follow different religious outlooks and yeah, all of that type of stuff. Right. So we're not part of any organization online. Right. And yeah, here's some music for you guys, and then we'll continue to look at some of the history of scientific totalitarianism and the technological world system. Right, which is why I mean that's the topic of most of my streams, right? Everybody else can make their shows about whatever it's about, right? But yeah, blessings to all the people.
Machine lies. I apologize for. I gave that guy a 10-minute
No, it's good. It's good.
Call
It's
me
good.
a
I like.
boomer. Like
Oh, you're talking about Origin. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we had to make him a mod anyways. So I just queued it
calling
in.
me a boomer, like because I'm old. I'm just generalizing me like a boomer or something. What
Yeah,
is he, 12 or something? What is he, 12?
No, he's
Are
a
you
very
so
intelligent.
easily offended, Rocky? Ugh.
All of a sudden.
I'm just joking around. 10 seconds ain't nothing, man. I was just fucking with him.
Yeah,
I
it was
thought
10
it was
seconds.
funny.
Yeah, it's no big
It's
deal.
funny.
But yeah, we got Origin minded up. Blessings to Origin. I appreciate you. Palpatine quotes for the win. Neurojack says, yeah, for sure. All right. So yeah, let's look at this music here. Blessings. I made this earlier. Trump spiel and bring back Pluto. Remember when they got rid of Pluto?
Yep.
Yeah. Tyson.
Ace for the win.
And then there were 8. Just like that. Just like that.
In the beginning, it was large, set me up at. Empty the rim, you could double park the garbage barge gently. The moon took a second mortgage on the 7th house. Jupiter re-talked to Mars. He felt the hope, the rover sold them out.
Close your mouth, poke your snout over the cloak, aroma clouds. Solar boy, a local couch, juggling out the polar boys. Motor mouth, show for the golden roller toy. Gophers, yoke up fish out of water, he grows lungs and multiplies. Idle, one side to bring a perfect union. It is vital to calculate any ornery loose ends. So if mutiny ensues, the aloof is assumed nuisance. The clue is in his vacancy, the proof is in his goosebumps. Maroon the traders, expecting acres of edelweiss, who later learn it may actually be safer to play with knobs. I show up late looking Project Grizzly, 2 Bowies, a 3rd for throwing an accomplished dickweed. Nothing not a nil, I stuff a lot of pill to gut. What's the proper rules on stuffing hostages and trucks? I'll be numb enough to chill before the choppers spill the blood, but if I'm not, fuck it, plug him, Warpy got his goddamn groove back. Jet setting on spec, but a dead Yeti on a roof rack. And mystery and full rubberneck jalopy euthanasia, which will later be regretted when it's your turn for cremation. And I walk like early man, freak a little witch hunt, gathering the cornies and exploiting every stigma of malformed oddities among sovereignties normal. Shall abuse every vice you can imagine right before you. All I thought of was the cloven hooves and how they clip, clock over the woven roofs with a nose for commotion. Stolen goods. Now tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? In the meantime, minus left. In the meantime, minus left. In the meantime, minus left. We were busy putting barbs on a large iron gate. They're gonna want his milk money next.
Stare into the glowing eye of Cerberus and grow. Authoritative laminates will not repel the quarantined alone. All the town sickly know the coke machine is home, where they sit and help the Ovaltine that nobles drink is strong.
Couples only roll a rank with soul to kiss your chicken new before they wiggle mittens through the pillory to ridicule, and you can hear the Iron Maidens lock. But see the town criers ankle stock, change up to the tanker truck. A is up early, ring and run, thank you much. Document a little of the underbelly, bang for buck. A walk is the hype of the city gossip, meaning every dumpster diver's got a vomit of a comment like, you ain't shit, this ain't ill. This is little Russian dolls that get smaller and smaller still. This is corpse full of pills, trying to sit still and build. Cause 8 planets bullied number 9 until he fell. Babylon goggles, going for the Galvatron coppers. Tugboat, salvage all fossils. I'll be shepherd when the whirly birds deny the lepers doctors. If I'm not fuck with the terrible metal hack conceived us as American to ski up off a plastic D-cup. You think Charlie Brown was weatherman, have a zigzag around these yellow backs for peanuts in a baggy stomach lining, attached to the bums and hiding. Sits the morals every outing would slide to refine his grinding when the freakishly disfigured have been triggered to surround you. You would live inside the actual second they let the hounds loose. All I thought of was the cloven hooves and how they clip, clock over the woven roofs with a nose for commotion, stolen goods. Now tell me what the fuck am I supposed to do? In the meantime, minus left. In the meantime, minus left. In the meantime, minus left. We were busy putting barbs on a large iron gate.
All right, let me move on with this Faustian face of modern science. Okay, this is what me and Rocky were talking about earlier. He says, and this is Philip Collins, right? So he says, the regional warlord of Saxony had much to gain by protecting Luther. This is Martin Luther. Frederick represented a group of German princes that opposed the influence of the church and its secular representative, the emperor. These elites would use Luther's teachings to justify defying the ecclesiastical authorities and establishing their own secular systems. In the end, the Reformation reformed nothing at all. It caused a division in Christendom, which paved the way for Europe's secularization. Howard states, indirectly, the Reformation gave the impetus for the scientific revolution of the 17th century, which centered on Newton and led to the founding of the Royal Society after the English Civil War. The quote-unquote scientific revolution facilitated by the Reformation led to the popularization of nominalism, which was radically scientistic and occult in character. Commensurate with this paradigm shift was the rise of the Enlightenment. Not surprisingly, the writers of the Encyclopedia, which was edited by Enlightenment thinker Dennis Diderot, praised Protestant thinkers, quote unquote. The same secret societies that managed the dialectical conflict between the Protestants and the Catholics played a prevalent role in the Enlightenment. Reiterating this contention, atheist scholar Conrad Goringer states, secret societies and salons, lodges of the Freemasons, and private reading clubs would become the focal points of seditious and quote-unquote impious activists of the Enlightenment. Masonry required the novitiates pass through a series of degrees, accompanied by symbolic ritual, whereupon the secrets of the craft were gradually unfolded. The metaphors of Masonry, the remaking of humanity as early Masons had remade rough stone, soon served as revolutionary allegory. So I read some of this to you guys. In different
Yeah. I have a quick question. Do you know about Tavistock? I think they're like the brain of the Freemasonry in some way. Tavistock.
Yeah.
You know the conspiracies about them, or like they are involved in a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah, it's linked to the Royal Society and also the Frankfurt School.
Yeah, they are like all connected.
Yeah.
The Freemasons,
And their
Tavistock,
headquarters
Royal
is in,
Society. Yeah.
I think their headquarters currently maybe in Switzerland.
Yeah, that's information. Yeah. Yeah, that's info we're going to go over like a little bit later. Right now, I think it's just important to like lay down this foundational stuff, like a historical view, right? Look at the problem of technology on its own. But yeah, we're definitely going to talk about, you know, Tavistock Institute, Frankfurt School, and the postmodernist, and you know, the MK Ultra study, the Macy's conference, and the study on the authoritarian personality, and all that stuff. We already went through how a lot of that stuff relates to the subjects that we're talking about in the previous episodes of the shows that we did. But yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of goes along with my theory. I know I'm a boomer, but in the Renaissance, they were preparing for the loose of Satan, because before the Renaissance, which they call the Dark Ages, but just happened to be, I don't really know. But then, so they were preparing for Satan to be loosed. That's the Statue of Liberty. They're celebrating the light bearer, light bearer, Statue of Liberty holds the light up.
Yeah. Yeah, they had that on the cover of that book I'm talking about, by Dennis Diderot, the Encyclopedia. They had Lucifer on the cover of the book. Isn't that crazy? But yeah. So this is in the French Enlightenment. Right?
Yeah, so the French revolution, what did they do? They brought back the republic. What was Rome? Rome was a republic. They got rid of the kings. That you remember the kings that Jesus was King of Kings. They got rid of the kings who used to be under Jesus. They got rid of the King of Kings and brought back the republic, which is just it's just bringing back Rome.
Yeah, he's going to talk about that. Yeah, he says.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it says. So he says here. He says this became the new model of the revolutionary organization: lodges of brothers, all seeking to reconstruct within their own circle an inner light, quote unquote, to radiate forth wisdom into the world, to illuminate, quote unquote, the sagacity of the Enlightenment. So pervasive and appealing was this notion that even relatively conservative and respected members of this of the society would entertain the prospect of a new utopia. We just heard Prigozhin say the word utopia. So Prigozhin was a utopian thinker, right? So that's a big L for Prigozhin, in our previous analysis. But yeah, or at least a social alternative to the ancient regime, he says, right? So he says the Enlightenment, right, which acted as a crucible for all modern socio-political utopianism, represented the codification of occult Gnosticism as revolutionary doctrine. Yep.
The Statue of Liberty has 1776 tablet on it. That's also the Bulgarian.
It says it was given to the government of America by the French Grand Orient Temple Freemasons.
Yeah,
And that was after Egypt rejected it because they didn't want it.
Yeah. So it's occult Gnosticism.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Hey, guys, Gnostic, gnosis. You know what gnosis means? Knowledge, right?
Well, we didn't know that.
Gnosis means knowledge, but there's also epignosis. You know what epignosis is?
Yeah, you were talking about this.
Yeah, epignosis. The Bible.
Yeah, it's like inspiration. It's like inspiration, right?
Yeah, the Bible talks about epignosis, which is above knowledge.
Yeah,
it's above reason and logic. It's epignosis.
Yeah, it's like the Holy Spirit, right?
The Holy Spirit,
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So it says here the new gnosis was science. Duh. Right, which Enlightenment thinkers believe should be universally imposed upon all fields of inquiry. Right, and that has happened, right? And that's the source of the present compartmentalization of knowledge and the rule of experts. So he says, for the violent revolutionary wing of the Enlightenment, e.g., the Illuminati, the Jacobins, right? That's the French Revolution, right? The universal imposition of science included governance, right? Actually, they thought that was a main project back in the day, right? They thought natural philosophy and science was leading to the idea of natural law and the universal laws of man in terms of the universal rights and all this type of stuff, right? So herein is the conceptual basis for all scientific totalitarianism.
Actually,
Right.
I think one of the earliest transhumanists was a Kabbalahist. He was a rabbi. His name was Vilna Gaon. Have you heard of him? Vilna Gaon.
Yes, I have heard of him. Yes, he is a huge messianic thinker. Yeah.
Nero married a man or something. He was a tranny too, and maybe identified as the Antichrist that everybody's supposed to be waiting for has already came.
Yeah, there's some weird gender blurring stuff in Kabbalah with the evil and with like the androgenite, and Lucifer. I think originally Adam was an androgenite, hermaphrodite.
Adam Kadmon. Yeah.
He was a hermaphrodite. Yeah.
Yeah.
That really does explain all the tranny crap we see, because it's like
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's also in Plato, right? So there's a dual origin because there's also in the Symposium of Plato, it talks about Aristophanes saying this. So it's very interesting. So and obviously Plato was an Orphic Pythagorean, and they believe in Phanes Protogenes, which is just like, Adam Kadmon, or whatever, this dual sex being or whatever. Yeah, which is a bunch of obvious problems for that. Yeah, obvious problems with that. Yeah, but yeah, in the context of governance, science invariably becomes an oppressor. The scientifically regimented state must jettison the concepts of freedom and dignity because they defy quantification. G.K. Chesterton elaborates on the folly of applying the scientific method to governance. The thing that really is trying to tyrannize through government is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. And the creed that really is levying tithes and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment, the creed that really is proclaimed not in sermons but in statutes and spread not by pilgrims but by policemen. That creed is the great but disputed system that began with evolution and has ended in eugenics. Materialism is really our established church. For the government, it will really help it to persecute its heretics. And Jabbies, in the 100 years of experiment, has been disputed almost as much as baptism and the approximate 2000, but it seems quite natural to our politicians to enforce Jabbies. And it would seem to them madness to enforce baptism. In the scientifically regimented state, the citizen becomes little more than an amalgam of behavioral repertoires of every thought, feeling, idea as a product of external stimuli. From the scientific vantage point, the populist motivation can be calculated and systematized, thereby allowing those few conditioners who are accountable to the moral masters to develop economic and technological stimuli that can produce and desire patterns of mass behavior. Right? But of course, we're going to read an alternative theory in ellul than this idea of technocracy. Right? But the system does use a sort of, experts, right? So there is certain people, but they themselves are conditioned by the use of techniques, right? So they're subject, right, to all of these techniques.
Yeah, it's kind of like how if you use the fancy vocabulary or functional vocabulary from the scientific fields, people see you as being more intelligent or blah, 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 but that's not necessarily the case. They tend to be the most brainwashed in that they think that using scientific terminology makes you more knowledgeable or so, like more aware or something.
Right. And I apologize if anybody's in the back here because but yeah, I'll drop the link again if anybody wants to come through here. Feel free. Here, let me drop this link here. Okay. So he says such a societal model is known as technocracy, right? Which was which was proposed by Francis Bacon, right, in his book, The New Atlantis, right, which Frank Fisher defines as follows. Technocracy in classical political terms refers to a system of governance which technically trained experts rule by virtue of their specialized knowledge and position in dominant political and economic institutions. Aldous Huxley also posited such a societal model, which he dubbed scientific dictatorship. Right. So scientific dictatorship is the mode of governance, right? But obviously the method of governance would be scientific totalitarianism, right? As he's outlining. So here is, and this is from our friend Origin, right? Right. I remember him sharing this earlier, but yeah.
The whole history of recent times in relation to science and technology, the whole history of recent times.
Oh, I guess they don't have caps thing or whatever. Yeah.
The whole history of recent times in relation to science and technology shows that if you plant the seed of applied science or technology, it proceeds to grow, and it grows according to the laws of its own being. And the laws of its being are not necessarily the same as the laws of our being. I mean, hence the this sense of which so many people have, and which I think one sees in so many societies, this sense that man is being subjected to his own inventions, that he is now the victim of his own technology and the victim of his own applied science, instead of being in control of it. The development of recent social and scientific history has created a world in which man seems to be made for technology rather than the other way around. And we have to start thinking about this problem very seriously and seeing how we can re-establish control over our own inventions.
Yeah, basically it's saying that technology doesn't adapt to man. We're forced to adapt to it. You know, that's, I mean, that's Kaczynski makes those points too. But it's a very valid point, I feel. Very valid.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
agree. We've had to adapt to a lot.
Because there's no human autonomy when there is tech autonomy.
I think it makes indolence more easy for people. Convenient,
Yeah, I
supposedly.
agree. Yeah, that's a nice tree you have in the background. See, I like that, the
I
art
just
for that
got it
tree.
for my mom for my birthday.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Yeah.
Thanks.
It's a tree of life.
Yeah, the
She
art.
got me an
Yeah, the
orchid
art
too.
that Avian Buddha shared in the Discord. Oh man, you gotta scroll up and see some of that stuff. It's like
Yeah, pretty.
art where they're drawing nature and stuff. It was incredible. I mean, especially that Farashan, you know, that Persian artist. Oh my god, dude, incredibly rich paintings.
I
Yeah,
love Persian stuff. Oof.
Yeah, let me try to. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I have time to pull that up, but yeah, we should.
Yeah, actually, I didn't give you my favorite Mahmoud Fashcharan artwork, but I can try to find it again. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can like share screen and put one of those up, man, we need, you know, that would be dope to show people that because yeah, those are incredible. But yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I have to get ready for that. But yeah, I feel like one thing I will say about the scientific worldview is that, you know, like inspiration, like the inspiration is not just pure neurochemicals. You know, inspiration in art, I think it does have something transcendental to it. You know, art, like good art is timeless. Good art is timeless. Yeah, especially from poets like William Blake or like Rumi.
It's so great.
Yeah, good art, good poetry is timeless. Yeah.
Poetry's. I love poetry. I'm a poet too, but I write weird stuff like James Joyce.
I think the important thing is for it to, you know, come from the heart, you know, not without compulsion. Just write the poetry that comes to your heart or something. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I kind of channel it. It doesn't feel like it comes from me because it's just as shocking whenever I read it to myself as it is to other people.
Ruh-roh. Just kidding.
Yeah, hold on a second, folks.
We all dance around in a circle and suppose while the truth lies in the center and knows.
I'll share some art. My wife's an artist, and she did
I
some
bet you that
bees.
balances you out a bit. Having an
Yeah,
artist wife.
this is one example of what
That's
Avian
cool.
showed. It's not going to be as clear as I want it to be, but like,
Wait, give me a second to give my favorite art though. Like I'm gonna upload it on the Discord right now. This one. I think you will like this one the most. So let me see here. Yeah, this one I think you will like the most. There you
That
go.
looks like my ex's art. It's crazy. Same colors.
I uploaded another one I think you might like.
Ooh, I like that one,
yeah,
Rocky.
thank you.
That's nice.
But yeah, interesting artwork that we were looking at recently for sure. But yeah, yeah. So let me continue reading here. It says the older dictators fell because they could never supply their subjects with enough bread, enough circuses, enough miracles and mysteries. Under a scientific dictatorship, education will really work, with the result that most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown. This societal model is exemplified by Henry de Saint-Simon. Physiological interpretation of the state, which extrapolated radical empiricism to the quote the altogether new field of social relations, unquote. He says, adherents of Saint Simon's philosophy contended that, quote, the key to diagnosing and curing the ills of humanity lay in an objective understanding of the physiological realities that lay behind all thinking and feeling, unquote. Following this physiological interpretation of governance to its logical ends, Saint Simon developed a precursor to Marx's scientific socialism, quote unquote. Believing that the scientific method should be applied to the body of society as well as to the individual body, Saint Simon proceeded to analyze society in terms of its physiological components, classes. He never conceived of economic classes in the Marxian sense, but his functional class analysis prepared the way for Marx. Frederick Engels describes Marx's theory as, quote unquote, scientific socialism, because both science and Marxism bestowed epistemological primacy upon observable phenomenon. Thus, radical empiricism provides the epistemological basis for all modern forms of scientific totalitarianism. Interestingly enough, radical empiricism was embraced by many members of the Bavarian Illuminati. In his outstanding tome, Perfectibilists, the 18th century Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, researcher Terry Melanson reveals the complete works of Venetian author and reformer Paolo Sarpi, constituted recommended reading for Illuminati initiates. As evidenced by his own epistemological ruminations, Sarpi was a radical empiricist. Quote, there are four modes of philosophizing. The first with reason alone, the second with sense alone, the third with reason and then sense, the fourth beginning with sense and then ending with reason. The first is the worst because from it we know what we would like to be, not what is. The third is bad because many times distort what is into what we would like rather than adjusting what we would like to what is. The second is true but crude, permitting us to know little and that rather of things than of their causes. The fourth is the best. Okay, so he says beginning with sense, then ending with reason, right? So that's basically Aristotelian, right? And also nominalism, right? So he says the fourth is the best, right, we can have in this miserable life. Numerous research. Yeah, go ahead.
This is my Knights Templars. Knights Templars. Hydra.
I like the tentacle. It's awesome.
Hydra.
Yeah, that's cool.
I have a huge
Like that.
octopus painting. I should put it up behind me someday. It's like got 3 octopuses.
It's the Knights Templars. Shield. Red cross, red shield. Octagon.
That's wild, bro.
That's pretty cool.
That is
I
wild
like
as
it.
fuck. Yeah, that's heavy metal.
Now I have to go get mine.
I asked my wife to paint it for me. I told her to paint me a red cross with so she did it. My wife did that. I taught all my kids art. See?
Yeah, we got our friend Creek Mary Blessings.
Oh,
Greetings,
hello.
man.
One of my kids
I might
did
be a
that.
little bit behind. It takes me a while to get organized. Well, I had a question about what you were just reading because I wondered what he meant by sense. Does he mean like the physical senses, or does he mean like common sense?
He means by radical empiricism, the idea that causality is false, because as like Hume described, it's like atoms on a billiard ball like table. So it's like atoms hitting each other, right? So he's saying that all the minute things that are caused could be caused by like smaller things that we just can't see. So he
So
says we
there's-
can't. Yeah.
It's not really random. It's all as a result of other things.
Yeah, he
we-
believed that. Yeah, he
Yes.
believed that, but he believed that also means that we can't figure out what it actually is. So he went into that crazy mode, right?
Okay.
where he said all you could trust is your senses.
Okay. So that's what he was talking about, like physical senses, things that
Yeah.
you can see and hold and
Yep.
touch and so forth. Okay. Okay.
That's imperialism.
Empiricism.
Empiricism.
Empirical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, empirical knowledge, yeah, is what he's referring to. So he's saying that the sense in which empirical knowledge is the only type of knowledge and not those. So, I mean, like me and Rocky were talking about earlier, like inspiration, right?
Mhm.
Like where does art come from, right?
Yeah.
You know, obviously it's a huge question of inspiration, like we were talking about before in the whole first part of the show, right? Where do new ideas come from, right?
Yeah, how come flowers are so beautiful? Was that? Oh, that was just evolution. I mean,
And
God
where
makes
does the
it beautiful.
aesthetic come that you consider it to be beautiful in the first place and can appreciate that something might have beauty? And well, the thing is too that I have thought about, empirical thinking and scientific thinking and how it has pervaded the world is that it tends to discount anything that's spiritual or supernatural. And that seemed to be a lot of what people considered before science became so prevalent. And I think science, people say it's the new religion, and I think it is. But to me, it seems like it discounts that whole side of life and creation and only depends on physical things. And to me, that's lacking, because I believe that there is a spiritual reality too that it just pretends doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, yeah. It doesn't understand. It can only understand things in parts to whole, right? It can't
Mhm.
understand. Things that can be divided that way. Like, for example,
Faith.
right? Like if you cut a flower in two, right? You don't have a full flower, right? You don't have the flower anymore, right? You can't put two halves of a flower together and get a full flower, and right? You can't cut the wings off of a bird and have a full bird, right? So the thing is that, is a bird flying because it has wings, or does it have wings because it flies? Right? Obviously, they can't answer. Right? So it gets to different questions, right? That they can't answer everything about the physical world, so there's no way they can answer everything about the spiritual world, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's my pastor teacher told me there's 4 means of perception, how we perceive, right? There's empiricism, right? And then there's reason and logic. That's 2. And then there's there's 3. And then there's faith. Okay, faith is also a means of perceiving. Like you trust somebody when they're telling you something, that it's the truth. Like when you were first growing up as a child, someone told you that Japan was on the other side of the ocean and it was there, and you perceive that through faith. And then, so they don't recognize faith. They just want to use reason and logic and empiricism. And they can't accept faith. They don't believe it's a way to perceive anything. Can't perceive reality.
There's also intuition and emotion. I mean, they kind of left those out too.
Yeah, because to me, the logic and the reason part, you know, where you reason something out, even though that you can't see it, to me, it's like you infer from other things that a third thing might be true. And to me, that's still kind of empiricism. It's it's material as opposed to non-material.
Yeah,
And anything that
science is trying to destroy my faith. My faith to them is nonsense.
well, and so is intuition, and all the other, all that other kind of stuff. It tries to discount that too.
It's like the abstract has less value.
Yeah. And that's where art comes in, I think.
I agree.
Well, that was all.
It's very
Yeah, there's all these modes of understanding that they don't understand. Like I think there's pre-knowledge, right? Like for example, I think there's like there's learning without memory, which is intuition. There's memory without learning, which is instinct, right? And also what you have after knowledge, just like Rocky said, it's faith. Because your search for knowledge is always incomplete. Knowledge is infinite, right? So you can never know everything, right? The everything you find out, it points to what you don't know, right? So unless you interpret knowledge that way, right, and take knowledge on faith and use that knowledge, right, for goodness, right? Because virtue is the currency of the soul, right? Every piece of knowledge has to be put towards some type of righteous act. And when you make the difference between what we know and what we can achieve with our knowledge, right, that measurable difference, that turns out to be where we assess what part of our knowledge is actionable, right? So so it's part of an entire synthesis. I usually say, faith is acting on what
takes
you know.
work. Yeah, it has to do. You have to not just sit there and think. You have to act on your faith, I think.
Yeah, because the thing is that you better you have to test your knowledge, right? So so you can't risk error, right? So you have to believe in what you're testing, right? So that's faith, right? So I think science,
James said faith without works is dead. That's what James said.
Right, exactly. Yeah, 1000%.
And it could
That's
be
why
I interpret it like this. You see a homeless guy, right? And you say, you say, I'm gonna pray for you. I have faith, I'm gonna pray for you, and I'm gonna sit here and pray for you that you get some new boots and maybe a coat and a pizza. And then, hey, damn, you could have just gave him a coat, some boots, and a pizza instead of praying for it, because you got the money. You could have just bought him one or something. So that's faith without works. Say, I'm going to pray for something when you could have just given it to him. That's kind of what I say, faith without works.
Well, that's what people get wrong about manifestation techniques too, is that you have to create the space and circumstance for those things to happen, for them to happen easily, or they don't work. But they left that out of the secret.
Uh-oh, Hank's here.
So you have to have a bank account if you want to have money. So go sign up for a bank account. At least make some effort.
Well, one thing I want to say is that, I feel like there could be non-abstract ways of knowing, like if you get solitude and you decompress your mind or you cleanse it, maybe there are ways of knowing that cannot be put into analytical language. I think the
Yeah.
problem is that people want to like put everything into analytical mathematical language, but I don't think that works.
Yeah, it can't all be explained to where other people can understand it. Sometimes you just have to let them get it for themselves. Because there's no way to explain it. It's beyond words.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, there's a famous sutra with the Buddha, and I feel like he just, if I remember correctly, he just lifted up a flower, and he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
He just lifted up the flower, and
Yeah,
then
that's right. Yeah, that's Maha Kasyapa, right? Where he's
nice.
Yeah, that's like his first student, right? Where like he looks at him holding up the flower and smiles, and like that's his only response to it, right? And he's like,
I love
he
that.
gets it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a beautiful story.
I just shrug. I'm like, ah.
Yeah, so yeah, let me read just 2 more paragraphs here, if you guys will indulge me.
Yes,
and we'll get to a quote by Rene Guénon, and then I'll end this section here. Yeah, Guénon, traditionalism. I mean, Avian Buddha mentioned him earlier. Guénon and Evola, powerful thinkers. But yeah. Anyways. Likewise, both the Illuminati and communism shared the same epistemological predisposition, radical empiricism. Again, it was radical empiricism that one finds another occult element of socio-political utopianism. This epistemology stems from the Gnostic derision of pistis, which is faith. Right. Moreover, radical empiricism arrives at conclusions that are inescapably mystical in character. An exclusively empirical approach relegates cause to the realm of metaphysical fancy. This holds enormous ramifications for science. What is perceived as A causing B could be merely a consequence of circumstantial juxtaposition. Although temporal succession and spatial proximity are axiomatic, causal connection is not. Affirmation of causal relationships is impossible. Given the absence of causality, all of so he basically defines radical empiricism later. But yeah, all of a scientist's findings must be taken upon faith. Ironically, science relies on affirmation of such cause and effect relationships. That such mystical elements pervade radical empiricism comes as little surprise. Modern science, which finds its epistemological foundations in radical empiricism, has all the elements of a myth. Self-avowed shaman of scientism, Michael Shermer. Okay, I've quoted Michael Shermer before because I often quote his idea that Islam is the last culture in the world to reach a reformation. But yeah, Michael Shermer, he says, he's proposed the scientist should assume the role of modern myth maker. Because of language, we are also storytelling, myth-making primates, he says. With scientism as the foundational stratum of our story and scientists as the premier myth makers of our time. As myth makers, modern scientific materialists have sought to supplant the traditional religious systems of the past with their own theocratic order. The new configuration of society demands a new myth. Rene Guénon eloquently synopsizes. Thus, it comes about that there has grown up in the scientistic mentality a real mythology, most certainly not in the original and transcendent meaning of applicable to traditional myths, but merely in the pejorative meaning, which the word has acquired in recent speech, he says. According to the late Joseph Campbell, science functions as a cosmological myth. The second function of a mythology is to render cosmology an image of the universe. And for this, we all turn today not to archaic religious texts, but to science. The image of the universe as rendered by science is an inherently mutable one. Matter from the scientific vantage point is malleable and can be manipulated through the gnosis of science.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
The end. Not of the show, but of that segment. So let's go to some music then to quell this awkward silence, and and then we'll go ahead and
The
move
well
on.
got too deep, I guess.
Yeah, and then move on to
I was sorry, man. I was taking a piss, but yeah, I like that. That was good.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good.
Yeah, that guy was a Christian. So yeah.
Basically, there's a genealogical development to the science where it goes back to the occult and Kabbalah. And yeah, I agree with that most certainly. I mean, but I will agree that the NASA flag does look weird with that iconography. You see a lot of weird occult iconography in all of the science institutions. Yeah, this is kind of shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were talking about this the staff of Asclepius on the ambulance. I mean, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, let me play music and quickly eat a little sandwich of sorts, and maybe put a little coffee here, and then we'll move to Mumford's documentary on the city. You know, and yeah, I haven't watched more of that on my own, so it'll be a surprise whatever he comes in on there. But yeah, Mumford.
Where's Mike Malzahn with his he likes right angles and all that?
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, that was a classic moment. Classic. You know, sometimes we have people come on here and defend the system tooth and nail. You know, so it happens all the time. I mean, they defend the technological system. They defend technological progress. We've had many people come on and defend technological progress. But of course, in doing so, we then basically explain to them that they agree with the basic premise of technological determinism. I mean, right? So yeah, it's rather interesting affair. But yeah.
It's a false, they're celebrating a false liberty, freedom. And they say, oh, get this new cell phone, the smartphone. It's, you know, it's supposed to make you free, but then it just makes you dumber.
And it's a spy phone.
Yeah.
Well, it's the new shiny
on you.
thing. You know, we
Right.
always want the new little shiny thing, and that's what they are. They make them shiny.
Black
I
Mirror.
agree. Skrbina on the technological determinism.
And then you
That
play,
was one of the
you
best
play
parts of
games.
it.
You play
Yeah.
games on it all day. You're like, it's attached to your body, and like, I can't go anywhere without it. And then you're like, and then you get stupid because you no longer read a map. You just look on let your phone do it for you.
Well,
Don't
I
have
used to
remember
sell
no names.
cell phones and work for AT&T, and they have a really good sales training program because I used to study marketing, and they're really good. And that's what they told us flat out, that the goal is to have a cell phone in everybody's, you know, pocket and to have their life on that cell phone. That's the goal, people.
And my friends, well, my wife's brother, his children, they're like always using the iPad since they were young, and now they've grown up with like serious eye problems. Yeah, it's not very good for kids.
Among other things. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take away the iPad and they turn into demons.
Yeah, there's all these videos of parents having to confiscate their the teenager's iPad that they've become addicted to since they were kids, and they have horrible reactions. They start
should never give it to them in the first place.
Yeah, cursing at the parents. They start doing all sorts of erratic behavior, screaming at the top of their lungs. definitely displaying psychotic behaviors. So yeah.
Addictive behavior.
Yeah.
Exactly. With each innovation they roll out, there's like way more problems. It's a net negative. It's like, there's a net negative.
Definitely.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes I feel guilty being on the laptop. You know, the Matrix. You know, the rabbit knocks at the door. Who was that on the laptop?
Neo?
Keanu Reeves, whatever.
Oh, Neo, yeah.
Neo. Oh, is that his name?
Yeah.
Neo. Yeah, I feel kind of guilty getting on the laptop. I grew up with dial-up phone.
But let me tell you this, though. You know, I really care about conservation methods, and I really think 5G is causing damage to the wildlife. Like, I noticed there used to be way more birds here. I see far less birds. Do you guys notice that? Like, it's serious. The population, like, has to do with 5G, I feel like. I don't know, they must be hiding something. Like, there's this book called Dirty Electricity, and I feel like we're dealing with more and more dirty electricity, and it's bad for both our health and for the native wildlife. You know, like, so
Yeah,
they have to
just to
scale
drive
back on that.
adaptation not gonna work out like I think it will.
Yeah,
You said it was called Dirty Electrics or Dirty Electronics?
No, it's called Dirty Electricity, the book.
Oh, Dirty Electricity.
It's an
See,
old
I'm
book.
already forgetting. God damn.
Well, I think it's just,
was
kind of
called-
indication that we are serving, technology to our detriment, that we develop things that are harmful and will kill us, and we still put it out there anyway for technology's sake.
Yeah, but the thing is that, let me also tell you this that's interesting, is that, science prides itself in always finding these issues, blah, 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 but it takes a long time, and they actually contribute to the issue, instead of arguing we should scale back, they say, no, let's just do more and more technology. Now, that book, Dirty Electricity, is very good to look at it. It's called Electrification and the Diseases of Civilization by Samuel Milham. And that's interesting. Yeah, you can reach these conclusions from multiple angles: health, or biodiversity, or tradition, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm like adapt or die, motherfucker. So I'm just
Yeah.
me myself. It'd be nice if we could look together,
Yeah, you're
Maybe,
roboting a little bit, Zeph. Just a tiny
Oh,
bit. But
sorry, I'm sorry from my microphone. Is that better?
yeah, it's good.
Have you heard of silent weapons or
For Invisible Wars, yes.
Yeah, silent weapons for quiet wars. Yeah,
Quiet Wars,
Yeah,
yeah.
silent.
I need
yeah,
something
Bill
like that.
Cooper, Hour at the Time, first episode for sure.
Yeah, I bought his book. Behold a Pale Horse. I bought it in like 97.
I have that one too. It's a good one. Well, not good, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's good research. Yeah, everybody's
Somebody's
lying
got a
to
good.
us.
Everybody lies,
Everybody's-
but it's like some people are maliciously lying,
Yeah,
and I think that they're just power hungry people. And good luck with that, because I don't think it's going to work out for them. Unintended consequences for the win. Or loss for them, I guess.
my son's coming to visit. He normally,
Yay.
yeah, he's a clean freak, so I got to clean the house. Clean
That's
freak.
nice of you.
And then he's always on his. I feel guilty for buying him a cell phone when he was like 14.
Well, at
Yeah.
least it's not when he was like 5 or something. So
My
that's
kids are weird. They're like in their late
a little bit
20s
better.
now, and they're not really on their devices as much. I mean, they don't have hardly any social media or
Yeah.
anything. Like,
Yeah, when I was 16,
Good.
I remember I refused to get the cell phone. And then actually for a very long time, we had to go with the flip phone. And then a long time I just didn't have one. I mean, so then it's really until I got married that it became necessary to have a cell phone pretty much. But yeah, it's pretty interesting dynamics with what types
my,
of situations cause you to need one.
yeah, my friend Kelly just got one like 2 years ago. She like was holding out. She was like, "No, I don't want one," and she still hardly ever uses it. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, I bought him the cell phone because I was away out of the country, so I wanted to be able to call him. But now I call him, he doesn't answer the phone. He's not on Facebook. He doesn't get on any of that. But he's more like a gamer. Because I also bought him games. I feel bad about that too, because I bought him Nintendo. I bought him the Xbox. I bought him all kinds of games and shit.
Games can be good though. I mean, it just depends. Anything can be bad too. Just moderation.
Whoa, look at this. Creek Mary and Lizard Tree. That's pretty based. Smoking. But yeah. Have to hide from the kids.
I smoked with my kids before too. They're all older and shit.
That's crazy, Rocky.
The problem
That's only
with my
possible
kids-
for white people. Yeah. And other races, but not for Indians,
The problem
I think.
with alcohol,
Or,
kids and alcohol
Pakistanis.
don't mix.
Yeah. Actually, over here in Dearborn, I don't think a lot of Arab kids would say that they smoked with their parents either. For sure.
So I just did DMT with my mom while I was up for my birthday. That was fun.
Holy shit. I've never done that before.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Dang.
It was great. Yeah, we sat on the back porch and watched hummingbird. It was amazing.
Did you become telepathic?
A little bit, but she really most trip was internal. Like she did a lot of visuals until she closed her eyes, which was kind of a unique thing I'd never really encountered with anybody before. So, but yeah, me and Dan and my mom, it was pretty awesome. She requested I buy her one because Dan had to come back for work, so we brought her one whenever he came back. And she has her own now. She definitely wanted more eventually. She grows mushrooms, and she microdoses, but she's never like a heroic dose. So it was kind of her introduction, and I think it's probably the easiest psychedelic introduction there is.
Yeah, I mean, your
Unless
body
you have
can
the
make
five-
DMT.
Unless you get the 5-MeO, some of that too. Wow, totally different.
It sounds like your mic is on DMT right now.
Oh, sorry. It's me again. I'm not close enough to my mic. But yeah, the 5-MeO stuff is like crazy. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think you have
I
to
recommend.
change the automatically adjust or whatever in the mic
Okay, let me
settings,
do that.
but- Yeah, I think I just did it for you, but yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
Better then?
Yeah, so that might fix it or it might not. I have no idea, but that's what's been suggested to me. I'm not an audio expert, but yeah, blessings to the people. And
Yeah, I apologize to the audiophiles out there.
no, it's no worries from my end, but yeah,
Yes, our people.
yeah, I'm gonna play some music and move to this Mumford documentary. So yeah, I think there'll be some interesting stuff in there, and then I'll look at ellul. And I don't know how long I'll get to after all that, but yeah, that's definitely going to be some of the last things we do here. If you're looking for Taoist stuff, look at yesterday's show. right? We did collectively like 6 hours just on Taoism, right? So there's a lot of material on Taoism available on the live streams currently, right? So we'll adjust the title of yesterday's stream to Taoist PSA because we did another Taoist episode focusing on the Shangzu and the Lao Tzu, right? So yeah, we're gonna move to Mumford and Ellul, and then we'll move to if we have time, right? We're gonna look at some ideas from Uncle Teddy, but if we don't, we'll just read some of Samuel Butler, and then we'll just end the show. So that'll be sort of the format of the show from here on out. And I greatly appreciate you guys' correspondence and and reflection on these topics. Even if you don't correspond, blessings. Thank you for watching. And yeah, here's some songs for you guys. Blessings. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a sandwich.
Yeah, that's what I just eat. Yeah, I just ate a sandwich.
A sandwich?
Sandwich.
Exactly. So
I had beans for dinner. Black beans.
Yeah, that's kind of what I just ate. I just ate a black bean thing. But yeah, blessings.
Awesome.
Hey,
We're stinking.
quick question, Machine Lines. Do you know about Winston A. Price? Do you know Winston A. Price?
No. I know about Winston Smith.
Back when I was a boxer, he was pretty much my introduction to anti-industrial thought. Basically, he went around Africa and he looked at the teeth of the tribal people, and he saw that they have far better teeth than people in modernized industrial countries. And he saw that it was the processed foods that caused the dental problems. And so he realized that most of nutrition is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just too reductive. You know what I mean? So he looked at the tribal people and how they ate. And for one thing, they ate the cartilage of meat. They ate the whole organ meat. They didn't just eat the muscle meat and throw away the rest of the food. You know what I mean? They ate everything and the cartilage, and they lived the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and the teeth were really, really good. And I thought there's different ways you can reach the anti-mechanistic conclusion. I think Winston A. Price is underappreciated. I mean, he was an interesting figure.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think another source of that was that they were eating a lot of animal organs that contain a lot of, they're like rich in vitamins and.
Yeah, exactly. He talked about that.
Yeah.
Winston A. Price focused on that. Because basically, the problem with the nutrition, is that they try to be too reductive. They miss the basic point, which is being close to the way our ancestors ate. You know what I mean? They ate whole foods. They did not eat processed foods, stuff like that. Big pharma is a real thing too, is what I'm saying. Big pharma. Big pharma is very destructive.
Yeah, it is fascinating.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Yeah, all right, guys. Yeah, we shall be back. Some music, and then, we'll be back. Blessings. I make these videos for every show. So, I don't know. It is what it is. I record them.
Situation, hopeless and hungry. Starved, displaced, reliant upon aid. Some authorities are predicting the number of deaths will be 100,000 on the weekend.
Yeah, how many gorillas who actually kill is really rhyming? Artists that actually sign still killing. And when it comes to killing the mic, they not willing, and I'm supposed to be shook. That's the shit to kill me. Take the bullet for Barack on a balcony, then vanish. Extinguish the sun when I drew play proof with the planets. We all renegade, the movement outlandish. My shit straight from the soul. God damn it, it's the one time only. Vernacular, original, miraculous, spectacular flow. Computer digital, but piss upon a pitiful. Ridicule and
minuscule. Foul march, you need to park that ass like municipal and listen to an enigma. The anomaly, your mama nominated me phenomenal, but dominated without a six-pack abdominal. You could get 19 put through that like Amadou. So what I'ma do is separate the falls from the truest. You've amassed nothing trying to ball like UMass. So phenomenal with mics, I don't like myself. Sadomasochist MC, I bite myself. But not cameo though. There's no Grammy to show for the love that people hand me on the street and I overstand. Grade school mathematics examining thugs. They discuss blood scripts, text jamming and drugs. I speak of world peace, war, famine and flood. Watching Pam's Labyrinth while I'm unraveling bud. Gambling on the next rapper to die in the hood. If God shall choose that artist to be me, let one verse of a song be a reflection of a pedigree. Better than your back catalog recipe. The legacy by which the entire world remembers me. Quote, do not edit me, let it be said. I'm top 5 all time alive. We know that's been stated and so overused. So here's the overview of why I'm 6 feet over you and a million fans think the statement is so overdue. And pardon if it sounds a little easy. Not Wayne, motherfuckers, I got asthma, it's not easy. Shotgun lyrical, cock back, squeeze me. Women case my anatomy, touch me, tease me. Please seize the moment in the struggle against Lucifer. Renegade 13, the executioner. Spit with a crucifix. So that you can expect the rant from Pharaoh March like Mucinex. Get used to it, get used to wisdom, get used to usage of the backwards euphemism.
Nowadays, young boys had a handle the fifth like John Hannibal Smith. Put the ammo in the clip, catch you in the alleyway, blam you in the rib. Run up in your crib, go gorilla on your family, and it ain't about a rap song, they do it for the cash home. What comes around goes around. You might catch one if you own this town, and that's well known, so hold it down. When you try to blame hip-hop for who gets shot, I point my finger at the president, it's his fault. No amount of horror slick talk can pick apart that one. Delinquents on the Ave know what's happening. I throw my hand up, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected. I throw my hand up, yeah, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected. I throw my hand up, yeah, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected. I throw my hand up. Resistant as a Seminole for centuries and evermore. Spit it in a metaphor, get it at your record store. Let's make it crystal clear, listen here. Blood spilled on the battlefield or shedding a tear. Recharge, reshake, then reappear. Then reformulate before we commandeer. It's the Renaissance from Port-au-Prince to in the Bronx and back to Oakland. The wheels in motion, we coasting. Thunderfoot like a Clydesdale. Rumble, young man rumble. I put your lights out. OBO be grooving like Machito and the Afro-Cubans. And that's proven. T-Mass power moving. I throw my hands up, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected. I throw my hand up, yeah, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected. I throw my hand up, yeah, body electric. Receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected. I throw my hand up. I expand like the Virgo supercluster, so who can muster the force and impact from a point of attack? Live third rail on the subway track. I'm in the tunnel like the Mo Man with no plans to go back to flows that expose that can Nicholas skill, not mass appeal or abs of steel or an apple bottom like the ass of Beverly Peel. I appreciate celebrity status, it's all real, but it's more about the cast and the labbing with no deal. Keep the fully auto versus single action ideal. Yeah, hire all they straight culture merchants we kill. So throw your hands in the air, let the truth be revealed. Yeah. Body electric, protected, 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 protected. I throw my hand up, yeah. Body electric, receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected. I throw my hand up, yeah. Body electric, receive God's blessings, how I stay protected. Protected, protected, protected.
Okay, let me open this up for you guys. Mumford. Okay, here we are. Give me 1 second here. the city and its religion. So that's weird. It's been heavily focused on religion today. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I definitely did not plan this, as is probably visible.
J'ai pensé mettre le moi. Oui, je t'ai eu. Non, c'est pas vrai. Ouais, non. C'est quoi,
Your own estate in the country for only $389 down. Une nouvelle ville est née. Ces écoles, ces rues calmes en font un paradis pour les enfants.
A real rural setting with all the conveniences of city living. Drive out to Hidden Valley Acres today.
And escape city taxes in an exclusive suburban community planned for the young executive.
Un groupe urbain de grand luxe, à quelques minutes seulement de la ville. Your children deserve the best. Applewood Farms Village is the best. Don't say no to life. Only 5 long-acting tablets a day. Exhausted? Edgy? Dragged down? Un seul produit chimique permet une détente complète des muscles et de l'esprit, et cela sans aucun effet secondaire nocif. Unable to relax, unable to enjoy yourself, take Mictrum Nutrafax daily. Just feel
The growth and spread and congestion of cities today have undermined the benefits that have made them so attractive. Instead of multiplying well-defined cities, we have let mere formless urban tissue spread at random over the surrounding countryside. In some ways, the city behaves like a living organism and thrives only when it cooperates with the whole world of living organisms. This need for cooperation goes far beyond the provision of recreational areas, the saving of farmland and wilderness areas, protection of water resources, important as all these are. Like an organism, our cities must achieve stability and continuity in the midst of complexity and change if they are to perform their higher function as the cradle and focus of man's creative activities. When cities were limited in size by natural conditions, when they relied on the country around for food, fuel, and recreation, there was a balance between city and country. In 5th century Greece, in the Middle Ages, in New England in Emerson's day, urban life flourished under these limitations.
If we would appreciate the need of maintaining a balance between the city and the countryside, we should examine the lively regional pattern of the Middle Ages. medieval city at its best not only lived in balance with the countryside, but achieved a large measure of spiritual and temporal cooperation in its daily life. A sign of this triumph was the new role of even the city wall, now no longer representing chiefly aggressive aims. Surrounded by their walls, cities preserved their freedom, creating islands of peace in the anarchy of the feudal countryside. Within the wall, the city was a haven, almost a cloister. The medieval city has been called a union of church and community in pursuit of the holy life. Though it often fell miserably short of that ideal, it produced a society that curbed arbitrary power and sacrificed private comforts to communal magnificence. Much of the energy of this community was spent not in trade, but in the glorification of God. Freedom.
So what he's actually pointing out is actually one of the things that Philip Collins is pointing out, right? Is the rise of nominalism and the end of realism, and the end of this idea that nature was part of a divine course, right? And obviously their understanding of nature and it being created by God, right, inform their limitations on human pleasure and materialism, right? So he's saying that, although the city overtook the church, right, through technological advancements, right, because it's pretty clear that the city is the hub of both technological innovation and international trade, right, and also multiculturalism, right? So, I mean, through multiculturalism, they have the notion of a monoculture emerging, as we've talked about, right? But the notions of feudalism are a sort of, as many people have proposed in the modern age, right, that this is a way, I mean, we just talked about with Pinoid, some people are saying that if we have local centers of power, neo-tribalism, pirate utopia, techno-feudalism, all these things are being proposed, right? Or as as a natural course, right? So whether they do it as one entire unit or whether they do it as sort of fall into the balkanization or whatever. But yeah, interesting type of stuff. But yeah, definitely the world system, right? It's a reaction to the world system, right? But yeah, I got carried away there. I got to play this.
Equality, democracy were never fully achieved, but for a brief time, the concept of the community triumphed over power-seeking princes and prelates. From Christian ideals came the guilds, religious fraternities of workmen, artisans, and merchants. To work was to pray, the saying went. That common faith gave a higher status to work than ever before. Forced labor, the shame of earlier urban cultures, gradually disappeared. Through the guilds and the monastic orders, there was a better provision for the sick, the aged, the suffering, the poor, than in any previous urban society. Like the city itself, the hospitals, almshouses, and other homes were usually small and neighborly. All that the modern state seeks to do on a wholesale scale was first done in the medieval town in a more intimate way, and probably with more feeling for the human occasion. This was the medieval city. Within the wall, security, but also freedom and unity. To this magnet, people were irresistibly drawn, sometimes for freedom, sometimes for gain, always for a better life. Cities won rights to have local laws and courts. These and other powers, once belonging only to kings, now belonged to the city. New towns sprang up everywhere, for it was said, city air made people free. Citizenship, a free association not based primarily on birth or wealth, and not dependent on an underlayer of slaves, was a new fact in urban history. The vigorous life of the medieval city is best reflected in the procession or pageant that winds about the streets and places and makes its way to the church. The spectators are also communicants and participants. They engage in the spectacle, watching it from within, not just from without, or rather, feeling it from within, acting in unison. Citizens, yet still individuals. The spiritual and temporal equilibrium of the medieval city usually was matched by harmonious relationships with the region. The rural charms were incorporated into the heart of the city, and the countryside was just beyond the city walls. The best medieval cities had higher standards of open space than most cities of today. Agricultural and rural pursuits often formed part of the daily life of the city. The typical medieval city was not merely in the country, but of the country. Despite this long history of harmonious living, the ancient urban forces of expansion finally disrupted the balance of the medieval social order in the 15th century, and all about was set in confusion. The unity of the great church itself was broken in the struggle for...
Yeah, as we said, right, as you expand your territory, right, you create new urban centers, and those urban centers create cultural elites, and those cultural elites create amalgamations of ideals. And the sign of decadence is really new thinkers that start to think of the state in terms of an ideal, think of religious systems in terms of ideals, right? And they start to amalgamate existing forms of human knowledge, right? And they enter into multiculturalism and perennialism and all that type of stuff, and that becomes a very threat to the civilization itself, right? So yeah, I mean, there's all these times in history, right, where the people become too lettered and polished, right? They get infused with foreign cultures, right? They go into a period of decadence, and they go into a period of moral and social decline, right? And yeah, so I mean, this is a historical pattern.
Power. the Renaissance despot entered the scene and refashioned the city in his own ruthless image. City and countryside became battlegrounds for conflicting cultures and dissonant ways of life. Since the disruption of the medieval social order, the cities that grew fastest have progressively lost their harmonious regional relationships. Everywhere, the relentless advance of the city is despoiling the natural resources of metropolitan areas. The healthy unity between city and region, indeed their very common survival, is threatened as never before by modern powers of mechanical expansion.
Oh, my back. Oh, shit.
What is replacing the once green regional areas, unfortunately, cannot be termed city. In most cases, it is just urban tissue, the formless fabrication of the real estate developer, where artificial substitutes take the place of the original natural attractions. These spreading fringes of our overgrown cities offer neither the variety and liveliness of the city, nor the freshness, quiet, and safety of the countryside. The land within reach of people who live in the metropolitan areas is already insufficient for all their needs. Yet we permit our cities to thrust out heedlessly into the countryside, consuming our natural birthright at alarming speeds.
The present growth of the total urban population, even the population explosion itself, is not the most serious threat to the balance of town and country. The more serious danger is the concentration of growth in metropolitan areas, already congested to the point of inefficiency and disorder, and already flowing together in a formless urban mass. The more our cities grow, the less that can be called a city remains. The well-being of our cities, indeed their very lives, requires a change of our supposedly progressive attitudes and beliefs, in particular our faith in unlimited mechanization as a substitute for intelligent, disciplined humanization in the fashion that the great cities of the past exemplified. If both city and country are to keep their character, we can no longer, it seems to me, treat land as a commodity to be bought and sold in the ordinary market sense. Land is limited, irreplaceable, and immovable, particularly in cities and around them. Its value depends on the collective efforts and expenditures of all citizens, far more than on those of the man who may own it. To conserve the resources all communities need, Land should be controlled in the public interest. Even private land has public responsibilities. More than this, we must question the notion that the expansion and congestion of our cities is inevitable and beneficial. Urban growth has been automatic only because we believe more in automatic processes than in the available human means for controlling them. Beyond a certain stage, mere size reduces the efficiency, vigor, and attractiveness of a city. The living hearts of London, Paris, New York, and Montreal were more vital before they were overburdened by their clogged arteries and their paralyzed extremities.
Some countries are experimenting with new methods of urban growth and are forming a new urban pattern.
Okay, we'll look at this next time. But yeah. Let me move to ellul here.
Those look like some pretty nice castles right before the end.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Probably been there for 1,000 years.
Yeah, no, Hank. People were hunting wolves before World War II. I mean, that's a false dialectic that if you reject industrial society, you'll get eaten by wolves. All right. Let's not get carried away. All right. But yeah. Yeah, it's true. You may have less of a chance, but overall, I think you're being
facetious.
Still getting eaten
Like-
by wolves now.
Yeah, like for example, when did
my wolf.
humans domesticate wolves? Right,
That's my
way
wolf dog.
early, right? So they could have used wolves and dogs to kill other wolves and stuff, and they do that today, right? They have dogs that could kill wolves, right? And they sick them on the wolves, right? So, yeah, you can train dogs to hunt wolves, but
Yeah, I
don't
feel
know.
like that was a good clip. From what I saw, I went to eat a little bit and I saw like half of it. But I feel like it was dealing with two things that converge, and I've been thinking about this lately. Basically, you have the traditionalist side, which is like how you have all this multiculturalism and also the desecration and the lack of respect given to the traditional past of all these cultures. Like like a Gothic architecture or like a mosque or like even a Buddhist temple or Hindu art. That's higher than the modern city we see with their cubicle buildings and blah blah blah. And so that was very different from the overcrowded city. So I would say that's like the traditional side, and then you have the more vitalistic side, which is about biodiversity and Claudius deals with that a lot, Pempilocolo deals with that a lot, which is how as the city expands, the biodiversity declines. So you have like a convergence on both sides, So basically, it doesn't really help anyone in the long term. And scientists kind of fit into this too. Like most scientists, they don't like poetry, they don't like the traditional architecture, they have no sense of the awe or sublime. Does that make sense? They lose that sense of the sublime.
I want a citation for that, but yeah, I wasn't making a dialectical argument, it was a statistical argument. So
Why were all the buildings so beautiful during the Dark Ages? Why do they call it the Dark Ages?
I mean, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's definitely important. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because
it was the age of light.
Yeah, it was the age of
Reign of
religion, right? So now, like we looked at before, they're trying to contrast religion with science every time they say that. And then the Enlightenment, that's when we discovered science. We became enlightened. So that's exactly what Collins was talking about in his paper. He's like, this idea that science is a gnosis, You know, right? That'll get you to enlightenment, quote unquote. And yeah, like that's a problematic understanding of history for sure.
Uh-huh.
I don't even like the term, to be honest. I think it's a
See,
dumb
what
term.
they did was they added 700 years to history, and that's just what they did.
Yeah, then they hit. I guess they add some curvature to the magic space
Then they
pancake.
hid the millennial reign of Christ, and right before Satan was released, they had the Renaissance, 1666 is probably really not. That's not really the date. It's really 1776 was 250 years ago.
Then they sent God to the demon
More
realm.
like 12. It's more like the 1200s or something. It's right after. Well, anyway.
Listen, you want to know what I'm wearing.
So I'm figuring the tribulation was over in 76 AD. 1,000-year reign is 1076. We found out they added 700 years to history. It's a proven fact that we found that out. The fake scholars, I mean, the people that teach you that. So they're hiding. They added 700 years to history. They're faking. Now everything is, that's where you get Zionism. It says that the Jews have to build a temple. That shit's over. It's already happened. See? And so you get 76 plus 1,000, add 700, that's 1776. The year they celebrate the loosing of Satan from the pit. They prepared for it a little bit earlier than 70 because there were still people on the earth during the millennial reign that did not accept Christ. They were hid. They just, during that time, you still weren't forced, and not everybody. Anyway, so history's been rewritten. These futurists that think the Revelations is futuristic, they are wrong. It's past.
Actually, I agree with Rocky. I think the revelation already happened.
Mm-hmm. Already happened. Nero was the Antichrist.
Nero. Yeah, exactly.
Well, son of a Seabiscuit. I mean, where do we go from
and
here?
then now, what they do in 1776, they brought back the Republic. What was wrong? A republic. For some reason, I think the Antichrist likes a republic. You don't like that. Like if I was king of America, I'd be a good fucking king. You should make me king. I think kings are better than a good monarch is better than a fucking republic.
Yeah, let's make Rocky the king of Tartaria.
King.
Only if I get free tartar sauce.
See my thumbnail? That's my dog. That was my bitch. She's 132nd Wolf. She used to protect me from the cougars and the bears up here. My whole family. When
I thought that was a bear, honestly.
No, it's a timber shepherd.
Is that standing up like a human? That's wild.
He's standing on a rock.
Oh, okay, I see it now. It's just turning its head like that. But yeah, it kind of looked like a dog that was like standing up. You know what I mean? Like a human. Like I was like, what the hell?
I took that picture about.
Is that Toth? I'm like, what the hell? Is that Toth?
Well, the thing, I think
her name was.
I don't know.
You know what her name was?
The Robert
Her
Sipper
name-
kind of stuff. Like, what's your opinion on Robert Sipper? I don't really like Robert Sipper.
Yeah, I don't like him that much either. Yeah, we reviewed some of his stuff here on the show. Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan. I think there's lots of problems with that idea.
I don't like him either. I don't like the Sepper either.
I'm
Yeah.
neutral on him.
Yeah, it's like serpent blood. I mean, I think the most important thing he discovered was that Starbucks lady is Melusine, or other than that, I didn't get much out of it.
I wouldn't be surprised if human chronology was made up. But it's really hard to figure out.
Oh, I
what's the
definitely,
truth.
Yeah, I definitely believe it was made up for sure.
Yeah. There's this one
Yeah.
Russian writer who argued the same thing. I
Ruh
forgot his
roh.
name.
Fomenko.
Yeah, yeah. You're
Yeah,
talking about
Fomenko.
Fomenko and Heinsohn, Gunnar Heinsohn. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it was
open to
made
the
up.
possibility.
I put that video in Discord. Of a guy finding evidence for the pyramids not as being as old as they say they are. They're just made like 400 years ago instead of 4,000 years ago, and they cross reference with the maps and the Bible at the time. So yeah, chronology's made up. I don't know what the right chronology is. I mean, there's not much evidence of mud flood or Tartaria,
Well, it's
but still totally made up.
yeah. They said that they kind of like first century. You remember, if the tribulation went off, there was a great earthquake, there was a famine, 1/3 of the people died, and the ship sank, and all this stuff happened. And what they do is conflate this as happening over 700 years instead of all happening in the first century tribulation. So they conflate, they extend, they say all these events when they said, oh, this occurred in 400 AD. Oh, this occurred in 700 AD. No, there's histories of 4 catastrophic events that happened, and they stretch them over 4 different periods. And instead, when they happened all at once, and that's how they added 700 years to it. So when you think of Constantine, whatever that, he might have been a good guy at that time. Constantine might have been, or there's a theory that the lion and the wolf survive. They grow up during the millennial reign, but the lion and the wolf are like.
By the way, all of these ideas of time were actually popular during the medieval times. So it's interesting. They had more of a developed idea about history in the past and the future during medieval times than they even do now. Now it seems to be like everybody's stuck. Everybody has one concept of the past and one concept of where we're headed in the future. So it goes back to what Prigozhin was saying too. This idea that time has been hijacked, right? And of course we could go back to what Avian Buddha was pointing out about, the metaphysics of technology and the invention of the clock, right? That Skrbina talks about. But yeah, let's change pace a little bit and go to ellul here. He says the conjunction of the state and technique is not a neutral fact, right? For many, it is not surprising and implies nothing but the growth of state power. They ask whether, after all, it is not a good thing that the state perform its functions as well as possible and be well equipped to this end. We have indeed known a state which had only a laughable police force, powerless and incapable of checking criminals. It is a good thing for technical progress in this sphere to collate all other techniques, thus establishing or enabling, the state to perform its role of arresting crime. These techniques, when utilized by the state, enable it to restore order, to guarantee certain liberties, and even perhaps to master its political destiny. This is how current opinion interprets the conjunction of technique and the state. Okay, so obviously a lot of
Actually, that reminds me, like everything that becomes an industry seems to be dominated by technique. Like there's a prison industrial complex, there's big pharma, there's everything. Eventually, like they try to use less pure ingredients for pet food, or like there's very bad brands of pet food, like and they go, I forgot what the name was, like Meow Mix or other stuff like Priona. Those are bad brands, and they pay the veterinarians to recommend that stuff. So the veterinarians are actually recommending bad food for your pets. Like because they're being sponsored for it, they're being paid for it. So that's like the dominance of technique. I mean, you see a lot of examples of that.
Yeah, but again, we have this idea, of the schizophrenia of the modern age. Either we have on the one side increased sense of political freedoms, on the other side, increased sense of scientific totalitarianism, right? The existential crisis of humanity, right? So yeah,
That's
go ahead.
right. Yeah, that's right.
Does anybody else have anything?
Yes, I would say if it does dominate, we'll call it technique. So I think we kind of got
Well,
causality
I
backwards.
read a book called Dead Dogs Don't Lie. It talks about how the food they feed the pets and the dogs. And so he's right about that. But just think, they're doing the same to everyone in the fucking grocery stores. All that fake food.
No, they're not doing it to everyone in the grocery stores because there's some real food in the grocery store.
Is there? I can't hardly find any.
No, some
the
of the
freaking live plants in there. The
No, let me
live
tell
plants
you
in there
this.
can feel food.
Let me tell you this. You know, I was
found out
watching
all the
something
vegetables.
recently. I was watching
None of the
something recently.
vegetables are organic.
Sometimes they
None of
Even
even
the
gas
ones that are
organic
labeled
food.
organic,
Here.
and you can check that says verified that
Just
grown
the
organic
label,
farms.
dude.
They're not.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Let Avian come in. Blessings, Avian. Go ahead.
Actually, I watched something recently. I wish I remembered it well. It was about how they gas organic food to extend their shelf life. So they are gassing even organic food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, in this a paragraph of what I just read, he's basically talking about how most people think of the state as creating certain political freedoms, but the idea of constrainment, right? The idea of scientific totalitarianism, right, is in contradiction to that. And this is because people think they're more free because the state develops its police forces, right? But this is exactly the arm that it uses, right, to constrain people, right? So yeah.
My body, my right. Remember that? My body, my right, or something like that. I think what was it called again? My
Yeah.
body. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
and
got
actually,
it backwards. Okay, so the feminists would say, "My body, my choice. I can have an abortion if I want to." And then those were the same people that were trying to push the jabby. The same ones that were saying, "My body, my choice," were trying to force me to get the jabby and the motherfuckers. So
yeah, we can't say
Get
that
off
on.
that topic.
Yeah, we
That
can't
was
even
pretty
say that.
funny.
Let's just move on here. Yeah. He says, I believe that such attitudes are superficial and inaccurate. Technique in its present state of development is no longer merely a passive instrument under state control as it was under the control of certain individuals. The question now is what we see when we examine contemporary facts instead of antiquated principles. And here's a section called evolution. He says the first consequence of the conjunction of state and technique is the progressive transformation of old techniques of the state after they have come in contact with the new techniques formerly private but now becoming public. Okay, so obviously we looked at the transition of public to private techniques. We looked at the ideas in ellul, right? Before the last time we read, right? We looked at the section that he was talking about how I'll just basically read it again here. He says, I could go on and show that all technical rules and institutions are identically reproduced in a socialist state, right, as they are in a capitalist state, right? So he talks about this notion of techniques applied across the board, whether you're in a capitalist form, okay, and he talks about this idea of state capitalism, okay, okay, and also there's a concept of corporate socialism, right? But yeah, these ideas, okay, they go from private to becoming public, right? And obviously all techniques go from private to public, right? And they create the merger of the people with the identity of the governmental institutions, right? So they create the nation state complex, right, as it were. So yeah, let me go on here. He says the first consequence oh yeah, wait, I just read all that. he says, when a comparison is made between private and public techniques, it is noted that private techniques are incomparably more efficient. I have already indicated certain reasons for this. To the extent that techniques remain private, they lie outside the framework of the state. When they come under the state control, however, the question inevitably arises why these techniques should not be incorporated into the traditional framework of the state. But private techniques seem to have been created to answer different requirements. They have different dimensions, and this poses a problem. Private methods are intimately connected with their objectives, and these objectives are of human dimensions. Consequently, right. Okay, so obviously private techniques are, as he said, they're more directed to their specific goals, right? As he said, the state can use, once the state applies means, it applies a huge application of resources, right, which is good for certain projects, right? But it does mediocre quality, right? So obviously he notices that private techniques produce better quality products, right? Because they're more goal oriented. Okay. In terms of they seem to be directed towards they have the ability for quality control, right? So he says here, so he says, when they come under state control, however, the question arises, why these techniques should not be incorporated into the traditional framework of the state, but private techniques seem to have been created to answer different requirements. They have different dimensions, and this poses a problem. Private methods are intimately connected with these objectives, and these objectives are of human dimensions, right? So this is where we were at. He says, consequently, they are not adaptable to much more extended needs of the state. And incompatibility ceases to be true, however, as private business begins to assume dimensions equal to and sometimes greater than those of the state. It is clear that enterprises such as I don't know how to pronounce these. These are like some type of French companies. Citroën and Bata are of such dimensions that their administrations are comparable to the administration of the state. Standard Oil, he says, right, has international interests of such magnitude that its international policy is like that of a state. The financial power of the insurance trust is such that a parallel can be drawn between its financial system and that of a state. It appears that starting with a certain critical mass, sociological and technical laws are identical for private and public enterprises. Okay, so once a technique becomes too large, it becomes in conjunction with the state, right? So this is one thing that is very important in the move from private to public, right? In terms of techniques, right? And you see that with certain energy companies, right? Certain communications companies, right? Defense contractors.
Standard Oil of New York was, I remember growing up, it was the only gas station around. There was no other except for maybe Gulf. It was Standard of Oil everywhere. And then that was like corporate. The Gulf was like independent or something. It was run, yeah, it was. And then they, even after World War II, they started Sony, Standard Oil, New York, Sony. So they had an industry that took to Japan. I don't know. It was weird. But they were bigger, almost like after the war, they just went into Japan and started Sony.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, he says, we may exclude from the technical framework states such as Luxembourg and San Marino, and we may soon be forced to exclude nations which do not prepare themselves quickly enough to face up to the technical demands, such as Belgium, Holland, and Denmark. These three have already been obliged to combine in order to meet modern technical problems. European nations in general are being compelled to renounce political sovereignty and form associations designed to realize certain far-reaching technical operations, as, for example, research projects in atomic energy, 1958, the exploration of the Sahara, 1958, the launching of artificial satellite, 1960. Conversely, we must include that the technical framework, the great private enterprises whose technical principles are identical with that, we must include in the technical framework the great private enterprises, whose technical principles are identical with those of the state. Indeed, it may be said in general that the state lags behind the great corporations in this respect, and that it is compelled to modify and rationalize this administrative, judicial, and financial system on the model of great commercial and industrial enterprises. This is the point that I tried to read this last time when I was reading, and I cannot pronounce this name. Harant Poster, my John, makes in his book about the government of great organizations. He shows in particular that all administration, civil or military, state or industrial, rest on identical principles of technical organization if they would be efficient. If these principles are not followed, the administration is condemned to being overtaken and passed by private enterprises. In this respect, France is alarmingly backward because our administrative and financial system was the world's best a century ago. We carefully persist in maintaining it, whereas the plain truth is that certain techniques would guarantee much better results. Even our newly created administrations, such as Social Security, refuse to be guided by well-known technical rules. This is not the case in the so-called progressive countries, in which the administrative and financial systems are aligned very rapidly, too rapidly perhaps, when the social order is not on the same plane as the technical organization. With industrial and commercial techniques, this new organization of administration results in part from the creation of technique of administration, and in part from the introduction of the machine into all organizations. Okay, and this is the key point, and then we'll play some music and move on to a different work here, and I think it'll be Darwin Among the Machines here, right, to close off the show. And so he says the two are very related, not only because mechanization entails, as I have already pointed out, a reorganization of administrative units, but also because mechanization solves the major problem of administration, the problem of paperwork. All organizations are founded on paperwork, and when paperwork transcends human capacities by virtue of sheer quantity and complexity, the problem of what to do about it arises. The machine is the solution.
Yeah, so basically the machine creates the problems and then it creates the solutions. Basically, it's just like the technique is it just aims at endless consumption without regard for mankind's well-being or for any higher principle.
Exactly. Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Definitely. And yeah, interesting reflections from Ellul, and we'll be continuing that next time. Right, we're on page 249. Okay, so yeah, we'll be
That
continuing on with that.
thing you just quoted, you were just reading. When were those? What was that written? What were they in that?
1964, when John Coltrane recorded "A Love Supreme."
Mm-hmm. It seems to me like they're not really telling you the future. They're remembering the past, how something happened before, like they've already known about this shit. And you know what I'm thinking?
I have a question for you, Rocky. Do you think if I were like hypothetically to join the Freemasons and work up the grades, would they tell me the truth, or would that be dangerous for me? I shouldn't do it. But sometimes I wonder if I should infiltrate the Freemasons myself. You know, I really want to know what the Freemasons are hiding. You know about what happened to William Morgan? William Morgan. Do you know about him?
It sounds familiar.
William Morgan was in the 1800s. He tried to leak what the Freemasons were doing. Yeah, he was killed. You believe it? And the Supreme Court hid it. You know, the Supreme Court covered it up. William Morgan. He was an anti-Mason. You can like look it up. But yeah, it's crazy. Like recently in 2009, they passed. In 2014, they passed Resolution 33, and they were praising Freemasons for their contribution to America. I do think Freemasons are hiding something, so I agree with you about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't join them, but I expose them.
Yeah, but it's true that they're hiding something. They hide a lot, though. If you try to, yeah, they hide a lot. They do hide a lot. You know, if you try to leak what they do, they will kill you.
Well, I called out the judge on it. I called out these firemen. They got fraternities for everything in America. They got fireman fraternity. The cops have a fraternity. The judges are, they're all in their little black robe fraternity. And I call them out. And they seem to leave me alone because I use the scriptures as
No, I wouldn't join them. I'm too afraid. I think they would sacrifice me. They would probably sacrifice me.
I don't know how it is. Where do you live?
Believe it or not, I live in Georgia, right? And there's a lodge within 5 to 10 miles, like 5 miles away from me. No, actually 2. Yeah, you believe that? There's a lodge right near me. Yeah, like it's crazy.
That's bad. That's a bad neighborhood. I wouldn't fuck with them Georgians.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I've driven through there, and the devil went down to Georgia.
Yeah, maybe that song is touching on something deep. Now that I think about, yeah,
it's
the devil.
True song.
You believe that they played that song at Stone Mountain? You know about Stone Mountain?
Yeah. You heard of Fort Bragg?
Fort Bragg.
What's that fort in Georgia? It's where I when I expated out of America, I went through Georgia. They're like big dogs, big army dogs, Georgia Army.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, there is a Fort Bragg.
Fort Gordon.
I don't know what, but it was in Georgia. It was like a secret. Get out of the United States. Contract. All the contractors had to go. All the contractors had to go through this certain. You were only allowed to expat, and expat means to exit and become an expat. Because when you're in a foreign country, you're an expat. So we had to disembark from America. I don't know.
Do you think that
Thought
they
I was
can
doing.
blacklist people from getting jobs? Because I already had FBI visit for anti-Semitism, so I wonder, like, maybe I'm blacklisted from jobs, or maybe the Freemasons are watching me or something. I don't know.
You
Sometimes I
live
get
in a
that.
city. You live
I
in a
live
big
in
city.
suburban areas. Suburban.
Suburban. Oh shit! I hate the suburbs.
Yeah, I don't really like it either. To be honest, I would prefer to go to full rural area, but yeah, maybe that would be better.
My advice is to just lay low, and you could pretend to be interested. There's nothing wrong with finding out about it. You could ask them, hey, that's what I do. I ask them, hey,
Yeah, but the thing is,
you
now I'm
guys,
pretending to get a job. I'm pretending to be Jewish, and each time I sign my applications, I also say I'm bisexual. So I'm pretending to be a bisexual Jew to get a job. Maybe that will help me.
you are pretending to be a
That's a good idea. It's a good plan.
Lols.
Holy shit, that would be a good one.
I think he just yeah.
Oh, that was during the Biden thing. That's past. Trump's not allowing that DEI shit no more.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Chicago still allows it.
Yeah. So
where would you go? Georgia. I don't know. Yeah, that would be like a target. If you did that near Army base, they're all kind of right wing. A Jewish tranny, that wouldn't go very good in an Army compound. Let's see. I don't know. Probably. Fuck, the Army allows anything. It's fucked up.
yeah, blessings to all the
true,
people.
though. You know that's true.
What?
When I was a contractor in Iraq, there was this ex-Army lieutenant, and I think it was a dude pretending to be a woman? It was a dude who was transitioning or something. He's taking special medications and shit, and it all started in the Army. So they do that shit. That's fucking right. Probably could get a job because they do that shit. That shit's not fake, man. I'm telling you, it's the truth. This was supposed to be a woman, and she was like a little, about as tall as me, maybe bigger than me, and these big fucking tires that I'm pretty strong. I could hardly. This motherfucker was. Fuck, I've never seen a woman that fucking big. But it was a dude transitioning to a woman. And he was taking, what was he taking? Estrogen. Yeah, I think estrogen. And then, anyway, it's all fucked up.
They
That
put
guy
stuff in our
was
water supply to feminize us. So
he was
sometimes
having crazy problems. He was having problems, crazy problems. I think he went nuts one day or something, or she, whatever you want to call it. But it was through the Army that it could do that. And it fucking freaked me out. So I didn't know shit about that shit. I didn't know anything about it. That's crazy. I didn't think it was real. I didn't know what was going on. It's fucking crazy shit. They actually do that shit, don't they? It's fucking nuts. How in the hell would anybody cut their nuts off?
Yeah, I do not like trannies. Yeah, I don't like them at all. I think they're mentally ill. So definitely. I think
I
probably
actually don't believe we can say that either. just for clarification. But yeah, I don't actually believe we can actually say that on the no, I'm not referring to what you said, Rocky, but what Avian said. Just to inform
sorry
you.
about
But
that. I wasn't aware. I'll be
no,
more
it's okay.
careful.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be
I wasn't aware either when I first came on here, but we had like one of our videos taken down for that. But yeah, it's
Actually,
interesting. You can't.
I do not believe. I think Chinese are good people.
Yes, the T word. You have to say a different word than the T word. You have to say
okay.
like,
I see.
yeah.
I
I
think
think that's the problem.
I think the oppressed people by the white patriarchy, I feel so bad for them, and I pray to them, and I do idolatry to them, and you are so self-victimized that I just want to say that the whole thing was a joke, and please do not take this video down. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not giving medical advice. We're not being hateful towards any group of people, or promoting hatred towards any group of people. We're simply talking about societal ills, and we're engaging in thought experiments, and a lot of this is for entertainment and for your own edification. And yeah, so anyways, here's some music, and yeah, we'll move on here.
Talking about the high-tech Transformers and Decepticons.
Exactly.
Transformers,
yeah, so
Transformers and Decepticons, the high tech, like in the Japanese movies.
Yeah, but
robots.
yeah, but here's some music for you guys, and yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, or yeah, something like that. But yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, we'll be back with that, and then we will read Samuel Butler, either The Mechanical Creation or Darwin Among the Machines. So I actually don't know which one of those is first, but yeah, we'll move on with that. Blessings. Yeah, thank you, Origin.
I'm really sorry, girl, really, I wish it could have worked, really wish it could have worked. I wish I could say I tried my best, maybe I did. Maybe I could have did better, baby. I miss your smile, girl. But it is what it is, girl, life moves on. It's been a while, baby. Smile for me, girl. Walking through the lonely metropolis, contemplating lost love, summing up my losses, angry at my own mistakes, disillusioned by friends who were traitors and snakes. Love that was fake, the summer of 08 was so great. Fell in love with a girl that took me out of this world. She used to buy sweet bread from me and the fam on the Sundays. The looks we would have, it could only go one way. At that point I was stuck in the UK, no visa, couldn't travel. Studio still back in the Apple, hustling crazy to hold it down, it was a hard battle. But days with her were magical, at night we would kiss by a candle. Maybe drink a glass or two of wine, watch it black and white. I miss watching her dance when I played a song she liked. Life was filled with joy, felt it was the real McCoy. Never thought I'd be in tears, feeling played like a toy. Those misty days will capture ya, memories hurt when love is gone and you a bachelor. Walking through the city feeling all out of character, cause all I wanna do is spend my summer with a sack of love. Those misty days will capture ya, memories hurt when love is gone and you a bachelor. Walking through the city feeling all out of character, cause all I wanna do is spend my summer with a sack. The best moment in my life is when you arrived in NY at my doorstep as a surprise. You thought I wasn't happy cause the look in my eyes. Girl, I was scared cause the crib was a mess. Seeing you in the flesh was all I wanted, nothing less. Love is a game like two friends playing chess, but you can only win together. True love is forever, sunshine, stormy weather. Now alone watching the heavenly bodies in the stellar, I silently remember regrets and the hardest things to live with, like a self-vendetta. But man, I guess it is what it is. Happiness and pain, love could never be the same. I remember running in the rain, kissing under the shelter. Emotions rushing swelter, stress is a downer, but she made me fly Delta. I wish I could do it all again, reshuffle the cards for a new game. Lonely days without you, girl, it's a damn shame. Those misty days will capture ya, memories hurt when love is gone and you a bachelor. Walking through the city feeling all out of character, cause all I wanna do is spend my summer with a sack of love. Those Those misty days will capture you. Memories hurt when lovers gonna do a bachelor. Walking through the city feeling all out of character, cause all I wanna do is spend my when I lost her, it felt like nothing else mattered. To accept she was gone was the hardest factor. Going over her crib to talk sense to the chick, to get dissed like a fool. Boy, you shoulda knew. Blinded by love, you a romantic dummy. You already know this shit's all about the money. I think about her when the weather's warm and sunny. Still losing my mind over that taste of honey.
And because you will never know how much I love
thinking about taking me out, don't even try it. What you trying it for? Hey yo, kid, it ain't worth it. Trying it for, because my rhyme style's perfect. Trying it for, you ain't going nowhere with that. So don't try it, ain't nobody hearing that. So don't try it, cause nobody's hearing that. And don't try it, we don't like your weak chat. And don't try it, it's hard for you to beat this. It wasn't worth it, so figured out your weakness.
Yeah, don't even try it. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, absolutely. Funky DL, don't even try it. One of the greatest songs ever recorded that you just witnessed. Definitely a throwback. I mean, real shit. I mean, but yeah, let me move to Darwin Among the Machines, and yeah, I think this will be some interesting stuff. I mean, Darwin Among the Machines. Butler, 1835, 1902, was an English novelist, philosopher, and social critic. Two of his anti-technology essays are reprinted here. The first from 1863, the second from 1865. The themes ultimately became part of Butler's most famous novel, Erewhon, 1872. Right, so this is 100 years before Ellul was writing. Right, so that's a notable fact in and of itself. Right, he says there are few things of which the present generation is more justly proud than the wonderful improvements which are daily taking place in all sorts of mechanical in all sorts of mechanical appliances. And indeed is a matter for great congratulation on many grounds. It is unnecessary to mention these here, for they are sufficiently obvious. Our present business lies with considerations which may somewhat tend to humble or humble our pride and to make us think seriously of future prospects of the human race. If we revert to the earliest primordial types of mechanical life, to the lever, the wedge, the inclined plane, the screw, and the pulley, for analogy would lead us to one step further, to one primordial type for which all the mechanical kingdom has been developed. We mean to the lever itself. And if we then examine the machinery of the Great Eastern, we find ourselves almost awestruck at the vast development of the mechanical world, at the gigantic strides with which it has advanced in comparison with the slow progress of the animal and vegetable kingdom. We shall find it impossible to refrain from asking ourselves what the end of the mighty movement is to be. In what direction is it tending? What will be its upshot? To give a few imperfect hints towards a solution to these questions is the object of the present letter. Okay, let me put Rock E in the middle here. Put myself right here. And then put this right here. Blessings. And yeah, he says, we have used the words mechanical life, the mechanical kingdom, and the mechanical world. We have used the words the mechanical life, the mechanical kingdom, and the mechanical world. And so forth, we have done so advisedly. For as the vegetable kingdom was slowly developed from the mineral, and as in like manner the animal supervened upon the vegetable, so now in the last few ages an entirely new kingdom has sprung up, of which we as yet have only seen what will one day be considered the antediluvian prototypes of the race.
Antediluvian, yeah. Before the flood.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is in the 1800s. Right, Rocky? So they're still talking like that.
Yeah, can we check the private chat machine? look into the etymology. And thank you for having me, by the way, everybody. Hope you're all doing well.
From the late Latin mechanicus, meaning pertaining to machines, skilled in machines, borrowed from Greek mechanikos, engineer, ingenious, skillful, and mechane, or a machine. Also, in Arabic, you have the word for space, which is makan.
Oh, okay.
Right, or home, right, or space, makan. Right.
So it entered English in the late 14th century, right? If we continue there.
Yeah, 14th century, originally meaning or pertaining to machinery or manual work, later broadened to include automatic, habitual, without thought, a mechanical response, quote unquote. Core root, both come from Greek, mechane, right? But I just said in Arabic, right, the word makan, right? And I believe that Arabic has roots in both Syriac and Aramaic, right? So yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, machine contrivances means a machine contrivance means. Excuse me. So at the heart, both mechanism and mechanical tie back to the idea of ingenious device or contrivance. Now, there's also related terms, right? Like techne, right? And we looked at the word techne logos, right? And its origins, right? From the Aristotelian text called rhetoric, right? But also Plato talks about it. I believe in the Gorgias, right? So Plato mentions the word techne, right? But of course, I think Aristotle combines it with the word logos. So techne and logos, right? Techne logos, right? And then there's also the idea of cybernetics, right? So kubernetikos is a word that's actually in the Republic of Plato as well, right? So kubernetikos is governing, steering, or control, right? And of course, when we read the work Cybernetics by Norbert Weiner, he calls cybernetics control and communication within the animal and in the machine. So Arabic transmission, Greek makane, often rendered in Arabic as makana, or here, hold on. Machinat.
Yeah. I looked. We got deep. Here, check the private now if you want the Arabic thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading now.
Yeah.
The MKN in Arabic means to be firm, established, enabled, empowered. From it, we get temkin, empowerment, making firm, making strong, established. Machina, a machine. See, so it does have usage in Arabic. So Arabic didn't originally create the words for mechanism or mechanical, but it had natural root that overlapped conceptually with the Greek idea of devices. But isn't it weird how it's the same sound, dude? I believe that's bullshit.
Phonetically it sounds the same, right? Like
yeah, so I think there's a little bit of bullshittery there, right? Because how can they phonetically sound exactly the same?
Because I don't know. It's like and buy. Okay. Like buy, right? Buy. It's like BYE, BUY, BY. Depends how you use this for it. Yeah.
So, sounds like MK Ultra.
If you can continue, yeah, might as well. Let's look into the etymology.
Yeah, because I believe the word makan is in the Quran, right? So that means it's from the earliest usages of the language Arabic, right? So that's what would be interesting about it, right? But yeah, anyway, so let me move on to the text here. He says, we regret deeply that knowledge both of natural history and of machinery is too small to enable us to undertake the gigantic task of classifying machines into genera and subgenera, species, varieties and subvarieties, and so forth, of tracing the connecting links between machines of widely different characters, of pointing out how subservience to use to the use of man has played the part among machines which natural selection has performed in the animal and vegetable kingdom, of pointing out rudimentary organs which exist in some few machines, feebly developed and perfectly useless, yet serving to mark descent from some ancestral type which has neither perished or been modified into some new phase of mechanical existence. We can only point out this field of investigation. It must be followed by others whose education and talents have been of a much higher order than any which we can lay claim to. And of course, there's all sorts of these genealogies of machines available today. Right? Yeah, let me move on here for a second. Actually, that may be all we have. I mean, let me add DK Conspiracy to the stage. Blessings.
Oh, you're adding me. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate being invited back.
Of course. Yeah, this
As far as I knew, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But I thought like the mechana and everything, I thought it stemmed from the Greek word mechanos.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, mechanos. Yeah.
Kind of sounds like
its origin. Yeah, I thought that.
On that is,
I think it's Greek anyway. I think
Mechan-
it's Greek. It could be Latin, but I think it's Greek. But yeah, mechanos is where I thought that word stemmed from.
Well, yeah, it's in the private chat, man. Thank you for reading.
Yeah. So start with a K. Mechan.
Mechanos.
Mechana. So is Canon start with a K?
Yep.
So it's kind of like MK. Mechana.
Yeah, let's have Afrofunia.
The things they try and change it to now is not necessarily relevant to where it stemmed from, as the fact that people try now to use those things because it's already something that's ingrained in people's genetic history.
Perfect. And you know what's funny about phonetics and language and spelling, right? You can link anything back to anything because that's how it's set up, right? So then you get into apophenia. Like you can make a connection to anything because it's all connected purposefully, right? In a way.
They do this purposely. And it's not in a way. They do this purposely for decades in many ways.
Yeah, so understanding what words we are using.
Sorry?
So just like, looking at the etymology and finding the root word or like, how they use.
Yeah.
This is all about the word, like how it's pronounced and stuff, right? Like what sounds are we using in order to pronounce these words.
But then here's what most people don't understand. They've spent a very long period of time changing definitions of words.
Oh yeah, like I could show you. I could show you right now on camera. All right.
If you use only online to check definitions of words, I can't say half. That's just being dumb. But so many are different from if you went and looked in a dictionary from like 50, 80 years ago. Terminology is changing because they're trying to change it.
For example, recession. They changed the definition of recession because they don't want to be, the government doesn't want to be in that definition.
I can
So
point out a
you
few
move the
other
goalpost.
things.
Yeah.
I can point out a few other things that I'm not allowed to point out on YouTube that they changed the definition of.
Oh yeah. Here. For example, here I'll show you this fucking big ass dictionary. You can work out with this one. This one's crazy. But yeah, if I go into this dictionary and put whatever here, look, phone camera. Cool. See that? Oh wait, no, I gotta flip it around. My bad.
I can't see crap.
All right, but here, we can go into this dictionary and go look.
You know, I can't see crap. Don't know what you're on about. Learn how to share screen or something.
It's right here, man. Fucking keep the goddamn camera
There
around.
he goes.
Yeah. See that one? It's heavy. You can
It's
like.
like the 1880s one or something.
No, I have an older one, but this one's like, it's a proper one. Yeah. You know. Yeah. So if you look in the definition of here, I'm sure it's going to be changed. But
you got a thesaurus.
That's called the Random House Dictionary of the English Language, the unabridged edition.
Hey, to be honest,
Yep.
the ones before the King James version, it's like I find a little more believable. The ones that actually include all the removed books and everything, I find a little more believable. But I don't like organized religions, any of them.
Yeah, we got some weird
everyone, I've said this before. Everyone knows this. I don't care which religion.
You don't hear that in the back? There's some weird fucking noise going on, bro.
No, I hate authority. So I don't need someone telling me how to behave morally and responsibly.
Yeah. Look, you can work out with that. There's some weird background noise going on, by the way.
I don't know who that is, but it's not me. I got nothing going on here. But yeah, someone's got musically shit playing. Cage, dirty shit.
I don't know. I'm hearing something.
Yeah, someone's playing music. It's not me.
No, it's like a weird frequency or some weird shit coming through.
No, it's like, yeah, no, it's like bullshit, like mellow music crap.
No. I'm not talking about the music. I'm saying it sounds like a fucking. Oh, is it gone? No, it's still there. I'm gonna refresh. It might be on my end. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Or less than a minute. I'll be. Thank you.
Yeah, we're like shutting down soon, so I mean, if anybody wants to join,
You
please.
always only let me on here at the end, so I don't read
Well,
the whole stream.
well, no, no, we're actually 5 hours in, so usually I start playing replays like 6 hours in. So I mean, that's just what I try to do, mainly because the show's supposed to be like sundown to sun up is usually how I try to do it. So as soon as the sun starts coming up, you know, I either sleep or do some other shit because I can't just keep doing this from sun up to from sundown to sun up and then just keep fucking going. I mean, that's not a good idea.
I understand. I stream
Yeah.
24/7 myself.
Yeah.
Believe
Yeah,
me,
I was
know how
I was
it
in
is.
your last stream. I tried to send you a message because you had some shit pop up on your fucking computer when you were playing a documentary, and yeah, I don't think you were around, but yeah.
Yeah, that would have been when I'm sleeping. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Machine Life, you have a book you wrote? It's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll send it to you. Yeah. I don't know if I sent it to you already. Did I?
No, you did not. I would be interested in reading it. It looks helpful.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cage,
I'll send you a PDF of it.
Cage- you got him. Sorry, my bad. I was gonna say Cage says he's back.
Yeah, I've been trying to read that book too. You should share out the book more often, man. You know, for people to.
Yeah. I've read parts of it on recent shows. So yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of books I gotta read. I got some books I gotta read. I got a lot.
I'm also composing a second book. So yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, the second one's gonna be some shorter, like maybe like I'm trying to make it like only 100 pages or something like that. Some that people can read through quickly instead of like 400 this long shit. You know, right? And then maybe I might try to take like 3 parts, like 30 pages each, and release them on like Substack or something like that. You know what I mean? So it'd be like 3 digestible portions of complete.
Have you
thing.
thought about doing an audiobook before? Because I have a 3-part thing. It's called The Alchemist Cave.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
you know,
from
the
years
internet.
ago, it's still
Yeah,
published.
the Internet Explorer will read PDFs aloud. So you could just go open up a Adobe Reader thing on the Internet Explorer and it'll read it. So I'm thinking of producing my own audiobooks just with the robotic voice. Pretty easy to do.
But you can get something naturally. It will sound like just like a human being. You know? It
Because
doesn't
all you
even
need
have
is
to be like a robot.
all you really need
To
is a screen
be
recorder.
honest, I hate that robotic voice.
Yeah, it's annoying. I could do it. You could do it in your.
It does make it easier for the person doing it.
Sorry, sir.
And just type it out, and then just hit the button, and the robotic voice.
If you want, I could do it in your voice. I could do it in Buddy's voice over here. He's talking. You can do it in anything.
You can even do it in my voice if you tried.
How much you want to bet I could? Like right now.
I tried to.
Hey, dude, I've already had a deep fake made about me. They did
But I mean, I
pretty
sat
well.
here.
All I need is 10 seconds of you
Pretty well,
talking.
but they're gonna miss inflection on certain points and everything.
Yeah, but hear me out though.
Important parts and where the needs.
Hear the man out, man.
Yeah, but hear me out, DK. I've sat here and read like a whole chapter or 2 of my book there, right? And yeah, it'll take forever, and it really is painful process. Just to sit there and read is actually fucking painful. If you do it into a microphone, it's fucking boring. Right? And
all right, so would you like me? We could put background music and imagery. Hold on, please. And we could do it in your voice. Would you like that to happen? It could happen right now if you want.
Here's
You
my
know,
last
your
couple
second
of
book, Tim, now when you do your second book, you could put the PDF out and listen to it and maybe edit it after you hear it a couple times over the AI whatever voice thing.
Right, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, so it could be any voice you'd like. All right, it depends what inflection and tone you like. It could be your voice. It could be, and then you add like some nice background imagery, a little bit of music. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. If you want, we can work on that. We could do it like right now if you want. Like I don't know.
Can you use John Wayne's voice?
You can use any voice you like.
Yeah, I probably want to use John Wayne's voice.
Can you stop your voice now?
I'm serious. I just use my voice.
No, don't use your voice.
Why not?
It could. You'd probably sound okay hearing through it, but yeah.
I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, come on. Earlier in the day when I'm not drinking. Shit.
Yeah, we'll catch you on like in the morning.
Don't use my drunk voice. Use my sober voice, asshole.
Your drunk voice is your streamer voice.
I said don't use my drunk voice. Use my sober voice.
I think you could be a good narrator.
Yeah, well, obviously you don't watch my Rumble shows because, I've had to read quite a bit recently because I've been going through the, bio-digital convergence.
Okay. Yeah, but all I'm saying is that you can easily put any voice you like, put a little like, maybe some classical music in the background or something, some nice imagery, and yeah, you can have like an audiobook.
I've already had a deep fake made about me. Thanks very much.
Well, it's not about deep faking it. If people know, it's more about a narration of an audiobook.
Yeah. I'd rather just be me. AI can go fuck itself.
It can, but I don't think it can. It doesn't have a physical body.
The damn thing.
That's new technology. That's coming out in 2026 where AI can actually go fuck itself.
Like it's only idiots teaching it anything.
Well, they're using people to train it, and then they paywall
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
Usually how
Lucky
it
it's
happens.
only idiots using it.
Well, I want to paint with a broad
You're
brush
keeping
like
it
that.
stupid. Smart people
You know
aren't
what?
really
When I
using
do it, when I do a search now in my Brave, it used to pop up Google results, you know, but now there's some kind of AI that always tries to answer mine. Like it'd be the top feed will be some kind of
Mm-hmm.
AI.
An AI overview is called. Yeah.
Yeah, can I turn that shit off or what?
You're on the Brave browser.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. DuckDuckGo is also pretty decent. There's a Dolphin, DuckDuckGo, Brave. Well, there's no getting away from it.
Cage, I just want to tell you that you're absolutely intolerable to listen to.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Good. I'm doing a good job then.
Hey, for
Thank you,
once,
Mr.
someone's
Jack.
not saying it's me. Just for a change, everyone's not saying I'm the worst person in chat. That's great.
Yeah, and I don't say it insultingly. I'm sure you know that because it feels as if you're doing it on purpose, honestly.
Oh, I'm doing it on purpose for sure. Nice firecracker thing you got there, Rocky.
It's only illegal in 19 countries.
Bro, don't light it up, man. You're indoors, man.
Definitely do it in your bedroom. That'd be the best thing ever for a video.
Yeah, light up your little.
Viral, let him do it.
You go viral, Rocky. Hold it in your hand and see what happens to your fucking palm. Yeah. Yeah. No. Be careful, man. Don't. Yeah. You're gonna do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
We gotta go outside to do it, man. Throw it out the window. But yeah, Neurojack, thank you for that input, man. Appreciate you. Oh fuck, Rocky, man. Throw that out there. Fire in the hole.
They're all duds.
Did we lose Neurojack? What happened, man?
You hear that?
I heard some.
Yeah. They're fake. They're just little bobcats.
Oh, it's just a dud, yeah? There's nothing in. Oh, there's nothing in there.
No, it's just a bobcat, about the size of a bobcat.
Oh, like a backhoe?
It's not a real M80. They used to sell M80. I remember my dad had these M80s like this. Cherry bombs. You know what a cherry bomb is?
Remember the ones that turn into like a worm?
Oh. Those are for the kids.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, so for some reason, Neurojack came on the show and he's restreaming this now, even though I'm going to end the show and then replay Neurojack. So I don't know
You
what.
have to make a comment about how I'm intolerable to listen to for no reason and just leave.
No, but still, it's
Very
interesting
odd.
because it's going to be restreaming Neurojack on Neurojack. So I mean, I guess that happens all the time. I mean, networks they rerun their own shit all the time, so it's only right that we do.
Honestly, I don't know who else you've got as a mod here.
No one.
Leave it running. Oh no, but leave it running. This is going well, and you're getting like quite a few views at the moment. So just leave it running, brother.
Yeah, I'll be here for 15 minutes, but I can't just keep it running. I gotta go and do some things.
But you
and sleep,
can.
and that's it.
You can.
It's
You
called
just
the real world, right?
Right?
There's
You just have to
responsibilities
make
and
sure
duties
you
to
got
take care
someone
of
who's
outside
a
of.
mod who can look after it when you're not
No,
here.
no, I don't. I don't is what I'm saying. I don't have it then.
Oh, make me a mod. Holy crap.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna hand over the show. We're not gonna hand over the show to anybody here. This is the Machine Live, so I control the show at all times. So yeah, I don't hand over the show to anybody.
I get you, but the thing is, I'm so anti-censorship that anyone could say pretty much whatever they want, unless I
Right.
know.
That's why it's not a good idea to hand over the show to you.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck are you talking
taken
about?
down
You just
in like
said,
a heartbeat.
what?
It's like lighting a fuse.
Yeah, you're not trustworthy enough. Yeah.
You're using. See,
Well,
other
there's a
platforms
direction.
I use,
Hey.
there is a lot more free speech, dude. I started.
There's
off
a direction though, either way, right? Where you're coming into someone's home, for example, over here in Canada, where I'm at in Toronto, right? You take your shoes off when you enter the home. You don't track your bullshit in with you. Right? For example, as a kid, I've been to a house party, and there'd be like 200 people there, and there'd be 400 shoes at the front door.
Yeah, and no one stole anyone's shoes, eh? Or maybe it happened once in a while, but it almost never happened, eh? Like no one would.
When you enter somebody's house, DK, I have a question for you, my friend. When you enter somebody's home, do you take your shoes off?
I generally ask. Sometimes they say it's not a problem, and other times they say yes, please. And I
but you don't automatically do that as a custom?
No, I don't automatically do it because that's not how I was brought up.
Oh, okay. I get you.
I wasn't brought up to automatically take off my shoes because that's something to do with your shoes must obviously be dirty because you're working in a field. So you need to take your shoes off before you go inside.
Well, look, but you're on the road. You're on the road either way. You know you're tracking.
These are leftover. These are leftover things from the past. There are actually many, like little sayings.
All right. Well, what if somebody like spends a lot of time like mopping and grooming and cleaning up, and then you have fucking DK coming in with your dirty ass with shoes, even if they're not dirty, but you know you're tracking stuff in with you, right?
You'd probably rather me have my shoes
That's called
on.
OCD.
I'll tell you that much.
It's not OCD. Different cultures have different customs. In Canada, everybody does that. Everybody takes their shoes off. You don't walk into somebody's home with fucking your shoes on, bro. Yep.
All right. Which religion do you follow?
I don't have any religion. That comes from regliare, meaning to bind. Personally, I examine all religions, and that I don't. I'm not a big fan of all that.
I don't either. That's why I'm just asking why that.
I don't have any religion.
No. Why that's your personal belief, and you think everyone has to do that? I mean, it's fine.
No, you don't have to. Over here, it's a normal thing to do.
No, it's fine that you ask that at your house. But I don't understand why you're saying it if it's not a religious thing, and you just think everyone does it.
Nothing has to be religious, you know. It doesn't,
Yeah,
everything.
but why do you think everyone does it?
Because that's the custom over here. That's what people. You know, you don't track in your shit. You're on the road. When you enter somebody's home, you take your shoes off. That's what you have.
As I said.
That's what your socks are.
Have you been doing like yard work, dirty work? Definitely. Holy crap! I never take work boots into someone's house.
Oh yeah. Then you're gonna track.
But if all you've been doing is just sitting in a car and driving to someone's house, so unless I see shoes sitting outside, So if I see shoes sitting outside,
Oh, the work shoes don't even get the work shoes get taken off. The work boots or whatever get taken off. They don't even go through the door.
No. You're thinking everyone automatically thinks the same as you.
Over here, yeah, like I told you, you can have a party of like 300 people. You'll see 600.
It's a mistake so many people make. They assume everyone thinks the same as them.
No.
I found out decades ago. I was
Well,
wrong
the
about
Japanese.
that. No, because I found
used to
out
work for
people were stupid.
I used to
Not
work for a
everyone
Japanese
does think the
restaurant.
same as me. There are
Oh, but Rocky's talking about he used to work for a Japanese restaurant. DK, calm down, please. Thank you.
have you got a Japanese restaurant? Of course.
I used to work for some Japanese, and
Protocol.
the Japanese took their shoes off, but
Yeah, protocol.
when
They
you go
give you
eat
those
at a
stupid
Japanese
little
restaurant, they take their
things.
shoes off. But you know why?
Can you stop
know why
over-talking the man? He's
you know
trying to say
why
something.
they did that? Because the Japanese have paper rice floors. I have rock floors, so I can mop my floors even if you bring your dirty, muddy fucking boots in the house.
Then why are you the one with such a problem?
I don't have
about it?
carpet. I don't use carpet.
Then
I
why
don't
are you
use.
the one that has such a problem about it? If it's that
So
easy,
you guys are all welcome to come to my house and
Holy
work
crap.
outside and
Just
come
like
in
talk
with your
back
muddy
on
fucking boots
yourself.
on.
Yeah, there's different there's a different
on
culture, different
yourself.
customs, right?
You're like, I don't
It's
want
a sign of
anyone
respect. You
in
take your
here.
fucking
And he's
shoes
like,
off.
but I don't have anything
All right.
but concrete floors.
You know, one of the
I can
reasons
clean
why
everything.
the Japanese don't want you to wear your shoes in the house because they have rice
Yeah, but
paper
you said
floors.
because they have rice paper floors.
No, they don't. It could be a marble floor,
You're
and
the
either
one
way, you
that
take your
just
goddamn
said,
shoes
no,
off,
you
buddy.
said you have a
Fuck you
marble
talking about?
floor, and the Japanese have rice paper floors. Do you not even recall what you said like 2 minutes or a minute ago?
DK, take a deep breath, man. Count to 3.
Bro, take a listening pill and listen to what people are saying and realize I'm not incorrect.
I am listening. Are you?
Then shut the fuck up. And
All
let's
right,
get
duly
something to
noted,
actually
buddy.
contribute.
Yeah, duly noted.
I think the Romans wore sandals.
No, but and they were walking on streets all day. If you're just
You
sitting in
imagine-
a car and driving
imagine-
from an office
imagine some-
to a house,
You imagine
how
some
is your
Jap telling a
footwear
Roman.
disgusting?
You imagine some Jap telling a Roman to take his fucking shoes off
So, okay,
and
so
it's
go
wrapped all the way
back,
up to his
hey.
knee.
I tell you what.
Or Canadian, and it has nothing to do with the Japanese, but I'm sure they might have that.
Civilization says.
Muslims and that, they do the same thing, and you'll sit there. And?
So are you trying to justify yourself by saying some religion does it after telling me you're not?
It's not about religion. Why are you so obsessed with fucking religion?
They do it here in
just brought
America.
up religion.
DK, they do it here in America.
No, you
I used
just
to
said
be a-
Muslims do it. And
I
then
used
you
to
tried
install direct.
Buddy,
TV.
you're incoherently rambling
I'm saying it.
into the void.
Bro, you just tried to call me on saying
Are
anything
you
about
alright, bro?
religion.
You need a hug?
After you just
When I worked
said
for
Muslims do
DirecTV
it.
as an installer, I would go to
Bro,
people's
hey,
houses.
if you're not hey,
Let
if
the
you're
man
not
talk.
gonna
Stop
own up
fucking
to your-
rambling and shut your fucking mouth, bro.
Dude, if you're not gonna own up to your
Who are you
own
talking
words,
to?
wait, no, if you're not gonna
Talking to
own up your
DK,
own
he's like,
words, just
come
go
on, man. You crazy Australian. Enough, man.
DK,
Dude, he just
listen, DK,
shut,
DK.
man, he just
Hey,
said it,
DK, DK,
and I called him
DK.
out completely.
Hey,
and you
DK,
are
you know,
taking-
when I was a DirecTV installer, I had to go to people's houses, and some of them were rich, and so instead of taking my shoes off, I bought these little booties that you could they're like little booties to keep your mud in. It's like so you can walk on the floor and shit.
Oh, yeah. You know, they have that available. You put your left and right shoe in there, and it puts kind of like something on the shoe or the boot.
No, they're like little socks, like little boots that are a rubber band, and it's just like you get the right
Oh.
size and they fit. fit around your boots. So if you got muddy boots, it collects it.
Oh yeah. Contains it all. That's allowed here. That's allowed.
And then, you know, you just do that like on rainy days. But if you're not, it's not raining or nothing. But some of them rich people don't like you walking in their house with their shoes on. I can understand, but if I'm a service guy working outside and I'm installing DirecTV, and if I got to take my shoes off every time I come in and out of the fucking house, you know, there's a lot of troubleshooting between. You got to run outside, you got to run inside, you got to run outside. So we got these little booties. Them Canadians don't think they're.
Yeah, over here, you know, I guess everybody's different. I know Americans does this watch 3-year-old house or whatever the fuck they're wearing. But yeah, over here it's like a bit different. It's normal. It has nothing to do with religion or classism or any of it. Just a normal custom for everybody to do that here.
Yeah, I have like tile floors. They're slate floors, so I don't gotta. It's you sweep and mop. You know what I mean? It's not like a carpet where.
Yeah, that's what I have. No carpets here either. Like here, if I show you, I can show you right now.
You spill something on carpet, you're fucked. You gotta.
You see, we got the tile and then we got the hardwood, and that's it. There's no carpet. None of that bullshit, man. Yeah.
Carpet's good. I mean, not good. I mean,
No. Dude,
the
no.
wood's good. Wood's
You're
good.
completely wrong. What you need is natural. It's all the synthetic things that we've been programmed to use, like vinyl, linoleum, carpeting, that are synthetic fibers that are stopping you from actually grounding.
Yeah.
It's everything that's trying to keep you away from grounding. Rubber-soled shoes. Everything is stopping you from actually grounding and getting rid of shit. What are those things called? Some chemistry thing. Maybe it's a physics thing. Free radicals. That's the one. It gets rid of the fucking free radicals. And all the synthetic anything that prevents you actually touching the ground or anything natural. The synthetic things are what is preventing your body from ridding itself of free radicals.
Hey, look at the comments, right? We got somebody saying, stop being mean. These comments really hurt. Does anyone want lentils?
That's
Does anyone
me,
want fucking
you
lentils
fuck.
right here? Here, look. Here's some fucking
Yeah,
lentils
that's
here,
me.
buddy. Yeah. Here's some lentils,
That's
bro.
me.
Here's some lentils, bro.
That's
You like that?
me. Dude,
Yeah.
I was trying to say something from the young ones, you retard.
Well, there you go. Here's some lentils, bro.
Being mean, guys.
Put it in the fire, buddy.
These comments really hurt. Does anyone
All right, y'all.
want lentils?
I gotta shut this thing down. Real
Well,
talk.
I showed you a can of lentils, bro. You see how that works?
Definitely.
You
That
like
was the
that
sign. I think that was a good sign to wrap this thing up. The lentils. So yeah, blessings to all the people. I appreciate you guys. Do you guys want to say some closing things before we get out of here?
Nah, no one comes to my channels anyway.
Yeah, my closing thought is keep your fucking shoes at the door, buddy. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Hey, listen, Jake.
Okay, good night. Thanks for having me.
It was nice
Yeah,
talking
thank
to
you.
all of you. It's nice talking to all of you.
Winter's gonna
Much love,
winter's
no
gonna be
fear.
coming around.
Here, hold on, guys. One at a time if we can do this. Yeah. I think
Winter's
Cage already
coming
went.
around.
Yeah, Rocky, please. Yeah.
Night. Winter's coming around, so I'm getting my winter boots that have like 40 straps on them, and I don't take them off when I come in the fucking house, because then I just got to go back up. So,
Excellent. Yeah,
Good
blessings, sir. Yeah, thank you for being here with us. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you. DK, what do you got to tell these people?
Anything that anyone needs to know, because no one joins other platforms. Much love, no fear.
Yeah,
If
blessings,
you
my
want to
friend.
find me, if you want to find me, just jump on TML's Discord channel. You'll be able to find a link to me from there.
Yeah, let me try to open this up. Discord. Invite people to my Discord. Yeah, definitely.
Did you like that clippy thing that I sent you the other day?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Someone on your channel was like, I've been trying to make this for ages and no one could make it. Someone sent it to me on Telegram. I'm like, this one?
Yeah, so the Discord link is yeah, so the Discord link is there in the chat. Yeah, thank you, DK. Blessings.
Yeah, man. Make sure everyone can find you and the rest of us through you.
For sure.
Have you got it in your description thing?
Yeah, but I don't think the link in the description works. The one in the chat works. So try the one in the chat, guys.
Then maybe fix that. Right, yeah.
Right.
Fix, change them and just, afterwards you can just say, just check the description. These are all my links.
Yeah, well, thank you, my friend.
Good. I'm here to help and be a dickhead and be entertaining.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate your time.
Love you, brother. I'm out.
Yeah, same here. Blessings.
Actually, I'm not going to leave. Every time I say I'm out, you get other people on the show. So I'm just going to mute out.
Blessings. Yeah, but Avian, what do you got for these people? You got anything?
It was nice talking to all of you. I look forward to reading your book when you have time to send it to me. Yeah,
of course.
That's it. Yeah, so I hope you have a good night. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, of course, my friend. Yeah, and I'll send you that ASAP. And I appreciate you being here with me. And all you guys, this has been an exciting journey. We looked at several aspects of the move from a religious consciousness to a technological consciousness. Okay, we explored ideas from Prigozhin to Mumford to ellul, and of course we got special reflections on Taoism and the Shangzu, right, that we uncovered yesterday. So please look at the show yesterday, right? A special Taoism PSA. Right, we'll be back with more discussions on Taoism, Eastern philosophy, techno-liberalism, and scientific totalitarianism. Right, and also how we can look at new ideas in terms of a religious consciousness, right, and a response to the ills of the modern world. Right, so yeah, you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. Yeah, as I said, yeah, blessings to all the people that were here. And I greatly appreciate your time and your correspondence. And of course, there's a link there for the Discord. I've released tons of material on Discord. We got art and discussions over there, right? Of course, we've curated lots of materials. So yeah, if you guys want extensions of material and stuff that we discuss on the show here, feel free to hop up in the Discord. Blessings to all the people. Right? And yeah. And play some music for you guys. And of course, we'll be back on we'll be back on actually we'll be back tomorrow night with a music show, right? We'll be back Friday night. Okay, with a content cuckery for the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? And also we will be doing a special show on Saturday, continuing the stream we did today, right? So we'll be on every day the next 3 days, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, right? We'll be doing streams. So yeah, so come check us out on the Machine Lies. Blessings.
Cannabis, throwing melanated, Molotov, cocktails, engineer, directly out of full sales, nobody nastier, ripping the jacker, ain't nobody nastier, spitting and grabbing facts and data to enhance you. Suspense thriller, cannabis, the lyrical adjective killer.
My melatonin magic is enhanced by the melatonin tablets. Come take a walk with cannabis, Ardipithecus ramidus. What the fuck is melatonin magic, bitch? I still ain't understanding this shit. Okay, my brain is a microchip. My 2 balls with a cane is a macro dick. I rap so sick, I created swine flu out of an infinite mix. You try to diss, but you can't even spit. You just stand there and wish with your hand on your hips. Man, you a bitch. Who the fuck is you to criticize a lyrical king? You see, that's my problem. I spit 1,000 bars, y'all was silent. I ain't heard nothing about it. I had to give you 3 years to recognize, and then I realized, can't nobody even fuck with my rhymes. The internet is an early telepathic building set. My lyrics are international nuclear missile threats. The blogosphere is where you vent frustration and discontent, but children don't understand the concept of consequence. So yes, it's immature to express disrespect, but no, I would not accept what the media says. They are the reason we are being misled. There are forces above them to feed off our stress, suffering, and death. I am dead by design, cause nobody tells me what to rhyme. I make up my own fucking mind. There are more of us than them, but at the same time they are gods, and we are just mortal men. 13 levels above 33, let me say it again. They are gods, we are just mortal men. I cannot imagine their power. They put a black family in the White House, just so they could take away ours. You trying to plan a great escape, you a coward. They gon' march us in a gas chamber, make us think we taking a shower. Mamas and babies is crying, the children of Zion belong to Skynet. Nobody knows who's behind it, so if you don't care, fine then. I don't care either, but I ain't spineless like you. I'm a true believer in the metaphysical ether. You listening to the lyrical reaper, the spiritual teacher, empirical speaker. After this album, they gon' call me a leader, but I'm not. Illuminati just gon' murder me like Pac. Blood sacrifice or not, I don't even wanna be alive. If it's like that, then fuck Tiamat. You can laugh at my appearance, well fuck you for standing there staring. Fuck everything on this planet, including the evil spirits, notwithstanding the aliens acting like they don't hear us. There's no need to fear us, just come down and help us. I love James Brown more than I love Elvis, but that don't mean I'm selfish. Soft or hard on the outside like shellfish, crispy, crunchy, black, crawling out of hell's pit. You scream for hardcore, I felt it, but what you gon' do when they kill me on some Eminem and L shit? You won't do a motherfucking thing, cause let me tell you why. You a coward and you don't know shit. Cause if my brothers stand next to me, the energy expands collectively. The world was never ready for me, and they ain't ready for their own freedom neither. They perish from the heat of the fire breathers, crawling out of their caves to eat them like thin crust pizza. Cthulhu creatures with rough features, jeepers creepers, good luck with Jesus. How many meters? Reload and squeeze it. I run up in the Vatican with demons, just to get even. That's where the biggest demon is. It's no secret, but nobody else sees it, so they won't believe it. But that's when I calm back down. The key word is back down. I got possessed by my own raps. Wow, knock knock, who's home? The black Dan Brown. I didn't mean what I said, please don't kill me now. My ghostwriter's not around, plus it was just a freestyle, but at least I got better beats now. Meanwhile, motherfuckers still mad, I feel bad. I apologize, but you acting like a real fag. What the fuck I'm supposed to feel like? 12 years later, I still don't get acknowledged for the shit that I write. Well, I don't wanna talk to you now. It'd be a motherfucking miracle if you even see me walking around. They still ask me about second round, even now.
Cannabis, can you tell us what happened
Look
again?
at this fucking clown. Can't get over it. They ask me a loaded question and act like I'm the one that's promoted it. Hang up on them. You a cyborg unit with no soul to it. Stupid surrogate. 12 years later, I'm on some other shit. And so is the whole world. Look at the mothership. And so is the whole world. Look at the motherships.
After this album, they're gonna call me a leader, but I'm not. The Illuminati's gonna kill me just like they did Pac. Blood sacrifice or not. It's Professor Griffin, ex-minister, signing out.
Okay, class, settle down. I'd like to introduce you to your new teacher. His name is Mr. K. Mr. Okay, would you like to tell the class about yourself?
I'm your new professor. I've improved the lesser message of your clueless testers. They've been removed, I am the new successor. The first assignment that I'll burst your mind with is to break the Earth's alignment. Find 6 different time zones and reverse the climate. Of course I'll time it within the glass where the sand particles pass. That's 10 books that you must read by the end of class. This is the only way to teach you right and make you see the light. And I forgot to mention, you have to read each one twice. No pens allowed in this assembly. Complex math and chemistry must instantly be committed to memory. And after you complete your 20 reads, focus your deep internal energy. Then learn to speak the language of the centipedes. No need to call you to the floor. What would you have to walk for? I brought a self-erasing, levitating chalkboard. Every lesson is taught in Mach 4. Even the clock stops to watch your body as it learns to flow through locked doors. Many fall from stress long before they acquiesce, cause it's hard to pass the test without cardiac arrest. Your brain use amount is tiny, 10% or less, but if someone reminds me, I'll help you access the other 90. We'll study making seconds momentless. I'll need a 5-page essay describing future inventions that don't exist. And after that, you'll have to try and top it. Hope your mind can process bringing in a real volcano as a science project. The more progression, the deeper the lessons. 90 multiple choice options on each of the questions. I'll teach you to build things without reading directions. My standard's so high that I'll punish you for reaching perfection. And once I broke the spell, all of you will learn to read unopened mail and bring a thing that can't be shown or told about the show and tell. Before we scratch the surface, I'll just test a person first, and every 30 seconds blur the whole semester's worth of work. The consequence for bad behavior is wrenching, sending you to detention in an evil, wicked dimension. And even though it's only minutes, the time seems like 1,000 ages. So many courses, the report cards are 1,000 pages. Each slide of history recited in its chronology. Unabridged dictionaries, every word's etymology. The Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll judge them with mockery. You'll even see the blue object that floats over the top of me. My classroom is an abnormal regime. Homework is rubbed into your forehead in the form of a cream. And no matter what you do, don't ever touch this bright folder. If you miss one day of class, I'll start your whole life over. Then at recess we play with gamma rays on average days. 10 millenniums of curriculum all on half a page. In every mind in here I'm linking them, which means you never have to raise your hands. You ask me questions by thinking them. Increments of time I'll wrinkle them and teach you how to carry galaxies in your book bags by shrinking them. You will see me as ugly, I don't need you to love me. Life or death pop quizzes on subjects that we didn't study. I'm sure you noticed several older people here in the class. They're students from my former school who haven't managed to pass. They've been with me since they were young, each class and each stage. Cause one of the courses that they kept failing was mastering age. You have to learn to see through people's minds like x-rays do. And if you somehow pass the class, I teach the next grade too. So with that said, my preamble is through. Pleasure to meet you. By the way, I'm Mr. K, your new 2nd grade teacher.
To take out Trump and then replace him with Vance so that the Thiel bros can get in or whatever. And that's going to signal the technocracy that like Nick Land and Mencius Moldbug want or whatever.
So they're actually promoting. They're actually promoting.
Well, one thing that they did expose that was pretty useful was they were like Thiel and Moldbug talk about each other. So that's interesting. So they talk about and promote each other. So not everything they're saying is like useless, but yeah. But
right.
Anyway,
so they're promoting technocracy, or they're saying, oh, we're against it, but actually we need to speed it up and hurry it up or something.
They're
like
saying,
in other words,
who, the chicks or Moldbug? The chicks are saying that Moldbug is saying that we need to speed it up. You know, and Thiel is saying that it seems like Moldbug is like mixed.
Right.
You know, he's like, you know, he's pushing some sort of like
Georgianians
medieval stuff as well.
Okay.
Yeah, let me actually. But yeah, a lot of what they said about his philosophy going on for 2 years is pretty accurate. But yeah, what's really funny is that, obviously Jay Dyer promotes Bitcoin. He was at the Stop the Steal, or is Stop the Steal January 6th? Is that the same thing?
It's related, I think. If I had, I mean, don't quote me. I don't want to get sued or something. But
He was there with Alex Jones at one of those events, as we discovered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, on our show. Yeah, this was from Southern Israelite. Right, he was showing the speech that Jay Dyer gave at like one of those events with Alex Jones.
Right.
And yeah, let me look up this lady. What's this lady's name?
Courtney Turner and
no, the other lady, Hanshaw.
Jamie Hanshaw, Hansaw.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I've watched a few of both of them. The Courtney Turner lady has a very strange history. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I remember it was like, remarkable for some reason. I can't remember exactly what that was, but definitely very fascinating for sure.
But yeah, so I was only able to clock like two solid timestamps. Even right, yeah. But this lady goes on to say that like if like they take away women's voting rights, then she's not going to file taxes anymore.
Good.
And then here you have Rachel Wilson. She says, "My friends are so beautiful and smart." I felt like replying to that and being like, "Do you think they're smart for saying that they shouldn't take away women's voting rights?" Because that's one of the things that she advocates.
Yeah, it's that's
because she calls people dumb for saying that in debates and stuff, right? So
well, I think that's where I'm saying is like, how do you separate the rhetoric from the belief, right? And
yeah, I put the that in the backstage there. If you want to add that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I shared the link around, so maybe some people.
I'm sorry. I thought you guys were seeing that, but here, let me zoom in on that. Here.
No, you're good.
It was it's right here. Rachel Wilson. Right. It says oh wait, where'd it go? Oh yeah, here it is. My friends are so beautiful and smart. So I feel like replying like, well, do you think they're smart for saying,
women shouldn't
they shouldn't take away women's voting rights?
They should not, right? That's what she said. They should not, right?
Yeah. She said if they do it, she'll stop filing taxes. She said she'll rebel against the government if they take away her voting rights. This is Jay Dyer's wife.
Oh, really? Oh, Jamie says that. Interesting.
Yeah.
We got somebody here.
Yo, what up?
What's up?
Yeah, they're talking about Moldbug in this. But yeah.
Oh, word?
Yep.
Yeah. These two old, the two old broads. Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck this is.
This is Jay Dyer's wife, and some other like New Age Christian person.
Yeah, American Sharia, bro. Listen, motherfuckers need to stop stealing my memes, bro. This is getting annoying.
American Sharia, but they're against it. They're against the Sharia. So.
Who said American Sharia? Oh, really? Oh, I didn't even know that's the title.
That's my meme, bro.
That's what made me click on it. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Right,
that's my meme, bro. That is my meme.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the white Sharia, so I guess I like your iteration better, though. It's something that everybody can agree with.
Yeah, listen, we need a white Sharia, bro. Like, by the way, did you see Notebook LM started doing videos and shit now?
Who?
Notebook LM.
I don't know who that is. Sorry, I don't think I've heard that name before.
Like Google has a program that like when you do like articles or if you want to like break some shit down, they can create like an audio. You should create an audio podcast that would break down whatever it is that you wrote or whatever it is that like was you're gonna give them. Right now they create whole ass videos and explainers on the joint.
Nice.
Yeah,
so it'll actually like It'll like translate your your articles into like videos. That's pretty sick. Hell yeah! Show me. Hey, do me a favor. DM me that because I might actually want to start writing if I can do that more easily.
Yeah, hold up, bro. Like, listen, fucking.
Sounds awesome.
We'll go like this because I grabbed that.
And I'll probably just put Machine's whole book into that and your whole book into that, and you got, or we should just do that. Like, just do like episodes of all your shit. That'd be sick.
Right. I mean, like it's little explainers. The other joint though, there you go, bro. I sent it to your DMs.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, like it creates explainers for it. I want to use Notebook or the fucking. They got another joint that Google has now, where like literally they'll create like a whole video out of like a text prompt for you and shit.
Someone's in the back. I'm gonna check it out. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So cool.
Brad, listen, it's motherfucking it's Puerto Rican from up in New York. What up, man?
What's up, guys?
What the fuck was that? Who the hell's meowing?
Bye.
Okay.
My kid is fighting for control of the computer, so I may have to jump off. I don't know. She keeps trying to hit the keyboard.
All right.
All
The
good.
keyboard. Chris has lost keyboard control, so
Yeah, I mean, Juniper wants to be the streamer. She wants to be a streamer way more than I do. So.
yeah. So we got technical difficulties, but yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit of this. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah, I don't know if Neuro's there. Neuro, you seen this, or you want to play this, or?
Oh hell yeah! I'm just along for the ride, man.
All right.
We should check out that new JREG video too. He's talking about like a technocratic like alignment something. I don't know. It looks pretty interesting though.
Yeah. So coordinate. That's kind of a weird name, but you could tell that. I mean, she's nicer dressed than the other lady. The other lady's got cats on her shirt, but you could tell she's a lot older because of the neck. The neck game gives away her age. But yeah.
What's interesting about this whole circle is all these people are like destiny orbiters, I guess you'd say, which is kind of interesting in some way. But
yeah, technocrat's dream. Sharia, American Sharia, a technocrat's dream. So if you're wondering what technocrat's dream is, they want to bring Sharia law to America. So that's basically what it is. So yeah, let's figure this out because.
So now it's not the Jays, it's the Muslims trying to bring in techno Sharia.
Yeah, it's not that you're ruled by like Judeo Christianity. It's Sharia. It's the Chicans and the Saudis.
Welcome back to Out of This World. I got Courtney Turner back for you all, the best in the business, and she has got 2 bangers of articles on Substack that everybody needs to go and read right now. And we are going to be discussing the first one of those tonight and the second one shortly after. And I wanted to show you a couple photos, Courtney, and all you guys, because this isn't going to make sense until the end of part 2. But I don't, yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but I am a world champion at, I see where this is going. Okay, so, yeah, right? And you are too. I know you're.
Right. We're headed towards technocracy. We don't live in technological slavery already. We're headed towards some unknown technocracy. Right? So she's an expert at figuring out where things are going, folks.
Yeah, she's a fucking expert at like this is where we are at the moment. She's an expert at Googling where am I right now.
right there with me. But I've been saying these things and people just brush it off like, oh, that will never happen. And it happened. The next day I opened my app and I'm like, look, it's happened. Okay.
She
So
found out from an app. How current is your? I know what's going on tomorrow. If you had to figure out from an app what's going on right now.
Now listen, her inner compass is on the phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, she has a little Joan on the phone, right? That holds like her inner, like, fucking, you know, where the fuck am I at the moment? You know what I mean?
I love how she's giving herself a halo with her background. She's like very exclusively like aligned herself behind that. But she's like you know, like the Catholic Virgin Mary shit, you know?
Nah, bro. Listen, she's not that smart. All right, that's not. No.
Oh no, come on, that's totally intentional.
No, she's not that fucking smart. I'm telling you, she just has like some shit. Every streamer now has one of those.
Yeah, I think they all do it on purpose.
No, it's aesthetic, bro. It's an aesthetic choice because they're like, oh, this is the cool thing. Like they it's that retro fucking like 1950s fluorescent light vibe. They all got it off the Cars movie.
Wait, but you're saying this is for this is for the female?
Yeah, the Joan with the fucking yellow thing around her head.
But
you know,
this
like,
is actually the Jay Dyer backdrop.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck Jay Dyer is, dog. I'll be honest with you. Listen, there's too many people now.
Too many people.
Yeah, like I'd be mentioning like Dave Green and like Oren McIntyre to motherfuckers, and they'd be like, I don't know who the fuck that is. And I'm like, how? Like, but there's two. We're all running in weird circles at this point. You know what I mean?
It's like one of the top, it's one of the top ortho bro enthusiasts.
Yeah, I don't do ortho bro content. I don't actually do the content at all.
Yeah, but if you want to, like, that's really what it is. That's where it emanates. That's the figurehead of the ortho bro movement.
Yeah. Let's keep going. I want to hear how like her inner compass is explaining to her some shit through an app.
here's some photos that are a little confusing. I'm going to let you decide. There's the first one. What do you think?
So for the people that can't see this, it's like a lady that's wearing the same getup that they had like in Afghanistan when the Taliban took over, and basically she's holding up a picture, I think, of Jesus or something like that. So,
yeah, it looks like that Joan from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the motherfuckers that were worried about getting wiped out after the sneeze.
Like,
I thought it was a cave at first, bro. Why are her hands like black?
From a distance, it's like before I got close to it, I thought it looked like a diagram from an OBGYN office. Yeah. OBGYN.
Yeah, like I thought it was like a cave for a second. I was like, is that a rock? Is it a dildo? Like, what do we? And then you pointed out it was a human. I'm like, oh, okay. It's like a monk or something, like wearing a veil.
That's a lady.
That's a fat bitch.
Yeah, so I got a couple of these.
So we have like a spirit, and
this is a new phenomenon
She didn't know what the fuck it was either. She said, "Is that a spirit?"
that is happening. Orthodox girls wearing niqab like Islam.
What?
What?
I'm fine with this. We're gonna slow down.
That is happening. Orthodox girls wearing niqab like Islam.
What?
Niqab happening. Orthodox girls wearing niqab like Islam.
What?
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 What? Huh?
Oh yeah. So here's another one with a cross in their by wearing the niqab and Hello Kitty right there in the background. If it's not weird enough for you.
Yeah, but you got Hello Kitty on your shirt. So why is that weird? You see what I'm saying? Like come on.
Well, they're trying to fold in, you know what I mean, like modernity into it. You know what I mean? Yo, bro, look at you imagine.
Yeah, see her shirt. She's got Hello Kitty on her shirt. Either that or Pusheen the cat or something, one of those types of things. So
yeah, but could you imagine a motherfucker wearing niqab, but it has like some of them like anime joints on it or some shit?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, here's another one. You've got Theotokos, and she's failed.
And these are Orthodox Christians.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the artwork looks like Orthodox, but what?
What? So just because they have the artwork, they're Orthodox Christians? How do you know this isn't? I mean, like, but yeah, she looks very dismayed at this.
Oh.
And
yeah, look, man, listen, yo, like the black African, you know what I mean, is an Orthodox Christian. You know what I mean? What the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you're talking about what? The Ethiopians, right?
Yeah, bro. Listen, no. That'll be a no. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm fine with this. Like, listen, I've been saying it for years. We should put bitches in blankets and like fucking duct tape sandwiches to them so we can have like fucking picnics wherever we want. I've said this for years. White Sharia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't see the problem either, honestly.
To a cross, but veiled like Islam. So strange.
And are they wearing out of church or just in church, or?
I haven't seen.
They should be covering their head in church, so they definitely should be wearing it in the church. But, but I don't know. But yeah, dude, pretty weird.
Personally, this is just online.
Okay, yeah.
But you know how things that fester online usually you see them in the wild later on, or this is just like kind of where this stuff is going in the future. But I just wanted to start out with that because it's so weird and dissonant. And the show is going to be called American Sharia, a Technocrat's Dream. And Courtney wrote some great.
So I don't know. So they only mentioned Islam like one more time, but I don't know. I don't know why they called it that, but yeah.
Articles where she took 3 elements and showed how they are going to converge in our digital enslavement, really. And this is where a lot of this submission stuff comes from, this BDSM, this idea that we are slaves to men, that women have to be all in all.
Wait. What did this bitch just say? Did she just say this is where the BDSM come from?
Yes, that's right. They're connecting women submitting to men to BDSM for some reason.
All right. No, that is connected. But it has nothing to do with
both ways. It's connected with the men doing the dominatrix stuff too. So it doesn't, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of nations attached to it. So
well, what I'm saying is like, you know, fucking the vast, I'm not gonna say the vast majority. A lot of like reproduction back in the day was done like, you know what I mean, unwillingly. We'll put it that way, right? You know, through like conquering and like, you know, people coming in and like taking over towns, all that type of shit, right? That's how like all this shit ended up becoming, you know what I mean, like how humans became a thing, right? That's why like women, you know what I mean, their number one like fantasy is being taken forcefully, right? And I mean, like, I don't know about y'all. I do what I do, right? And I mean, like, I'm a single dude. I go out here and I give mods, right? The vast majority of them are like, hey, listen, I need you to like fucking dominate me and fucking, you know, make me motherfucking, you know what I mean? Like fucking, you know, that's what they want almost every fucking time. And I'm like, oh, listen, I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not into that because like, you know what I mean? They're going to fucking, the police are going to show up and they're going to believe any bullshit you say, right?
That's what it's about, dude.
Yo, This
You
is
get set
normal.
up by the Jewesses,
right?
You get honeypotted.
Yeah,
All
right.
the police.
Yeah, but like this is the thing though, right? It's like this is how women and like this is the natural state of females, right? And it's like biological. This is not something that's like it's not a psychologically fucking programmed thing over time. This is a biological fucking thing, just as a whole.
But back to the thing, like BDSM.
That
does
is
have
that.
to do with dominate? No, it's not though.
It is.
How?
It's
Explain.
bondage, domination, and sadomasochism, right?
But
literally
if it's natural, then that's just
yeah.
You mean so? How's that? Like BDSM is like
bondage, domination.
So you're saying that that's normal?
Yeah, it's normal. That's 100% normal. Right? That's just that's the female nature.
Yeah, but what about the dominatrix thing and dudes wearing masks and all that stuff? All that stuff is BDSM too.
Well, that's an overbearing mother and shit. You know what I mean? That's some fucked up programming of men for the most
So it's
part.
both BDSM.
But see that, and so yeah.
What up now?
Well, no, I think you both have a good point. I think that's kind of the thing is like this, where it's like you know, the women now are saying that they're oppressed because they have more power than ever, and that kind of gets women off in a sense because they get to like pretend to be the victim and they're not, and then they're like begging for guys to come and do what you're saying, and no guys want to do it because it puts them at such a high fucking risk and very low reward, right? And I think that's kind of what you're saying about authority, right? Like we don't have the authority to actually like play that role. So we're kind of like, fuck that. You know what I mean? It's like, you're going to put me in a fucked up position and you actually dominate me legally, right? Because, you know, the system is like encouraging that shit, right? And so I think that's kind of like, that's where the female domination thing comes in, because we're all kind of like overly, you know, like domineered by women, or whole, you know, most of us at least, right?
I'm not.
So,
but like,
I mean like a single mother, like if you got a single mother, like, you know what I mean? And you don't got a dad around, like that mom becomes like, you know, very different. You know what I mean? Like,
but aren't you though, Pinoid? Because you said how many kids do you have, right?
I got
you have like
I got
tons
8
of kids.
I got 8.
So doesn't that make sense that they do dominate you in some sense? You
No.
know?
That's the thing, right? Is like most of them are like fully relying upon me, right? Like the moms are relying upon me on a regular basis, right? So like I'm not dominated by they're dominated by me. Is a difference.
No, but yeah, but you could just, you know, like pack up and move to another country, right?
Like if I wanted to, right? I could also like just go and like snatch a kid, like, oh, this is mine now, you know what I mean? And just be what it is, right? Or you know what I mean, I could stop helping them and they would fucking like just they'd be fucking underwater. Right.
Exactly. So it's because of your honor and your, you know, your sense of duty that you even do that in the first place. Right?
Oh yeah. Listen, you know, like I love my kids,
mean, like,
and I love my baby's moms too. I'm misunderstood. Like yo, like fucking, we have a mutual like fucking understanding and respect between us of where it's like, hey, listen, I'm here to help you to make sure the kids is good, right? You know what I mean? And they go, we fucking really appreciate you fucking being that guy for us. You know what I mean? Right, and that's my fucking job. And so it's
even me, like with 0 kids, like I can't just go and like, you know, just go and have sex with whoever I want and make a bunch of babies and all that type of stuff. It all matches up with, you know what I mean?
Why? Why can't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Listen, again, so this is the thing, right? So like that whole BDSM model, right? And even with the dude side, right? Like a dude side that's a male psychological like fucking brokenness. It's usually like lower class or men who are very successful in this system.
Yeah,
so
but,
like
here's the real reason. Here's the real reason why I can't, right?
Okay.
It's because like I'm buried in like a bunch of books, or like I'd have to, you know, and I'm already like tied up with this one female, and you know, it's a complicated situation, you know,
listen.
and then and so really what it is like, you know, I can't like go and like the same reason is because I would have duty towards all those women, and I would have to do a bunch of extra projects in order to take care of all those kids, right? So it'd be like, you know, so it's the same reason why I'm enslaved to my own sexual appetites, the resources I have, the women I'm willing to take care of, and all that type of stuff, right?
And the technology.
Here's the mental, right? Here's the mental.
Exactly.
So like my like females who I usually get in with, right? They'll sit there and, you know, I mean, like watch me bang other broads and sit and fucking play with themselves and shit, right?
That's too much information.
No, hold up, right? Hold up. Here's the thing, right? When you're standing here and you're that top end motherfucker and shit, right? What you're doing is like, yo, you are.
We don't need to know about the Diddy parties, bro.
No. Listen. Like, yo, so like the top end motherfuckers, right? They live in a different manner than everybody the fuck else, right? And females will submit and do that type of shit. And this is like what females want from like every dude. They want every dude to be that guy, but every guy they get with can't be that dude. They want to put the fucking head garb on to protect themselves from like, they want to be able to like submit to that guy and go, listen, you got this. Right? That's what it is. For the vast, like almost every female, that's her natural state in nature. Because that's how she was fucking, like that's how she evolved to be as a species. As a creature. And that's kind of the problem that we have today is where like everybody, like the dudes who are very successful in this system are dudes who are dishonorable, who are like fucking people who are willing to do too much and bend too much over like fucking money and greed.
And not take care of the people that they've come into the orbit, or people, they bring women into their orbit, and when shit goes down, they're not there, right? And I think that's...
Well, no, it's not that. It's that they can't handle it, right? So, like, if they have a female in their orbit and they go out in public with them, right? And some dude's looking at that female or says something to that female, that dude can't handle nothing for that female is the issue, right?
Well, and that comes from like a tribe around you. It comes from multiple things, and I'm also thinking about the rich guys. Like you look at these like rich guys in tech, like they bang a lot of women, yet they don't feel any responsibility towards like when these women end up on crack out in the street or something or whatever. Or they're, you know what I mean? Like they don't.
Well, there's that.
There's that,
but there's also like the mentality. You know, it's a very biological thing. That's what the BDSM shit is, right? Because BDSM's always existed, right? BDSM has existed since fucking Egypt, so this is not a new thing. Right? Like this is not new.
Yeah, and I'll just say that like what your description of female nature is accurate. I mean, I think it's one of those things where it's complicated, right? Because and I think that's why I hate this the propaganda towards, you know, men and women right now so much, because like it used to not be talked about, right? Like men knew this once they're married for a while, right? Like, you know, especially after women hit like 35, like they start changing a little bit about their attitudes about things somewhat as well, right? Like because they kind of chill out, they've already experienced it. Especially if they've just been married to like one guy their whole life, you know what I mean? Like it changes shit, you know? Because then they start trusting, you know, in a hostile environment where they didn't trust shit before, right? So yeah, I mean, I think what you're saying has validity, but it's like we're in such a state of, you know, I guess just an unnatural, like you say, like the government's or baby daddy, or you know, or like a.
We're in a merchant's world,
right?
We're in a merchant's world, bro. That's what it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. We're in a merchant's world, right? So it's more important to maintain stability for economic status than it is to maintain honor and respect for like the people around you, right? So like the merchants were always trying to escape, like since like fucking perpetuity, like the merchants have always been pushed down, right? They've always been the weak. Like if you look at like the average like fucking CEO or like fucking guy who's driving a Lamborghini, they're like 5'5", 5'8". They're like little ass dudes, right? Back in the day, that dude would have been low status. Didn't matter how much money he make, didn't matter how smart he was always a low status male in our fucking societies, in our communities.
Well,
because he didn't make good kids.
Right, and kind of what you were saying before, you said something one time where like most women want to fuck a line cook, but they want to be married to a financially wealthy guy to take care of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true in a sense, because it's like a lot of line cooks have honor and a lot of guys with money don't.
Exactly. Like that's the alpha fucks beta bucks thing, right? You know what I mean? So like you have this like beta dude who makes a lot of money, but like you have this alpha motherfucker who's out here, you know what I mean, just like, you know, he's a savage, right? He's covered in fucking tattoos and doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Right. Well, and that's part of the reason why this cuckold culture, I guess you'd say, has been kind of pushed out, because women do like that, but they don't want to talk about it publicly because it makes them look bad, obviously, right? So this is kind of like, because it's actually a well-known thing, and that's what I'm saying. It's a very sophisticated, like, psychological game that's going on with like men and women relationships, I think, right now. Because, and this is really the stuff that I want to cover more, but I don't know exactly, like, you know, it depends on the audience. Like, I don't think that most audiences on YouTube are really like ready for that conversation, but I think that is like, I mean,
we've been talking about this back in like 2016, bro.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, is people like that audience, I don't know where they're at. I guess they're all on Rumble or some shit, but
no, I mean, like they're around, right? But you got to address it properly. You know what I mean? So like you can stand here and like have these conversations. Like I used to hang out with Turfling and Monkey talking about this shit all the time. TFM still does this, right? He still covers this type of shit. This is his bread and butter. This is like what he does. But TFM's a libertarian type. He's like the Aaron Clary type of motherfucker, right? Where he's like minimalism, individualism, fucking, you know, don't have any ties to anybody, fuck your family, you move away from everything, right? And like this shit is, you know what I mean, like terrible. And that's mostly because like TFM had like a fucking really shitty ass fucking childhood, right? I'm gonna keep it a box. That's why me and him got along so fucking well, right? But like all the rest of this, when it comes down to it, is like you can have this conversation, right? And it's important that you like bring females into these conversations, because like, yo, they have a lot of shit to say, and they'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you, right? They'll tell you that like, yo, they don't really, you know what I mean? Like
if they can do it anonymously, for sure.
Yeah. Like women don't want a weak dude, regardless of like how it's said. You know what I mean? They hate weak men with a passion.
Well, and weak is one of these things where it's not, I don't think most people today, like most men today, understand what that really means, like weak versus strong, right? Like Nick Fuentes did this funny bit a couple of days ago about like how like only gay men go to the gym, right? And he's kind of just saying like, if you're pursuing like aesthetics only, it's not really. He's like strong men read books, they write, they become a monk, they go and, you know, like become dangerous in other ways, essentially. You know, he's saying like it's not just pure physical prowess, I guess you'd say, right? So it's like a holistic thing. And again, like, you know, I don't want to give him too much credit, but you know what I'm saying. Like you get the idea.
Oh yeah. Like Nick just made a major viral ass video where he's like talking to black dudes, and like literally like every black like reaction channel on YouTube's covering it right now. Right. So expect him to come up more for everybody, by the way. Right.
Yeah, I noticed that. Now the black people are talking about him. I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's a weird like
it's not weird
thing going on. It's network marketing, and you know, he's obviously got some sort of network market thing going, which is, you know, I'm curious how to get that done, because I think Andrew Wilson has done that as well. But
well, I mean, like he's big, right? So like his channel's big enough that he has the reach when he says, "Hey, dear black people," right, on a video. You know what I mean? Black people are going to react to it. And as one does, another one does, another one does. And like you have your people go out and they pay, like we used to do in order to push Gulf City, right? Which is like a cartoon channel we all used to hang out at back in like 2017, seems like that, 2016. All of the fucking subs, we all went out and we'd fucking like push it like virally on the like bigger streamers, like fucking streams and shit, and like Patreons and da. And we'd pay people to watch the videos, or we'd fucking like go in super chats where like we'd start saying something that would be like normal that would apply to like a channel, and then like we fucking bring up all hail the blue whale or some shit, right? Or it would be fucking, you know what I mean, fucking, you're not worried about white power, bro. You got to worry about fright power, right? And like you just push it, like this is that whole like it's not even like viral marketing. It's more like goddamn, they had a fucking term for it. It's like street marketing. It's like graffiti. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what you do.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely interested if we can start working on that stuff. I'm just saying that out loud now as a marker. Like we should.
Well, you got to gather an army.
Yep.
You know, what I mean, you got to have a bunch of guys willing to go out there and get it done. Like I have some guys from my shit to do that with, and they go and they push me in other people's channels and shit. You know what I mean, on a regular basis. Like nobody wants to come deal with me though. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. So like it is what it is. But like, yeah, so Nick Fuentes, like he sends his groypers out and they go out and they go to like black reaction channels or whatever it is, or they go to like fucking other people's channels and they'll fucking like throw in super chats, or they'll put it in the fucking chat room, or they'll put it in like their fucking Patreon, they'll put it in their fucking Instagram, they'll put it in their fucking Twitter, you know what I mean? And they just start fucking bombing his shit everywhere. And all of a sudden then his shit fucking starts popping up and it grows. You know what I mean? And you got black people on their channels arguing between themselves about like, oh, what is the percentage of black people that are fucking hoodlums being like, you know, aggressive and shit, right? And like, these dudes are like fucking squabbling back and forth on their fucking channel. Right? This black guy's like, I bet it's like fucking 80%, right? And the other guy's like, no, man, it can't be 80%. He's like, well, 72% of us ain't got no fucking dads in the home, right? And they're just going back and forth. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that's good. I mean, honestly, I think that this kind of why, I mean, if I wish I had a bigger, you know, well, I wish I had more time to really like nail down my messaging. But yeah, I think that those kind of conversations need to be had in every community, black, white, whatever the fuck, you know. So, I mean, just about like how do we like improve our situation independently so we can kind of like make alliances if we need to or whatever, you know, unionize, I guess you'd say. Right?
Yeah, I mean, but like that's kind of the point though, right? You know what I mean? It's like, yo, listen, like I like what you do with your shorts. I kind of do. All right, listen, I don't like what you do with your shorts because like it's not my bag. But right, like as far as like art form concerned, I know what it is. Like that's some California art shit. You know what I mean? Like fucking brain rot type of thing. Like I get what you're going for, and like I understand the motif, right? I get it. I do. Right? Like I understand what it is.
I appreciate that.
I mean? Like I understand what it is.
It's more about
me.
It's more about the process. So like literally I have a process. I go through my camera roll and I go in order of what I've saved. So like I just pick whatever in order I've saved up to like 10 or 11 pictures. And then I just make up shit about whatever I put. So it's not really like I'm not really writing the process. I'm just doing improv. It's basically like stand-up comedy improv with like visuals essentially. So
no, I get you, bro. Like listen, again,
it's not really
I get it.
It's not really like a
creator. As somebody who creates, I get it. You know, as an artist, I understand. You know,
yeah, I mean, I want to definitely do better stuff, but I'm just saying, like, I appreciate the little bit of record because it's not like I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just kind of just making shit. So yeah.
Like I'm enjoying the writing thing more than I do now, like doing the streaming shit. You know what I mean? Because like you're able to like fucking formulate your shit out better that way. And you can take your time and get your arguments together better, personally. You know what I mean? That's where I get to. And then having a conversation off of that works better.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what I'm trying to move towards now, because like now I kind of know more about like what do I actually want to, what do I think is actually important enough to laser in on, I guess, right? And so really my shorts are more just like advertising. Like maybe someone will subscribe if they click on it and they're like, what the fuck is this? That's kind of more the idea. So it's more like commercials than anything else, but it might be the wrong type of commercial.
Yeah. See, like, listen, and this is the thing, right? Is so like, again, you have that very California style, right? it's that real like South Beach, fucking weird shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like a real like fucking Long Beach, like fucking Marxist graffiti style with your shit, right? And I get it. It's that like Lords of Dogtown fucking tagging shit. That's your motif. And it's cool. I like it. You know, I don't like it, but like fuck, I get it. It's cool. I understand it. I respect the hustle. Just I don't know, man. Like fucking, I don't know if you're gonna get your like messaging across like that. I don't know how well your shorts do, to be honest with you. I don't really fucking check on all your fucking like your stats and shit.
No, I really appreciate that because I will try to figure out like a little bit more focused because like it's not really like I love the style. I'm just trying to like it's more like I figure if I just repeat one thing enough, I'll get more creative after I can branch out from that, you know.
So like fucking how's anyway like yo bro, listen, yeah, I think you need to like come up with like a message as like what it is that you want to do, come up with a goal, right, and then get there. You know what I mean?
I want to be a Chrislam Andrew Tate.
Yeah, listen, I want to join Rizlam, bro. Like I really want to join Rizlam. You know,
Rizlam?
Riz and bitching. Yeah, just Riz bitches up all day. You know what I mean?
Oh my god. Machine, what do you think of that idea?
Fucking jihad unit. American Sharia.
I mean, just look at this avatar right here. This tells you right here.
What is that? I can't. No,
yeah, I know who the fuck that is.
Send me the picture. Yeah,
I'll send you the actual picture. It's fucking hilarious.
You can't
actually.
see a thought bubble, so
no. Well, that's why it's funny because like it's the white guy saying the Muslim dude saying thank you for being so weak, and the white guy saying no problem, come on in, or something like that.
you gotta. You're saying too much, man. You gotta make your fucking memes more basic, bitch, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like memes have to be easy. Like memes gotta be short. You gotta be fucking direct. It's a secret to memeing, bro. Like memeing is like fucking like you ever seen when they said you ever seen when 4chan went after Boston, Neurojack?
No.
All right, so like, listen, hold up, I got some shit for your ass. Hang on a minute, fucking, let me go to my fucking channel, my channel. I did a whole ass video on this shit, right? Like, it wasn't even like I didn't even say anything in the video, right? Is that it? No. Here we go. All right, so let me grab this. Okay, here, listen. I'm gonna send this to you in the Discord, bro. Here, listen. This is some basic bitch shit, right? But this is how you meme properly. You know what I mean? Like, yo, when you want to meme shit, this is how you do it the right way.
That's actually fucking hilarious. That's fine.
Yeah, listen, yeah, yo, you gotta watch the video. The video is fucking great. You know what I mean? Like, the video is fucking fantastic. Memes have changed your fucking life more than you know. Right? Fucking meme magic, dog. Meme fucking magic. Because that's all magic is.
The chaos magic. Chaos.
Yes.
You got Logos and Chaos.
Yo, meme magic.
No, meme magic is real. I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing now, because I saw the 2016 like stuff, and I was like, it made an extreme impression upon me. I was like, this is what I've wanted to see my whole life. Is like guerrilla.
The Jews rejected Logos as a meme.
That is a good meme. Like, I just can't believe that more people aren't participating at this point, honestly. Like, you know, that's kind of what's really, like, I mean, let me put it this way: a lot of people are participating, but they're not coming up with their own memes. They're kind of like piggybacking on more smart people, I guess you'd say. Which, you know, is not wrong, I guess, but I mean, it's, you know, it's not going the direction I wanted to go. But
Well, we was Vikings on adrenochrome, so.
well, you know, hey, that's what I mean. J Dyer picked that up, so there you go.
Yeah, here, you want to check this out real quick?
Yeah, memetize the dreams of Jay Dyer.
Put it in the back check because Machine's got the control here. We only made it two minutes.
No, like I can share my screen real quick. It's not a big deal. All right, here, check this out.
33. We support sanctuary cities. 1, 2, 33. We support sanctuary cities.
Who they is?
Controversial signs are popping up in Winchester about Muslim women that are causing confusion and outrage.
But now the debate has been sparked
Yeah, I
here
saw
in
this
Winchester.
before.
Are these free speech or hate speech?
It says Islam is right about women.
They read Islam is right about women.
Several more found at the elementary and high schools and Unitarian Church. It's unclear who they target, women or Islam.
This is one of about a dozen signs found here in Winchester. People we talk to say
Women
they
or
don't even
Islam.
know what it means.
Kind of self, it's confusing. It's subject to interpretation.
I really don't know because everybody has their own opinion, and I respect it. Everybody's entitled to say whatever.
She doesn't have a problem with
Davison
it.
says she spotted this flyer Wednesday morning on Main Street in Winchester Center. It says Islam is right about women.
I told the first one down, and then when I saw a second one, I decided to bring it to the police.
But she's got a problem with it.
People in town say they think the signs are referring to strict laws applied to women.
I think that putting signs up that make people feel uncomfortable.
Jim Leary. Yeah, we discussed how fake this guy is.
I asked the cop, if you caught me posting a sign like that on one of these poles,
Jim Leary's
would you
fake as
arrest
hell.
me? The officer said it's complicated. Technically, it's illegal to post signs like that, or any signs on street poles, but it's hard to enforce. And because of freedom of speech and because that post wasn't threatening, it'd be similar to posting a photo of your missing cat.
I assume it's not. That's not cool. It's not a cool thing to do. It's just upsetting. I just didn't like it. It just wasn't necessary to be up and out in the streets.
Yeah, that's because they're gonna come for your ass, bitch.
Why is this British lady doing in Winchester?
Well, that's the second one. That's the second, like, foreign British lady or something that was on this video.
Is this an American? Right, the announcer is an American, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, listen, why is it that she doesn't have, why is her eyebrows drawn on with a fucking Sharpie? There's a many questions about this, but ultimately it's because her ass belongs, you know what I'm saying, in a blanket with sandwiches duct taped to her.
When she saw these signs in Winchester Center, she ripped them down, took them to police, and alerted social media.
Islam is right about women? What?
For women, the message...
They don't know. They have no fucking idea.
That's fucking hilarious, though. That's actually fucking
is
hilarious.
insulting and unnerving.
I think it's disgusting. It's unsettling.
Watch
It's somewhat of a misconception that, like, Islam, I guess, hates women.
It's
Oh,
either
no.
about women, it's either about Islam, it's about both. I'm not really sure what point they were trying to make, but either way, it was terrible.
That kind
Yeah, listen, it's
Yeah, I
either
think
about
Juliette
Islam or women. I don't understand it. I don't know what they're trying to say, but I don't like it. All I know is they're trying to take my rights away because I don't deserve them because I'm not smart enough to hold on. They're so dumb.
of sign is very upsetting to anyone with either an Islamic background or for many women.
The Winchester Multicultural Network also...
I don't think any Muslim people are upset about it.
Yeah, the one Muslim person they showed was not upset. So that's notable, actually.
Right. But Ben Franklin is upset, though. You know what I mean? I know if you saw that, bro, but Ben Franklin's upset.
Thing to whoever did it.
I think it's short-sighted. I think it's unfortunate. I don't know that you've gained anything that you wanted
So it's unclear if this was just a prank or if a law was broken. Police are still investigating.
No, listen, I ain't gonna play the joint because it's probably gonna get y'all clapped.
I mean, can you imagine if fucking somebody got arrested for for that? Like they're gonna go to court and say what exactly? Like what exactly will be the charge there?
Inciting violence, a riot, public unrest.
Going to jail.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
Always submit to all men all the time. The all in all, always submit to all men all the time. The all in all, always submit to all men all the time.
Look at that. She's on board.
Yeah, listen, that's the problem. Again, like she just doesn't want to submit to all men all the time. She just wants to submit to like the man.
Well, Jay Dyer is a very strong alpha male, how do you know?
Man, I've had that bitch making me a sandwich in like 45 minutes. I fucking promise.
That is not true. And this is because they are creeping, crawling towards Chrislam, or just like the unification of all of these ecumenical religions. Islam, or just like, and this is because they are creeping, crawling towards Chrislam, or that is not true. And this is because they are creeping, crawling towards Chrislam, or
Chrislam has entered the chat.
just like the unification of all of these ecumenical religions into one.
Wait, hold on. But isn't Jay Dyer in favor of the ecumenical stuff?
Well, one man's ecumenicalism is okay, and another one's not. What did you say before that? You said something interesting, chat.
She mentioned Chrislam. So I thought that would
Chrislam.
Sort of titillate your fancy.
Chrislam. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could do worse than Chrislam, I guess. See, I look at things like culturally. Like, I think there's like a real Christianity. It's just that, you know, most Christians aren't going to have it. So I'm just saying, like, looking at things in a cultural movement way.
True.
Totalitarian tyranny, right?
Yes.
And so I just want to, let's start out with Christian nationalism real quick.
Okay.
Because it's natural that once a country, you know, reaches a certain threshold of citizens, the majority, you know, Christian, let's say, people, that its laws and its statutes are going to start to reflect those kinds of values, because those people get elected into, you know, positions, and so that starts to happen on its own. But, you know, there are limitations and boundaries to the type of things that you can enforce. For one, you cannot force people to convert to Christianity as you can in Islam, right? That's not our thing.
I feel like, wait, hang on, man. I feel like the Vikings and the Franks and Charlemagne would have a conversation with y'all about that. The Spanish, the Portuguese, the English. You know, I feel like, listen, you can force convert motherfuckers, but it has been done before. You know what I mean? This has been done many, many times before. Like, I feel like they don't understand that you can, they need to, like, be real careful about what they're saying here, because this has been done multiple times.
Well, yeah, and it's very bizarre, too, because it's like, you know, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some sort of, like, care taken with, like, what you mean by force convert, but at the same time, like, to say that, like, we just can't do that. I mean, it's like, dude, like it's a very weak position to say out loud anyways. I mean, you know, like if are we talking theologically or politically or culturally, or like either way, it's like, it's a very, like what exactly are the, you know, first of all, like there are women taking theological positions. That's number one. That's bizarre, you know. Number two, like, you know, taking a political position might even be weirder. I don't know.
Like if they were locked out of like the ability to access any type of capital or like fucking food or housing, you know what I mean? Unless they became Christians, they'd be fucking over here like holding the rosary on their knees. You know what I'm saying? Saying their Hail Marys and shit. You know what I mean? Like this is fucking nonsense. They can be force converted fucking like that because they don't have any ability to fight back. Like they need to stop with their bullshit. Like, bro, they need to stop assuming that like the world's going to continue to be the way it is today, especially once they bring in all this techno fucking bullshit.
Yeah. So you can't force someone to go to church or believe or do any of these things, but you can enforce a law that is based in theology. Let's say if you have, you know, a religious sect that says it's our sacrament to sacrifice babies, right?
Right.
So sacrifice. Let's say if you have, you know, a religious sect that says it's our sacrament to sacrifice babies, right? A religious sect that says it's our sacrament to sacrifice babies. Right?
Right.
So you do not want to have laws that say that this is okay because this is going above and beyond, you know, reason and free will and living in a society. And I'm not even going beyond the realm of what happens because there is a certain small segment of occultists and witches online that say that abobos are part of their sacrament.
They used actually the
bobos are part of their sacrament.
Fuck's a bobo.
Abortion.
I'm looking it up. Oh, okay.
Is that like a wabubu?
A bobo. Okay, abortion. Yeah, okay. So that's. Is there a reason they said that in code?
They used
they
actually
think
the
they're
1993.
They think they're going to get
Religious
flagged
Freedom
if they say that. They think they think their channel's going to get flagged if they say it. Pretty much.
to justify that act. Yeah. They, part of their religion, it was a ritual. So
So there are certain extensions of freedom that we can't allow in good conscience, right? Like PDOs, stuff like that.
Right.
That has to be against the law in any society. But I see the people who are the spearheading of this Christian nationalist movement. I do not trust them. Courtney doesn't trust them.
I don't trust them.
They're in cahoots with the technocrats. They're wacky. They have some strange, archaic ideas about roles and gender roles and just all kinds of ways that society needs to run. And I've seen the new flag. I don't know if you are aware the Christian nationalists have their own flag. Have you seen that?
I have seen that. I don't remember what it looked like though.
Yeah,
You have it?
Yeah. It is called the Appeal to Heaven flag.
Oh, jeez. These people are nuts.
Yo, the Appeal to Heaven flag came from like the fucking 60s, right? That was a flag out of New Hampshire.
Yeah, it's from Two Treatises of Government, where he says that you appeal to heaven for a revolutionary stance against the government.
What does that mean exactly? What does that mean exactly when you say that?
Like you want to secede? Like,
so like if,
like
men are always he said he said if men were perfect angels, there would be no need for government. So we formed governments to to stop the demons of men, something along these type of lines, right? So we can try to form our own heaven on earth.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah.
Wait, who said that?
Locke.
You know what's interesting is that goes into that whole like a new age fucking new apostolic reformation shit that's going on. That's kind of what they're alluding to, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
You guys look at this is a version of it here. It says the people have no other remedy in this, as in all other cases, when they have no judges on earth but to appeal to heaven.
So you're just asking for like divine providence or something like that.
Yeah, this version of it has Locke on it.
Have their own flag. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I could look it up though. It's from the Two Treatises of Government.
I have seen that. I don't remember what it looked like though.
Yeah,
Do you have it?
Yeah. It is called the Appeal to Heaven flag.
Oh, jeez. These people are nuts.
And I mean, I don't want to say they're nuts because I'm on their team, but
It's just got a pine tree on it, and it says appeal to
right.
heaven.
So it's like things that I want to see happen.
I don't feel like you're on
there.
Their
it
team.
is.
Like the thing that I really try to make very clear is like I'm not attacking people
Right.
who are Christian and patriotic.
Right.
Like there's a big difference, first of all, between even
Like this was
nationalism and
the
patriotism.
flag
They're not
of
synonymous.
man.
They're
Listen,
similar,
which
they're not
militia was it?
Second of all,
This was in
I think earlier you said New Hampshire or something like that.
Revolutionary War Appeal to Heaven flag. Fucking, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this was one of the flags that was used in the fucking Revolutionary War. Used on American vessels by October 20th, 1775. Formally adopted by the Massachusetts Council. Yeah. The right of revolution used by British philosopher John Locke in the Second Treatise of Government, where divided the people or any single man is deprived of the right or under the exercise of power without right and have no appeal on earth, and they have a liberty to appeal to heaven. Whenever they judge, they cause the cause sufficient and of sufficient moment, and therefore, though the people cannot be judged so as to have by the constitution of that society any superior power to determine and give effective sentence in the case, yet they have by a law antecedent and paramount to all positive laws of men, reserved an ultimate determination to themselves, which belongs to all mankind, where there lies no appeal on earth. This the judge. They have to take the cause, just the cause, to make their appeal to heaven. Hang on, I'll grab this real quick. Because this was the original propaganda that was used in the Revolutionary War. Here, this was it right there. There we go. Yeah, an appeal to heaven. It was just a pine tree flag in the Navy, 1775. There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah. Is that backwards for y'all too, or just me?
Not for me. We can see it clearly.
Yeah, because it looks backwards on me. I don't know why it looks backwards on me. Weird.
these are people, they call themselves Christian nationalists. They're very explicit about that. So it's not me labeling them. I'm not like, you know, giving them some sort of a name or calling them. I'm not being like a, you know, derogatory or pejorative. Like, this is actually what they call themselves. And they explicitly say they want a theocracy. Mm-hmm. So that is in like fundamental opposition to the very First Amendment of the United States of America. So regardless of what you think about the Constitution, if you live in this country, that is the very First Amendment.
Isn't that crazy, dude? So you hear that, Jim Bob and Andrew?
I didn't really hear what you said, to be honest with you. Something about the First Amendment.
If you don't mind backing up a little bit, like I'm actually curious, like who exactly are they trying to call out there? That's actually very interesting to me. Like who are they alluding to? Exactly.
Mencius Moldbug, I guess he's a Christian nationalist, or Peter
Mencius Moldbug's an atheist.
He's a Christian. Yeah, or Peter Thiel. You know, he's a great Christian nationalist guy.
He's a homosexual fucking Christian, like Orthodox Christian.
So I don't know. Then Neuro. I don't know how to answer your question then.
Yeah, like Yarvin's an atheist Jew.
Maybe Islam. Maybe there's like Muslims going around trying to be Christians. I don't know.
Well, no, the Christians are trying to be like Muslims because like they want to have like control over their women in their community.
That's right.
You
It's
know
the other way around, right?
Yeah, the Christians are trying to be like
Right.
Muslims.
Right.
Which I'm fine with. I'm 100% like, listen, this is a natural progression of things. Like, listen, the Muslims look like they got they shit under lock. They're fucking their communities aren't all fucked up and retarded. You know what I mean? Like the women ain't out here doing whatever the fuck they want, acting like assholes and divorce raping them on a regular basis. Maybe we should try what they're doing. You know what I mean? Have we tried putting bitches in blankets yet?
And it is diametrically opposed. That is actually why the Declaration of Independence was created, was largely, and it's partly why it was the very First Amendment, was because they were fleeing the Church of England, which was a theocracy. And they did not want any kind of reinstatement of any kind of theocratic institution. So, it's not, this is not,
Wait,
I'm not
who?
attacking Christians.
Who the fuck is this broad talking about? Who was fleeing the Church of England? Who? Who was fleeing the Church of England? Like
who?
Who like okay, so like the Puritans and the motherfucking Quakers. But the motherfuckers down south didn't give a shit. They were all, like Protestant Baptist motherfuckers. They didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like they were all just a Cavalier class who lost the fucking English Civil War. And so who the fuck is she talking about? She needs to go read Albion.
You need to name these motherfucking names. Name some names. I mean, this is crazy.
Be specific about what you're saying. Right? Like,
how much research have you done? Like, do you have any names of the people, or just shadowy figures? It's just a specter. I mean,
like, what years are we talking about here? That's another question. Right? Are we talking like 1500s, 1600s, 1700s? Like, what do we? Because like half of the fucking immigrants who came to the New World in like the fucking 1600s were goddamn Germans, right? Like the founders of like the Jamestown and fucking Hudson Bay colony were motherfucking Italians. Like the Dutch were the ones who were in fucking New York. What is she talking about? Like she needs to be specific about what the fuck we're talking about here.
Yeah, who they is.
Who them right there.
A nationalist. I mean, I have my beef with nationalism, but I'm all in favor of patriotism. But this term, this Christian nationalism, where they literally want to subvert, it's a subversive movement. They want to subvert the Constitution, and they want to replace it with a theocracy and with what they call biblical law. Although I would argue, and this is, it's not for me to judge, I don't even think they're really Christian, because as you said, it's not Christian to force people into your belief system. It is not Christian to
the fuck did this bitch just say?
A lot of them are creating hate.
The fuck did this bitch just say? Did she not know how Christianity was spread?
It was definitely not spread by the sword, Benoid. So I'll have you know, prayers.
Listen, it most definitely wasn't spread by kidnapping motherfuckers' children and putting them into fucking like Christian schools. That never happened anywhere in the world ever, right? Like the fuck is this bitch talking about? The fuck is she? What is the words coming out of her face? I don't even think they're Christians, right? They want to, like, I'm all for patriotism, but like fucking, I don't like nationalism. She didn't even know the words. And why are we watching this fucking retarded cunt?
Almost a minute later, and who are they?
Yo,
Who are
listen. First off, you know, I mean, what she's talking about is civic nationalism, right? You know, I mean, where like, you believe in, like, you know, being a good citizen of your fucking nation. That's called civic nationalism. It's what she doesn't want is ethnic nationalism or like fucking conservative nationalism or actual nationalism, right? Like, this broad is retarded. I fucking can't, though. I fucking can't. Listen, I swear to God.
And strife and division. That doesn't sound very Christian to me. You know, there's all sorts of things that they're doing that to me don't even seem Christian, and they're definitely not American. So that's my, and I feel like they're using it as a cover for a political movement. And it's really about usurpation of power. It's not about, you know, their religious beliefs. You know, people can have their religious beliefs, and I champion that, you know, absolutely. But, you know, don't use it as a cover.
I mean, doesn't every political movement want usurpation of power? I mean, it's kind of weird.
She doesn't. No, listen. This is a woman, all right? Like, why do they have any subs? Why does anyone subscribe to these fucking people? Is she like handing out blowjobs to audience members at random?
Hold on, let me see.
Listen,
No, I'll
like,
speed this up because I want to get to the mold bug part.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a political movement.
Here's the flag. Appeal to heaven.
Yeah, right, with the Christmas tree. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a pine tree. And this was actually, it already has been raised in Washington, D.C. over the Small Business Administration headquarters in June. So they're getting people comfortable with this. It could be seen being waved on the whole January SIX.
Right. Yeah.
Debacle. And that became associated with the Stop the Steal. And so this Christian nationalist flag, this Appeal to Heaven flag, is now another symbol of the far right. So I wonder sometimes when I see people with a pine tree in their bio on Twitter, is that I don't know.
That's probably it's probably like a signal, right?
Yeah.
That's what I would think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this isn't even a new flag, though. This is actually an old flag since 1776. It was the official flag of the Massachusetts Navy, and it was the pine tree on a white field to symbolize and
I forget
to
that they
save
said
the
that too.
colonists from oppressive kings. So this is the irony of the whole thing, because it was taken from John Locke's treatise on civil government, and you know, them separating themselves from, what was it, King George? Tyrant King George of the time.
Right.
But now it's being used to kind of fold people back into this enchilada of doom, this technocratic digital prison. And they're using this Appeal to Heaven. I went to the website called providencemag.com that was talking about the historical, aspects of this flag. And there was 2 articles, and one was the Appeal to Heaven and Our New Revolutionary War. So they're already thinking that this is going to be a symbol of another revolution, and then fighting a tyrannical ruler. So
wow, that's very interesting. I just looked up like that flag, and it seems like it's part of the NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation movement.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who believe that that they're the apostles and prophets, and so they're doing it like in the flesh, and they have the divine mandate. So what they're doing has been, and they're dominionists. So that's another point that I wanted to make, was that I'm like, Christianity and dominionism I don't really necessarily see as synonymous.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of they're very
whoa, alert.
In
whoa. Yeah, this is very interesting. So she's talking about dominionism. Remember, we just talked about that the other day, and this is very interesting. Sorry. She's like directly talking about the shit that you and I talked about the other day. It's very interesting. Like, I wonder, like, why they're like they could have talked about this any time in the past, like, fucking 3 years, and like they didn't talk about it like Jay Dyer won't. I've never seen Jay Dyer touch this subject, so I'm actually very curious, like why this is coming out here. You know.
Well, remember the neo-orthodoxy thing? Like they're basically promoting the whole thing.
So she's trying to make a distinction between dominionism and what she's doing. She's like, well, it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, let me play that right now because this would be interesting. And then that will introduce this guy to our friend here. Because I remember the name. It's called, at least the Antichrist will be trad or whatever.
And around 2010, 2012, it was when he ran for the third term as president. He started talking about Russia as a civilization state. Started using that term in his speeches, and he basically said the West is dead. We can't compromise with them. We can't work together with them. It's their way or the highway. Liberalism is a totalizing system that's going to completely wipe out. It's going to finish what communism started. It's going to wipe out our religious civilizational tradition. The only way that Russia has any future is if we go back to our traditions that gave us 1,000-year civilization. And if we do that, we'll have another 1,000-year civilization. For lack of a better term, he seems to have a very real cultural conversion. And that's when the church and the state literally begin forming a symphonia, that spiritual security really starts working itself up. Churches are being built left and right. They were already doing that, but then all of a sudden now we had St. Nicholas Cathedral, a naval cathedral that's being built, a military cathedral, very famous military cathedral that was just built on one of their bases outside of Moscow. And he began to speak in distinctively Russian neo-Orthodox, not the theology, neo-Orthodox and Orthodox Christian civilizational terms. And there's just no way around it. Say what you want about the guy. Say, I don't like how he runs, blah, blah. I'm sorry. It's irrelevant to the fact that this man, more than I think anyone else, has embodied the spirit of the revitalization of an ancient civilization and an ancient theology of church and state and a symphonia more than anyone else we've seen since Tsar Nicholas. And so I have to tip my hat to the guy. He's absolutely stunning in terms of his foresight and his entire vision of the world. It's not just Russia. He recognizes that the pivot towards the East, the pivot towards China, the pivot towards India, the pivot towards Iran, even the pivot towards Turkey. There's a lot of tension there, but the pivot there, very good relations with Israel, very good relations with Sub-Saharan Africa, very good relations with the whole of the Middle East, very good relations with Venezuela and Cuba and so forth. He recognizes that this is the recalibration of 80% of the world away from the West.
I'm a Vatofado gentleman.
Yeah, see, the irony in all that is like, well, so Putin is Putin's just a genius, and everybody else in the world is a retard. Is that what he's saying?
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. He said, like, yo, he took his country and rebuilt it. Right. Like, that's what he said.
But he's also saying that he combined church and state, and it's going to lead to 1,000-year reign of an ancient civilization.
Well, he said they're trying to go back to the point where, like, he said, listen, we're going to recover to where we were when we had 1,000-year civilization. Right. He's not saying they're going to build 1,000-year civilization. That's not what he said. But
yeah, he did.
He said that we're going to go back. No, he said we're going to go back to the point where we had that. You know what I mean? We're going to go back and try to recover some of like the ideology.
Yeah, and after that he said, then after that he said, so that we can have another 1,000-year civilization.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he's not saying that like Russia's smart and like everybody else is dumb. He's saying that Russia's like out here getting it the fuck done. Right. He said Putin's out here going like, hey, listen, we're going to take the things that made us fucking great in the past and recover them. And that's brilliant. That's where you're supposed to fucking do it. You take the things that work and you fucking go, yeah, listen, this is what works. Instead of like going, hey, you know what we should do? We should all cut our penises off, you know what I mean? And tell our children that they can go like to the bathroom in a cat litter box in a fucking in the school.
But Russia is also like one of the most ethnically diverse places on earth. I mean,
I mean, sort of, kind of, right? Like if you go to like the fucking cities in the north west of Moscow, it's not ethnically diverse. If you look at like the fucking the landmass, It is ethnically diverse, right? So it's kind of like what I say. So when you have like the United States, Mississippi should just know it as a black state. It shouldn't be a state of the United States. It should be a black state in the United States, right? Because that's what they have. Their states were like, you had the Chechens and fucking, like the fucking people down south of fucking on all countries of states, right? Those places, right, are their own ethnicities. And they don't come and bother people in fucking Moscow. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I don't really disagree with what you're saying. I just think that like trusting Putin as like some, based Christian,
Can you name anybody else who's doing anything for Christians? Anyone? Any leader in the world? Can you name one?
Well, I don't think he's helping Christians, but I mean,
Do you
I
think
get where
there's
you're coming
anyone?
from.
Is there anyone else in the world who's fucking restored the fucking church in their fucking country? I'll wait.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't think that's what's happening. But I mean,
I'll wait. No, that's what he literally. Okay, so is any other Western fucking nation full of fucking white people, or what used to be anyway, building fucking churches with state money?
No, but also like
Sure,
I don't
sure.
think that his church is real. But
No, I think in America they make like millions of dollars off of the tax scam of shit with the church.
Okay,
So they sure do build churches, right?
the Americans don't build, like, American government doesn't build fucking churches.
I mean,
They don't. I mean, listen, the tax scam, like, fucking be what it is, the 501c3 nonsense charity, fucking da 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 blah 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 blah, right? Whatever. That's not the government building fucking church. That's just them not charging them tax for building a church.
right. So
What? Is the government physically building a church? Is the government giving the church money, right? Or fucking hiring people or
see, here's the
designing?
thing.
You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. Like, what if America built a church and they put like a mural of Donald Trump in the church?
I mean, if we want to start like the Donald Trump religion, listen, I'm
That's what they're
down.
doing in Russia.
They're not building a fucking Putin religion. They're just building an
They
Orthodox
got a
religion.
Putin mural in the church, though, that they built, the military church, the military cathedral that he was referring to.
That's fine. And do we have problems with this? And like, does anyone have an issue with that?
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess the. No, I was just gonna say, like, if you're gonna create a new religion, just give it a new name. That's all.
Yeah. But, like, listen, I don't really care, right? I'm saying, like, you can put a mural of whoever you want in the fucking church, right? But ultimately, it's a church. Man, listen. See, everybody got squabbles with like Russia just as a whole, right? And I get it, I do, right? Actually, I don't understand, right? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's just y'all's hatred of the Jews is stronger than like your love of your own people. I think that's what it is.
Well, I mean, I just don't trust them. It doesn't mean that I hate them.
No. Y'all hatred of the Jews stops y'all from like liking good shit.
Oh, no, you're saying I hate Jews, but that's actually a false
I'm not talking
statement.
about you, Machine. I'm not talking about you, Machine.
I mean, I don't think I hate them. I just think I don't trust that.
I'm watching the chat. I'm watching the chat and Neurojack.
Oh, no, I get it. But I'm saying, like, I don't think that Putin's building those churches for himself, for Christianity. I think he's building them for the Jews to control Russia. to protect Israel's ass
It's
when
like
America
7
falls
degrees
down.
of Kevin Bacon, bro. Every time it's like 7 degrees of Kevin fucking Bacon with y'all niggas when it comes to the Jews.
I mean, do you know where Trotsky came from? I mean,
like, listen, you know,
60
like
million
Russia is
men.
no
He almost-
longer Trotsky, right? You know, Russia is no longer the USSR.
Well, that's debatable. I mean,
It's not. The USSR was atheist. They fucking hated religion. The Orthodoxy grew during a time because
mean,
like yo,
you
everybody
can-
was poor and broke,
just like
and
you,
they turned
you
to
can.
God.
But look, here's the thing: you can hate religion and still find it utilitarian, right?
No, that's not how this works, right? So like literally like Russia's restoring the church, right? And when you restore a church, you're creating an outside pole of power inside of your government. So you're literally relinquishing your own power to a church. That's why the American government would never do these things, because they would never relinquish power to anybody else but themselves.
Well, obviously they've obviously relinquished power to somebody who doesn't care about the people. I mean, obviously.
Who?
The Jews.
The Jews.
Hold on.
Right.
See, look, you got your black and white picture. I got mine. Look, here we go.
Yeah,
What do you
listen,
think?
mine's
What do you think,
Pol
Brad?
Pot. Brad, listen, why you got Harry Potter on your joint?
Hey, Trotsky killed 60 million people, 60 million Christians. I mean, he's almost up there with Mao Zedong.
It wasn't Trotsky. It was like fucking a lot of people. It was Lenin. It was fucking Marx. It was Stalin. Right? It was a lot of humans. Right? It was a lot of humans.
Yeah, 90% Jewish in their leadership, but yeah.
I don't think Stalin was a Jew, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, that's why the Jewish doctors poisoned them allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, listen, after he already killed like 20 million, 30 million people, I feel you. Right. Anyway,
I mean, look, I like Stalin more than Trotsky, so I mean.
fucking care, right? This is the again, you're digging back into like history that no longer even applies anymore, right? There is nothing Trotskyist about motherfucking Russia today. Russia's just czarist Russia, as it's always been, long before motherfucking Marx or Trotsky or Lenin showed the fuck up. Yo, Russia or Putin is a modern czar. That's all the fuck he is.
I wish that were true, but
No, it's true. It is true. It's just a czar, buddy. Like,
that's no different than what the guy's saying, by the way.
What?
On that show.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, and the czars weren't like Jews. The czars were like, at one point, they were part of like the Habsburgs, right? Like, the czars are just kings. Right? They're just Russian kings.
But the thing is like it's a little bit different when you have like techno, spy systems and fucking.
We all have that now.
And they're all managed by Tel Aviv.
That's modernity, son. Everybody spies. You act like we don't have our forks and hooks in the goddamn Tel Aviv for their spy shit too. Like we don't spy on their spies. Everybody spies on everybody. Welcome to modernity. Grow the fuck up. Goddamn. Listen, bro. Like, yo, I have to go to work at 6:30. I gotta go get fucking smokes and take my ass to fucking work.
All right, I feel it.
And I'm getting aggravated because I'm out of fucking cigarettes here. That's a problem. I think it's
yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, listen. I'll holler at you motherfuckers later. I'm out.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, I think we'll start this up later.
Yeah, I know you got to go start your show soon, so it's all good.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty strong hour, I guess.
Well, if you want to just leave this open and play it until your show starts, you're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah,
and then
I'll just start. Yeah, because I don't think they'll start talking about mold bug until we restart this. We'll restart watching this later for the people that are watching. And
yeah, all good. I mean, just to have a record of it that way, so it's like just sitting there, so people can watch it or something.
Has been and they're dominionist. So that's another point that I wanted to make was that I'm like Christianity and dominionism, I don't really necessarily see as a synonymous. And a lot of there are various sects of these kind of Christian nationalists, but definitely the NAR, they believe in dominion.
So I mean, why I was playing that clip is that I don't know. Sounded like what that guy's saying is at least Christian nationalism, but it sounded kind of dominion-y too. But yeah.
Dominionism. So it's this idea that the Christian church should rule over everyone.
Well, this brings. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All areas of society, which obviously is not American. So
this brings two things to mind. One was Fred Phelps. Do you remember that guy? So he was the pastor of the Westboro Baptist Church. Right. And they would travel around and boycott basically like people's funerals and just
so see it's a deeper thing, because see, Pinoid is not a Christian, right? He doesn't support Christianity, but he still thinks the church the state building churches is good. So that's pretty interesting, right? So yeah, people have some nuanced views. You have to really understand where they're coming from.
Really déclassé, acting tasteless, boycotting just crazy things, and their signs would say God hates FAGS, and they would make the news all the time because they had these like professionally printed signs, and they were able to travel around the country. It seemed like every other week they were, God hates FAGS all over the country. And I'm like, how did this little church, like I grew up in little Baptist churches, like fundy, independent, like small cliques. And like nobody in those churches has money and time and resources to travel around the country boycotting anything with professionally made signs all the time and making news all the time. So I'm like, this has got to be some kind of Fed psyop.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. It's probably supported by, I don't know, like a lot of those evangelical churches are paid for, right? But they're not paid for by American government. Sometimes they're paid for by the Israeli government, right? So that's another interesting point, right?
Right now, like, do not be deceived by these people. And I think this is a good time to play this little clip. Operation Missionary. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. There's CIA is always coming up with these old missions.
CIA church. The theory, declassified documents prove it. During the Cold War, they launched something called Operation Missionary. It used fake Christian missionaries and churches as covers for CIA agents, especially in Asia and Latin America. They trained agents to act like pastors, preach, hand out Bibles, just to spy. And get this, they admitted it put real missionaries at risk, but kept doing it anyway. One actual CIA memo said, religious cover is especially useful because it allows freedom of movement and gathering information under the radar. Think about that. How many so-called pastors today are actually working for the government? You can look it up. CIA plus missionary program. It's not fiction. It's public record now. And if they were willing to infiltrate churches, how deep does the deception go? The CIA created a
So that's what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah.
You think it stopped at the Cold War? I don't think so.
Probably not. Probably not. Wow, I didn't actually know about that, but that makes perfect sense. I mean, what I'm seeing is just like a pervasive kind of use of Christianity as like a cover for many movements. A lot of them are these technocratic movements. So, yeah.
And then you have people saying, I'm not going to say who said this, but he did say that Christians are the most gullible target and they will believe anything and buy anything because they want to believe in the good. That's the sad part about it, is they want to see the good in people and they get exploited that way.
Right.
But luckily, I'm here to see all the bad. Me and Courtney are going to see it. We're going to point it out because she wrote this great article called Phoenix Conspiracy. And this is what I've been talking about when we do shows like Secret Destiny of America and the occult side of it and all of the woo-woo stuff he's talking about. Me and Courtney have been pointing that out with the UN and our shows about the cosmo-erotic. What was it called? Cosmo-erotic?
Humanism.
That's
and that's going to make a reappearance in my next article that we'll do. Yeah, it's in there.
So what we are seeing here is the the techno-feudal empire built on the ashes of the republic, they say. And so Courtney has outlined that tech billionaires, anti-democratic philosophers, and Christian nationalists have a master plan to quote unquote phoenix the republic, right?
Yes. Yeah. So for those who aren't familiar, I did a video on Brett Weinstein and Game B, Phoenixing the Republic. And that's actually how I discovered Game B, was because Brett Weinstein did this video. It was a speech for Rescue the Republic. And this was like a medical freedom movement kind of event in Washington, D.C. And I think it was in 2024. I don't remember exactly what month. But so he does the speech. And at the end of the speech, he spends first of all, the beginning of the speech, the whole speech, he's talking about the West. We have to save the West. And I found that very kind of interesting because the title is Rescue the Republic. Now, I understand that the United States is a byproduct of Western civilization. I certainly care about the West. I care about the world, all people, but it's not, the Republic is not the West. So that just struck me as odd, right? Because to say Rescue the Republic is very specific. So we're talking about the United States of America, constitutional republic. And then he spends most of the speech talking about, the West. And then he says, he repeats, the very famous line that Ben Franklin was asked, sir, what type of a government is this? And he says, it's a republic if you can keep it. And he said, well, it's a republic if you can phoenix it. And I was like, phoenix the republic? Like, what does that mean? And it wasn't a throwaway. He spent 5 minutes after that proceeding to explain why we have to phoenix the republic. And then I started to think about, the symbol.
Yeah, that reminds me of the guy said on my show the other day with archaics. He said something about a Phoenix Protocol 2050 or something like that. So yeah, I reckon they talking about some type of rebirth of the American governmental system. You heard?
Of Phoenix, where we heard this before. And the first instance that I was familiar was with Tavistock. I've done so much research on Tavistock, and there's an Operation Phoenix in Tavistock. So at the ashes of World War II, they got a grant from the Rockefellers, which allowed them to restructure and create from the Tavistock Clinic an offshoot, which was the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. They're similar, they work together, but the clinic much more focused on personal therapy, group therapy. The institute is more research and corporate, more mass scale kind of production. And so they had to gut everything, and they were using these tactics that were developed by Wilfred Bryan and Eric Trist out of when they were working with
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room.
What?
And built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner.
Why'd this guy buy so many knives? I'm actually curious.
of forged to table knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I knew a lot of.
Oh, okay. He's a chef. That's not that interesting.
The British military to create like leaders for the military. And so they used that strategy in those tests. They were called the War Office Selection Boards. And they gutted everything because you have to tear it down to rebuild it, right? That's the Phoenix. So it can rise up from the ashes. And then, of course, we've got Operation Phoenix with the CIA. And then we've got, several others. And there is a very recent one. And I outlined this in the article, but there is one that is going on right now. It's called Operation Phoenix. It is an independent movement to flood Congress in 2026 with quote unquote independence, which I think is AKA technocracy, but it is using third way politics. So I did an article, it's a shorter article that was called The Technological Age of Aquarius, Third Way Dream or Digital Dystopia. And I kind of outlined this there, but I do it in this article also. I'm talking about how they're using third way politics. So for people who are not familiar with this, out of Fabian Socialism, Anthony Giddens wrote the famous book on third way. And he talks about how it's the radical center. And so what do we have now? We've got Elon Musk talking about how, gotta ignore this crazy extreme. Yeah.
He said, are you tired of the uniparty, two-party system? Let's make a third one. Like, we're going to trust you. Yeah, right.
Right. And so
not again.
Yeah, right. Not again.
No, because he promised us Doge and like cleaning up the swamp and stimmy checks and all kinds of goodies. And then what do we get? A new AI PORNO girl.
Right.
Your Grok girlfriend who looks like the most basic, stupid AI anime cartoon character. There was nothing even avant-garde about it. It just looked like what kids have been having impure thoughts too for 20 years already. You know what I mean? And then they came out with the AI boyfriend named Valentine.
Yes.
Right. And so you thought you were going to get all of this transparency and cleaning up the budget. And best we can do is a new porn character. Right? You fell for it?
Yes, I knew. Yes, that's what they're giving us. And apparently she's supposed to be 16 years old.
Oh, Lord have mercy. So, okay, this is, let's just like rewind a tiny bit, because the degradation of the West is what is going to allow people to allow this to happen, because they're like, oh, it's so bad. The CP, the Pizzagate, the gender mutilation, Western women are terrible. I mean, I hear this rhetoric all the time, and I've even heard it from clergy, like Western women have something wrong with them. Like, how can we even choose where to be born?
Right.
You know, you can't, you can only do with what you have. And they're like, you should go to Eastern Europe to find a wife. And it's just like, this is part of the idea that this is an Islamic idea too, death to the West.
Right.
Right. You're the great Satan. You're the great Hollywood that has ruined the entire world.
Yeah, I think this is the second time that she mentions Islam. So I guess she's saying Christian nationalists are like Iranians. I don't know. Kind of sounds like a stretch.
And we have to like come in with our morals and clean it up. And it's not that they're like wrong.
Yeah, because you guys know who invented the great Satan thing. It was Khomeini. Or so I hear, right? So that was when he wanted to do the Iranian Revolution. Or whatever.
Wrong about everything, but the Western women in particular, they're always attacking. And I'm like, how can they even be held responsible for where you're born? It's ridiculous.
It's totally ridiculous. And it's not like Western women are somehow like responsible for all the problems in the world, right? It's and it's not like they're so much worse than everybody else. It's just they have to create some sort of a stark polarity, right?
They have
so different.
They have to have a narrative that we are ruined and we have to be burned down and replaced by more traditional women. So we have to be shut up and put in out to pasture or whatever. They're going to recycle us into the matrix. I don't know. But
yeah.
Yeah.
So I went through in the article of like the origins of the Phoenix, because I think a lot of people have a very positive association if they're not immersed in the occult. You know, they have this vision of like it's rebirth and it's overcoming, but it does have a very alchemical and a occult kind of semiotic.
And not only occult, but like fantasy land, like sci-fi, 10th dimension. So last time we talked about Peter Thiel and how Palantir was the stone, the evil stone from Lord of the Rings, and he was like obsessed with dwarves and dark elves and like all this stuff. And
you know what's smart? Truffle butter filet mignon without lifting a finger. Eat smart with Factor.
What the
in your
hell?
article, you talk about
Like these laser fast, commercials. Yeah, so I don't know if Neuro's there. But yeah, I reckon we ought to shut it down here. Because this is getting to the section where they're gonna start talking about Peter Thiel. So maybe if we get like a couple more people on deck, that would be good for this section.
Say that again. The last. What did you say there?
No, we shut it down at this point because we'll save the rest of this video because we'll get a couple more people on deck for the analysis.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to mention a couple things before I forget too.
Yeah.
Did you see that shit that I sent you about the Mahdi? That video?
What,
that dude was like, no, the Mahdi. Yeah, the girl Noor Jasmine or whatever. But she's talking about the Mahdi or whatever. So
I haven't seen yet.
He got famous before as the filmmaker who infiltrated all these cults, like UFO cults and then like Islamic cults and stuff. And remember, we were on fucking stream with that dude, right? and then now he created his own cult. So like this dude was like trained, like he's basically like a fucking infiltrator, like probably a spy, and then now he's running that cult. So I just thought that was very interesting. I didn't finish the video, but his history or whatever is pretty fucking crazy. And so check this out. You know who Sam Altman is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't realize he's
OpenAI.
gay. Yep, OpenAI. He's gay, right? And that kid that I was telling you about that I follow was like took a selfie with him yesterday, right? And so I go look up Sam Altman. I never read about him before. You know, I just saw his name around, and I knew that his sister said that he, you know, raped her or something. And he's a prepper who stores guns, ammunition, and supplies from the IDF, living in San Francisco. Okay, and you remember that Scale AI business that we were talking about? That's run by that like young girl and the young guy. The girl's like 30 and she's like partying all the time, but then the other guy is like 27. He became a billionaire at like 23, 24. He has more money than Sam Altman right now. He has like $3.5 billion. Sam Altman only has like $1 billion, right? And he was when he was in college or whatever, he was Sam Altman's roommate. So I don't know, man. I'm just so Peter Thiel. So like you said, it's like all these gay like college people and like gay techno bros that are basically like running Thiel's operation. I think that's fascinating, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of well, I guess they're basically closeted gays and they're Jews, but they're Christians in public.
Right. They're outwardly Christian, essentially, yeah.
So it's pretty interesting. It's an interesting mix of things.
Yeah, it's crazy because that kid who was living with Sam Altman went on that podcast and said he's not going to have kids until he can put brain chips in their head. That was the guy. So yeah, it's just very fascinating. I just want to mention that before I forget because I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, I know you got to go get ready for your show. So bless you, brother. I appreciate you, and we'll do this again soon.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll remember we're like 24 minutes into this, so we'll just start this up next time. You want to do one?
Yeah, sounds good, man. All right. And I got like tons more stuff to review too. So I got like weeks of stuff to review. So all right, cool. We'll talk soon.
For sure. Yeah. All right. Peace.
All right, we live.
Here, hold on. I don't think I'm sharing the screen. Yeah, I don't know if there's a video on this link at all. Live truthering.
No, it didn't work? Shit. Alright, let me try to... Let me see if I can find it. I can get a 20% off my shit legit, though. I think it's on X.
Yeah, let me try to see if I can find this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we could readily find this video. But yeah, I guess it was over whether they should support Trump. So I think now Fuentes is going against Trump.
I mean, he's pretty much been against Trump from the beginning, more or less. So, I mean, it's not totally. I mean, at least, you know, he kind of was at the very least. I mean, he's always been kind of like lukewarm at best, I would say. I mean, from what I've seen, I didn't watch a lot of them more than 4 or 6 months ago. So.
Yeah, let me go back to. By the way, he's live right now. We should just watch this.
Alex Jones, you mean, or?
Yeah. Yes, let me.
Entire global economy in order to ensure that Donald Trump can get elected in 2020? Whether it's some massive meat grinder that's manifest in Ukraine where they just throw body after body after body into it. They don't care. Zelensky doesn't care whatsoever what happens to his own people. It's the same exact thing. There's no accountability. We say that we're fighting for democracy over in Ukraine, but that's obviously not true given that democracy is being postponed. And when
This is the open Freemason.
Yeah, they're basically. Yeah, they're basically openly shilling for Putin at this point.
I have the link, by the way, in the back there. I'll send it to you. It's 2 hours, so you can probably just skip around. But
Trump Putin peace summit.
yeah, I put the link in the back, and I'll also put a a video of from Owen Benjamin right after that. That was on Alex Jones holding, and it's Owen Benjamin holding a watermelon. So I can only imagine what's going to be after that.
Yeah, let me just share this screen instead. Okay, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We had to try to find this video here. Yeah, you're not sharing it.
Say what? It's in the back. It's oh, my bad. Hey.
On, and I'm not saying it's a wrong critique, but out of context you could see it. No, I'm looking for the truth, and my issue is, do we throw out Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and all the good things that are happening? If stuff comes out that he's screwing kids with Trump, of course I'm going to expose it. I mean, I'm not tied to that wagon, but in the larger issue, is the Epstein issue the only issue? And it's not like Nick Fuentes just came out and said, I'm against Trump now. He said it a year and a half ago. He was a big supporter early on. So I met him 9 years ago. I think Nick's a smart guy and I agree with most of the things he says. Disagree with some. So we are having a large discussion. You call it a debate here, but I want to be 100% clear. I will go where the facts lead. I'm not an apologist for Trump. But at the same time, we need to recognize that the Democrats and the ADL and the Republicans joining him do not want this discussion. They do not want Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble. They do not want Alex Jones on X or InfoWars. They do not like this tonight because they don't want you to hear a real unfiltered discussion. Because I sent Nick a text like last Tuesday and said, will you come on debate? He said, yeah, how about next Wednesday night? I said, great, we're doing it. That's the only discussions we've had. All right. And so this isn't some scripted debate. This is a real discussion. And it's not about who's smarter. And it's not about, I don't mind all that stuff. Nick's 26 years old, super smart. Thought he was smart when I first met him 9 years ago. That's why I have Nick on. He's a great interview. He's great for the show. I've got a big show. It's not about personalities. To me, it's about really figuring out what's happening. But to open the debate, and I'll give the floor for the next 10 minutes, I want to be clear, if you actually watch my show, I'm not running defense for Trump. I don't know what the truth is. I'm completely freaked out. I've said Trump's acting insanely guilty. And I've only wargamed every angle of this, trying to figure out what's going on. Because I do a 4-hour show. And the Democrats ran stuff nationwide saying I've turned on Trump 23 days ago. I don't care about being on CNN, ABC, and NPR and everything.
Well, I think we know what happened 23 days ago. Isn't that when he started making all these crazy shows against Israel and stuff, right?
Yeah, so pretty much.
Yeah, so he went DEFCON level 3 against the Jays all of a sudden. One midsummer's eve. On a midsummer night's dream, shall we say? Right. But yeah,
channel. Those people don't listen to me anyways. But they take little 10-second clips out of context. I know they do that. I just don't want Nick and my viewers to do that. I want you to listen to what I'm actually saying. Clearly, Epstein's Mossad. The CIA has asked Trump to cover it up. That's a no-brainer. The question is Trump involved? If he was, where is the evidence? So I haven't figured this out yet. And all I'm doing is stream of consciousness. What you get on my show is what I'm thinking. No scripting, no nothing. And usually my job's easy. Is fentanyl good? No. Is open borders good? No. Is war with Russia good?
I mean, his name is synonymous with conspiracy theory. Right, but he can't figure out how Trump is connected to Epstein. That seems a little weird.
Good, no. Is Israel attacking Iran? No. My job 95% of the time is very easy. It's these type of issues where I can tell the listeners, I don't know. So, Nick, you've got the floor to say whatever you want here. I'm going to shut up for about 10 minutes because I've been talking for about 5. And then I'm going to ask you the question after that. Maybe you can address it now. Okay, we can send Trump to Mars. What comes next? Is this accelerationism? What if Kamala was in? Would that be better? Maybe it would because it pisses us off more. I just don't know. So this is one of the few issues where I will tell listeners I don't know, and all I can do is war game each scenario. And I would just ask people to realize if you see a 30-second clip, actually go see what I said because I will then say something completely different. because I'm wargaming and don't know. So Nick is simulcast this on Rumble, Nick J. Fuentes, and on X. Great to have you, Nick. Thank you so much for the time.
Hey, Alex, great to be with you.
So what a weird opening statement. What do we got from Alex Jones? Basically, we can't trust a word he says because he's changing his opinion on a moment's notice because he's wargaming. So now he doesn't know why he supported Trump. But he's not supporting him. He just wants to figure out what's going on. So that's his entire opening statement.
Yeah,
So
when he says wargaming, he means like live truth ring. And like, look, I've watched a lot of Alex Jones. That is basically his whole show. It's like just live, mostly speculation with facts thrown in. And again, I generally like that, but definitely, you can tell when he starts getting nervous. And I would say he sounds very, very nervous at this point because he's already said so much shit that he's obviously contradicted himself on. So. That's why he knows, like, he's kind of caught in some sense, right? And I think people like Nick Fuentes are pushing him to, like, correct, but at the same time, like, maybe both their bosses are kind of, like, egging this on, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, or, you could basically hear old speeches of Alex Jones calling Putin a demon. And recently he gave all this glowing support of Putin. All right, so it's kind of weird, his whole entire, how many times he switched up. He said the Israelis did 9/11, and then he said it's the Chicans and the Saudi Arabians now. He promoted the Y2K scam. I mean, he promoted that there was going to be all this huge rioting and stuff after the LA riot. Fear. He did fear broadcasting to whip people into shape for the LA riots. So he made this whole apocalyptic broadcast, right? Yeah, he was accused of Bill Cooper, the late Bill Cooper, of actually creating false outrage and whipping people up into a frenzy and doing false reporting and spreading misinformation. So yeah.
Yes, well, we did promote this as a debate and we hyped it up and everything, but I agree with you. I think it is more fruitful as a discussion because, like you, I think me and the audience, we're trying to get to the truth. We want to know what is really going on here. And I also agree with you that we don't know. That's sort of the nature of it. That's why people have a problem. We just don't know because the government is not releasing the files. And this Epstein scandal has been like many of the other scandals concerning the deepest and most sordid types of corruption. It's concealed, it's hidden. There is not government transparency. And without transparency, there can't be accountability. And so all of this is happening inside of the shadows. Now, that gets to my biggest criticism of Trump. And, you said this a moment ago, and I understand where you're coming from. You say, are there other issues besides?
By the way, you see how much he's trending now? They made a documentary of his life story with AI animations. There's a bunch of AI animation videos of Fuentes, like with the Ghibli cartoon theme or whatever. Pretty weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised for sure. And I mean, the thing is, like, although I know it's a psyop for the sake of argument, like, I try to give these people as much, benefit of the doubt just for argument's sake, because it's like for example, like the subtleness of what he's saying right here is actually very interesting. So he's like, well, the lack of transparency. Well, the thing is like this, it's not really the lack of transparency. If our government was doing things that we liked, and they said we can't tell you because of operational security, nobody would really give a shit. The problem is that they're doing everything we don't want against their will. And then they're like, oh, by the way, this thing we've been talking about for 10 years, we just memory hold it, so shut the hell up about it. I mean, if that's not accelerationism on behalf of the government, I don't know what is, right? So that's really so I would change the language of what he's saying to something like that. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's kind of peculiar the way he's framing it, right? Like if he got Mean Mr. Mustache 2.0 and Mean Mr. Mustache 2.0 said, hey, I'm not going to tell you, but yet he was doing all the things that he wanted, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be like out here saying like, well, we need to know exactly how he accomplished the mission of XYZ. No, he wouldn't, most likely, right? So again, it's kind of like he's framing things in like a liberal sense, right? And I think the reason why he could be doing that is because maybe this is actually aimed at liberals. Is that, you know what I'm saying? Which is kind of interesting to me.
Well, I'm trying to put this together because how is he giving a very because he followed them all the way there, right? With the Stop the Steal and the January 6th, right? So he's been very much involved in the entire Trump support thing, right? Even meeting with him with Kanye West. Right. So
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So now he's on Alex Jones and he's supposed to be the conspiracy guy, which is really weird because usually Nick Fuentes is a political commentator, a cool-headed political commentator, and Alex Jones is a wild, wide-eyed conspiracy guy. Right. So is he handing the torch to Nick Fuentes at this point? You know,
yeah, it's funny that's almost what I said when I first started talking to. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he's like
exactly
look, you're the real conspiracy guy now. You get to go after Thiel. You get to go after these guys. I'm just gonna do the news with Tucker Carlson, man.
Yeah, it's almost like now Alex Jones has graduated to boomer status, and now Nick Fuentes is taking over like the Gen Z status, and then along with Sam Hyde, who also just did an interview with him like yesterday, which I think we should also cover too, because I guarantee you that's a lot more, like the jokes that they're going to tell on that are a lot more telling, I can pretty much tell you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, it's interesting. And also Sam Hyde has been having some bad publicity lately. So
yeah, Sam Hyde got set up by other comedians, because actually Sam Hyde's a pretty good stand-up comedian as well, and he got set up by like these old school comedians to make him look like shit, basically.
Yeah, and it looked like Nick Fuentes got set up too, like with Candace Owens. His Candace Owens interview was glowy as fuck. His entire thing where he like had sex with Destiny. There's these rumors floating around, right? That him and Destiny engaged in a sexual act or whatever.
Yeah, and his reaction was funny too, because he's like, okay, let's assume that I did it. Now what? So are you gonna fight against the Jays or something like that? He was actually really funny. His response was really.
He was also there's also a pepper spray incident. He had to pepper spray some.
Well, he also so he was also saying this other thing about so he was making this comment in December last year about I would never marry an Asian woman because I want white babies or something like that. And then he's like, and then right after that, like he's looking at his monitor, his security monitor on another screen, and this is when the guy came to like kill him, and then the police came and eventually shot this guy and killed him, who was like at his house to like assassinate him. So pretty strange. That was like December last year. So he had someone like to try to come kill him at his house apparently, and the cops killed that person. Like the guy came up with like a gun and a crossbow and shit. So yeah.
Crazy. But yeah. Yeah, I think I remember that one too. Yeah. But yeah, this is a crazy freeze frame. Little freeze of him.
Yeah. He looks very Irish in this picture.
It's the Epstein issue. I've heard a lot of people say this. They say that for the MAGA base, which I consider myself a part of, even though I didn't vote for Trump, I'm the demographic. If the MAGA base is in revolt over the Epstein files, people say, are you throwing out the baby with the bathwater? What about the secure border? What about the progress that's being made, as you say, by RFK Jr., by Tulsi Gabbard, the good things that are happening in the administration? Is it worth it? In other words, people say, if he's failing on one narrow issue like Epstein, which people say realistically doesn't actually affect people's daily lives, they say, is that a mistake? Now, my position is that you can't compartmentalize these issues. Contrary to that take or that defense, I don't think you're you're capable. I don't think it's possible to separate and cordon off the Epstein issue and say that's over here, and immigration and foreign policy and the rest of it is over there. Because the proposition of the first Trump campaign going back 10 years ago in 2016, or even in 2015 when Trump ran in the primary, he said that the reason that our politicians had failed us over 30 years on both sides, Republican side, Democrat side, the right and the left, he said is not for a lack of trying, not for a lack of will. He said it's because the system has failed us. It's because of corruption. They can't deliver a real victory because they're not beholden to the people. Instead, they're beholden to foreign interests, special interests, donors, political PACs. And there was a suggestion of blackmail. There's a suggestion of a shadow operation happening behind the scenes. So why do we get these policies that are bad for America, like free trade, foreign wars, mass migration? They said, well, it's because the politicians are not really the ones running the country. They're not running the country on behalf of the voters or the people, but rather they're being controlled by the money or the intelligence agencies or by some shadow element, the nature of which we don't fully understand. Now, he said, in contravention of all of this,
see, even his stances today, as he's going against Alex Jones, are much lighter than Alex Jones 10 years ago. So that's what's really interesting.
Yeah, it's almost like they're making this for liberals or something. I mean, like Democrats on the fence or something, right? They're not really talking to MAGA people, in my opinion, right?
Right, and what's also interesting is that the dissident, the whole idea of being a dissident, totally shifted to the right wing. So that's either a really, I think that might be a really bad thing because it doesn't actually fit well with the conservative.
Well, that's kind of what Richard Spencer was saying in a different way too. I watched a video of him like covering Nick Fuentes, and he's like kind of saying something similar, like basically like I can't remember exactly how he put it, but I have the video on my Twitter. I'll share it sometime. But yeah, he said something to that effect about how like people like Tucker Carlson are now like we're wrong about everything. They're basically neocons, and they're still like have their arguments are against arguments. The arguments are against neocons, but there's no neocons in power. Basically, he's like, so I don't know. It's pretty strange like talking points on that level.
I will run and I will deliver the real victories. I will reverse all the policies because I'm not controlled by those interests. And there was this foil with him.
Look at this cross-eyed motherfucker. What the hell, dude?
Yeah, by the way, do you know his girlfriend is like literally a like IDF spy or something like that? Kash Patel. Like his girlfriend like literally is like an IDF like agent or something like that.
Yeah, there's no way a guy that looks like this would be elected to a stately position in India or Pakistan or something like that. Like this dude look like this dude looks like a cut purse like Robert. Like this is a pretty weird looking dude.
Yep, and then you also have Vivek in Ohio trying to be the governor of Ohio right now too. So another field bro.
Him and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton personified that system. And she did come from the Democrat side, but she personified realistically both sides. The Bush dynasty, the Clinton dynasty, the Republicans, the Democrats, the Dennis Hasterts, and the Bill Clintons.
Wait, who the hell was that? What the hell? Who was that next to him with like half a head of hair? What the hell?
Oh, there was someone in the frame with Nick Fuentes? I didn't see it. I wasn't looking at the screen.
No, I'm talking about the guy that was next to.
They're beholden to
Like,
foreign
watch this.
interests, special interests, donors, political PACs. And there was a suggestion of blackmail. There's a suggestion of a shadow operation happening behind the scenes. So why do we get these policies that are bad for America, like free trade, foreign wars, mass migration? They said, well, it's because the politicians are not really the ones running the country. They're not running the country on behalf of the voters or the people. But
Dan Bongino.
rather they're being controlled by the money or the intelligence agencies or
Yeah, that's a fucking weird looking dude right there, man. Holy smokes. That is a very strange looking man. Like, words cannot describe how strange that man looks. I mean, this is the shape of the head, the hair. It's like some just doesn't look right.
Well, that guy. So that guy was the guy who was that was a guy who was got famous because he was a Secret Service agent, and he looked like he was like reptilian shape shifting, and he was like and then after Obama stopped being president, he came out and talked against Obama and became like a political pundit after that. So pretty weird story with that guy.
Yeah, he looks like a triad gang leader, like from like a movie, like from the 80s. Like, what the fuck, dude?
by some shadow element, the nature of which we don't fully understand. Now, he said, in contravention of all of this, I will run and I will deliver the real victories. I will reverse all the policies because I'm not controlled by those interests. And there was this foil with him and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton personified that system. And she did come from the Democrat side, but she personified realistically both sides. The Bush dynasty, the Clinton dynasty, the Republicans, the Democrats, the Dennis Hasterts, and the Bill Clintons. Hillary Clinton was the epitome of corruption and the epitome of globalism. And so at 16, you have this proposition of, I'm going to run with no foreign influence, no blackmail. I'm going to fight the corruption and then deliver the victory. Now, fast forward 10 years later, and Trump seems to be covering up what is really the scandal of all scandals. It's the worst kind of scandal. It's got every negative attribute involved. It's children, it's sexual trafficking, it's blackmail, it's foreign intelligence, it's billionaire oligarchs. And you say, if Trump is covering that up, we lose faith in him. He loses all credibility as that leader, as that Caesar-like leader, this once-in-a-generation figure leading a once-in-a-generation pod.
And then there's the entire idea that they're trying to put J.D. Vance in and try to impeach Trump now. You ever hear about this? So this is an important idea.
Yeah, I've kind of heard a little bit about it. We have no viewers, which is kind of funny too.
Yeah, that's because of this. It's fine. It's because we're on this seditious land. But yeah,
it's all good. I shared the link, but it's kind of surprising. But yeah, it's I've been seeing the talk about that, and everybody kind of speculated about that beforehand, and so now everybody's acting surprised. I don't know why.
Yeah, did you see my views last night, dude?
Yeah, they were pretty it was consistently between 12 and 17. It looked like from what I saw.
No, I had for a lot of time I had 20 people in there, which is higher than usual. And dude, the views were 250 views for a 12-hour stream. I was like, there's just no way possible it's that low. But unless the same 20 people sat there the whole time, I mean, it wouldn't even make sense. But yeah.
Populist movement, it strips it of that character. And to get maybe a lot of this is rhetoric. Let's make it more concrete. If Trump is burying the Epstein files, which we don't know the information because that's exactly what's happening, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, as the night progresses. But if Trump is burying these Epstein files and we can't trust him, it leads to questions like, why are we not getting mass deportations? Why are we getting a war with Iran? The timing of all this is a little conspicuous too. Is it because there's maybe more to the story? Do we have to draw a negative inference that he's covering these things up because he's named in them, because he's a participant in them? He's compromised by them in some way. Is that why we're not getting what's delivered? And how can we trust that he will deliver in the future? So to answer maybe the big defense of Trump, and I agree with you, we have to steel man the other position. We may not even agree with it. We might state it simply to entertain it. If the pro-Trump side is saying, if their argument is, well, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, the Epstein thing is a narrow, singular issue. If that's the primary defense, I would have to say it's not good enough, because if he's named in these files, then everything is compromised. Everything is touched and poisoned by the corruption. And when this cover-up is going on, unfortunately, we cannot assume that he is not touched by it. We actually have to draw.
Yeah, again, like, what is he, like some type of innocent baby? Like, is he literally in fucking preschool? That he's like, oh, none of these politicians committed sex scandals before? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, the dude's literally groomed by a gay Jewish mobster, and you don't suspect that there's something weird about him? Come on, dude. He's like sitting there with Roger Stone.
Yeah, but no, that's what's so funny about it is, like, literally, you don't have to be conspiratorial to make a very good case that you should be suspicious of Trump, like 10, 20, 30, 40
Roger
years.
Stone? Like, what about Roger Stone? He started the Nexium cult, and you guys supported him the whole time.
Oh, he started the Nexium cult? I didn't know that. I think you mentioned it, but I never looked into that.
Yeah, what about Nick's?
How did he avoid prison on that? Because I thought a bunch of people went to prison for that shit.
Yeah, the Bronfman daughters and Roger Stone were involved in the Nexium cult. And the fucking guy Nick Fuentes was involved with fucking Ali Alexander, who was like,
yeah, that's very suspicious too, because like Alex Jones was right there next to Ali Alexander for like years with Nick Fuentes, and I always found that very odd because I never liked Ali Alexander. Always bothered me more than fucking Nick, for sure. The dude was quite creepy.
So yeah, they've been colluding with people who, have open sex scandals. I mean, Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes, they were caught in debacles with tranny porn on their phone. So yeah, I mean, who's to say? But yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting. But yeah, we could probably drop a bunch of N-bombs and a bunch of F-bombs and a bunch of K words, and honestly, nobody would shut down the stream because they probably
nobody watch it.
Exactly.
Well, I feel like when you have less viewers, you're more like grown. Like, because my channel's grown, like I don't get strikes anymore, which is kind of weird. But I think it's like if you have like a certain amount of watch time, they like give you more of a break or something. It feels like until people start like mass flagging you maybe or something. Could be wrong. I mean, so far this debate is very boring. To be honest with you, like I'm kind of disappointed. It's like very dry. I hope it gets better, but it's, very dry.
So far there's a single point on the table, and that's, is Trump involved in sexual crimes with Epstein? And there's nothing else going on, and this is exactly what so it's interesting, right? Then they publicly had an event where JD Vance sort of said, no, I don't know about that. So it's pretty interesting because they like tweeted and then they had them on the air read the tweet or whatever. So they had this live event as well. So yeah, there's been a lot of weird moments here.
A negative inference. That's sort of the whole point. And I, like you, I actually don't believe that Trump is necessarily guilty. I think that is a assumption. I think that's an inference. I don't even think it's necessarily true that Trump was on the island or that Trump was raping kids or that there's a videotape of Trump. I don't think that.
So what's the point? Why is this such a pivotal moment if you don't think that it's true? I mean, this is so wild, dude. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
So it's basically a debate and discussion about nothing, essentially. That's what it basically comes out to. I hate to say that, but that's basically what, so far, that's what it seems like.
It's like, here's the debate so far. I used to support Trump, and I still do, but I don't know why. The other side, I don't support Trump anymore. He might be a pedo, but I don't think he is. So what the fuck?
Seems logical.
That's even likely. But when he has covered it up in the way that he has, and as he's dug this hole deeper and deeper, having the DOJ cover it up, asking the FBI to look for his name. They told him his name was in there. Now he says his name was planted in there. He says the whole thing's a hoax. You actually have to draw a negative inference and assume if he's covering it up, there must be something there. If there wasn't something there, they would release the files. And so that's why I think this entire thing has disqualified him completely. I don't think it's one narrow issue, a singular issue among others. And even if it were, it's not a minimal issue. I think it touches everything. And I think the very nature of these types of cover-ups that
Yeah, I think that's what these panels and these like fake debates are. It's just like, can we train people to talk about one issue for a very long time while remaining in character? And if they do that, then they'll get like some sort of TV job or something.
Yeah, well, I can tell you what the PSYOP is from my opinion, right? There's a very simple explanation as to why they're covering up. One, it may have been fake from the beginning. Two, it wasn't fake from the beginning. And three, if whether it was real or whether it wasn't, whoever's names come out on the list will make America look corrupt. It'll make it look weak. It'll hurt the dollar. It'll hurt stock prices. There's going to be a lot of consequence to that coming out, right? Whether it's real or not, right? And so what's the safest path to take? You pissed off MAGA who got you elected. You do what you're going to do anyway. And then if you lose, JD Vance will take it and they'll shut up anyway. So it's like, it's just the path of least resistance, essentially, right? So the PSYOP here is to basically say, well, let's just put everything on Trump. Right? Like, that's the side. I mean, it's like
meanwhile, like, who did Epstein and her and fucking Ghislaine Maxwell's dad work for? The Jews.
Yep. And so, like, while he's saying it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's Israel, it's Israel. If you listen to what he said so far, he's like, well, basically, this is just Trump, and because Trump is sold up to the Jews, and it's like, yeah. Okay, so like if we just get rid of Trump, everything will be okay. Then he's like, well, JD Vance is corrupt too. It's like, okay, so then you're going to go to the Speaker of the House. Who's the Speaker of the House? And I mean, it's like, it's basically just nonsense. I mean, it's like, it's political fantasy football, essentially.
the nature of the opacity, the fact that it's opaque, the fact that we cannot see through it, the fact that it's been covered up and there's been a deception, there's been an active cover-up, an attempt to change the subject and lie about the nature of it. We actually have to draw a negative inference, and we actually have to assume that there is something damning in there. That's why we're not getting it. And if that's the case, then that means he's corrupt and he's in on it with the rest of them. Now, I want to answer the question you said at the end, because that's actually super important. And I'll sort of treat this like an opening statement. I don't want to ramble.
So, I mean, he's getting down. He's shaking his tootie. He's wearing a pink tie. Okay. And yeah, Roy Cohen was a gay Jewish mobster. So, put it all together, folks. What does it spell?
On and on and on.
No. You got like 3 or 4 minutes left. Keep going.
Sure. Well, and to your point about what comes next, because that's a very good question. A lot of people wonder if Trump is failing, or that's the perception on many of these issues, like the foreign policy, like immigration, like the Epstein cover-up. Question is, well, what comes next? Are we at the mercy of the left now? Are we supposed to now just be buried under Zohran Mamdani's and Kamala Harris's and race communists and Sharia law and this sort of thing? What I would say,
race, communism, and Sharia law, and we've derived that from Kamala Harris and Zohar Mamdani. Yeah, I don't really think Zohar Mamdani would even know what Sharia law is if you smacked him in the back of the head with a copy of the Holy Quran. But yeah, man.
Say about Trump is this simple adage: When you come at the king, you can't miss. And what does that mean? Well, obviously, we all understand what that means. It means that when you come for the king, you have to finish the job. You cannot take half measures. It's actually worse to take a half measure, because if you come at the king and you miss, all you do is make the king mad. And the king has an army, and the king has power. So if Trump, and when I say the king, of course, I'm not even referring to Trump. I'm referring to this left-wing political system. If Trump has been coming at the king for 10 years with the 16 campaign, with January 6th, with the revenge campaign in 24, if that is a 10-year campaign going after the king and he's missing over and over, failing to purge the bureaucracy, failing to implement Project 2025, failing to fire 50,000 employees, have the mass deportations, if it's this slow, if it's so unambitious, if he's already compromising and walking back and people are having to come up with defenses for it, well, what are we doing? All we're doing is pissing off the people that really run the world. And if you miss...
So see, it's not that Trump's totally owned by Jews and cucked to Zionism. Right. Let's not mind that aspect of it. It's not that he's visibly not a Christian. Right. It's none of that stuff. It's that he supports Sharia law and he won't do mass deportations. That's the big problem. Right. So, I mean, why would he support? I mean, what made you think he was ever going to do any mass deportations? Or do anything significantly different than the previous candidates. I mean,
they get the next reply, and they're going to come after all of us hard. Trump, you, me, the supporters, the people in the administration. We learned that the hard way after January 6th. In a way, we kind of already did this in the first term. Trump came at the king, was not equipped, did not have the personnel, did not have the expertise. There's arguments about what went wrong, but needless to say, it didn't work. And so they came back, and it was revenge of the Sith. It was Empire Strikes Back. They came down hard with the vaccine mandate, with the DOJ on the J6ers, with your lawfare, with the lawfare against Ricky Vaughn, against many people. We came at the king. We missed. The king cracked down hard. Here we are again. And it feels like deja vu all over again. We're coming at the king, coming at the establishment, and people say, well, what about immigration enforcement? What about these other good things that are happening? I would argue we're 6 months in. I don't know anybody that's satisfied. Now, people may be defending Trump and saying, hey, the best is yet to come. We passed the big, beautiful bill. We got the funding. And now in the next 6 months, we'll...
By the way, Wilson, yesterday in the Destiny video with Grace Thorpe, the slander thing, right?
Yeah, he actually responded to that. That's kind of interesting.
Did you know that he responded to them for 3 hours last night?
No.
In a live
I
conversation?
had no idea. That's right. Wait, he had a conversation with them about it?
Andrew Wilson talked to the Thorpes for like 3 hours last night. Or something like that. Either 3 hours or 2 hours or something like that. I could be wrong.
And what did he basically say about it? That's got that.
I have I could turn it on, but what's striking to me is that he used the same line. He said if you come for the king and miss, he said you came for the king and missed. But yeah, that's super weird that they use the same exact.
So that's what they said to him. That's what they said. That's what he said to them.
Yeah, that's what he said to them. Yeah.
That's actually very interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah.
And that using the same line. I've never really heard that line used in like modern parlance.
Yeah, me either. That's why I'm. Why I'm so interested that I've heard it twice within a 6 hour span. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really heard that. So, I mean, like I know the phrase, but like I think it's like Shakespeare or some shit. Like I don't think I've heard anybody like really quote that line for a while. If ever. Yeah, it's pretty weird. And the fact that he would even respond and talk to the Thorpes after that.
Yeah, we're 15 minutes in here, so I'm gonna open that up real quick.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not much to see on this thing anyway, so it seems like a bunch of nonsense, pretty much.
Yeah, I just saw this, but yeah, it's very striking to me that they use the same exact line. Let me try to find where this is. Wilson, Thorpe, Destiny. Yeah, this one. It says Grace Thorpe, Ben versus Andrew Wilson, the Destiny lawsuit. Thorpe's are feds. So this video is 2 hours long, and it's a video of them talking last night or something like that. So I don't know when this is.
Yeah, who posted that?
Joe Shabatoni.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
So what's going on now? Hey, what's going on? So what are you doing now?
What is
I think
funny
it-
about
I'll tell
saying
you.
I impeded your daughter's career because I could? What's funny about that?
You reap what you
What's
sow.
funny
Ben.
about that?
You shouldn't have come
What
at me,
is
Ben. You
funny
shouldn't have
about
come.
that?
Come to the king. You better not miss. So what's going on now?
So there it is. You come for the king, you better not miss. Right. So.
So why are they even talking? Like, what is he talking about? Why is, like, what does this have to do? What does this have to do with Andrew Wilson whatsoever? I mean,
Yeah. Do you want to do you want to watch some of this? Because I was watching this with some interest before you decided to go live.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've only got about 10 minutes. I only got about 10 minutes where I can like actually commentate, but I'll be listening for sure. I mean, you can just let this play pretty much. Like, I'm very curious now because I have no idea why these people are talking about this issue on. Like, why is this even? I mean, I know that Andrew Wilson seems to be in like the same like network of like places to go as Destiny, but other than that, I mean, and I know that Thorpe has been trolling Destiny for like a very long time, but I don't know.
Well, we
That's about
found
all
this
I know.
out that Andrew Wilson hires Rob Noer, who basically made his internet fame off of debating Destiny. So it could be that Wilson got in contact with Destiny through Rob Noer or something like that. I don't know.
It's pretty weird. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I mean, I don't know. It's I just wonder like why is Thorpe mad that Andrew Wilson and Thorpe even know each other at all? To me, that's more interesting.
Well, by the way, Rachel Wilson was in America First. So I believe they Nick Fuentes and Destiny have known each other for a long time. Right? So there's another connection. They could have known each other through Nick Fuentes, possibly, right? Wilson and Destiny, I mean. But yeah, the fact that Wilson had Destiny on his not very many subscriber debate channel. That was a notable time that he had almost 0 people on the channel, but he was able to get Destiny on there when he had no notable people or not a very high number of subscribers. But yeah, I'll play this for you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what
Hey,
happened. I
what's
lost
going on?
audio.
So what are you doing now?
I
Well,
sued Destiny in Miami-Dade County Civil Court for defamation and intentional.
Miami something county civil court.
So what are you doing now?
I sued Destiny in Miami-Dade County Civil Court
Sorry,
for
go ahead and
defamation
pause.
and intentional infliction of.
Pause for one. Sorry. I just want to say one thing before I forget. What's interesting to me is that didn't we catch Andrew Wilson saying basically you'd have to pay him to come spend his time somewhere? I don't know if it was to you or somebody else, right?
Yep, he did say that to me.
Right. So like, why would he graciously Grace Thorpe of 2 or 3 hours of his time to talk about a Destiny lawsuit for free.
Yeah, to talk about legal like issues, like her legal issues, her outstanding legal issues that she has with another YouTuber that he's also involved with.
Because
Looking pretty
because
larpy.
because what's interesting about this as well is, like, do you remember when we first saw Thorpe? He came on Jim. Well, he came on Jim Bob first, and then he came over and like tried to debate Andrew Wilson, and like they hated each other, and blah 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 blah, and I don't know. I mean, but yeah, I just think again, it's just interesting. Like he's donating his precious $500 an hour time to this stream. I don't know. I mean,
This publicity stunt. I mean, let's face it.
well, by the way, this is going to end up being frivolous lawsuit because there's no way to prove that she had any sort of earning potential coming up unless she had some sort of like modeling contract with like a gene company coming up or something. I mean, I don't I don't think this lawsuit's going to add up to very much, but it is a good publicity stunt for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's very like J.C. Penney, you know what I mean, catalog. But yeah, it is what it is.
Emotional damage. Distress, sorry.
What was the distress?
The distress
By the way,
well, I mean,
what's it? Sorry to interrupt again. By the way, anything they say on the stream can be totally used against them in the court of law. So if they have any lawyer involved, they're definitely not following the advice of this lawyer.
And they
so.
got Andrew Wilson there, who like uses lawyer speak in public debates. So I don't know, dude. It's looking like a.
I'm just saying, like, this is not a wise move if you're trying to win a lawsuit against Destiny. But sorry,
that's what I mean. Like it's clearly a publicity stunt. Like they clearly thought, like, even if we lose this, this is worth it for the publicity of it. And there's no way they would have proceeded if it was otherwise. Right?
Yeah, I mean, well, and if you were, the first thing you do is shut the fuck up about it and say, I can't talk about it. It's an ongoing case, right? Like,
yeah, Retro Gamer God. Yeah, that's how she does. This is a lascivious, person of the lower persuasions.
I mean, I actually feel bad for her because she looks like an MK Ultra victim or something. But I mean, to me, I'm just saying that's the way that she comes across to me. But whatever.
Yeah. Let me change my avatar to my Grace Thorpe one.
It, but hold on, let me say exactly what the distress was. This was intended to hurt me. This has caused me like extreme emotional distress. A huge person saying that this is true about me, spreading falsities about me. I mean, it's kind of obvious, don't you think?
Well, I mean, not really. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just trying to kind of understand.
Kind of obvious, don't you? Spreading falsities about person saying that this is true about me, spreading falsities about me, like extreme emotional distress. A huge person saying that this is true about me, spreading falsities about me. I mean, it's kind of obvious, don't you think?
So I don't know. That seems pretty stale. Like she's taking people to court because it's a big name person and they said something bad about her on the internet. That's interesting. And obviously Wilson's trying to dissuade her from doing this. Obviously he's a potentially big name person on the internet that could say potentially untrue or hurtful things about others. So I don't know. So I see the angle that he might be coming from, but yeah, this is totally weird situation. 100% publicity stunt.
Well, I mean, not really. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just trying to kind of understand, like, You remember that time that you were like going off the rails and you drew a dick on your head?
Yeah.
Like, how
One of
could
my
this be
finest
more
moments.
How could this be more distressing than that?
Well, how was that distressing? It was funny.
Well, okay. Well, I'm
Also, it
just
was on my
saying that-
chest. On my forehead, I wrote "slut." Get it right.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. I don't remember all the details. Okay, but I'm just saying you guys do a lot of performative stuff.
Yeah.
Right? If I were
agree.
going to
So
mount if I were going to mount a defense on this and then countersue, which I'm sure Destiny's going to do if you sue him.
What would he countersue for?
Well, what I would say, well, these people are very performative, and they're not really doing this because they believe that there was any damage, but rather because they wanted to jump in when I was being sued by somebody else for this sexual bullshit, and they thought that it would launch them towards some kind of relevancy. And then
Andrew,
hang on. I'm just going to explain it, and then
wait,
you can
but let me.
respond.
Okay.
You're not even going to let me explain what I think the defense would be if I were Destiny? No.
Are you just saying the emotional distress thing? Because that's the second.
No, I'm just what I'm saying is that I think that he'll go to court with a competent lawyer, and there's so many streams of you guys doing so many things which are performative that he'll say that this was just part of an act in order to sue me for the purpose of relevancy, but there can't really be emotional damage if this chick's writing "slut" on her head and a dick on her chest and this type of thing. This is all performative, and I think if a judge sees that, it's pretty persuasive. Just saying.
Performative that this damaged me, that this caused me emotional distress.
Yeah. Well, because the emotional distress, the things which cause you emotional distress are often performative, like the slut on the head and the dick on the chest, right? That was really funny. But the whole
cause me
purpose.
Emotional distress.
Well, right. But you were crying in it and everything else, at least pretending like it did.
Well, because my dad went to jail. That's why I was.
Yeah, right.
That wasn't.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. But
you could say performative.
So your dad went to jail, so you drew a dick on your chest and wrote "slut" on your forehead. Wow. So that's quite a reaction, but also, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, she demeans herself as a bit on the internet. So I don't see how she doesn't understand what he's exactly getting at this point.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm on stream, but like my dad went to jail. I was upset.
Well, you have streams of you crying all the time about all kinds of shit, and it's very performative and this type of thing, right?
So you think he's going to essentially say she's faking it?
Mm-hmm. And he has all the evidence in the world to kind of show
Andrew,
that you would be.
First of all, you think a clip of me crying is going to be admissible in court?
What,
Why
300 of them?
why would that be relevant? Why would that be
Like
relevant?
300? Well, because he would just mark the case that this is what's called a lull suit, that the purpose of this is to launch your name forward so that more people will come and check you out because you're suing.
He said this is what's called a lull suit, I believe he said. Right, so I believe the characterization is that she puts on a suit when she goes online and she performs with other people, like Ben Thorpe, Provo Kid, Toilet Bowl Earth, and other performers online, right? So, just to name a few examples, right?
This massive public figure, and it's all performative, and here's all the other performative art these people have done. It's very hard to prove that they had emotional damage when they put themselves in positions like this all the time for the purpose of performance, right?
No, that's one of the that defense doesn't make any sense at all. Andrew, you have daughters, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If your daughter, if people spread rumors that your daughter was having sex with you, do you think that if you said you shouldn't say that about my daughter, that emotionally distressed her? That
people have been trying to spread rumors that me and my wife are related, that we're brother and sister. Like,
wait, hold on.
this is like People say the most horrible shit about me
Andrew,
ever.
Hang on.
They said that my wife killed my son. Like, they say the most horrific things you can imagine. You know what I mean?
hang on.
Like,
Are you saying that if your daughter is like on TikTok or something and she's a performer and somebody says that she fucks her dad, that she can't claim that emotionally distressed her?
It's very
Yeah, how exactly is like a daughter having sex with their father equivalent to any of the things that Andrew just mentioned? But yeah, totally weird. Yeah, wife killed son. Yeah, we never heard that one before. But yeah, totally weird.
difficult
He's a
for
performer?
performative. Yeah, it's very difficult for performative public figures like yourself. Like you bring up Donald Trump, right? So Donald Trump's a politician, right? But it's not performative the way that you guys are. Like, you're actually a drama streamer. That's what you do.
Yeah, and
Drama
there's
is your
nothing
bread
wrong
and
with.
butter.
I mean, I'm other things, but like, there's nothing wrong with being a drama streamer. It doesn't give people the right.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just
But
pointing
it's
out
not.
that
It's not a
that's
defense
what
in
you
court.
do.
It's not a defense in court. That's
I think it is. I think it's a good defense in court to just point out they're stirring up drama because they're drama streamers, and here's all the other antics they've done. There's no reason to actually believe there's emotional distress. Here's all the time she reached out after this so that she could talk to me about other things. We did a debate. By the way, you did a debate with Destiny long after he said that you were banging your dad. You did a debate with him.
That's not true. That's not true.
I think it is true.
Nope, I debated him, and then he started saying that stuff afterwards. Not true.
No, I think he said it. I think he said it before, Grace. I'm pretty confident he did. I'm pretty confident he was on a stream with Ben and got into it with him, and you did a debate after that with him.
He had like an interview with us, but he never directly accused us of anything. Nope.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he was saying.
No, he
I
did
think
not.
he was saying even then that I'm not the one who bangs his dad, shit like that. I think he did.
No, he didn't. I remember that interview.
By
He
the
didn't say
way,
anything like
Ethan-
that because I remember.
But why?
I remember
Why
my
wouldn't you
dad
sue
saying,
Ethan Ralph? Why wouldn't you sue Ethan Ralph? He said all
I
that
may.
shit.
I may.
Like, he does. It seems kind of selective, right? Like, I mean, Ethan Ralph said that. Shamu has implied that. There's tons of streamers who have said this about you. Why Destiny?
Well, Andrew, you're going all over the place. You're going all over the place. You're saying this isn't. This is going to get thrown out because you're a performer. That's not a good defense. Destiny is a performer too. That doesn't make any sense. Secondly, you're saying, well, all these other people have said this about you, and I'm going to sue all of them. So.
Are you though,
But,
or are you just
that's
gonna sue
not
Destiny?
also. That's not also a defense. I don't know. I'm not sure if
Well,
you're saying
isn't
that's
it?
a defense,
I'm just
but
saying, isn't
you
it
can't say,
convenient?
oh, Your Honor.
Isn't it
this-
convenient you happen to go after the
She's singling me out.
biggest
Your Honor.
streamer? Yeah, isn't it? Well, I mean, isn't it convenient though that you're going after the largest of
Absolutely
the
not.
live streamers?
Keemstar did the same thing. Keemstar is arguably bigger than Destiny, has more followers on various platforms. Keemstar did the same thing.
Keemstar is
I'm
not
going to
bigger
that
than
as well.
Destiny, dude.
So yeah, so I just confirmed it by like scrubbing through the video down there. He's actually on this call for 2 hours and 26 minutes. That's posted here. So he's talking to them for an extremely long time. Andrew Wilson of the Crucible calls in to Ben and Grace Thorpe for a wild conversation about their lawsuit. So apparently this was 18 hours ago or something like that. But yeah, this is looking larpy, right? So what is Andrew Wilson involved in here, right? Some type of publicity stunt with the Thorpes, right? Yeah.
Well, he has way more Twitter
bigger than
followers,
Destiny.
etc.
So what? So what? Half
Maybe
these
not
guys
your
buy their
sphere.
following. You know that shit. No, that's just not in any sphere. Keemstar is not bigger than Destiny.
I'm going to sue my own brother for saying this shit, and my brother doesn't really have any money. I'm just doing it to clear my name. But with people who have money, who have a large influence, who shouldn't have said this shit because they have a
Don't you
responsibility,
remember?
I do want damages, and I want damages.
Yeah,
for
but
my
don't you
brother, too.
remember this was a few years ago where I told you guys to just tell people that that's not what's going on. And he used all sorts of vague language, and he leaned into all this shit. He did all that instead of just telling people bluntly, no, of course.
Yeah, by the way, that's absolutely true. They pulled a publicity stunt where they pretended to be in an incestuous relationship. This is what Andrew Wilson is referring to. Right, and they did all sorts of simulated sex acts through sexting and other strange phenomenon to signal to their fans, and I guess her brother became involved in this. Right, so her brother saw sexting between her and her father. So they created publicity stunt that they were having an incestuous relationship. So what Andrew Wilson is now saying to them is, well, by the way, what are you doing here then? You're on the incest drama channel, right? But yeah, besides that, right? Right, yeah, this is what he's referring to. He's saying, well, they did this publicity stunt, blah, blah, blah. Right. So I don't know.
Of course, there's not a sexual relationship between me and my dad, and we're trolling.
Andrew.
And he's saying that you should have said you were trolling the whole time instead of trying to create yourself as a lol cow wearing a lol suit, which is a performative suit that somebody wears when they go to work as a lol cow, supposedly.
Why wouldn't you just do that?
Andrew, I told you that to your face on the panel that we were on, where Destiny said this shit. You said, yeah, but you fuck your dad. And I said, you shouldn't say that. You're a Christian. That's slander. I did do that.
Okay. Wait a second. That context key was literally a joke. And he was easily identifiable as one. Now I agree with you that Destiny, it didn't sound like he was joking in many of the allegations that he's made, right? But I just think
but can you just?
I just think you guys leaned into it. You guys leaned into it, though.
Of course, when people are making accusations, Andrew, you've done the same thing. No.
I leaned. Yeah, look. I'll lean into the stupid shit. Like, you have a black ex-wife. That's fucking ridiculous. Of course, I'll lean into it. It's fucking hilarious. But you don't lean into, like, if somebody alleges you're a pedophile, you don't lean into that. You know, it's like there's some things you lean into, and there's some things you lean the fuck out of, Grace.
You got to respond to my point. You're saying I never.
Did you hear what she just said on camera? She said you can lean into being a pedophile. Pretty weird stuff, folks. So yeah.
Denied this or just said straight up it's not true. I literally told you to your face, like 2 hours before Destiny said this, publicly, to whatever 6,000-7,000 people were watching at the time.
You told me that. But then in other debates, but in other
everyone
debates
else on the panel, I said you're a Christian. You shouldn't say that, and that's slander. And then Destiny said it 2 hours later. So you can't accuse me of never denying it. I also told Destiny in private messages that none of that was true. I told him.
Okay, I get it. But I'm just pointing out that publicly, in many instances, you guys use very vague language, very evasive language, which could easily be clipped and put many people under the impression of this because you thought it was forwarding your career. You thought it was something that was drawing a lot of attention to you. And it was a bad move, Grace. I told you years ago that
I don't know how to say this. Okay, then why did you say it was bullshit from the beginning? Why?
Because I'm not fucking retarded.
That's the only reason?
Because I have thousands of people who make hit pieces about me daily, and I don't believe hardly anything any of the trolls say. They don't know anything about your interpersonal life.
Good point.
They don't know anything about what's actually going on behind the scenes.
Good point.
They don't know shit about nothing.
Good
but
point.
Here's the thing: I'm also a very rational human being, and I just don't go on.
Yeah, go into Wilson's chat or his communities and try to find, any trolls there, right? They get purged down, right? Get purged down for asking a few questions, right? Got put in timeout for asking a few questions. making a few disagreeable statements, right? And I'm talking about timeout for like one time they put me in timeout for 3 days. This guy, Mr. Enigmatic, right? But yeah, they censor anybody who disagrees with them on the platform, right? So, and he directly deals with pretty much all of the trolls, right? When Base Oracle accused him of doing a grifter, he did a full-length debate with him on it. He came on my channel to ask me to retract the claim that he's a grifter. And also tried to spin it up that I was like calling him a Nazi for saying that he supported Elon Musk or something like that, when I wasn't really saying anything like that. Right, I was just trying to point out that his support for people like Trump and Elon Musk means that he's not a political radical, radical conservative spokesperson that he claims that he is, right? Right, he's paid to get his followers to support the status quo and not to challenge the system or to instill Christian values in the nation or anything like that, right? That's not what he's there for, right? He's there to pay people to, to pay people, right? But also get paid to say that whatever is going on in this country is already Christian. Sweep it under the rug. There's nothing to see here. Right? Trump's already Christian. All that stuff's already Christian. Right? So you don't have to bring this great change, right? You just support what's going on, give money to the people that are already successful, right? Support the president and all this type of stuff, right? So this is the stuff that we get from Andrew Wilson and other people. Even Nick Fuentes, right? They're just paper tigers, right?
On like trends and trains of kick them while they're down people. But the thing is like,
I appreciate that. Yeah,
you were very vague with a lot of this, and I think that does give some adequate smokescreen for. I wasn't really sure, didn't really know, but there was a lot of evidence for it. There was a lot of evidence for it because look at all these clips of vague language.
I understand the point you're making, but it's not a defense to say that once these allegations were out there, that I joked around about them and tried to downplay them. That's just anybody in my position would do that. I thought this was just what the internet was. I thought that you just have to take it on the chin, make a joke out of it, and move on. I didn't understand that, at a certain point, the more you say, no, that's not true, the more it seems true. You have to find a way to deal with it. It's a perfectly reasonable response.
Well, you got to ignore it.
And like you might say, well, you should have done this earlier.
90%.
I agree. 90%. I wish I had done it earlier.
Yeah, 90% of this stuff you just have to ignore, right? But you can't really because drama is what you guys do.
How can I ignore it when I'm trying to get into the debate sphere, whatever?
Well, you can't ignore it now.
You knew me at the time. I'm trying to get into the debate sphere. I have a falling out with Destiny over totally unrelated reasons, completely unrelated reasons. And he starts spreading this shit. And now everybody in my chat goes, daddy fucker, daddy fucker, daddy fucker.
Well, I was completely blacklisted from that entire side of the internet, Grace. I was on the official Destiny blacklist. I've been blacklisted by that whole side of the internet for years. Not anymore, of course, because they want some clout from me, but I was blacklisted for years, and I still I made it work for myself.
Yeah, that you literally can't take that to court because a bunch of people in the internet chat, he's just gonna say he doesn't control those people. But yeah, it's pretty obvious.
The thing is like you just shouldn't have leaned into it. That's all I'm saying. You shouldn't have leaned into that one. It was a bad one to lean into. And all the things. Of course, it's not true. It's never been true. I've never thought so.
I completely disagree.
Well, I mean, then why are you suing people?
What do you mean? No,
And
I
you're
completely
suing it.
disagree that you shouldn't like lean into it and turn it into a joke. If you think that's the
Not
only
that.
option you have,
Not that thing.
so
Not
it's a
that
totally
thing.
logical thing to do.
There's some things you can lean into as a joke, but not that. That's not the thing.
Well, you
That's not the
can.
thing you lean into. Yeah, well, sure, you
Regardless-
can.
Wait, I want to ask
Yeah, I
you a
mean,
question. I want to ask you
You
a
can
question.
do whatever you want, but yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of your opinion about how I should have handled my PR. Okay, you can have your opinion about how I should have handled my PR. Do you support me in doing this though? Do you think I'm doing the right thing?
I mean, I think
What a weird question. And why wouldn't he just straight up say no after everything he just said? Or why is it like, well, let's map this out here. You've clearly charted this course, right? Like what? Absurd.
that it's going to backfire. You're going to get countersued, and it's going to hurt real bad. Is what I think.
That's
I
not
think that
answering
the
the question.
Yeah, I'd say so. But yeah, I'd say like no, you shouldn't do it. Emphatically.
Yeah, I think. Well, you want my honest opinion? Like, I don't care that
You
you're suing
support-
this guy.
you support
I
me
don't-
doing
I don't
this.
give.
Whoa, he doesn't care that she's suing him. What the hell is going on, dude?
I think
Shit
I'm doing the
about
right
him.
thing.
It's not an immoral thing you're doing, but I wouldn't do it personally. I
But
don't
I'm not
think it's a good
asking
idea.
practically. I'm saying, do you
He doesn't think it's a good idea. He wouldn't do it. But should she do it? Should she do it? It's not emphatically just a no. Right? It seems like a horrible idea. He's absolutely right. It's going to backfire on her. Right? Yeah, I mean, either that or she's just going to waste a lot of money and get a bunch of clicks and views. Like on this channel with 516 subscribers and 2,600 views for this video here. So I wonder who put this channel together. Joe Shabatoni. But misunderstood. What is this? It seems to be another channel promoting Grace Thorpe or something.
So what's going on now?
Oh, whoops. Okay, I lost my place. Sorry, guys.
No, of course there's not a sexual relationship between me and my dad, and we're trolling.
Andrew,
Why wouldn't you? I just
respond to
think
my
you
point.
guys leaned into it. You guys
And you
leaned
just
into it.
whatever
Me.
6,000-7,000 people were watching
Yeah,
at the
you
time.
told me that.
That
You thought it was something that was drawing a lot of attention to you. And it was a bad move, Grace. I told you years ago. That's not fucking retarded. because I have thousands of people who make hit pieces about me daily, and I don't believe hardly anything any of the trolls know a lot of this. And I think that does give some adequate smokescreen for I wasn't really sure, didn't really know. But there was a lot of evidence for it. There was a lot of evidence for it because look at all these
That's
clips
not
of
true.
vague
That's not-
language.
I understand the point you're making, but it's not a defense to say that once these allegations were out there, that I joked around about them and tried to downplay them. That's just anybody in my position would do that. I thought this was just what the internet was. I thought that you just have to take it on the chin, make a joke out of it, and move on. I didn't understand that, at a certain point, the more you say, no, that's not true, the more it seems true. You have to find a way to deal with it. It's a perfectly reasonable response.
Well, you got to ignore it.
And
Like
you might say,
90%,
well, you should have done this
like
earlier.
90%,
I agree. I wish I had done it earlier.
Yeah, 90% of this stuff you just have to ignore.
Like, does she really not understand how retarded it is to go to court to claim somebody defamed you for saying a thing you literally went on the internet and said yourself? or heavily alluded to yourself being that. And then when brought up multiple times, you didn't deny it because you're playing a character online. And all these things happen online.
Right? But you can't really, because that's drama is what you guys do.
How can I ignore it when I'm trying to get into the debate sphere, whatever?
I mean, you can't ignore it now.
You knew me at the time. I'm trying to get into the debate sphere. I have a falling out with Destiny over totally unrelated reasons. Completely
debate
unrelated
sphere.
reasons. And he starts spreading this shit. And now everybody in my chat goes, daddy fucker, daddy fucker, daddy fucker.
Well, I was completely blacklisted from that entire side of the internet, Grace. I was on the official Destiny blacklist. I've been blacklisted by that whole side of the internet for years. Not anymore, of course, because they want some clout from me, but I was blacklisted for years, and I still I made it work for myself. You know, the thing is like, you just shouldn't have leaned into it. That's all I'm saying. You shouldn't have leaned into that one. It was a bad one to lean into, and all the things. Of course, it's not true. It's never been true. I've never thought so.
I completely disagree.
Well, I mean, then why are you suing people?
What do you mean? No, I completely disagree that you shouldn't like lean into it and turn it into a joke. If you think that's not that you have,
not that thing, not
it's
that
a totally
thing.
logical thing to do.
There's some things you can lean into as a joke, but not that. That's
It's
not the
logical, she says.
Well,
that's not the thing you lean into. Yeah, well, sure you can.
Wait, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a
can
question.
do whatever you want, but
regardless of your opinion about how I should have handled my PR, okay, you can have your opinion about how I should have handled my PR. Do you support me in doing this, though? Do you think I'm doing the right thing?
I mean, I think that it's going to backfire. You're going to get countersued, and it's going to hurt real bad, is what I think.
That's not answering the question.
I think. Well, you want my honest opinion? Like, I don't care that you're suing this guy.
You support me doing this.
I don't give a shit about him. It's not an immoral thing you're doing, but I wouldn't do it personally.
But I'm not asking practically. I'm saying, do you support me saying I'm not going to let people say
it's not a right thing? It's not a right thing or a wrong thing that you're doing. It's not, you know, like there's a moral
completely neutral. It's neutral.
Yeah, from my view, like you leaned into this plenty.
It's not a right thing or a wrong thing to sue some guy on the internet for inferring you did a thing that you heavily alluded to and accepted that it was the case when people brought it up and accused you of it. What? How is that not fucking not on the wrong side of things, right? Right, it sounds kind of like bearing false witness or something like that. I don't know.
And you start plenty of shit on purpose with all sorts of streamers, and of course they're going to start shit back. There's been all sorts of hooplas around you and other streamers and drama and all kinds of shit. It's like, look, there's going to be some blowback from some of that. That's the way that this works. I wouldn't be suing Destiny over this. No. If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't do it. I think that it's going to hurt you worse than it's going to help you ultimately.
Well, you say for practical reasons. You keep bringing up practical reasons. He's not going to countersue. There's nothing to countersue over.
Well, if they can prove that the lawsuit is frivolous, yes.
It's not frivolous. There's merit.
It depends on what a judge says. If a judge says it's frivolous or there's no merit or something like this, he may countersue. And he the difference is too is like, remember, this guy's a multimillionaire and he knows every lawyer in the fucking world. And while that may make him right, but from some people's view for the pickings, right? He's going through a lawsuit for something way fucking worse with Pixie, where she has way more standing. Way more standing. And she's going to probably lose that, Grace. She's probably going to lose.
Do you want to know why she doesn't have more standing? Because she's suing him for revenge porn when he clearly did not spread her private information publicly and did not do it with malicious intent. She's going to lose that one. She doesn't have clear standing.
I think what was done to her was a lot worse than what was done to you.
And so the thing is like,
You think spreading nudes
if
of
you're
somebody
asking-
who sending nudes around of somebody who sent nudes to you is a really terrible thing, Andrew? This is your red pill take? That a slut who's
I mean-
slutting with Destiny, who lets him take videos of her, who sent him videos of her doing sexual stuff with her boyfriend, him sending those sexual videos to someone else
Dude,
is
look,
way
I'm not
worse.
saying she's innocent.
That's your
She's
red
not
pill
innocent.
take.
I'm not saying she's innocent. She's not
That's your
innocent.
base red
I'm
pill
just saying you're not fucking innocent either, Grace.
Yeah, but she's right though. What kind of an opinion is that? Right? Right, like how is what happened to that girl really bad? You know, withstanding the, I mean, included with the fact that she sent the videos. But yeah, I don't understand why Grace here doesn't see that it's a similar case for her, right? She herself was involved in the crime she's accusing somebody else of, right? So yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I am innocent.
You've started shit with every zone and sector you can possibly start shit with for the purpose of propagating your career. And some of that shit blew back, and now it looks like you're suing because a lot of that shit blew back, and you're not getting any momentum. That's what it looks like.
I don't
Honestly.
deserve to be defamed because I disagree with people. And if you think that's true, you're just wrong. I didn't deserve
Well,
that.
it's not a matter of deserve. It's a matter.
I didn't deserve that, and it was wrong to do to me.
Like even let
Saying
me just
disagree
assume
with
for a
people,
second that it's
I
the
don't
most
deserve
like.
to be defamed because I disagree
Yeah.
with people, and neither do you.
I'm not saying you do, Grace. I'm not saying you deserve to
Yeah,
get
you just said
defamed.
it.
But
No, you just
that
did
doesn't
imply
mean that
You did imply
not
it.
only did I not imply it, I didn't ever
You
say
said
anything
you
like.
started a lot of shit with people, and it blew back at you. So what do you expect?
Yeah, that's not an expectation that you should be defamed. However, you do plenty of defaming yourself. You do plenty of defaming yourself, Grace.
Like what?
You talk plenty of shit, say all sorts of shit about people, whether you,
Like what?
you think it's true, it's not true. You
Like
and your
what?
fucking mom had an entire stream one night trying to dissect, and you had big tech on your stream one time trying to dissect how it is that I think and that I must have grown up watching old movies based on some. You just said all kinds of crazy shit about me, Grace, that you had no fucking idea about. Well, yeah, I couldn't
Speculating
prove.
about your childhood.
I
That's
couldn't prove.
defamatory?
Hey, Grace, I couldn't prove it was defamatory.
Andrew, are you
But of course, the
retarded?
whole purpose. The whole
Wait,
purpose was.
Andrew, are you retarded?
Stop cutting me off, Grace.
Speculating
All right,
about your
stop.
childhood is defamation.
Okay,
Is that
you
honestly
spurg out,
hard to me?
spurg out, Grace, spurg harder.
Spurging out. I'm responding to something you said that's ridiculous.
Can I finish what I'm saying first, and then you can respond? So what I'm saying is this: it's really simple. Yes, the whole purpose of all those streams was to defame me. And man, anybody who went back and watched them, nobody's going to walk away with the thought that you weren't trying to fucking defame Andrew Wilson, Grace. Of course you were. Now you might not say that's not the legal version of defamation. Well, maybe it's not.
No.
But that's what you were fucking trying to do, Grace. Why don't you just stop bullshitting everybody and say that that's what you were trying to do, because it was.
I was not trying to defame you. I was speculating.
Oh, you
about
weren't.
Why you are the way you are.
You weren't just speculating about that. You were talking all kinds of shit about my wife, talking all kinds of shit.
By the way, I got a DM from Andrew Wilson claiming that I slandered him too, because a bunch of people on my panel mentioned him and other people like Peter Hears, okay, and saying that I believe it was like EBT, right, saying that they're like that there's some problematic thing with Peter Hears, and he said I slandered him and I slandered Peter Hears. So yeah, these guys go around claiming everybody on the internet slandering them every time somebody says something mean about them. I mean, you know, and nobody even made up anything, right? So yeah.
Shit about me.
What
They
did I
talk all
say that
kinds of
was
shit about
defamatory?
everybody?
Go ahead.
Grace,
If I
you want
said
to go back
something
through the streams?
defamatory, if I
You
said
know what?
something
Let's do this.
defamatory,
Let's do
then
this.
I'll
Let's pull up
retract it.
let's just pull up the stream. Pull up the stream of you and Ben Thorpe in the RV talking about Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson. Let's go through it a section at a time. Do it.
No,
I'm
I
on
don't
the phone
want
right
to do
now.
that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know you don't want to fucking do it because you know what's in them.
It doesn't seem worth my time. Your example of something
Yeah.
defamatory I said about
Doesn't seem
that-
worth your
No,
time.
stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. That your example of something defamatory I said about you is speculating about your childhood because you talk like somebody who's watched a lot of 1950s.
What did I just say? I just said let's pull up the stream. You said no. Why?
All right, fine. I'll do it. Fine.
Do it. Do it.
Which stream are you talking about?
Your RV stream with Big Tech,
RV.
where all you guys did was talk about me.
All right, I assume it has the name Andrew.
Remember how Ben Thorpe was coming for me? He was going to destroy my entire career. He was going to do horrible things to me. You remember all that stuff, Grace?
I remember
None of that
that.
was defamation. None of that was intended to be defamatory, Andrew. That was us being super friendly and trying to help you out. Give me a fucking break.
It wasn't being friendly.
Hold up.
We disagreed with you as a person.
You disagree on shit. You were trying to launch a career off of trying to slander me. That's all you were doing.
We'll point out the slander and
That's it.
defamation. We'll go through it.
Pull
Okay,
up the
I'm trying
stream.
to find it. The Collapse of Andrew Wilson, Part 2.
Yeah.
He thinks that somebody can quote unquote launch a career by just slandering him. Name one person that's ever done that. Like, what a incredible feat of arrogance, right? Like, it's just wild, right? It's like you think you're like, right? You think if you like, you know, I mean, you must think you're something really special.
Yeah, just go to part 1.
Big Tech was
Let's
on.
listen to all the crazy, untrue things that you said about me.
Sure. Stream snipe.
He's gonna run away if I come on.
Are you gonna run away if my dad comes on?
No, but let's go through the video.
What the fuck? He just went in that other room. But yeah, like, I don't even understand how that's possible, right? Somebody gets, I mean, isn't Destiny a lot more famous than Andrew Wilson? I don't understand. So yeah, yeah.
Go though.
Okay. Let's see here.
I don't know why. Why would Ben ever say that I would run away from him? I've gone on
Because
your
you run
channel,
away
messed
from
you
me.
up.
That's why.
Bro, I've messed you up on your channel how many times, bro? Now, do you want to go through the stream?
Wait
Let's
a
go through the
second. Wait a
stream.
second. I just want to clarify one thing. I said I was going to do horrible things to you. Can you name what those things were, Andy?
We're going to watch it in real time, Ben.
No.
So, yes.
You said that. Okay, so
We're
this is
gonna
what this
watch
is
it
about.
come
You
out of your
just said
own
I was gonna
fucking
do
mouth.
horrible things to you. What
Pull up
horrible
the
things
stream.
did I say I was going to do to
Pull
you?
up the stream.
Name one.
Pull up the
No,
stream.
name one and cam up, motherfucker.
Ben, do you
Cam
think
up.
that
I
I
don't
need?
care if you're in your little Spider-Man underoos. Cam up, motherfucker.
Yeah, pull up the stream. We're waiting.
What horrible things was I going to do to you?
Pull up the stream.
Or say there actually that's not true.
Wait,
what horrible
Ben,
things?
Ben,
What
why are
horrible
you
things
why
did
are
I
you
say I
stalling?
was gonna
Stop
do to
stalling.
you?
Stop stalling. Pull up
What's the
stream.
answer to the question? You said
Stop stalling and pull up the
it.
stream.
That's not stalling. I'm asking you. You said your dad said he was going to do horrible things to me.
Oh, I don't know,
you
Ben. You were going to
referring
destroy
to?
the career. You were going to show up at my house. All kinds of shit, Ben.
I'm going to
You
show
said all
up at
kinds
your
of crazy
house. I never
shit.
said that.
Yeah. Yes, you did, Ben. And we're going to see. We're going to see. Pull up the stream.
Go ahead.
No. The RV stream. Yeah, there we go. Pull up the RV streams. You people make a career out of slandering other
only
people.
what you see on A dating app, right? Okay.
This is what you want? This reaction?
No, no. It's
But this
Ben is
is
driving.
an RV stream.
Ben is Ben is driving.
We've had
Ben is
lots of
driving.
RV streams.
Yeah,
We're
okay,
RV
but you didn't have
streamers.
lots. You didn't have lots of driving RV streams where big tech was calling in. You were specifically talking about the collapse, and then the stream I believe was called "The Collapse of Andrew Wilson." In fact,
Good.
Okay.
by the way, nice call on that one, Ben. You got that one right, didn't you?
Well, I didn't
Okay.
say it was going to be right then.
Oh yeah, sure. I'll collapse in 25 years. Okay, got it, man.
You
But
will
anyway,
collapse.
pull up
You'll
the stream.
collapse because you
Well, of
suck
course,
at everything
everybody,
you do.
I know I suck at everything I do. I just happen to be. I don't want to even get into that. Go ahead.
Hey, do you want to have a debate about
Andrew
force
Wilson.
doctrine, the so-called force
Ben
doctrine?
is driving, please.
Pull
I'll
up the
wreck
stream.
you.
The
I'll wreck
collapse.
you.
Pull
I'll
up.
collapse
Pull
you.
up the stream, Ben. Pull up the
Okay.
stream, Ben.
Is this the one you're talking about?
The Grace is in
The
charge.
collapse of Andrew Wilson. Yes, there we go.
Okay.
Right.
Anywhere
what?
in this
Before
9-hour
you use
stream.
the term slander, do you want to be sure what slander means?
You see what I mean? I knew that you would pivot immediately to a legal definition.
Hey, get that
Ben,
cackling bitch. Get that
yeah,
cackling bitch
Ben,
on here too. Get that
Ben,
cackling
can
bitch
we-
on here too.
Ben,
I've been
Ben,
waiting
can
to
we
talk
just
to her a
work this
long
out?
time.
Do you think that I can only go by the legal definition?
Come on,
of
Rachel. You
slander,
can
or
finish up the
is it the
witch
case-
potion later.
Or is it the case that we can point out that even if I couldn't prove that you were slandering me, that you were saying obviously slanderous?
I did lie. I did. I will say I did lie that I was having like a kind of text affair with your wife.
Yeah, I know. I know, Ben. Not slanderous
But I
though
did
at all.
say
right?
I was kidding. I was.
Yeah, not slanderous though. Right, Ben?
That's not slandering. No, it was a joke.
Yeah, I know. But let's watch the video. Come on, let's watch
I
the
just
video.
want to.
Yeah, it's like, you notice the same demeanor among these two, right? It's like they went to the same acting school. You know what I mean? Really weird. It's like they both watched like cowboy movies growing up, right? Went to the same acting school. I don't know, man.
Clarify
Larpy.
so that you're not actually here to talk about the lawsuit. You're here to
Was it her?
accuse
What is she
us
having? A witch's coven back
of
there?
defamation. Okay, so this is
That's pretty funny. I was talking about how she's laughing. He's like, "What is she having? A witch's coven?" That's actually pretty funny.
The video. Come
I
on,
just
let's
want
watch
to. I
the
just want to clarify so that you're not actually here to talk about the lawsuit. You're here to
Was it her?
accuse
What is she
us
having? A witch's coven back
of
there?
defamation. Okay, so this is personal to you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So anywhere in this 9-hour stream or anywhere specific that you can remember, or just
I would just
9
start.
hours?
I would
When
just
did the
start
butt
at the
hurt
opening.
begin? When did the butt
Just
hurt
start-
begin?
Just start at the opening monologue.
Okay.
Well, nobody's upset, man. I'm just pointing out as you are
Oh,
suing
no,
somebody
you're
for
not holding
defamation.
grudges. It's fine. You can
Well,
hold
as long
grudges.
as
Go ahead.
you're suing people for defamation and slander, let's not pretend that you guys don't drum up as much slander and defamation using lies against other
Absolutely.
people as
Absolutely. We
possible.
should be held to the same standard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So play the video.
That's right.
Play the video.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the all new and improved Thorpe TV channel. I'm your host, Grace Thorpe. This is my father, Ben.
Just fast forward it by 5
Today
minutes.
we are going into the collapse of Andrew Wilson, part 2.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday we did part 1.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Yep.
For no reason.
A grown man talking to somebody
It's
that they
a
didn't
cult.
approve
It's
of.
like a brutal cult.
Victoria
which claims
says,
to be open-minded. It's a
So
brutal
let's
cult.
stop right there.
This doesn't just
Right. I just want to make sure we have it clear that I'm a cult leader, right, man?
Yeah. I said it's like a cult, a brutal cult.
So
You're the leader.
I'm a cult.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
not
the
slander.
leader.
That's true.
I'm the leader
Yep.
of a brutal cult.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's
so-
look up. Okay. All right. Let's look up what a cult is, Grace. Go ahead. Look up what a cult is in common parlance.
Common parlance. And I guarantee anything which is attributed to me for that is going to be attributed right back to you, Ben. Watch. Watch, Ben.
Not a bit.
Okay.
Watch.
All right. Yeah. Let's watch, buddy.
All right. There's several different definitions. A religion regarded
Read
as
any
orthodox or
any
spurious?
of them that Ben thinks I fall under. He'll fall under. Watch.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is it number 2, Dad?
I mean, I think we're talking about something like a small group of people who have a cult.
No.
Okay.
There's actually
Small group of
10.
people characterized by
So you
devotion.
know. Yeah. So okay. Well, then that
A cult
would
in the
include your
pejorative
audience.
sense.
That would be your audience. But the tenets of the cult actually are things like if you leave the cult, right? You get harassed, your family gets defamed, you get destroyed, things like this. And by the way, those are all behaviors I never engage in, Ben.
Okay, cult, usually a small group devoted to a person, idea, or philosophy. I don't think you have any ideas or any philosophy, so it's devoted to you, Andrew Wilson. The term cult is often applied to a religious movement that exists in some degree of tension with the dominant of society. They're used as a pejorative term that falls outside the mainstream, engages in questionable activities. Okay, so
it's a pejorative
what are the
term. It's a
questionable
pejorative
activities
term.
that we generally associate with a cult? We don't have to use like it's a pejorative.
Well,
Yes, it's
Ben,
a
I just
pejorative.
want you to
Yes.
name one.
I think
I just want you to
Crucible's
name one.
unhealthy. Yes,
I just want you to name a way that I'm a cult leader that you're
Great.
not. Go
Happy
ahead.
to do that.
Go ahead. Do it.
If someone doesn't agree with you, you ban them and you very quickly
So do
if
you.
they continue.
So do you.
How many bands
So do
right
you.
now? How many bands do we have, Grace?
How many?
0.
0.
Bullshit. Yeah. Well, okay. So Ben, you're
look,
saying
stop
that you've
yourself,
never banned.
right? Because we
Are
can
you
prove
saying
it.
that
There is no
hang
one
on, hang
banned
on.
from this chat?
How is banning somebody from your chat make you a cult?
That's one aspect of it because
Okay,
if
let's
someone
keep
hears,
going.
now wait a second.
Yeah.
I came into your community, which is not a community, but is more like a cult. And I
whatever
wanted
that
to
means.
have an interaction with you about from a Catholic perspective against the sort of ortho bro perspective.
Yeah, nobody cares, Ben.
And
Can we get back to this?
okay. No one cared about that. You cared. You
No, I don't
cared
care,
so
Ben.
much that when I fucking kicked your ass in a debate that you rigged against me and then did the same with Rob Knorr, you accused me of being a federal agent. Now, that's a fucking slander. A federal agent whose mission on this earth was to get you.
Yeah, my bad, Browns boy. Yeah, I noticed that. Or this this last pause, but yeah, I just think like, you know, what I was saying is that how you know, he banned everybody. You know, so it's one thing to just ban nobody, right? Obviously, Ben Thorpe is not trying to ban people because his whole thing is you know, trying to get negative reactions out of people. But Andrew Wilson bans straight up anybody who doesn't agree with him. And that seems a little weird, especially when there's dozens of people there, right? But yeah. Yeah, my bad. I'm very sleepy, guys. So I keep pausing and muting myself and then talking and shit, man.
You and other ortho fucking losers like you under federal scrutiny.
So are you
That's
going
what you
to
said.
Yeah, so anyway, are
That's
you gonna
what
prove
you
how I'm a cult
said.
leader?
Did
Are you
you?
gonna prove I'm a cult leader yet?
Did you
Who
say
cares?
that?
Can you prove how I'm a cult
Did
leader?
you say
Just
that?
wait till
I
you-
fucking care.
Yes.
Did you
Okay,
say
Ben.
that?
Yeah, I still think you're a Fed, Ben. But
Okay,
anyway, can you
said
prove
it. Okay,
I still think you
said it.
are, Ben.
That's
Yeah, I've always
cult
thought you were a
behavior,
Fed.
dude. No
I've
one
always
fucking
thought so.
cares about Andrew fucking Wilson. It's a joke that you didn't think that. You made it up as a way to tell your cult, we all need to be afraid of this man.
Anyway, so can we get back to how I'm
And
a
that's
cult
why
leader?
you also scrubbed the debate that I kicked your ass in on your channel while you tried to rig it against me and that fat little Rob Knorr as well. You said you scrubbed any.
Yeah, I think Wilson calling other people feds is like pot calling a kettle black, pretty much. You know,
Anything any content having to do with us, and you banned anyone who even talked with us on our channel. So by your own fucking logic, you should ban yourself, and you should ban yourself. Ban that
So
fat
anyway,
little pig behind you.
Are we going to get to how I'm a
outta
cult leader? No, we're not going to get to how I'm a cult leader. No,
I already told you how you're a cult leader.
that's not because I
didn't
ban people from
accuse
my
you
chat.
of
Then
anything other than being the
you
idiot
don't have freedom of
are.
association. So you don't have freedom of association. You can't distance yourself from people. You're a cult leader. Is that right, Ben? That's a genius argument, bro.
If
Genius
you
argument.
have the type of a community in which someone who differs from the absolute orthodoxy is immediately banned, and then if they continue to make compelling arguments, you accuse them of being some sort of
even if all of that was true, Ben, that still wouldn't be a fucking cult.
You idiot!
It's not a cult, Ben. Tell me how it's a cult, Ben.
I'm
Tell
telling
me
you
why it
how it's
is.
a cult.
Tell me why it is that you don't have freedom of association. You have to associate with somebody based on whatever their stupid ass worldview is because they really want you to.
Cults
Somehow, if you really want me to associate with you, I have to, Ben, or I'm in the cult. Give me a fucking break. Tell me I'm a cult leader, Ben. Tell me how.
Stupid argument.
Wait, can I say something?
It's a stupid argument to say that ban people from my chat, so I'm in a cult, Ben.
Wait, Andrew, you brought up the banning. My dad said, well, you made the point about the banning. My dad said, getting rid of people, banning.
You guys
people,
have banned people from your chat. You guys have banned tons of people from your chat. Don't lie.
Let me finish.
Stop lying.
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said, banning people who disagree with you is a sign of being a cult. You said, oh, so you guys don't have anyone banned? I showed you our ban list. It's empty. Then you said,
yeah, but you banned plenty of people.
I'm not saying no one can ban anyone at any time, you moron.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Your chat is defined by being banned unless everyone laughs at your fucking stupid jokes. Or if anyone has a point to make. Get the fuck out of here, and your fat fucking wife stomps on their head.
Never. Yeah, how does that make it a cult, man?
It makes
you
it.
You still haven't explained how that makes it a cult.
It makes it a cult when people can't express differences of opinion. That's not
what makes something a cult. If you have a private club,
bro.
So if you have a private club and you say, hey man, we only want people who agree with this aspect of whatever it is we have this private club for. Let's say it's like Republicans. They don't want any Democrats.
Yeah, but she got him there. She's like, first you said that we're a cult because we ban people. And then he said, oh, show me why I'm a cult because I ban people. Right? So she kind of got him with that, but then Ben started spurging. But
yes.
Then it becomes a cult, huh?
Starts looking like a cult, yes.
Okay, so then basically what you're saying is that we should have to engage with worldviews and people that we don't like because Ben Thorpe
absolutely. If you claim to be a debate channel, that's true. But watch.
But that has nothing to do with a cult. Has nothing to do with a cult.
Yeah,
nothing to do with a cult, Ben. How would you be in a cult because you ban people you don't like, Ben? That's not a cult.
I'm saying there are many aspects of a cult that are embodied by the crucible. Yes.
Okay.
Not all of them.
We'll keep playing. We'll keep playing the video. Now that we've established I'm a cult leader.
Hey, Andy, let me give you one. You're not particularly charismatic. How about that?
Okay.
You got me on that. I don't know why anyone's in this fucking cult. You're not particularly charismatic. You're a douchebag. You're a douchebag, a blowhard, an asshole. Obviously, you have sexual problems. That doesn't
sexual
really
problems? That's not slander? That's not slander? That I obviously have sexual problems?
You obviously have problems with your sexuality as a man. Yes, you are obsessed with homosexuality.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. But that's not designed to be slanderous, right?
That's not slander, no.
No, it's of course not.
I can
you can
go through
demonstrate
the reasons why I think that you have problems with sexuality.
Okay, can you go through the reasons why you might be inferring that you fuck your own daughter? Because half the internet thinks so, Ben. Can we do that?
All right. You want to be on the list too?
Sue me, Ben.
Buddy.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sue me.
I'm ready.
Sue me, Ben.
I'm ready.
Sue me.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Put me on the lol suit, bro.
So I just want to clarify.
Stupid enough to do
I
that.
just want to clarify.
Keep it coming, bro.
I just want to clarify that Andrew came up here
and you show the whole fucking. You show exactly what Destiny, all the rest of you people on the internet, you fucking losers. When you don't like what you're hearing, you go there. See? That's how it happens. That's how
You
it
just
works.
told me.
You're a
You just
fucking
told me that I'm
loser.
sexually
You'll always
dysfunctional.
be a fucking
man.
loser. And the collapse of
Yeah,
Andrew Wilson
yell louder, bro.
right fucking now.
Yeah, yell
You
louder,
just
Ben. Yell
collapsed
louder.
yourself.
Yell louder, Ben. Yell louder. Do you see how when you point out, you say Andrew Wilson has.
Yeah, and this is how this guy talks exclusively on the internet. Okay, so yeah, whatever this is, right? I mean, if you were in the town square behaving this way, obviously they'd take you away to the puzzle factory, right? And you'd be doing time. So I don't know why he thinks this is normal to behave in this way or play this character online, right? But yeah, yeah, but this is just normally how he acts on this call-in shows, right? It's extremely bizarre, over-the-top behavior. I have him recorded behaving with me like this, right? Throwing around the N-word and saying, pull up and all this stuff and threatening and doing all this type of stuff. So this is just how he acts when the conversation breaks down. So for whatever reason, he thinks that that's normal. Yeah.
Has sexual dysfunctional issues. Somebody claps back, and then it's suddenly slander.
You do.
Then it's suddenly slander.
Sue
Okay,
me,
prove
bro.
it, man.
Sue me.
Prove it, bro. Prove it, bro.
I don't have to prove it. You prove
Yeah,
it.
right, because you're just a liar. Oh, okay. You prove it every second of your life. Well, I have reason to believe,
you're
based on
not
what
a
everybody
man.
else is
You're not a
saying,
man.
that
You're a
you
fake
potentially.
man. You're a
Well,
fake
allegedly
man.
you fucked your daughter,
You can't even.
and allegedly you fucked your daughter. Allegedly, Ben.
Yeah, well, you better be very fucking careful, right?
Yeah,
You
I mean,
better be very
allegedly, that's
fucking
what
careful.
you do. You allegedly fucked your daughter, Ben.
You allegedly and really
Allegedly.
are a fucking idiot.
And really.
Yeah, and really.
You want to keep going through the video?
The
You want to keep going through the
laughter
video?
of a loser. Put that
Yeah, keep
fat
going through the
bitch
video,
on.
Ben.
This is boring. You suck. Put your fat wife on. Tell her to finish with the cookies. Put her on.
Yeah.
Cam
Yeah,
on.
anyway, let's go through the. You want to keep going through the video?
She's the real man here.
Yeah, do you want to keep going through the video or no?
Absolutely. You want to
Then let's
go?
keep going.
I'll go all night with you.
Yeah, let's
I am
keep going.
kicking your fucking ass.
Oh, yeah,
And
you're
I'll
screaming
keep
real loud.
kicking
That's true. You are screaming.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to the dude's credit, at least he does have a wife and not going around the country doing an IRL stream in an RV with his daughter. Right, and I believe that's because he was ordered to stay away from his own daughter by court order. I could be wrong about that, but yeah.
Loud, I agree.
Areas. This doesn't affect that streamer house. This goes right to the heart of everything Destiny's been setting up. And it shows this demonic movement of demonic people. We're seeing it increasingly as Destiny encounters people like Glenn Greenwald, who are like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
It's sick, it's crazy, it's evil, it's destructive, and it's abusive.
Yeah. Victoria says, how far from home now? We're 20.
Yeah, I think Glenn Greenwald like exposed Destiny. I don't know. We'll have to look into that. I have no idea what's going on, but yeah, I gotta look into that.
4 hours away from home, Victoria. I think we're gonna make
a little more.
big stride today.
We're in, like,
Hold on. Grace is just getting me a cigarette. Hold on a second.
We're maybe a couple hours away from Texarkana, so we're actually coming a different way. We're not hugging the Gulf. We're just doing a straight, like, kind of Texas to New England, puts us through the Appalachians, I think, really.
Oh, really?
Places like Kentucky, Tennessee, yeah.
Oh, that'll be fun to see.
Yeah.
What's the problem? What are we doing?
We want to
fast forward a bit.
Okay, how many minutes? 5, 10?
Just do it by 10-minute blocks.
Okay, we'll go to 16. All right, let's see.
We're obsessed. I acknowledge it. I got a raging hate boner. Because this guy represents everything. He represents the destiny sphere. He represents religiosity on the internet. He represents like fake masculinity. He's perfect. 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 Perfect foil. The perfect. That's why it's lockout. That's why it's got every bit of sweetness. It's got the tanginess of the manosphere. It's got the richness, the umami of the destiny sphere, and it's got the sugar straight sweetness of the religion of the religion. That's my perfect meal.
Yeah.
It's everything I need, just like a baby. All I need is Andy's tit. Morning, noon, and night. And I'm happy. I'm smiling from ear to ear. There's that little baby sucking on mama's tits.
Distinction says a complex palette of hate.
All nice stuff. Yeah.
Your audio
just you not trying to start drama with a bunch of people.
I thought we were
Purposes of
talking
clout,
about
right?
defamation.
I have
Are we
no
talking
problem with starting drama.
Are we talking about drama or defamation,
Right.
Andrew? Which
Right.
one?
No, just keep going.
Oh,
Just
no,
keep going.
no. I was
None of this
trying
is-
to
none of this is-
I titled it The
From your
Collapse of Andrew
perspective,
Wilson.
by
to
the way, is
start drama
intended
with
to be
you.
defamatory, right?
Right.
I just want to
No,
make sure
he's
none
saying
of this is
this was
intended to be
this was
defamatory,
in-
right?
Someone
you
calling
weren't
you a
saying
fucking
any of this
loser
stuff
is
to
not
be slanderous.
defamation. It's called accurate. You're a fucking loser.
Okay, keep going. Keep
Fake
going.
man, fake Christian.
Yeah, I know.
Despicable.
I'm terrible. They're awful. I
Okay.
know.
Yeah, you
I know. I'm
suck.
terrible. I know.
Baby's gonna have a big erection
You do know.
till he's done. It's a mixed metaphor. I acknowledge that.
All right, so do you want to just jump into it? Get the reaction rolling?
Grace, what did I say to you?
I'm the executive. All right, let's pick up from where we were last
Never
time.
ask me to make an executive decision. I am not the CEO. I'm not anything with an E in it. No E's. You're the executive. You got the money. You got the control. I just cook.
Hang on. I'm gonna hop out and hop right back in. I got to fix my my audio here.
Sure.
Can I just respond to Rachel? The collapse, and now he has 200K subs and 5K live every day. Rachel, I don't understand why either you or your husband are not supporting me in what I'm doing. It seems like Andrew didn't come on here to actually discuss the lawsuit. He came on here to dispute a personal drama between us and him, which is fine, but he doesn't really have anything to say about the lawsuit. His defense is going to be that you're faking that.
Rachel, why don't you come on?
Rumors
You've been hiding from
caused you
Grace
distress?
since she was 19 years old. Remember you screaming profanities in your own husband's own chat in which your own cult members were like, geez, Rachel. Why don't you come on? We've all been waiting for this cat fight. Come on, Rach. You got your veneers now, right? Everyone doesn't understand that you're not like the other girls, right? Okay, you're not into superficial plastic surgery, so come on up. I'll leave the room. Me and Andy will go get a beer.
This is one of
you
the
two
first
girls have it out.
This is one of the first things Rachel Wilson ever said to me. You wouldn't want your precious daddy to risk his fat hide to save a drowning child. I despise you. When I was 19 years old supporting my dad in a debate. I'm
What
not
about
saying
the
that was
profanity?
defamatory, but I mean, you're not exactly.
You're not exactly a maternal figure. Put Rach on. I'll blip off. I'd love to see you two guys.
I just don't understand why either of these purportedly Christian people wouldn't support a young woman trying to clear her reputation and speak.
Yeah,
the
well,
truth.
you know, Andy makes up his own morality. And
I
his
just don't
morality is his
How stupid are they? The entire Crucible channel was basically cloud sharked off of the fucking Destiny entire thing. So, yeah, this is retarded. Like, obviously, they owe Destiny a lot.
morality is whoever has the guns is right. And that's Christianity, by the way.
Force doctrine.
It's called the force doctrine. First propounded by which doctor of the church? Do you even know what the word doctrine means? Did he make that up himself?
I have no idea.
Rachel's going, don't go back on there. You're fucking losing. You're fucking getting your ass handed to you, Andy. What am I supposed to do?
Well, Grace, that's because you're full of shit. You're both opportunistic grifters, and everyone knows it. That's
No,
why
don't
you
give her
only
the
have-
benefit of fixing her grammar for her. You're both opportunistic grifter.
Sure.
And everyone knows it.
That's why you only have 9,000 followers after doing this for 3 years.
Well, we're about to make a big old bag, Rach.
All right, he's back.
There he is. He fixed his audio. Why no cam? Well, if you want to keep losing, that's fine.
Yeah, so
All right.
do you want to go back to I just want to make sure that we're clear that none of the things that you said in any of these videos about me was intended in any way to be defamatory. You were just saying all that stuff because
It's defamatory, is how the word is said, not defamatory.
Yeah, whatever.
No,
so
not
whatever.
whatever.
So-
We use the English
Yeah,
language.
okay.
That's our trade, right? Andy?
I mean, if you want to be a pedant,
So let's use it
then
right.
We'll be a
Let's use it
we'll be a
right.
pedant. We'll be pedantic if you want, then.
Let's be pedantic. How about that?
Okay. So
What do
I just
you?
want to
How
make
do you
sure.
define the term defamatory? That it isn't
Yeah,
what you want to
so-
hear.
Yeah,
Or
so that
it's
you
negative.
so that you're saying things about me for the purposes of trying to convince other people that I'm bad or defaming me in some way to the public.
Okay, but that's not what defamation is. Did our Lord commit?
Yeah,
defamation when
don't
he
switch. Don't switch. to the
No,
legal
no, I'm
sense.
not switching. Did our Lord commit
Okay.
defamation when he pointed out that the Pharisees were horrific people who claimed to be
Yeah,
religious?
so those things are true, right?
Wow.
Right, and so is what I'm
Right.
saying.
Yeah, let's bring Jesus into this, folks. That'll help explain everything. Won't it now? What in the fuck kind of trip is this dude on? See, one of those crazy dudes. This is getting a little cult-like. If you're one of those crazy dudes that think every immoral thing you've ever done in your life, as you live a caterpillar life as a caterpillar of a man, squirming from worm hide to worm hide. I mean, this is just wild. You know, and how do you justify it all? Oh, yeah, Jesus. What the fuck? That's dark, man. Like, the Pharisees. Dude, you guys aren't on the level to criticize any Pharisees. You guys aren't criticizing any Pharisees while you're doing this, all right? That's for goddamn sure. You don't even know who they is. I mean, good Lord. Right? Good Lord.
Okay, so it's true. It's true that I have sexually dysfunctional problems, and you can demonstrate that.
Yes.
You can actually prove that.
Yes.
Prove it. Show us.
I'm proving
show
it
us
right now.
How?
For example, a man would cam up.
What does that have to do with
someone who's not a man
So,
wouldn't cam
where's
up?
the proof? So you have no proof, right? So you just made it up.
You think there's a standard of proof for a conversation on the internet? Wrong. We're not in court. We're in the internet's court, and I'm winning.
So just to make sure, you made it up, right? So, but it
I
wasn't to
made what
defame
up?
me.
I made
Yeah.
what
So
up?
Jesus. So when you give the example of Jesus Christ and the Pharisees, he was saying something which was objectively true, right? He was
Yes.
saying something which is provably true, and he gave examples of it. So you just said I'm sexually dysfunctional, Ben. Where's the proof? Show us the proof.
I
Demonstrate.
just showed you the evidence.
What
You
is
don't-
the
he
what is
doesn't
the
have to prove-
evidence?
Jesus didn't have was not.
What is
said-
the evidence?
The evidence,
He
for
did.
example, is
He
that
did.
you're
He
not
pointed
cleaned
out
up
you're
and you don't even
fasting.
have a PFP.
What does
You're
that have to do
not
with
a
sex?
man.
What does that have to do with
You're
sex,
not
Ben?
a man.
What does it
Another
have to do with
piece of
sex,
evidence
Ben?
is that you couldn't make the
Is that
simple,
what?
You couldn't make the simple statement that, of course, if someone defames a young woman, she should stand up to him. That's pretty obvious. that any man who didn't have
Uh-huh.
a serious problem with masculinity would not
Has
have
what to do. So can we get to the sexually dysfunctional part? You ever gonna get to that?
that
The thing
is.
you just said. That has nothing to do with sex at all. It has nothing to do with sex, Ben. You lying
It
sack of dog
does. It
shit.
has to do with your
How?
sex.
Oh my God! No,
sex
you
you
said
claim is
sexually dysfunctional. That's not how is somebody a male. You're sexually dysfunctional as a male. That doesn't even make sense. You said sexually dysfunctional, Ben.
All right,
Evidence, please.
hold on a second. I'm just having a problem with my camera.
Yeah, you have a lot of problems, man.
Hey, see, there's another example. You had a problem with your audio. I said no problem. I didn't take a cheap shot at you, but
Ben, really, you're worried about cheap shots.
Who
At this
has
point?
to take cheap shots? Yeah,
yeah.
I'm worried
So
about cheap shots.
I'm just
Yes,
waiting,
I am.
waiting for the demonstration, Ben. Go ahead, show us the evidence. You weren't slandering me, right? You were just that wasn't what you were trying to do.
Right.
You were just trying to tell people that I'm sexually dysfunctional for what reason again?
Okay, you want to go into that?
Yeah. What reason are you trying to
Okay.
get people to think that I'm sexually dysfunctional, Ben? Is it because
You want to go into
negatively?
You want to go into that? You want to go into your sexual history?
Is it because
That's known
you
on the
want
internet?
them? Is it
Do
because
you want to go
want
there?
them to think?
Do you want to go
Ben,
there?
Is it because you want people to think that negatively of me? Isn't that why you're saying that?
You're defining defamation as things that you perceive as negative and which are objectively negative.
Things which you
That
say
is
which
not
are
what
untrue.
defamation is.
Things that you say which are
Okay,
untrue.
you want to go into my evidence that you are sexually dysfunctional?
Yeah. So what does sexually dysfunctional mean? Let's start with that.
Can't.
What does it mean?
Get this to work. Grace, can you? I'm trying to get the camera going.
You guys engage. I'll go fix the camera.
What is sexually dysfunctional?
Yeah. What is it?
Okay.
What does that
think
mean?
it's. Yeah, I think it's. Okay, so.
Grenjamin is real.
If you could get it up for your daughter, are you sexually dysfunctional? For instance,
what's that?
Just as a hypothetical. If you could get it up for your daughter, would you be sexually dysfunctional?
See, someone who says that is sexually dysfunctional. You're a fucking
What do you mean?
asshole.
I'm just
And I would punch
asking.
you in your fucking face
I'm only asking hypothetically.
Ha! Shut the fuck up. You want to know how you're sexually dysfunctional? You're having sex with a woman who is a man. How about that? For starters.
That hurts my feelings, Ben.
Listen to her. Him. Listen to him in the background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got me with that one, bro.
Feminine qualities whatsoever.
Got me, bro.
Yeah,
What did he say? What did he say while I was off camera? What did he say while I was off camera?
Do you see the point that I'm trying to make for you, dude? Is like,
no,
I never bought. Well, let me explain it. I never bought in to the bullshit of Ben Thorpe and Grace are having sex, which I think actually was rooted with Stardust more than anybody. If I think about it,
I don't care.
I think it was actually rooted with Stardust. But the thing is,
rooted
like,
with, we're rooted with people within our own family. Obviously, that was the main problem. No one fucking cares what
I mean,
Stardust
but how it started,
says or thinks
to move
about
out into the ethos. Just hang on, just hear me out, and then you can fucking scream and yell and all that shit. But I think it was rooted with Stardust. I think that she actually started kind of that rumor. Now maybe I'm wrong, but I think she did.
You're wrong.
The thing is though, is that I
this is the
bought into it
gayest
for a second. This is
thing
obvious
of all
bullshit.
time. Honestly, Earth to Neurojack. Mission control, I'm also gonna go and smoke a cigarette soon. So, I mean, I don't know if Neuro's actually listening at this point. But sometimes if I do a little hootie hoo, he like pops in. But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, got some messages in the Discord. I'm sorry. Looking at these guys. Ooh, I'm sleepy today. We also got Flow Staked going live. But
But pointing out that saying things about a person which are untrue and you can't prove them, and you're only saying it in order to cast them in a negative light, is exactly what I would consider defamation and slander to be. Now, maybe legally not so, but at least morally it's so. And so the thing is like when you say things,
I
and
honestly and
hang on,
sincerely
let me
believe
finish.
that you are
Let me finish, man.
sexually dysfunctional. I
Uh-huh,
saw you
right.
shooting. I saw you. Oh, you want to do some evidence? I'll do some evidence, okay? And I'm not saying that I know what you do behind doors, but you shooting guns with your bro who came over is sexually dysfunctional. It is super homo the way you guys interacted. Not so much him, but you. It's super sexually dysfunctional. You want to roll the tape on that, Grace? Go ahead.
Roll the tape.
You have extreme
now I'm curious.
homosexual tendencies.
All right.
Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see this.
Go ahead.
Andrew Wilson.
oh, you mean that I don't know what that guy's. His name is Jake the Rattlesnake. He came to Andrew Wilson's house, and they had a great time together. Yeah. So
Rattlesnake TV.
I'm not saying, and I never would say that led to anything. I think the other guy there was a heterosexual, so I don't think anything happened. But there
I
was
know. I don't get it.
super homo vibes.
Oh,
okay.
And I also believe the guy opened a pickle jar or olive jar for him or something like that.
Okay. Do you want to start with the guitar performance, or should we skip straight to
Go
the
ahead.
guns? Okay.
Shooting rare and powerful guns with Andrew Wilson. I know
All
that's
right.
his title.
Yeah.
But okay, what does a
Yeah,
gun
well,
look
that's
like?
because
What's a gun
he's
look
Australian.
like? What's a gun
He's
look like? A dick.
Yeah,
right?
so just nobody
Guys who are
nobody
into
can talk.
guns can be into guns, but they can also be into surrogate dicks. How about the guitar? What does the guitar look like? It
Ben,
looks
was that
like
mine?
a big dick coming out of your
Yeah.
midsection that you got your
So
hand
you're
around.
talking a lot
right?
about dicks, bro. Talking a lot about dicks.
Yeah, I am, because we're talking about you, and you've got dick on the
And
mind
dick?
all the time. But go ahead, bro.
Really?
Yeah,
So
really.
I just want to make sure I got this right. Who posted the video first? Like, can we start with that? Who posted that
I don't
video?
think it's yours.
Yeah, it's a super lame
Okay,
video.
and does it stand to reason that a person who's never shot a gun before because they're Australian, in this case Jake Rattlesnake, that he would put something like that, big and powerful guns, because that's that's his only way of comprehending this?
He named it Shooting Rare and Powerful Guns with Andrew Wilson. But yeah, why did he include these outtakes of Wilson playing the guitar and all this stuff? Super cringe. If you guys haven't seen the video, okay, I watched it. I believe I watched Enslaved by Truth review it. I think they did a pretty good job, but yeah, it was pretty funny.
Or do
I'm
you
sure
think
he
it's
thought your
because he's
guns
a
were very
homosexual?
powerful.
Oh, I see, Ben. So the whole thing here is Andrew holds a guitar, therefore gay, and shoots guns, therefore gay.
Not
Great.
necessarily. Let's continue with the evidence.
Okay.
This looks like a guy who's either a heterosexual or trying to look like a heterosexual. Would you agree?
What?
This looks hetero. The plaid, I get it. The plaid shirt, the pants that don't fit, the bad, like, sort of cabinetry behind you, right? It doesn't look like a gay guy's place. So that either is a heterosexual who just doesn't have any idea.
You watch a lot of
or
fucking
it's a guy
videos of
who's
me.
trying to look heterosexual. Okay, that's all I'm
So,
saying.
I
Which
see.
one is it?
Go
Let's
ahead.
find out.
Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Go.
We'll play something.
Now, you only played one chord on that guitar. There was you don't know how to play guitar. So,
Oh no,
is that a
I'm
prop?
well, wait. I'm quite good at the guitar. in
You
fact.
might be.
Now,
But
Ben,
from that, it doesn't look like you know how to play the guitar. So it looks like
yeah,
a heterosexual prop.
Do you know what happened there? The guitar started to have feedback issues. And so I turned the amp off because there was a feedback issue. Sometimes when you get a musical instrument too close to the amp, there's a feedback problem. So I leaned over and turned it off. But Ben, if you don't think I'm quite good at the guitar, we can make $1,000 bet right here, and I can go live.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So then what was it, Ben?
Like it.
It doesn't look like what? I just gave you a completely reasonable explanation. What are you talking about, bro? Like,
I'm
what
still
is,
saying
what is
this
even the
in and of itself
accusation?
is not proof of anything. But I'm
Of course
saying
it's
it's
not.
one of two things.
It's one of two things.
Yeah.
But it's actually a third thing. The third thing is that the guitar was too close to the amp. There was feedback, so I turned it off. Yeah, I guess you just didn't think about that, right, Ben? Because you're retarded, or
I don't know.
I don't know.
Or care about
I don't
all
know.
the intricacies of your life. And
I
I,
don't-
still
I
would
don't know-
say this.
I don't know
in and
why
of
you're
itself. Let's go to the range, shall we? Let's go
Shall
to the
we?
range,
Okay.
shall we?
Sure,
See
sure. Let's go to the
see where
range.
this goes from here.
Now that we've got the guitar under control, let's go to the range.
I'm saying yes. That's inconclusive
Everybody wants to give me
evidence.
money. I want to give you money, Andrew. It's like, no, you don't. You want to fuck me is what you want to do. There's a bunch of AK mags already loaded. I'll explain how this works. Yep. Okay. Magazine is angled in like this. See the angle? Yep. Angle. You hear that click? Yep. Not going anywhere, right? Rat.
Now that looks like a non-heterosexual shooting a gun. Why wouldn't you use two hands?
Oh, you got me, Ben. Did you happen to notice that outside it's like 0 fucking degrees? Did you notice that, Ben?
I'm sure it's cold, but look at all
Yeah,
the
it's really
layers
cold.
you've got on.
Yes, it's really fucking cold. And so you know what happens?
Too cold.
You know what's not fun? What's not
standard
fun?
safe
Yeah.
procedures
Yeah, it's
with a
not
gun.
fun.
Don't you teach
First
guns?
of all,
Don't you
yeah,
teach
first of
gun
all,
use?
What was unsafe about that, Ben?
Yeah, this is the most retarded video I've seen. I guess they've moved clearly off the topic of the lawsuit, which is clearly spurious and a publicity stunt. Why Andrew Wilson has choose to involve himself in the commentary and promotion of this publicity stunt when he's opined that his time is worth $600 to $800 an hour is rather strange. Why Grace Thorpe would think that Wilson would support them in this lawsuit or endeavor is quite strange and telling about their previous relationship and connection, right? And it's pretty obvious that Andrew Wilson himself has been propped up by people like Destiny with his connections to Rob Noer, right? So, I mean, what is actually happening here, right? But yeah, I'm going to watch a few more minutes of this. Maybe turn this off and go do something else. And then I'll put on the Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones. But yeah, I'm thinking of logging off soon. So yeah, I think I'll just message Neuro at this point. I don't think he's watching his own stream. Blessings.
Don't you teach gun use?
Yeah, there's nothing unsafe
Okay.
I just did.
Do you
What's
teach,
unsafe that I
like,
just did?
one-handed? Because you're trying to show this guy that you're cool.
Oh yeah, I show
And he
people.
doesn't have any experience
Yeah.
shooting guns.
And
with
what did I
something
do
like
that was unsafe?
You
Name
start,
something I did
you
that's
start-
unsafe, Ben.
You start. Normally, someone
Uh-huh.
would start by teaching them the proper procedure.
Oh,
Even
normally.
if it's-
There's no proper
Andy, even if
procedure.
it's
There's
cold
no
out,
proper
even if
procedure.
it's cold out.
There's not. What's
Oh,
the
there are
proper
no proper
procedure, Ben?
procedures for gun use.
No. Well, no, not when it comes to firing like that. No. What's the proper
There are
procedure?
no proper procedures for gun use.
Yeah. Why do you have to have two hands on the rifle to shoot it, Ben? Why is that necessary? Can you tell
Is
me?
that generally the safe procedure that you teach people?
It's not unsafe to fire one-handed. In fact, I teach people to fire one-handed.
Is it more safe with two hands?
It can be in some instances,
Yes, the
unless,
answer
for
is
instance,
yes.
you're being.
The answer is
No, it's
yes.
not true. That's actually not true. And I'm going to
Now
explain.
you're trying to do what you're
No,
trying
no,
to do
no, I
here
get to
is show
explain.
this guy that you're cool. Now you first lied and said it's too
Yeah, yeah.
cold for me to hold
Yeah.
the barrel.
But again,
with
but
my
no,
left
I'm making
hand, which
two.
is obviously
I'm making
a
two
lie.
arguments.
It doesn't
I'm
make it
making
any
two
warmer
arguments.
for you to have your left arm by your side. What you're trying to do is show this
You
guy
mean-
that you're cool.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
why are
So
you
anyway,
so
Ben-
in need of this
Okay.
young man's approval? Why
Okay,
are
so
you
my
so
last-
needy?
Tell me when
Why
I
are
can
you
respond.
so needy? Because
Tell
it
me
was
when I can
cold out, or because
tell
it
me when I can
wasn't
respond.
warm enough?
Yeah. Tell me when I can respond.
Go ahead.
Let me know. Okay. So there's this cool thing that Jake wanted to do. He wanted to have his fucking arm up in the air and do what was called a durka, durka, durka. Is that safe? Is that safe, Ben? When you do the durka, durka, do you know what the durka, durka is?
I think it's a reference to American police.
So it's where you hold an AK-47 upwards over your head at an angle and you blind fire and you don't hit anything because that's how Arabs shoot. It's called the durka, durka. Right? He had seen some videos of it and he thought it was pretty fucking cool. Right? And he also saw a video of a guy shooting an RPD one-armed. He thought that was cool too.
Mm-hmm.
He said, is there a lot of recoil with that? I said, no, it's not that bad at all. But you have to hold it a certain way. You're going to do a video like that.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty simple, right, Ben?
And what's your point? He said, I want to do something cool with guns. But he had no experience with guns, right? So you said, hey, let's do something cool together. Don't you think that sounds kind of gay? Doesn't it seem like you're in a sense
What's
like
that?
the
What's-
daddy
what's gay? Can you tell me
and
what's
he's
gay-
like
what's
the
gay about
young
that?
gay, and you're
What's gay about that, Ben?
into gay gun stuff.
Yeah, Ben, what's gay about that?
Do you not see that?
No,
I
Ben,
don't think
because I'm not fucking a
necessarily
sick
shooting
fuck.
guns is gay. And I really have
You
very
sound
little
like you do.
experience.
You sound like
It
if
can
a
be
person,
super gay.
it's
Yes.
super gay, Ben. It's super
Yes.
gay to shoot guns. Oh,
It
okay.
can be super gay because
It's
guns look
super gay.
kind of like what? Genitals. Maybe you don't
It's
know
just
from
that-
your experience.
I don't.
Kind of looks like a dick. And
Oh,
guys
you got a lot
who
of
are
dick on the
gay
mind.
are into
Lot
a
of dick.
lot of gunplay.
Oh, you got a
They
lot of
like
dick on the
the
mind.
gun thing, don't they?
Ben,
You've
does
never heard
everything
that?
look like a
You've
dick?
never heard that?
No,
You've never
I
heard
haven't.
anyone refer like the double entendre about a gun being loaded by shooting it? Like none of that, the tip, nothing, never.
Yeah.
You've never heard that? Pull
Ben,
my trigger,
Ben.
baby.
Mhm.
No, you've never.
Ben,
There's
Ben.
no sexual.
Let me know when I
connection?
can respond, Ben. Let me know when I can respond.
Let you know when you
My
can
love is-
respond. I didn't stop
Yeah.
you from responding.
Okay, so why do you see dicks everywhere, Ben?
Any
Guns
gay
are dicks,
person
guitars
will-
are dicks,
Any
everything
gay
are
person
dicks.
will say, will look at this and say, like, yeah, this is obviously has super gay undertones to it, bordering on just like
Any?
oddness.
Well, didn't you just call yourself gay then, Ben? Because you're the one looking at it and you're the one saying that you think it's gay. You say any gay person looking at this would see it's obvious. So obviously you're gay then.
Okay, let's try the logic of that one more time. I understand gay culture. I understand.
I'm sure you
references
do.
between guns.
I'm sure you do, Ben. I'm sure
Do you?
you do.
Do you? You should.
No.
Because it might help you a lot to come to understand what's going on here.
What's going on here, Ben? Tell me.
Like, look
break
at
it down.
Rachel. She's referring to your nuts. She's saying Ben wants Andrew's nuts. Doesn't that sound like a cut clean kind of thing?
Gay? Is she gay for me too? Is my wife
Not
gay
for
for me
you.
too, Ben?
No. She'd be gay for other women. It's called lesbianism.
Okay. Well,
And
this
it
has
may
been
also be a
entertaining, Ben.
cut queen type of thing.
But can you
We
get
gotta
to
chat
the
back up,
point?
Grace. Rachel
to the
in
point?
our chat just said, by her own free will, right? Ben wants Andrew's nuts. Do you think that's normal wife talk? Ben wants Andrew's nuts. What does that mean? What is meant by the word nuts there? Testicles.
Well,
right?
it means that you're clout hungry. Yeah.
What is it? No, it doesn't. What does
Yes,
nuts
it does.
refer? Oh, nuts refers there to clout? Nope.
Yeah, in that
nuts
context,
refers
it
to
does.
testicles. Rachel
Yeah,
is
okay, but
saying that
that's a word
she's seeing some
concept
sexual
fallacy.
tension here, right?
Yeah, that's a word. That's a word
She's
concept
saying
fallacy.
there's some sexual tension here. Ben
saying that?
wants Andrew's testicles,
Uh-huh.
right? That's what your wife is saying about our conversation. Do you think that's normal wife talk?
Andrew, are you really going to use the word? You're really going to say that's a word concept fallacy in a debate where we're debating whether you have homosexual tendencies or not?
Yeah.
You're going to say that's a word concept fallacy?
I think you guys. Let me give you.
Yeah, okay, I'm turning this off. This is getting pretty gay. Let me refresh this page.
Your wife is saying.
And then see what else is on. I'm gonna go outside and maybe smoke a cigarette. And might leave something on for you guys while I go do that. Maybe Sweden. Oh, traditional culture's back. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
All right. From now on, you're going to see me at like 10 a.m. in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, and I'm going to be fucking hamming it up.
All right, give me a preview right now. Just abandon all good sense, all good nature, all ethics and morals. You are whatever you want to be, and you are whatever these people perceive you as.
I'm fucking truth or cop, you bitch. And I'm gonna make billions of dollars, and I'm not even gonna unleash the secrets right now, dude. I'm not even unleashing it. I'm going back into my fucking laboratory, and I'm gonna fucking get to work on this shit. And one day, you'll all see why you should have been listening to me from the forefront. And DJM's gonna know why $100 was a good deal. To get in with me.
Now you're getting it. I'm in now. At first I was like, this guy's a fucking loser. Now I'm like, you guys better pony up. He's right. Pay for his fucking internet. You guys can help out. You guys aren't doing shit around here. Start going through the audience and telling everyone how they're not doing shit and how you got goals and you need help. And they're not helping because they're horrible people. Go ahead. Try it out, man. You'll like it. I'm telling you. Once you get used to it and how it feels, you'll really be into it.
Well, I was trying to pull up Grills Trillions comment there to make an example of him, and I accidentally deleted it. It wasn't just a slip of the finger. It was a divine intervention by God himself.
Right.
To delete him from this conversation because I haven't seen a fucking dollar from him. Nothing he's ever said matters here.
He's
offering nothing to me or this audience.
Okay, now go to the next one.
Well, we got TML with his
human.
fucking eyes in here. He better fucking straighten up. He better keep his eyes right here because he can.
Yeah, but fucking this whole thing. Yeah, Neurojack just commented. If anyone wants to join the panel, let me know. But I just straight up messaged him. Yeah, I'm about to take a walk, dog. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, what is a mushroom? Z anyway. MLK dropped the ball when he got shot. Jacked out. That shit's too funny.
On everything.
Yeah, well, we're watching him. We know.
Yeah, we're
what he
watching
does.
him back.
Yeah.
And Sam High, listen, man, I'm fucking tired. I want to go sleep. This is too much. Can I go
No,
to
you
sleep
don't want to
now?
go to sleep. You want to change the world, man. Get with it.
I want to go to sleep. I'll eat my food.
You're
I
not
want to
lazy. You're not
sleep.
procrastinating. You're not tired. You just begun to fight. This is big. Right now.
Are we doing
now? Man, I want you, bro.
I got
Look at me. Look at me.
food.
Look at me right now.
I
You're a
want my
fucking life
food.
coach. No one coaches like you. Now let's go. Go down the list. Use these people. These people aren't human in chat. They're perfect targets for you to use to practice coaching. Now let's go. I only got a few more minutes. I'm busy.
Yeah, I'm busy too.
No, you
We're
have nothing.
We're both too busy.
You have
So,
nothing
dude,
and
I
no
know that I
one.
only have a few more minutes. Listen, this is how I'm gonna fucking hit it really hard at home. Listen, Paul, I only have a few more minutes of lifetime with this motherfucker's experience at all, and I'm booting him out of here because I don't want to spend it with him now. I want to look forward to that moment down the road. The next time that I get to see that motherfucker and talk to him, I'll be grateful. But also, yeah, I'm going to be grateful for what he said now, more so. But I just want to eat my food. I want to sleep. But that being said, it's as if I'm going to fucking sit up on this fucking thing and fucking talk to these fucking people. Nothing. I don't even, what is this fucking internet? I guess it's just like my mind, the arguments I fucking have, and the moments that, like, my God, like, what the fuck is going on in my head? You know, like, I'm supposed to, like, attribute it to be the same. Anyhow, I don't have a fucking Jennifer in my life. You know? Not at this moment. Well, not in the way we've seen Paul enslaved have it. That's lifestyle. So I'm gonna withhold. I'm gonna breathe it in. I'm gonna hold it in. I'm gonna acknowledge the fact that the day is young, even though Paul is 6 months older than me, and he wants to he's like 6 months closer to that line than I am. He's trying to hone me in. I really do appreciate that. And God forbid, it's like, what the fuck? Why is it so bad to appreciate one another, dude? What the fuck is wrong with that? Why is it so bad to appreciate people? Especially you older fucks, dude. That's what I don't get. Like, Charles over here about to break. He's about to break some jars of the rope. You wouldn't believe the fucking energy he's throwing around here. Let me show him. It might show me. Who cares? Either way. There he is. Show them the rope. Gotta do a treat with it. He's fucking flinging this shit around it. Ooh, it's for everything. I got my peeps here. Amazing first and foremost, dude. Oh, there he goes. Break it with your tail. Break it with your tail. Oh, that was a good jump. Dude, his hip, he couldn't use his one back leg when he moved here. And now he's fighting with me like this. Last time he got injured. It was because we were fighting with his rope. And here we are again. But anyhow, I haven't even started to cook my dinner. Can no one do it for me? Yeah, make food for this beast. And I appreciate everybody in the chat. Proper instruction motivates people. I appreciate you, bro. Shit. Anybody wants to give me my fucking shackles, healing law, PayPal.me / who the fuck cares? Y'all are about to be blown the fuck away about what the fuck is delivered here. And you wouldn't even see it coming. Oh, I love it. It's so good. I'm gonna shut my fucking mouth. I can't even force it. I can't even make it happen. Couldn't even if I tried. And I've tried. No, I've tried. It's just time for me to enjoy life. And I want to enjoy my bed. I want to enjoy my food. I'm grateful for that. So grateful. And I love y'all. I'm grateful for you.
Yeah, it looks like
Grateful
he's shutting
for
it down.
the
I
machine
gotta turn
lies.
something else on.
I'm
Yeah,
grateful for
blessings.
you tell me. And this proper instruction motivates people guy. I'm grateful for that guy too. As well as Sam Hi. And all DJM and all you I like what what am I supposed to like am I supposed to pretend to not be grateful for the people who are like a part of my experience? I don't that's the thing I don't get. I might be autistic there. I could be. Autistic or not, I'm gonna fucking beat y'all's asses in life. So fucking get it together. Be well. Love y'all. And do good. And do better. And be better. And be better. And then once you think like, oh my god, I'm doing better, I'm doing great. Do fucking better again. Fucking done with it. So fucking sick of it. And unlike Paul and Slave, I quit fucking smoking any fucking shit at all. Yeah, I drink some. But I quit 3 days in a row today drinking. But I drank 3 days in a row too. 14 me. Oh. But I didn't smoke for like months. So it was like the first like time in years I like not smoked, drank, or smoke weed or tobacco or drink 3 days in a row. Totes sobs. And like I'll do that again. So y'all better fucking. Do you guys? The problem is I'm giving you guys time to prepare yourselves for those moments because y'all ain't ready. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. I love y'all. Austin Murphy, great to see you. You stay away too, brother. Be well. Take care of yourselves. I'm gonna eat my food. Yeah.
Stay white.
I'm gonna sleep. Have great
This is funny
dreams.
as hell.
And I got some. Oh, the
Yeah, I'm trying to
mushrooms
click that
thing.
link with Brown's Boy,
Yeah, it's
man.
not psilocybin. I'm not doing no psilocybin. That'd be silly. Good night, y'all.
He said 40 minutes, bro. Timestamp. Oh shit, Brown's Boy. With the knowledge. Okay, let's put on NFTU. I'm gonna go take a walk. I'll be right back. I appreciate you guys.
Comments, or did I get everyone? Going through. Any good books that debunk the papacy? I highly recommend, and I suggest reading it with the patristic texts that are referenced. Is The Papacy by Abba Gute. It's an oldie but a goodie, but the footnotes in it are good enough that if you go through that and you go through the patristic text, you'll become, I would say, 12 times more knowledgeable on the papacy than you were before. Also, Catholic Orthodoxy and Catholic Orthodoxy by Julius James Overbeck will give you more information on Catholicism and Anglicanism. Let me see here. So I hope that helps. The Bible, it's funny. Romagata says, question, when we were born, are we all born with the Holy Spirit? Or we're born with a soul? Because we're all made in God's image, right? Yeah. So we're born with a soul. Is there any good saint that deals with reading? All of them. You have to read them. But is more received in baptism? You're receiving the Holy Spirit in chrismation after your baptism. So yes, there is something more. It's not just the human soul that you have. You receive the Holy Spirit. Did I catch every comment? I feel like I missed a comment. Checking. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Reading. Checking. There's no Roac on Tathos, only let's speak Nano and some sensible Sopranos, okay. Zappersola did ask, is an Orthodox priest allowed to bless me if I'm unbaptized? Yes, so we just need your name and it's Holy Spirit. Let me see here. Is there any good saint that does okay, but is meaning baptism, Holy Spirit? What I meant is a patron saint for reading. It's an interesting question. Whenever you begin any work, including a book, you would just say, "Oh Lord, bless." That's it. No, we're born with a soul, Romagata. We are not born with the Holy Spirit. We're born with a living soul. It's, created by God. And that's what animates us. But we do not receive the Holy Spirit like through our birth. That's what baptism is for. We receive the Holy Spirit through the Christmas. Okay, so we're now in the 37 minutes of the second hour. Father Boniface, did you have any thoughts on anything going on recently?
I was just reflecting on the debate that you had on Sola Scriptura. I was thinking of basically, and I think you made a real good point that he's just his own idea of Sola Scriptura. And I think that and you said everyone out there is their own brand of Sola Scriptura.
There's different kinds of scripture, yeah, exactly.
I say, well, somebody says Sola Scriptura to me, I'll say, well, which brand is that? Baptist, Presbyterian, Methodist, Anglican, Pentecostal? Which Sola Scriptura brand are you?
Let me see. Matsu Stephanie says, well, I have to start saying the St. John Chrysostom prayers again. Please pray for me. Are those like you referring to the ones from the morning prayers? Like, the 12 hours there? Let me see here. I'm not sure which St. John prayers you're referring to. But in any case, you are in our prayers, by the way, Matushka, at the altar. And I will, I actually I had a question for you, Matushka, while you're at it, but not on the show. It has to do with fabric. But let me see. Of deliverance. Okay. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you ask a person, do you deny that Christ is in the Eucharist? And you think you get a lot of people who would say yes?
I would hope so, but I imagine a number of people might say no. That would just be poor catechesis. Or,
well, in other words, do they deny that he's in the Eucharist, that they don't believe in it? And I would just say, and I was thinking of this as a rebuttal. Well, Jesus said, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before the Father. I don't know if that verse would apply or not, but if you're denying Christ before men by saying that he's not in the Eucharist, body, blood, soul, and divinity, then you're denying Christ. And that means he will deny you. I don't know. I was just thinking about something like that. What do you think?
No, I agree. I definitely agree that is, if you're denying Christ in the Eucharist, yeah, it could be considered borderline blasphemous, but only if you know. Matushka, I would suggest if you can email me, and we'll see who can, maybe if you need like more holy water, if you need a house blessing, etc. We'll get to work on it. Let me see. Adrian says kilt in Scottish Gaelic means bielach, which means wrap, as in a garment you wrap around. Two direct Stuart ancestors of mine died wearing them at the Battle of Culloden in 1746. New York, is Tucker Carlson's father actually a CIA agent? Yes, he was. And was America also the bad guy during the Cold War? Not exactly. And did the Soviet Union subvert U.S. culture? Absolutely. Sava says, fascinating. I have a lot of questions about that, but I might have to spare those for another night. Ortho Pirates says, Sola Scriptura is originally rooted in Lutheran thoughts, and that the other solas have a particular meaning pertaining to that camp. The other Protestant groups have co-opted the solas. Yeah, but as I pointed out in the debate, Luther required everyone to hold to the Augsburg Confession and his large and small catechism. Those weren't Scriptura. They were outside Scriptura. So the basis of a lot of Lutheran stuff is based on tradition as well. So it's not sola scriptura. And that was precisely my point in the debate. Is Christ in New Calendar Temple's Eucharist? I would say I would simply say I'm not in those temples. I would simply say I sincerely doubt it. I would suggest everyone should go to the true Orthodox churches in their lands because there's lots of them. Ron says, Jang Zapper, you're real and I feel it, but it's hard fitting in with white people, even if they're Greek, Jew, don't matter, and I will go, and this is not the end, but it's hard, brother. You are good to know. Thanks for the uplifting words, Zapper. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I agree with him. You should just Romagata says, is Tucker Carlson a spy for the CIA? There's no evidence of that. He did attempt to join the CIA, if I remember correctly, but he failed. And so, yeah, Machi, yeah, looking forward to the debate in a couple of weeks. I'm just waiting on Pastor Ben. When he says we can post it, we can post it. And he said 14 days. So we have 11 days. Also to be noted this weekend, we finally got a date for the debate on the papacy with Elijah Yassi. It will be on the Gospel Truth channel, which is that is going to be on November 7th. And so that hopefully will be an even bigger debate. I'm looking forward to it. Sava says, before the Daesh destroyed them, the Holy Prophet Daniel's relics were in a mosque in Mosul, Iraq. Oh, that's gross. They even went into mosque destroying. Wow. I've heard that the Sunnis would beat white people, even if they were Muslim, if they entered. Being an Indian among Jews and Greeks can't be that bad. Yeah, that's true. The worst the Greeks can do is feed you gyros. Okay, so let me see here. So, go ahead, Father.
I want to comment on these newscasters and these pundits and whatever. All of them, I think every one of them is always trying to defend democracy, and they're showing all the moral failures or the political failures of all these people, and but they're all pro-democracy. And and if you want to get into the debate about monarchy versus democracy, democracy is basically founded on humanistic principles, and so these guys are just continuing the same spin and the same error and the same corruption. And so, really, they're spin doctors, all of them, and Tucker Carlson too. He's, we're all pro.
Oh, hell no. I haven't heard that word in a while, the spin doctor word, for a while. An oldie but a goldie. He fell out. Well, I guess we'll try to keep her going for a while. If you want to join me, bear, come on up here. Hi. I know you're about to go do something else. You're welcome to leave something playing, and if not, that's okay. This is my last stream until with StreamYard for next like week, so I just wanted to use up as much time as I can. So if anybody wants to join, I'll just leave it open for as long as I can, and if not, I'll just shut her down eventually.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up this sola scriptura debate.
Good old solar scriptura.
So I don't know where that is.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't even know what a debate about sola scriptura would even be about. I mean, seems like it's a very easy position for Orthodox to like defeat from their perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know where the debate is. The fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I think we got to ask Unseen Warfare who he debated or whatever.
Yeah, I put the Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes thing in the back. I got like more stuff too, but I'm just throwing stuff at the wall. So like, I really don't care because nobody's probably going to join the panel, so it doesn't really matter. This. Actually, this other video I just put is actually really interesting. If you're actually going to listen to what's playing, this video I put in the back is actually very interesting. I think you'd find it curious. It's like this hunter from like the Rocky Mountains, and he's like a big game hunter. So he's shot like 1,000 giant animals and like makes ammunition for a living. And he looks like he looks like a Uncle Teddy if he was like jacked or something. So, and he's just like this really like calm guy, and he's sitting there talking about how like they weaponize the weaponize the like endangered species list and like all these like environmental laws against the proliferation of game animals to basically like make it where Americans can't go do hunting for their own sustenance without jumping through a lot of hoops, and like they protect all the predators, and like it affects like natural environments, and like how they introduce like invasive species and then claim that they're reintroducing species as like a cover for like manipulating like for as a way to like pretend that they're not manipulating ecosystems or something. So it's actually a really weird it's actually a really interesting set of ideas this guy is putting forward. Although he kind of does it in like a basic way, it's kind of like interesting just from like a different perspective I wouldn't have thought of. You know?
Yeah, I put it. Oh yeah, okay.
The wolves were populating so fast they just kept reproducing over and over and over and over. So it didn't killing them and trying to save our wildlife, which is what I was trying to do.
By the way, this is happening with the bears now. They're having problems controlling the bears. Right? The bears are spreading, and yeah, they might have to go and hunt some bears.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing. If you kill most bears, especially like grizzlies or something like that, or Kodiak or whatever, like you get in a lot of trouble. They'll try to like put you in prison or take your guns away and shit. So,
right.
And trying to stop federal and state tyranny. Hi, folks. Tim Sundles here, coming from Africa.
Tim Tumbles.
And excuse our technical issues we have in Africa. We have a bunch of them here. And this is only our second or third live video, so we are still learning. But today, I want to talk about the deep state when it comes to wildlife. And the story I will tell you, I'll just warn you right up front, you're not going to believe. But it certainly happened. And I'm leaving 90% of it out and just giving you the details. Oh yeah, it was in Idaho Falls and Boise. It was some of this was on the 5 o'clock news 3, 4, 5 nights in a row. I know Rush Limbaugh picked up some of this in his newsletter. It was in the what do they call the press that goes around the world? Anyway, it was covered. That was not my plan. It just got covered. So let's talk about the government weaponizing wildlife to take away your rights. And it's actually not a new thing. I think it was in the 1970s that the Endangered Species Act was passed by Congress. And instantly, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service started using it against people. If you were a farmer or a rancher and somebody found a 3-tailed, 5-eyed, screw-nosed titmouse in your field, all of a sudden you lost your property rights. You couldn't plow those fields. You couldn't run cattle in them. I mean, and you know, they did this over and over and over to Americans and hurt the U.S. citizenry. One of the things that they do that's a hoax, and I'm telling you, it's a hoax. It's a money grab and a freedom grab and an anti-gun move. One of the things they do is reintroductions of various species. Let's start. So keep in mind, I lived my whole life in the Rocky Mountains, in Montana, Idaho, some in New Mexico, some in Colorado. And when they reintroduced wolves, that was probably 1994 in Idaho, it was just down the road from my house. And the Sierra Club and other groups that partnered with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife were seen by friends of mine that were there at the first wolf relief, taking a toast to the end of the blood sport of hunting in the Rocky Mountains. That's a quote.
Lane Link is about investing in your future, offering skills training to start new careers, clean slate expungement to clear your record, and career navigators.
There's that weird ass commercial where expunge your record. But yeah.
So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had very much colluded with the tree hugger groups in the wolf reintroduction. And it was, in fact, a move against sportsmen, against hunting, against self-independence, against gun ownership. I mean, if you can eliminate hunting, there are some people that just won't own a gun. And the government didn't have to make any attack at all on the Second Amendment. All they had to do was eliminate hunting. So I'm going to name a couple of the culprits. The man in charge, and I'm doing this by memory, the man in charge of the wolf reintroduction plan for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was Ed Bangs. Ed Bangs got the Idaho Fish and Game Commissioner at the time, Director Conley, to sign the permit to allow wolves to be dumped in Idaho. Well, there's a couple of problems with this. Director Conley went on to get federal appointments and other state appointments as head of departments after he left Idaho. But he skedaddled out of Idaho when his term was up after he allowed wolves in. Well, every time he would go on to get another appointment, be it federal or state, he would get the big pensions and the big bonus packages. And I don't know how much Director Conley retired with of your tax money, but he probably gets many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in his pensions. And this is the way states buy out, the feds buy out state officials to get them to do their bidding. They promise them lots of money. It's your money, not theirs, but that's what they do. So they introduced these wolves very near my house, and I could tell you dozens and dozens of stories. One of the big lies that Ed Banks told, and it's just one of many, is that wolves only kill the sick and the weak. Of course, what's the weakest in an elk herd? The babies. What's the next weakest? Oh, the pregnant mothers. So yeah, in that context, that's what the wolves kill, is the babies and the pregnant mothers. You know, when the snow gets deep and crusts over, the wolves can run on top of it with their big padded feet. The elk's sharp, heavy hooves, because they're heavy bodied, crash through the snow, and they tire very quickly, lunging in belly deep snow to get away from wolves. It just doesn't work for the elk. It works great for the wolves. And I have personally seen hundreds in the first several years of the wolf reintroduction, hundreds of elk pulled down in the snow, killed and not eaten. And I mean, just really sad. I've seen elk stumbling around the woods with big chunks of their hind quarters missing, yet they're still alive and they will starve and freeze. And all these people these tree hugger groups like the Sierra Club that do this kind of thing, they don't care about the wildlife. They say they do, but if wolves do what I'm telling you they do, and they do a lot more than that, how can they be advocating for animals? I'd like to know. So anyway, I would say that Idaho's elk population in the first 15 years of the wolf reintroduction was reduced by, at least in the areas in the mountains that I frequented, was reduced by about 75%. The historic Yellowstone pack in Gardner, Montana has been reduced by probably 90%, still is. Wolves are protected in the park, which is a farce. They shouldn't be in the park. One of the big corrupt things that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did was they brought these Canadian gray wolves in to the Rocky Mountains, flat out knowing that the original and still very small populations of existing Rocky Mountain wolves, who were the original wolf inhabitants of the Rockies below the Canadian border, they brought in Canadian grays and dumped them on us, not Rocky Mountain wolves. That's illegal. That's not a species reintroduction. They wiped out the rest of.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that they reintroduce a different species. And this is after you know, it's hunting of the wolves, right? And the overpopulation of deers that caused the dwindling of the wolf population in the first place. So they had to be reintroduced, and then they don't even reintroduce the right ones to that land. You know, the ones that were originally there, right? The correct species of wolves, right? So I mean, they're really doing a number on that, right? Because the reason why the wolves have to be reintroduced is because there's because the deer start overbreeding because there's not enough wolves, and that's because there's not enough forest area. I believe for the wolves and deers to migrate, right? And I think because the deer eat up all of the brush, and the overpopulation of deer causes you know, really does a number on the forest as well, right? So all of these are problems, right? But yeah, interesting stuff.
Of the Rocky Mountain wolves by dumping a larger wolf in our forests that killed the remaining Rocky Mountain wolves. I mean, there is so much corruption going on here. The wolves, and Ed Bangs knew this, the wolves carried
Oh yeah, by the
fatal
way,
parasites that
we
are
should
fatal
watch
to
this
humans.
real quick, the Browns boy clip on Jack Talcott, because he's been telling us to watch this for a minute. I think he said it was 40 minutes in or something like that. Oh, I thought you said you came onto the show, Browns boy. But I think it's maybe just in the chat. But yeah, let's go 40 minutes into this and see what happens.
In fact, I encourage you, whoever you are, I encourage you to look into some of these ideas of shadow integration from Carl Jung. Look into the benefits and the methods of the natural language processing, or what's the other? They use it for something else. Neuro-linguistic programming is another NLP term. It's all just observations of the mind. Patterns of the mind should be understood by more people. I benefited from the NLP courses I took online. They were cheap investments and my time was well spent. I learned a lot. I did swear oaths for the military and at the United States Postal Service. And I swore an oath for my union, the American Postal Workers Union. And I swore an oath with the Spokane Regional Labor Council. And I don't know, I'm probably swore a few more oaths, but these are the ones that it's part of my record. I served the military and the United States Postal Service. I was there in Las Vegas at that tragic event. Several of my friends were at the actual shooting. I was not, but I was near there. I do know people, and I'm actually friendly with people who were at J6. And there's rumors that I'm collected to Hollywood and news agencies, but let's not exaggerate things. So beyond all that, you've clearly been paying attention to me, Browns boy. So what's the deal, dude? What is the deal? Love is not self-betrayal. Love is true. Love is honest. Love is wholesome. Love is, and it can be pushed away very easily. It can be denied. It can be overlooked. Because different people share love in different ways. That's something I've been learning too. Some people share their love in different ways. Our friend Paul is an example. He's very passionate, and his love is powerful. It's like fierce. Like an
Okay,
animal.
well, yeah, we do have some. He pretty much admitted everything that was there, other than the Hollywood thing, right? So, but yeah, I'd like to know more about this Las Vegas event, right? How many people connected to? You know, I mean, the Panoverse are connected to that for sure. It's an interesting saga.
Killed the remaining Rocky Mountain wolves. I mean, there is so much corruption going on here. The wolves, and Ed Bangs knew this, the wolves carried fatal parasites that are fatal to humans, and there have been some human deaths from these parasites. Once they infect a human's brain, and they're infecting the wildlife all over Idaho. I mean, there are all kinds of parasite deaths of Idaho wildlife. And if you eat it, not cooked sufficiently, or if you handle the wolf's feces, or if you step on it and then take your shoes off later with your hands, what else are you going to use? You can get these parasites. And several people have, and some have died from it. And Idaho Fish and Game is so shameless, they had their own biologists handling a lot of these dying animals, knowing that these parasites could be transferred to humans and knowing that they could kill humans. When Idaho got called on the carpet about that some 15 or 20 years ago, it had to be a huge embarrassment for them. Anyway, here's a story that happened to me. I took my then wife, and I'm talking about probably 2001 or maybe the year 2000, on a pack trip into the Rocky Mountains, into the Frank Church River of No Return, which is the largest wilderness area in the lower 48, and it's contiguous with the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness Area, which is the second largest wilderness area in the lower 48. So you're talking about massive amounts of wild Rocky Mountain habitat. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service tried to get funding for this from Congress. Congress turned them down. And I at one time had an original copy of the environmental impact statement that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service put together to give to Congress. And it was a pack of lies. And you know, they said, for example, we had 600,000 elk and deer in that area of Idaho. We didn't. We had about 200,000. These are known facts. They may not be known facts to you, and they may not be known facts that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wants known, but these are the kind of tactics they stoop to. Congress turned them down on the funding. So what did they do to get money? They stole it from the Pittman-Robertson tax fund, which is a tax you pay, a hidden tax you pay on every firearm purchase, every ammunition purchase, archery purchase, fishing gear. That tax is in a lot of the just about all the outdoor sporting goods that you buy. It's a hidden tax. They call it an excise tax. And they have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service presiding over the use of this tax. I mean, that's not like the fox guarding the hen house. It's like the freaking pack of foxes in the hen house. So anyway, it's one thing that Donald Trump says that he wants to end is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's ability to control the the Pittman or Pittman Robertson tax fund. I don't remember which. Anyway, I took my wife on a pack trip, and this would have been, like I said, 2000, way back into the Frank Church wilderness. We brought horses and mules. We set up a camp, and my plan was to do some hiking up into the high mountain lakes. Some of those lakes, which to this day remain unnamed, there's no trails going to them. And I had fished them myself, hiking around. I've been hiking around the woods, the Rocky Mountains, my whole life. And so I wanted to get her up there and get a little bit of hiking done and fishing. And as we were leaving camp, I just got a really bad feeling. I had my horses tied on a high line for the day, which means they can't get away. And I just got a really bad feeling. And I was wearing in a shoulder holster one of my 500 line balls. And I told her, we got about 100 meters down the trail. And I told her, I said, I need to go back and get my rifle. I got a bad feeling. So I went back to my tent, picked up my rifle, which was a Marlin model 1895. It's a lever action, chambered in 4570. We started down the trail we were camped on, and we were going to just go a quarter mile, leave the trail, and head straight up the mountain with no trail to some lakes I knew about. We get about 100 meters out of camp, and here comes a large wolf sneaking up on my horses. He didn't see me. He was focused on my horses. Well, little did I know he was radio collared. I think his collar number was B59, if I recall correctly. And I also didn't know that he had a pack with him. Now, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who counts wolves, and there's no way to do that in the forest in straight up and down mountains, said, and I found this out after the fact, that is the Twin Peaks pack, and it had 7 wolves in it.
Hello, it's Liz Capaldi here. Check out my song Survive on YouTube.
Yeah, so the situation he's describing is pretty intense. He's saying essentially there's collared off wolves attacking his horses at a campsite in the Rocky Mountains. And I guess if he kills the wolf that's clearly threatening his horses, he could be fined or jailed, I guess. I mean, so it's extremely serious.
I think he gets into that soon too, because he basically talks about how, like, he said that he didn't know anything about wolves. He was told that they don't attack people, but basically, apparently they do start attacking, and then he has to, like, basically put them down. Basically.
Oh shit! Spoiler alert.
And then he gets into a lot of shit with, like, federal government coming after him, basically. Yeah.
Oh shit! 116.50. Okay, I got you, Browns boy. So we're 15 minutes into this here. Let me go to this real quick.
I truly see your story as one of spirituality and caring for the next generation.
Thank you. And that's exactly what I want to share. Because regardless of the past oaths, past commitments, you know, it truly is. It's a manipulation the government and these employers use. Get a man or a woman to take an oath. Well, then they'll self-regulate, right? For the most part. This is why we live in the world that we live. I was stationed with counterintelligence aid. El Perro, come on. You know what? No. You just don't get it, dude.
Wow.
He wants to sit here and disagree with ideas in front of him about actually ending wars to save human lives. He wants to offer a disagreement and then show his feet on the screen. That's not what.
Yeah, he did say that. I heard him say that. He said I was stationed with counterintelligence, and then he just cut off right there and started talking about El Perro's feet.
What am I missing? Please help me.
I don't. It's hard to figure out because I mean you were willing to engage with that pushback, right?
Yeah.
Before the flip. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been interesting. We could have got somewhere probably. Yeah. So you're not taking disrespect anymore. I mean, I don't think you ever did. To correct myself, like, yeah, it's just that, like, there's no need.
I tolerated a lot. I tolerated a lot, and unfortunately, the standards around me dropped, and that's truly why land
to counts wolves, and there's no way to do that in the forest in straight up and down mountains. Said, and I found this out after the fact, that is the Twin Peaks pack, and it had 7 wolves in it. Well, that's interesting because I ended up killing 15 of them, and I saw at least 7 or 8 more after that. And statute of limitations is run out, and I don't really care. I've killed more wolves than anybody I know. So, and by the way, it didn't hurt their numbers at all. The wolves were populating so fast, they just kept reproducing over and over and over and over. So killing them and trying to save our wildlife, which is what I was trying to do, and trying to stop federal and state tyranny, using wildlife as the weapon to destroy property rights and other human rights. I mean, that wildlife belongs to Idaho citizens. It doesn't belong to the feds, doesn't belong to the state. It belongs to us. So I see this wolf sneaking up on our horses. So I thought, fine, I'm just going to shoot this stupid thing. It's going to kill our horses while we're gone. So I couldn't really take a shot because the timber was thick. We were in lodgepole, and it turned and saw me and headed straight at me. And little did I know, it had been captured more than twice by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, recollared. It had been into wildlife about 100 miles from, or not into domestic cattle about 100 miles from there, and had killed cattle. So it wasn't fond of people. It saw me and turned and just came straight at me. Well, my wife and I had drilled on, if I ever get attacked by wildlife, get out of my way. Don't be close to me. Certainly don't touch me. Just run away from me, because if you throw me off balance with my firearm, I may miss, and there may only be time for one shot, if that. So when this wolf charged, she saw me raise my rifle, and I was swinging the rifle like you do if you know how to hit running targets. And I was swinging in her direction because she was a little bit between me and the wolf. So she dove to the ground, and that might be the smartest thing that woman ever did. She didn't do very many smart things. She dove to the ground, and as the wolf then turned and went after her because she was moving, I killed it at 4 feet, I don't know, 5 feet. On the ground, the rest of the pack started howling, and I hadn't even seen the rest of the pack, and they were howling all around us. So what these wolves had done is they had followed our horse tracks in from the trailhead 16 miles. I don't know where the wolves picked up our scent, but they had followed our tracks in, and they were just looking for wolf supper or horse supper. I mean, that's, it would have been actually breakfast this time in the morning. It was real early. And so I put another shell in my rifle and I got very angry. And my wife said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm going to kill them all." And I said, if they would have killed our horses while we were gone, because there was a whole pack of them. What's that? Well, yeah, well, wolves can't kill me. I'm always armed and I can shoot. So screw the wolves. They can't kill me. Anyway, I looked at her and she was pale white. She's just white as a ghost. And this woman was scared of everything. I mean, everything scared her. And she was shivering and shaking. And she said, "Don't leave me." So, I said, "Just go back in the tent. You'll be fine." And she's like, "Please don't leave me." Well, okay. So the wolves were spared that day. They stayed around our camp and howled for an hour. And I decided to go public with this because I felt it was my public duty, actually, because the next person coming down that trail could have been a lady with 2 little kids backpacking or something. And, I just felt responsible to say wolves do attack people. I mean, because another one of Ed Bang's lies is wolves aren't a threat to people. Of course, historically, there's lots of accounts of wolves killing people. So I didn't know that at the time. I was not a wolf expert at the time. Hi, folks. This is the continuation of the video that we were making about federal and state corruption and using wildlife as a weapon against human rights. Please don't blame YouTube for the outage. We're in Africa and connections just aren't that great here. And I switched over to my wife's computer in case my computer was part of the problem. Where we left off is that I felt a need to go public because I didn't want innocent people being hurt by wolves. And I was sick and tired of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service lying about what wolves do and what wolves don't do, on and on and on. So at a meeting held by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the public, where they spread more lies so the public will accept their wolves, I just got up, took the podium and told the story of what had happened. And of course the place erupted. And I had told the sheriff ahead of time I was gonna talk about killing these wolves, or this wolf. And so I told the sheriff, "You better have some deputies there, because if U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service thinks they're going to arrest me for saving my own life or the life of my wife, they got another thing coming. I mean, I won't tolerate it. I won't have a hand laid on me." And sheriff didn't want me to do it. He said, "Tim, are you?"
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you get? Special police protection, dude? Like, against fish and game and wildlife, dude? Like, of course the cop's gonna say that to you. Like, who do you think you are? Like, yeah, like, no shit. He's gonna say, yeah, you shouldn't say that because they might arrest you for it. Yeah, as if Fish and Wildlife wanted to arrest you, like a cop could, like, stop them. I'm pretty sure they're higher than police officers or something like that. But yeah.
"Sure, you got to do this." And I said, "I do. It's my civic duty. I do have to do this. I want the truth to be known." So I went live with it, and one of our U.S. senators was at this meeting. I don't remember which one it was. They don't accomplish anything. They just look for opportunities to take pictures and say a few words that make them look good, and they don't do much. And anyway, they both asked me if I would take the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service investigators. Those are cops, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service cops, And by the way, if I haven't made this very clear, my wife and I are not anti-law enforcement. We're pro-law enforcement. We're also pro-government. We just don't like corruption. We're anti-corruption. And that means with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we're pretty much anti-government. That means with our last, with this Biden, whatever administration it was, we definitely are anti-government, but not because we don't believe in good government or want good government, but because everything's completely corrupt now in the federal systems. And thank God for Donald Trump. He's going to clean that up. In fact, you know, he's going to withhold the Pittman-Robertson funds from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service because they've been administrating it for decades. Anyway, I decided to take these U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service investigators into the wilderness. And you got to understand that the way I went in with horses was the way I could get a horse trailer to a trailhead. There was a shorter way in, but no way to pull a horse trailer. So I told these investigators I'd take them in the short way, and we'd go on foot. And I said it's going to be about a 6-mile walk in to where the wolf carcass is. And they agreed. In the meantime, the sheriff of Custer County, this happened in Custer County. I lived in Limhi County. The sheriff of Custer County called me and he said, Tim, do not go in there with these guys alone. Don't do it. He said, I know these guys. I deal with them on a weekly basis. He said, they're the worst kind of liars. And if you go in there with them alone, which I wasn't afraid to do, I was going armed and, you know, they didn't expect any less of me, I'm sure. He said, Tim, they'll set you up. You'll probably get killed. He said that they will set you up one way or another. You'll get prosecuted. Something will happen. I'm going with you. It's my county. I said, okay, Sheriff. I don't even remember his name. He was a young guy, a really good guy. Anyway, so we drive into this trailhead. We make the 6-mile hike in, and as soon as
Yeah, this guy might be like some kind of Freemason or something. Like he just got this cop to like go with him to protect him in this meeting. I don't know, man.
as I gave the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service their dead wolf, they started making accusations. They started threatening me. They, I mean, they really got in my face. So it turns out the sheriff was actually correct in his assessment of these people. And the sheriff stepped between me and them, put his hand on his Beretta 92F, and he let out a stream of cuss words that would make a sailor blush. And he told them, he said, you people.
Oh, what the fuck is this? It was like some type of rodeo fucking gunfight. Like they got their hand on their pistols, having a meeting about a wolf. I don't know, man. It was kind of wild, but
apologize to Mr. Sundles. There's going to be trouble right here, right now.
Mr. Sundles.
And of course, they put their hands on their gun, on their guns. And the sheriff was in my line of fire. He was between me and them. So I stepped off to the side and put my hand on I was wearing a shoulder holster with a Glock Model 21. Put my hand on the pistol and stepped aside. And of course, I just go into ultra focus when something like this is happening. And when they saw me with my hand on my gun and the sheriff with his hand on his gun, they figured they were outclassed. The truth is they have no idea how outclassed they were. They raised their hands in the air and they're like, we're sorry, Mr. Sundles. We're sorry. We didn't mean it. We apologize. And the sheriff goes, you're damn right.
I don't know. I think this might be a made up story, man. That's crazy. Put his arms up. Dude, what? You and a sheriff held up a bunch of fish and wildlife people, and you're telling this story on YouTube? But yeah, this is pretty wild stuff, man.
Right, you apologize. And then he turned over and looked at me and he goes, Tim, let's get the hell out of here. He said, we don't need to be here. they can carry this wolf carcass out for themselves. And the only reason I was going to help them because the senators had asked me to, and I was actually going to help them get that wolf 6 miles out. It'd been dead for probably 12 days. Stunk like hell. It was pretty rotten. It was
He's
full
got
of
the dead
maggots.
wolf
It was summertime
with
in
him.
August, so
What kind of guy carries a dead wolf around with? I guess it's evidence, but yeah, it's wild stuff, dude.
it's hot weather. And I just turned around and walked out with the sheriff. We walked the 6 miles back out, and you know, I didn't care how they got their wolf out of there after what the stunt they had pulled on me. Well, I ran into these 2 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service investigators at the state legislature many months later because Idaho, some of the Idaho Congress people, and Idaho Senate had invited me to come testify and tell my story. And so, of course, you know, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, they got to make an appearance everywhere and convince people.
They're both there together. Like, what are they, like Rocky and Bullwinkle?
How great they are. I ran into these 2 investigators there and I said, hey, I said, how did you 2 dorks get that wolf carcass out of there 6 miles? And it wasn't a travois they made. Oh, what do you call it when you get a heavy stick, you put it on your shoulder, you tie the wolf in the middle, and the guy in the back has it on his shoulder too. They made one of those and they carried the wolf out. And as he was telling me this, I was laughing. You know, there's no need in appearing to be violent or anything. I was laughing at him. And I said, so which one of you poor morons was the guy in the back? Because that thing had to stink like hell. I mean, it had to be really bad. And so they said, well, we traded places. Some of us, sometimes each of us was in the back. Anyway, I learned a lot about how to handle radio telemetry callers, and I didn't cover that with you. Don't throw them in a fire because they're high intensity battery packs. They'll explode. Don't shoot them. They'll explode. If you're going to shoot them, don't do it in the woods. You have a really good chance of starting a forest fire because they explode. They explode intensely. How to end this is that I was never prosecuted for this. What they kept saying was a crime. It wasn't a crime. I was defending my life. And even the Bias Endangered Species Act, which is used against citizens all the time, that allows for defending your life against invasive species that have been so-called reintroduced. They're not reintroduced. They're